我是大秦王朝的大皇子，我叫秦九幽，是一名穿越者，还获得了系统，但想要激活，非得离开王都。于是从小开始，我便离经叛道，在学堂顶撞老师，辱骂世子，出了王宫，烟花巷柳是我常去的地方。即便如此，我的便宜父王还是没有把我驱逐出王都。直到有一天，我在春宵楼与姑娘们高谈阔论之后，喝得酩酊大醉，被人带到朝堂之上，在文武百官的压迫下，父王终于决定把我驱逐出王都。到了封地，我直接叫城主的女儿，晚上留在我的府邸过夜，让世人对我恨之入骨。第1章，绑出王都。大秦王朝金銮殿上，文武百官分列2行，中间跪着一位身穿蟒袍的少年，披头散发的，浑身酒气，隐约间还能够听到鼾声。文武百官以及当朝皇帝个个露出了愤怒之色，其中几个老臣更是气得发抖，指着少年说不出话来。来人啊，把秦九幽这个逆子给寡人泼醒！皇帝秦玄真怒道。门外侍卫立刻提来一桶水，可来到少年面前之后却犹豫了起来。秦九幽，大秦王朝大皇子。泼！秦玄真道。他真的怒了，哪怕这是他的儿子，他也要严加惩戒，以儆效尤，让其他皇子明白，有些东西是不能够触碰的。啪！一桶冷水把秦九幽从头到脚淋湿透彻。谁敢用水泼本皇子，等本皇子回宫之后，定要你全家不得好死！秦九幽醒来之后，立刻就撒泼起来。如此粗鄙之语，根本不像是皇家弟子所言。陛下，大皇子秦九幽无德，以皇子之躯于烟花之地寻欢作乐，此举有伤国体，望陛下严惩不贷。陛下，昨日大皇子在春宵楼闹事，堂堂一国皇子，竟与一风尘女子争论嫖资，着实可恨。陛下！无数口诛笔伐的声音令得秦九幽立刻清醒过来，再看看周围，全是大秦高官，对他这位大皇子尽数奚落。秦九幽，作为本国大皇子，你屡次踏入烟花柳巷，顶撞老师，辱骂世子，以上所言可有半点虚假？秦玄真说道，言语间无不透露着肃穆。对于这个儿子，可以说是失望透顶了。从学堂不断的顶撞老师，辱骂同学，欺压世子，再到成年屡次出入烟花之地，那一次不是喝得酩酊大醉，醉生梦死。更过分的是，与那里的风尘女子为嫖资多少争论不休，并不是减少，而是增多，全然不顾皇家脸面。如此做派，朝堂之上已容不下他，对他的声讨比之敌国大军压境还要强烈。要说大秦王朝的纨绔，秦九幽说第2，没人敢承认第1。终于来了吗？秦九幽内心想到，似乎对于今天的事情非常坦然，或许他本来就需要发生这里的一幕，并无虚假。秦九幽说道，对于自己的所作所为供认不讳，整个王都知道他的事迹，可是那又如何？他不在乎。这种权力纷争的中心，他半点不自在，寻花问柳，反而是落了个清闲。既然如此，现着令你离开王都，前往你的属地狼宁城，永世不得踏入王都，你可服气？秦玄真说道。秦九幽已经无可救药了，他一次次的把秦九幽从深渊中拉回来，可他只会变本加厉，长此以往，他也保不住这个儿子了。还是让他到自己的封地上去混吃等死吧。大秦王朝世人尚武，秦九幽不但品行恶劣，就连修行也不曾有半点建树，或许在一个地方百年终老也是一个不错的选择。陛下，旁边的官员明显有些不乐意，这算什么惩罚？远离权力中心而已，还不是一样的，换个地方寻欢作乐而已，与之前并无不同。爱卿还有何事？秦玄真眼神变得异常犀利起来。无事。那人连忙说道。秦玄真都已经做到这份上了，他们要是继续逼秦玄真，到时候谁都讨不了好处。不过秦九幽离开王都对他们也有好处，扶持自己派系的皇子如虎添翼。至于秦九幽，可能到时候不会有人记得他了。不在这里，兴许还能够捡回一条命。秦九幽，寡人问你，如此惩戒，你可服气？秦玄真又说了一遍。儿臣服气。秦九幽说道。如此，你即刻启程，走马上任吧。秦玄真摆摆手说道，已经不想看到秦九幽了。是。说完，秦九幽大摇大摆地离开了皇宫。不过，他的目标并不是皇子寝宫，丝毫没有收拾东西的意思，转身就朝着春宵楼方向走去。哪怕这是大白天，他想去了，别人也不能说什么。他的行踪很快就传到了朝堂之上。逆子，当真造次！秦玄真气得吐血，真把自己的话当成耳旁风了。来人啊，把秦九幽抓起来，派一队护卫把他送出王都，若敢返回，刀剑伺候。是，陛下。这一次，秦玄真的生气了。春宵楼这里，秦九幽刚到来，立刻就有大批量姑娘们围过来。大皇子，来抓臣妾吗？快来啊，臣妾在这里。春宵楼里不堪入目，秦九幽蒙着眼睛， 与这群风尘女子玩着猫捉老鼠的游戏。禁卫军在此，所有人不许动。突然间，闯进来了一群身披甲胄的士兵，把春宵楼给围了个水泄不通。本皇子在此，你们想造反啊？秦九幽立刻厉声呵斥道：“大皇子殿下，对不住了，传陛下口谕，把大皇子绑起来，送出王都，若敢返回，刀剑伺候。”顷刻间，春宵楼里剑拔弩张，那些侍卫直接上手把秦九幽给抓了起来。这些禁卫军可都是后天武者，岂是秦九幽可以反抗的？没三两下就被制服了，一直被送到王都之外，那里他的物品已经被收拾妥当，还有10几个护卫，不过看样子似乎不太情愿，毕竟谁也不愿意跟着这样一个没有任何前途的皇子。让开，我要回去。绳子解开之后，秦九幽嚷嚷着要返回王都。忽而禁卫军、城卫军纷纷拔出刀剑，随时都会攻击秦九幽的模样。切，王都的姑娘们，等你们的皇子归来。秦九幽大声说着，随着钻进马车之内，在没人看到自己之后，如释重负的松了口气。20年了，终于可以离开这个鬼地方了。秦九幽心里那叫一个美滋滋。恭喜宿主完成新手任务，系统全面激活，新手大礼包已发放。这就很耐斯。秦九幽很想大笑出声，可是好不容易熬到了现在，他还是按耐住了。王都城墙之上，无数双眼睛目送他远去，特别是他的那些个兄弟，好像是放松了不少。
Chapter 2. The novice package. Once Qin Juyo departed from the royal capital, he would no longer have the opportunity to vie for the throne. With one less competitor, the chances of others increased, who would ultimately occupy that esteemed position, and how would they regard him, the former Grand Prince, remained uncertain. The carriage, moving steadily towards the setting sun, gradually left the royal capital behind. The dozen or so accompanying guards occasionally cast glances at the carriage, yearning for the day they could leave Qin Juyo's side and return to the capital as their own imperial guard. Yet, confronted with the reality of their circumstances, they felt utterly helpless. As they gazed at the road ahead, their hearts brimmed with melancholy. Inside the carriage, unlike others, Qin Juyo finally shed his disguise. The system had assigned him a novice task, to possess his own fief. In truth, he could wait for Qin Shuanjin to perish and then usurp his position to become an emperor, thereby activating the system. However, considering Qin Shuanjin was a master martial artist with an extended lifespan, even if he were to die, the rival might not follow suit. It was perhaps wiser to become a leisurely prince, distanced from the intrigues of the royal capital, rather than exhausting himself in battles against others. Activate, Qin Juyo commanded. After 20 years of anticipation, the novice package was finally within his grasp, allowing him to shed the title of waste. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the martial art Ancient Chaos Scripture Basic Edition, the ultimate technique Celestial King Strikes the Nine Heavens, the divine weapon Oblivion Spear, 1 summon for a companion, and 10 Spirit Chi Pills. Ancient Chaos Scripture, originating from the depths of mysterious chaos, its profound cultivation can lead to eternal life in the chaos realm, rendering one invincible in physical form. The Basic Edition allows cultivation only to the realm of earthly deities. Celestial King Strikes the Nine Heavens, an exceptionally powerful martial art that summons the Celestial King's manifestation to assist in battle, capable of collapsing worlds with a mere gesture. Oblivion Spear, a weapon of earthly deities with formidable penetrating power. Injuries inflicted by the Oblivion Spear are notoriously difficult to heal. Companion Summon, once every year, the host may summon a powerful being from myriad realms to accompany them, guaranteed to be 100% loyal. While not necessarily possessing absolute strength, they excel in specific areas, and their summoning is limited by the host's own cultivation level. As for the Spirit Chi Pills, they serve to enhance his strength, akin to experience pills. Excellent. I shall learn the ancient chaos scripture, Qin Juyo declared. There was no need for him to painstakingly study. He could learn it with a single click. Even in the future, with Spirit Chi Pills and similar items, he could directly enhance his power without the need for gradual progression. The aura of the ancient chaos scripture inadvertently radiated outward, causing those outside to feel a peculiar force pass by, fleeting yet strange, leaving them bewildered. Upon learning the scripture, he immediately consumed the Spirit Chi Pills as if they were candy. In the next moment, his strength surged rapidly. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to the first layer of postnatal realm. 1 Spirit Chi Pill equated to 1 realm breakthrough. After consuming all 10, his cultivation level stabilized at the first layer of innate realm, a goal pursued by countless martial artists. Is this truly the innate realm? Qin Juyo exclaimed in disbelief. However, he kept his astonishment to himself and swiftly concealed his aura. Enemies are approaching. Protect the prince. The captain of the guards announced from outside. A powerful aura had just swept past them, vanishing quickly. It was a martial artist stronger than themselves, and to remain calm would be disingenuous. Even within the Imperial Guard, not everyone was a master. While the minimum requirement was to be at the third layer of postnatal realm, those who attained the innate realm were typically high-ranking leaders, not easily dispatched to escort Qin. Such formidable figures would not leave the royal capital lightly. What is all this ruckus? Qin inquired. Reporting to your highness. A master of the innate realm has just passed by, the captain replied. Enough, enough. It was merely a passing individual. There is no need for such alarm. Let us proceed, Qin urged. Little did they know that innate master was none other than himself. Even if he was still unfamiliar with his newfound power, the might he possessed was certainly beyond what these guards could withstand. Understood. Despite their reservations, Qin had spoken, and they could do naught but continue onward, their hearts racing with the hope that no unforeseen events would arise. Fortunately, the remainder of their journey was peaceful and devoid of any disturbances. The strange feeling had not resurfaced. System, when I summon a companion, do they appear directly beside me? Qin queried. With other guards present. It was not an opportune moment for summoning, hence it was prudent to clarify. They can be placed in the nearby vicinity. Then let us summon, Qin decided. Eager to witness the capabilities of a being from the myriad realms. The summoning was successful. The companion would arrive within an hour, not perceiving any immediate changes. Qin was uncertain of their identity. However, now that he was an innate martial artist, he could defend himself against potential dangers. And an hour was not an excessively long wait. Half an hour later, Your Highness, there is a swordsman blocking the road ahead. Shall we take a detour? The captain of the guards relayed. A swordsman? Let us approach directly, Qin replied. Despite his words, the captain and the guards cautiously drew nearer, for the swordsman, though appearing somewhat disheveled, radiated an aura that surpassed theirs. As they drew closer, the swordsman stirred, prompting the guards to prepare for battle, leaving no room for error. Having heard that the Grand Prince passes this way, I, Li Bai, have come to await you and offer my service, the swordsman declared. Your Highness, this individual's origins are unclear. I advise caution, the captain warned. Fear not. One who wishes to join a fallen prince surely harbors no ill intentions. Let him stay, Qin responded. This was the summoned companion from the system, and outwardly, he appeared unremarkable. However, to Qin the companion's attributes were crystal clear. Companion, Li Bai realm, third layer of master martial art. Azure Lotus Sword Cannon Ultimate Technique. Azure Lotus Sword Song. On the great river, Li Bai was indeed a genuine master martial artist. The entire Qin dynasty could scarcely muster 10 individuals of his caliber. Even his less than illustrious father only reached this level. The transitions between postnatal, innate, and master realms were formidable chasms. Not everyone could simply consume spirit chi pills to elevate their strength without the need for cultivation. Thank you, Li Bai, for your willingness to serve the Grand Prince. Qin said, noting the inexplicable emergence of this individual who maintained an air of superiority, prompting the guards to remain vigilant, wary of any rash actions from Li Bai. Chapter 3. The Night Assassin in the Royal Capital. Have the individuals been dispatched? Returning to the Master. A Master of the Innate Realm and 9 peak postnatal warriors have already been sent. They will ensure the Grand Prince does not appear before you. Good. Once Qin is dead, no one will be able to contest my claim. The shadowy figure, masked and clandestine, plotted nefariously against Qin, relishing the thought of his demise. The fact that they could mobilize an innate martial artist indicated that this individual held significant standing, likely at least a second-rank official or a member of a prominent family within the capital. On the other side, the carriage of Qin advanced steadily, and before long, darkness enveloped the surroundings. They had already traversed 400 li from the royal capital, and their speed was rather moderate. With over 1,000 kilometers still remaining to Longning City, traveling at night was an exceedingly unwise decision. They found themselves deep within the jungle, thus taking extra precautions. They ignited a campfire on the spot, hastily prepared for the night watch, and retreated to rest. In the latter part of the night, as fatigue began to take hold, Qin beckoned Li Bai to him. Li Bai, I trust you know what needs to be done, Qin remarked. Rest assured, Your Highness. I shall take care of those tales, Li Bai replied. Earlier that afternoon, They had noticed a group of individuals trailing behind them, their strength evidently formidable. Initially, they had thought the pursuers were merely coincidental passers-by, but the relentless following indicated otherwise. Qin Jiuyo could not dismiss the notion that they were intent on targeting him. With this in mind, he felt no need for restraint. After all, he was a congenital martial artist with such prowess. It was only fitting to respond in kind. "Let us proceed together," Qin Jiuyo declared. Li Bai remained silent, confident that his mastery in combat would ensure Qin Jiuyo's safety, for those adversaries posed no significant threat. As they moved, Li Bai realized that his master's capabilities were surprisingly formidable. "Your Highness," he exclaimed in astonishment. For Qin Jiuyo exhibited the power characteristic of a congenital martial artist, contradicting the external rumors. It became evident that his lord had concealed his true strength quite effectively. "Such matters are inconsequential," Qin Jiuyo replied, and indeed, he preferred to keep his formidable abilities under wraps, desiring tranquility devoid of disturbances. However, he was not averse to delivering a surprise to those who sought to harm him. Li Bai refrained from further inquiries, following closely behind Qin Jiuyo towards a nearby encampment, the very lair of their foes. As they approached, whispers reached their ears. "It is time to act. Tonight, Qin Jiuyo shall find it impossible to escape. Let him be blamed for his ostentation." They donned dark clothing, extinguished the campfire, and concealed all traces of their presence, eager to strike under the cover of night. In such a remote wilderness, even if Qin Jiuyo were to be slain, it would take some time for others to discover the incident. "Indeed, they are after me," Qin Jiuyo mused, feeling a sense of ease at the prospect of confrontation. If they sought his life, he would gladly send them to their demise. Suddenly, the cloaked figures halted mid-action. "Qin Jiuyo," they gasped, awestruck by the unexpected appearance of the two figures before them. One they recognized as their target, while the other was a complete unknown. "I have heard you wish to eliminate me. Here I stand. Come forth," Qin Jiuyo taunted, dismissing them entirely. Aside from the congenital martial artist among them, the rest were of little consequence. Cursed be it, the intelligence was flawed. Kill him. In that moment, they realized that Qin Jiuyo was the one who had hidden himself most deeply. His presence here was anything but trivial. With the battle cry of the immortal king strikes the 9 heavens, Qin Jiuyo sprang into action. He unleashed his ultimate technique. Though his strength alone could not summon an extraordinary phenomenon, it merely augmented his combat style. Nevertheless, every adversary that approached him was sent flying, overwhelmed by his tremendous power. A congenital martial artist. They gasped, disbelief etched upon their faces as they struggled to reconcile the image of the frivolous prince with the terrifying strength he now displayed. After only a few exchanges, several of their number lay vanquished, rendered incapable of further resistance. "How weak," Qin Jiuyo remarked, turning to Li Bai. "This is now your domain." In truth, he had reached his limit. The immortal king's strike was not easily wielded. Within mere minutes, his body had reached its threshold. Yet the surge in combat prowess was undeniable. Had he been more adept, he could have dispatched them swiftly, avoiding such a lengthy engagement. "Understood, Your Highness," Li Bai responded, revealing his own aura without hesitation. Summoning his spiritual energy, he formed a long sword, a display that left their foes aghast. Spiritual energy transmuting into weaponry. A master martial artist, Li Bai had no shortage of arms, but aimed to showcase his prowess. "We were gravely mistaken," they lamented, their spirits crushed. They had underestimated the prince they deemed frivolous, who turned out to be their most formidable adversary. With such hidden depths, it was likely that even Qin Xuanjin would consider abdicating the throne should Qin Jiuyo command it. Who would dare label him a waste of potential? Within mere breaths, all but the congenital martial artist met their demise, and he himself was captured. "Now speak, who sent you?" Qin Jiuyo inquired, approaching with an air of gravity that intensified his captive's anxiety. "I will never divulge that," the man retorted, his voice fading as he bled from the corners of his mouth, evidently having taken poison to avoid revealing his master. "Commendable loyalty, yet ultimately futile," Qin Jiuyo remarked. With that, he departed alongside Li Bai, leaving no trace of their presence. To any who might discover the aftermath, the notion that they had been slain by a master martial artist would surely deter them from acting rashly. The plan had not even commenced before it was thwarted. Upon returning, Qin Jiuyo enjoyed a peaceful slumber, realizing that in this world, power reigned supreme. Without it, no amount of wealth or authority could assure one's safety. As for the puppeteer behind these actions, he would uncover the truth, whether to take action or not remain subject to deliberation. All he desired was to live quietly, uninterested in the conflicts around him. Ultimately, regardless of who emerged victorious, it would bear no consequence to him, as long as he remained untouched. He could afford to turn a blind eye. Chapter 4. Longning City in the early morning. Your Highness, please mount the carriage at once. We must hasten our departure from this place, urged the captain of the guards, his urgency palpable. What has transpired? Qin Juyo inquired, perplexed by the sudden urgency upon awakening. Your Highness, we have discovered 10 corpses nearby. A violent clash occurred last night in our vicinity. This area is no longer safe, the captain explained. Though they may not have wished to shadow Qin Juyo, they were dutiful in their responsibilities, committed to escorting him to Longning City, prepared to serve him faithfully henceforth. Very well, let us depart swiftly, Qin Juyo replied, offering no further explanation. Some matters were best kept to oneself, and what others wished to know was of little concern. By the time they realized what had transpired, several days would likely have passed. Moreover, having witnessed the horrific wounds, one could only wonder if they would muster the courage for a second pursuit. Regardless of whether Qin Juyo was responsible, it was enough to instill caution in their foes, who might suspect that Qin Xuanjin was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. To act recklessly could result in dire consequences for all involved. Meanwhile, no one believed that Qin Juyo could possibly be a powerful martial artist. This time, their pace was markedly accelerated, perhaps eager to reach Longning City. For only within its borders would they find true safety. In the realm of the Great Qin, the city of Longning holds a significant position. Situated at the border, it lies a mere 50 miles from the nearest Tianshan Pass. Should the Tianshan Pass fall, Longning would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Vulnerable to the encroachments of rival empires, it is said that the garrison stationed at Tianshan comprises 30,000 soldiers, who face formidable challenges daily and annually recruit able-bodied citizens from nearby towns to bolster their ranks in times of war. The borderlands are the most likely theaters of conflict. Adjacent to Tianshan is the Manghan dynasty, which possesses power comparable to that of Great Qin, but harbors a markedly aggressive disposition. Furthermore, much of the Manghan territory consists of inhospitable grasslands, ill-suited for agriculture. Thus, without invasion, they lack sufficient provisions. Crucially, the Manghan dynasty finds itself in a precarious position, cornered on the map, with only Great Qin as its neighbor. To refrain from conflict with Great Qin would leave them with no alternative but to traverse vast oceans to invade other realms. Qin Xuanjin, however, has summoned him to Longning, where the Qin family has its roots, and where the ancestral lands of the Qin clan are located. Each year, Qin Xuanjin leads officials to this site for ceremonial offerings. In such circumstances, the strategic significance of Longning becomes apparent. It can be said that everything here is under central control. Even his presence here is merely to enjoy the privileges of this territory without the burden of responsibility. Such a punishment is far too lenient for Qin Juyo, which explains the dissent among certain officials. It is clear to all that Qin Xuanjin holds a particular favoritism toward Qin Juyo. Otherwise, who would dare to risk their life to ambush him on the road? As long as this land is his fiefdom, it serves as a virtual immunity from punishment. No matter how grievous his transgressions, none would dare to act against him, unless Great Qin were to fall. After a few days of travel, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Longning. The crown prince has arrived. The city lord should hasten to greet him, commanded the leader of the guards. Regardless of Qin Jiuyu's erratic behavior, he remains a member of the royal family. I am Fu Mingxian, the lord of Longning, and I pay my respects to his royal highness, he announced, as 2 rows of soldiers stood at attention and the path was cleared for the procession. The leader approached, followed by a retinue of attendants. It is the crown prince. Rumor has it that he has a penchant for abducting women. What shall we do? Alas, I shall no longer be able to venture outside. This rogue has come to our midst. The nearby citizens harbored various unsettling thoughts, reflecting the poor reputation that Qin Jiuyu had earned throughout Great Qin due to his notorious deeds over the years. Are you the city lord? Is the palace prepared for the crown prince, along with the ladies? Qin Jiuyu boasted, unrepentant in his demeanor. Indeed, he has come to ruin us. Poor souls among the chosen maidens. What a world we live in. The very first words that Qin Jiuyu uttered upon his arrival incited profound disgust among the populace. Everything is ready, Fu Mingxian replied, feeling helpless. Now that this formidable figure has arrived in Longning, it seems tranquility will be a distant memory. By the way, who is this lady beside you? Qin Jiuyu inquired, pointing at a young woman next to Fu Mingxian. In an instant, Fu Mingxian's countenance shifted dramatically, and the woman's expression turned to one of fear. After a lengthy pause, Fu Mingxian finally responded, "Your Highness, this is my daughter, Fu Xianxian." At that moment, he felt a surge of anxiety, knowing that failing to present Fu Xianxian would spell disaster if Qin Jiuyu were to notice her. "Fu Xianxian, what a lovely name. Come dine with me this evening, and we shall become acquainted," Qin Jiuyu said with a mischievous grin. "I refuse. I will not dine with you," Fu Xianxian protested, her eyes brimming with tears. Given his notorious reputation, her apprehensions were justified. "Ha ha ha, you have spirit. It is settled then, lead the way. I am quite fatigued from my journey," Qin Jiuyu declared, retreating into his carriage and denying anyone else the chance to speak. The sounds of weeping could still be heard from outside the carriage. The surrounding citizens could only sigh in despair. He has barely arrived, and even the city lord's daughter is at risk. What hope do they have for their own daughters? He is indeed a harbinger of chaos. In that moment, Fu Mingxian felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate Qin Jiuyu, yet he lacked the courage and capability to do so. As a mere practitioner of the 7th rank, he could not even contend with the guards surrounding Qin Jiuyu. With a heavy heart, he led the way for Qin Jiuyu. News of Qin Jiuyu's actions swiftly spread, and families with daughters kept them indoors, fearing an encounter with him. What could they do but accept this injustice? Upon returning from Qin Jiuyu's mansion, Fu Mingxian hastened home, where Fu Xianxian was still sobbing, frightened by the earlier events. "Xianxian, I am so sorry," Fu Mingxian said. "Father, I do not wish to go. Please let me leave Longning," Fu Xianxian pleaded, tears streaming down her face, wishing to never again see that loathsome visage. "But where can you go?" Fu Mingxian asked. Since childhood, Fu Xianxian had never left Longning. How could she possibly care for herself alone in the world? "Is there truly no other way?" inquired a noblewoman nearby, clearly Fu Xuanchuan's mother. "Indeed, father, if I cannot confront him, can I not at least evade him?" Fu Xianxian dried her tears. She had never imagined that calamity could come so close. She reflected on her life, having never harmed anyone and treating the citizens of Longning with kindness. Yet, fate had delivered a demon to her doorstep. How she wished this had never happened. "Unless the one atop the Tianshan Mountains takes you as a disciple," Fu Mingxian contemplated aloud. "Do you mean the Elder of the Heavenly Star?" The noblewoman responded. "Precisely. If we could align ourselves with such a powerful ally, even the Crown Prince Qin Jiuyu would think twice before acting against us," Fu Mingxian explained. "The Elder of the Heavenly Star is a master of great strength, whose contributions to the great Qin dynasty are immense. Even Qin Xuanzhen would show him respect, as he is a formidable guardian of the borderlands, rarely intervening unless provoked by threats from the Menghan dynasty. I shall make my way to the Tianshan now," Fu Xianxian declared. This may be her only chance, for in the vast expanse of Great Qin, there would be no safe haven for her otherwise. "May the Elder of the Heavenly Star accept you," Fu Mingxian replied. With no better options available, they resolved to try their luck, hoping for success. That very afternoon, she ventured alone to the summit of Tianshan. "I am aware of your intentions. I have heard of the Crown Princess' antics. Indeed, he is rather unruly. Yet he is of royal blood. To keep you by my side would undoubtedly provoke him. However, I will be attending the banquet tonight, and you may accompany me. The Crown Prince should extend some courtesy and not deliberately make things difficult for you," the Elder of the Heavenly Star stated. Though he sighed with regret, he felt powerless in the face of the situation. He is merely a first-level martial artist, while the strength of the Qin family far surpasses his own, and they have extended their kindness to him. The fact that they placed Qin Jiuyu in this location speaks volumes of their concern for the prince. Moreover, knowing he is here, they still chose to send Qin Jiuyu, which implies they expect him to offer some care. Thus, when Fu Xianxian came to plead, he genuinely felt powerless to assist her. He could provide temporary refuge, but not eternal protection. "Thank you, senior." Fu Xianxian deeply bowed 3 times. If she could endure through this night, she would disguise herself and flee to a place where Qin Jiuyu could never find her. Even if it meant becoming a commoner, she would embrace such a fate rather than be subject to that beast's torment. "Child, quickly rise." The elder Tianqing hurriedly helped her up. He himself was uncertain if he could safeguard her, much less accept such gratitude. For many, this night would inevitably be a difficult one, yet for some, it was a coveted opportunity. After making the necessary preparations, the two set off for Longning City. If even Elder Tianqing could not protect Fu Xianxian, then she would have no choice but to accept her unjust fate. The residence of Qin Jiuyo was vast, sprawling over an extensive area. It could be said that he had relocated his entire palace, making it the largest official residence in Longning City, with thousands of servants, a true display of extravagance. After tonight, they shall be dismissed, Qin Jiuyo mused. Upon arriving at his fief, he would be able to sign in daily and receive numerous rewards. The presence of these people would only hinder him, and the fewer who knew his secrets, the better. Perhaps, in the future, apart from a select few, he could rid himself of anyone else. For now, he needed to maintain appearances. The more others despised him, the better. Thus, even if he were to disappear, it was unlikely anyone would care, and eventually, he would fade from their memories. As night fell, the dignitaries of Longning City flocked to the residence of Qin Jiuyo, bearing their congratulatory gifts, gold, silver, jewels, and beautiful maidens. Receive everything, Qin Jiuyo commanded, as he was in dire need of funds, and these offerings were a welcome reprieve. They even arranged for meticulous record-keeping. The city lord, Fu Mingxian, arrived with his wife, presenting his gifts. Old Fu, why isn't he Xianxian come? Qin Jiuyo's ill-timed inquiry caused some faces to pale, while others appeared to be watching a spectacle, as they had heard of the events from that morning. They could only blame Fu Mingxian for his misfortune. Had he not brought Fu Xianxian along, there would have been far fewer complications. In response to His Highness, my daughter and elder Tianqing will arrive shortly, Fu Mingxian replied, maintaining a composed demeanor, having regained his confidence. If even elder Tianqing could not protect her, then it was indeed Fu Xuanxuan's fate to face this calamity. Do not keep this prince waiting too long, Qin Jiuyo admonished. Yes, yes, came the hurried response. Before long, elder Tianqing and Fu Xianxian arrived. Teacher Zhang, it has been a while since we last met, Qin Jiuyo said. Elder Tianqing, whose surname was Zhang, had once instructed Qin Jiuyo for a period. It is an honor for this old man to be remembered by the Grand Prince, elder Tianqing replied. Please, take a seat. Someone, show teacher Zhang to a place, Qin Jiuyo said, a mischievous grin on his face as he moved beside Fu Xianxian. Xianxian, I have eagerly awaited your arrival. Why the delay? Upon hearing this, Fu Xuanxuan's expression changed dramatically, and even elder Tianqing appeared troubled. It was known that Fu Xianxian had come here with him, and if Qin Jiuyo were to act against her, it would be a slight against elder Tianqing himself. Your Highness, please show restraint, Fu Xianxian said, hastily moving to elder Tianqing's side. You cannot escape. Such a perfect spirit must not be wasted, Qin Jiuyo whispered. The banquet unfolded, with some guests treading carefully while others engaged in jovial conversation, creating a stark contrast. Eventually, guests began to leave in succession. The only ones remaining were the Fu family, who felt like they were sitting on pins and needles, as throughout the night, Qin Jiuyo's gaze never left Fu Xianxian. Teacher Zhang, it is late. If you have matters to attend to, please do not hesitate to leave, Qin Jiuyo suggested. Your Highness, this girl came with me. May she leave with me? Elder Tianqing inquired, providing some comfort to Fu Mingxian and his wife. What do you say? Qin Jiuyo's tone shifted abruptly, becoming grave and intimidating. No. I do not wish to stay. Fu Xianxian exclaimed in a panic, tears brimming in her eyes. She genuinely feared Qin Jiuyo's devilish smile. Chapter 6. The perfect spirit. The gaze fell upon elder Tianqing and Fu Mingxian, and the outcome was invariably silence. Faced with such a tyrant, they felt utterly powerless and dared not offend him. If he showed no regard even for elder Tianqing, how could Fu Mingxian and his wife hold any sway? In that moment, Fu Xuanxuan's heart felt as if it had turned to ash. Father, mother, I shall remain here to serve His Highness the Grand Prince. You need not worry about me, Fu Xianxian declared, her voice significantly diminished, perhaps resigned to her fate. Xianxian, Fu Mingxian hesitated, words caught in his throat. Enough. You are all so tedious. Leave quickly, Qin Jiuyo interrupted impatiently. The remaining guests hurriedly departed from the residence of Qin Jiuyo, not daring to linger. At this moment, apart from the original occupants, only the few individuals brought by him remained. In the vast mansion, merely a handful of the imperial guards were martial artists, rendering their combat strength woefully inadequate. Following closely behind Qin Jiuyo, Fu Xianxian dared not breathe, trailing to the courtyard, where the deepening night instilled fear within her. Until Qin Jiuyo settled himself on a bench in the courtyard, she stood trembling beside him. Your Highness, how shall we handle this girl? Li Bai inquired. What do you think of the martial strength of the residents? Qin Jiuyo countered, not answering Li Bai's question. To be frank, it is quite inadequate. A few strong individuals could easily breach its defenses, Li Bai replied candidly. As he had stated, aside from Li Bai, there were no other skilled fighters. And what of her? Qin Zhuyo gestured towards Fu Xianxian. Average, Li Bai shook his head. To you, she is indeed average. However, in this realm, given her constitution, becoming a formidable warrior poses no challenge, Qin Zhuyo remarked. Your Highness, do you intend to train her? Li Bai discerned the underlying meaning. Indeed. With the revival of spiritual energy occurring once every millennium, many reclusive experts will emerge from the shadows. Your strength alone is insufficient to ensure the tranquility of Longning City. From now on, she shall be entrusted to you for guidance. Expedite her advancement, Qin Zhuyo commanded. He sought to cultivate his own foundation. Regardless of the cataclysmic changes that may befall this world in the future, he desired a place within it. Initially, Fu Xinxian found herself bewildered by the conversation, yet soon realized that Qin Zhuyo had no malicious intent towards her. Rather, he intended to nurture her. What a revelation! If only he had said so earlier. She would not have spent her time in trepidation. And you? Are you willing to pledge your loyalty to this prince? Qin Zhuyo fixed his gaze upon Fu Xianxian. Of course, I do not wish to force you. Should you not desire this, you may depart at dawn without a care, Qin Zhuyo continued. Initially hesitant, Fu Xuanwan's demeanor shifted upon hearing the latter half of the statement. I am willing. That feeling of vulnerability was overwhelmingly disheartening. She needed to grow stronger. Perhaps the reputation of this crown prince was tarnished, even infamous, yet their conversation hinted that many had underestimated him. Following in his wake was not an insurmountable prospect. From this day forth, she resolved to alter her preconceived notions about the crown prince. I require absolute loyalty. Should you betray me, I shall send my men to hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Can you comply? Qin Zhuyo stated solemnly. This was no trifling matter. Once a choice was made, one must bear the consequences. I can, she replied firmly. Very well, swear your allegiance. Fu Xuanwan pledged her loyalty to Qin Zhuyo, vowing never to betray him. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a perfect spirit body owner. Here is a lucky treasure chest. Such a mechanism exists? Qin Zhuyo pondered, his curiosity piqued. However, having activated this system only a few days prior, he still had much to learn. Allow me to introduce you. This man will be your mentor. His name is Li Bai, a master of the 3rd level of martial arts. Qin Zhuyo gestured towards Li Bai. Master of the 3rd level. Fu Xuanwan gazed at Li Bai in astonishment. This seemingly carefree middle-aged man was, in fact, a formidable master, stronger than the elder of the celestial star. No wonder he could dismiss others so easily. To be in the company of such a terrifying individual was a divergence from her previous expectations. He was undoubtedly a great dark lord, concealing his true strength. Disciple pays respects to the master, Fu Xuanwan said, kneeling before Li Bai. This was a master, an absolute powerhouse in the realm of the great Qin, and no one dared to provoke him. There is no need for formality, since it is His Highness's decree. I shall teach you diligently, Li Bai replied, implying that it was only due to Qin Zhuyo that he was willing to instruct her. Otherwise, given her aptitude, she would not merit his guidance. Thank you, Your Highness, Fu Xuanwan expressed sincerely. It is late. There are many vacant rooms nearby. Choose one for yourself. Tomorrow, I shall present you with some fine items, Qin Zhuyo remarked. Due to her perfect spirit body, no one in the great Qin could teach her, nor had her unique constitution been recognized, rendering her indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Perhaps this was akin to a precious gem shrouded in dust. Without encountering a master, this gem would remain forever hidden. In truth, Qin Zhuyo had not anticipated stumbling upon such a talent while casually visiting this place, one that could enhance his own power. Summoning can only occur once a year. The pace is too slow. Indeed, she transformed from her previously despondent demeanor to a cheerful spirit, seeking a room that belonged to her. Based on what she had observed today, others would come, potentially stronger than herself, so she would endeavor to elevate her abilities in every possible way. Upon returning to her room, Qin Zhuyo lay down, finally freed from the complexities of the royal capital. Here in Longning City, was it not his own dominion? There was no need for arduous tasks. Merely signing in daily, coupled with the local officials' offerings, would suffice to sustain the entire estate. He even intended to renovate the manor structure. After Qin Zhuyo's arrival in Longning City, his actions swiftly spread throughout the great Qin, akin to a wildfire. Some rejoiced, relieved that Qin Zhuyo's fief was not located in their territory. In summary, any unfavorable remarks about him circulated widely. However, Qin Jiuyo was unconcerned. This was the effect he desired. While others laughed heartily, he quietly amassed strength, and by the time they noticed the anomaly, he would have already ascended to the heavens. As dawn broke, Qin Jiuyo awoke. Automatic sign-in successful. You have received 10 spirit chi pills, 5 essence pills, and 100,000 gold coins. Essence pills. A new type of pill has emerged. Qin Jiuyo felt invigorated. After examining them, he discovered they were intended for masters above the 3rd level, capable of enhancing their cultivation. In recent days, he had also garnered various resources through sign-ins, raising his cultivation to the 5th level of the innate realm. The ascent within the innate realm required 5 spirit chi pills for each level. Thus the progress had slowed considerably. Yet for other martial artists, this pace remained remarkably rapid. Additionally, he had acquired several martial arts techniques, along with ordinary treasures for daily expenses. Today, I shall refrain from elevating myself and instead focus on enhancing Fu Xuanwan. Qin Jiuyo contemplated. She is now my own, and her lowly strength is unacceptable. This was an opportune moment to elevate her to the innate realm, thereby surrounding himself with a stronger ally. Moreover, he could also enhance Li Bai's strength. The essence pills presented today were invaluable. Open the lucky treasure chest, Qin Jiuyo instructed. This was from the acquisition of Fu Xuanwan the previous night, and it had yet to be opened. He obtained the technique 9 turns golden body decision, the ultimate skill Great Wilderness Sword Classic, and 1 spirit body awakening pill. These are splendid items, perfectly suited for Fu Xuanwan. Qin Jiuyo discerned instantly that these were intended for her, as neither he nor Li Bai would benefit from them. These are excellent items. As for how far she can progress, it depends on her own efforts. Meanwhile, all the servants had gathered in a courtyard, as Qin Jiuyo had instructed them to convene for an important announcement. Shortly after their arrival, Qin Jiuyo, clad in formal attire, made his entrance. I have summoned you here for no other reason than to inform you to leave. Each of you will receive 3 months' wages from the treasury. Qin Jiuyo stated plainly. He had no need for them to linger, nor would he permit anyone to enter freely in the future. This place had undoubtedly become his secret domain, accessible only to his own. Among such a multitude, it was inevitable that members of other families were present. Regardless of their intentions, Qin Jiuyo would not allow their existence. Dismissing everyone was the wisest course of action. Your Highness, why is this? Please do not send us away. I have dependents to support. Their bewilderment was palpable in response to Qin Jiuyo's proclamation. Anyone who dares to speak further shall be thrown out, Qin Jiuyo warned, his expression growing stern. The dozen or so guards immediately stepped forward, their presence alone sufficient to instill considerable pressure upon the crowd. At this point, no one dared to utter another word. They were uncertain why Qin Jiuyo had undergone such a drastic change in temperament, but if they did not depart to collect their wages, they would end up with nothing. One by one, they queued to receive their pay from the treasury. By midday, all personnel had departed, leaving not a soul behind. The courtyards were suddenly vacant, and none understood why Qin Jiuyo had taken such actions. However, Fu Xuanwan had gleaned some insights. Possessing such formidable power, yet choosing to remain concealed suggested he had grander designs. Having sworn her allegiance to him, she naturally would not disclose any of these matters. If you have nothing else, you may return to the royal capital, Qin Jiuyo addressed the guards. But your Highness, consider it my wish. My father shall not hold it against you. Besides, you did not wish to accompany me here, did you? Qin Jiuyo stated, unperturbed by their opinions. Upon being confronted by Qin Jiuyo, these individuals lowered their heads. To be candid, they were quite reluctant to remain by his side. However, an inexplicable sensation lingered within them, suggesting that should they depart today, they would undoubtedly forfeit something significant. In that case, your Highness, we shall return to the royal capital. Please take care, said the captain of the guards. Go ahead, return, and do not mention my name, Qin Jiuyo replied. Consequently, they all departed, leaving behind a residence that could comfortably accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 guests, now reduced to just 3 individuals, resembling a desolate palace. Your Highness, you have sent everyone away. Who will be responsible for this place? Fu Xianxian inquired. You, of course. Am I to take on that role? Qin Jiuyo responded. Fu Xianxian felt a profound inner conflict. After all, she was the daughter of the city lord, yet here she found herself the least capable among them. It seemed her duty to take charge. There is no need for extensive management. It suffices for the 3 of us to sustain ourselves. Besides essential training, you are free to leave the residence whenever you wish, Qin Jiuyo continued. Very well, Fu Xianxian conceded. At that moment, Langning City was engulfed in uproar. With thousands departing from Qin Jiuyu's residence, rumors began to circulate. Yet, many speculated the reasoning behind Qin Jiuyu's actions. Even if he feared being monitored, it seemed excessive to expel everyone. Just now, I noticed the Imperial Guards departing as well. What is the Grand Prince up to? Does this not imply that his residence is now devoid of strength? Given that Langning City is a border territory, if the Manghan dynasty were to send someone to abduct the Grand Prince, the situation would be dire. This is sheer madness. Despite their bewilderment regarding Qin Jiuyu's actions, no one dared to inquire further. At the city lord's residence, the matron expressed her concern, "My lord, should we not fetch Xianxian back?" Among the throngs that departed, only Fu Xianxian remained. As her mother, how could I not be anxious? Very well, I shall send someone shortly, Fu Mingxian replied. Qin Jiuyu merely requested Fu Xianxian to stay for one night. It was not intended for her to remain indefinitely. The uncertainty lay in whether Fu Xianxian wished to return. As night fell, both parents found their hair graying with worry for Fu Xianxian's fate. However, the external turmoil could not touch Qin Jiuyu. In fact, the departure of those individuals rendered the atmosphere eerily tranquil. Never had he experienced such serenity, even within the royal capital. Li Bai, these 5 essence pills are for you. They should facilitate your advancement, Qin Jiuyu stated, producing the pills. As they were of no use to him, bestowing them upon Li Bai would enhance his strength. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Thank you, Your Highness, Li Bai replied, accepting the essence pills. Witnessing this scene, Fu Xianxian felt a sense of unreality. Was this truly the wasteful Grand Prince, who only indulged in revelry? How could he so effortlessly produce such resources? Instinctively, she pinched herself. "Ah," she exclaimed, startled by her own action. "What are you doing?" Qin Jiuyu asked, his sudden voice startling her. "It feels somewhat surreal," Fu Xianxian confessed. Since meeting Qin Jiuyu, he had repeatedly overturned her perceptions. She had only heard others speak of him. Perhaps no one truly understood him. "Now, it is your turn," Qin Jiuyu proclaimed. "Me?" Fu Xianxian asked, pointing at herself, perplexed. "As I mentioned yesterday, I shall provide you with some valuable items. As my subordinate." "Your strength is insufficient," Qin Jiuyu explained. Fu Xianxian's expression remained unchanged, feeling slightly slighted, yet upon reflection, there was little to dispute. After all, even Li Bai possessed master-level strength. One could only wonder what level Qin Jiuyu himself had attained. This remained a question best left unasked, as they were distinct in their roles of sovereign and subordinate. This is the 9-turn golden body technique, the Great Wilderness Sword Sutra, and the Spirit Awakening Pill. They are highly compatible with you. Return to your chamber, consume the Awakening Pill, and then proceed with your training, Qin Jiuyu instructed. Presenting the items he had procured that morning, all of it was gifted to Fu Xianxian, as they held no value for him. "The Emperor's scripture," she gasped, trembling at the sight of the level inscribed on the 9-turn golden body technique. Even without being a martial artist, she understood the significance of the Emperor's scripture. In this world, an emperor represented the utmost pinnacle of existence. The techniques they practiced were revered as emperor scriptures, immensely powerful, capable of leading one to the path of sovereignty. The impact of this revelation on Fu Xianxian was monumental. To receive such precious gifts upon their first meeting, seemingly as an afterthought, was dishearteningly impressive. "Your Highness, this is far too precious," Fu Xianxian protested. "Given your constitution, the Emperor's scripture is most suited to you. And I have no attachment to it," Qin Jiuyu replied. In that instant, she felt as if struck by lightning. What a tremendous blow it was. If even the Emperor's scripture held no value for him, just how formidable must he be? Without further ado, she silently accepted these treasures, turning to return to her chamber. Since Qin Jiuyu had given them to her, she would accept them and focus on her own advancement. Without hesitation, she swallowed the Spirit Awakening Pill. Instantly, a fiery sensation surged from within, as if her entire being were ablaze, beads of sweat cascading down her face. After a moment, she cried out, not from pain, but from a sudden lightness, feeling an influx of power within her. Once the Awakening Pill had fully taken effect, she changed her attire and stepped out of her room. At that moment, she felt as light as a feather, a stark contrast to her previous state. "Thank you for your cultivation, Your Highness." Fu Xianxian knelt before Qin Jiuyu. "Well done, your physique has awakened. Your future path in cultivation will be significantly smoother. Allow me to assist you further," Qin Jiuyu said, producing a spirit chi pill from his robe. This is a spirit chi pill. It will aid you in swiftly breaking through realms without any adverse effects. This time, Fu Xian, upon receiving it, consumed the pill in front of both men. In an instant, her cultivation surged dramatically. Within mere minutes, she ascended from the first to the third layer of the acquired realm, halting only upon reaching the innate realm. Just like Qin Jiuyu before her, she had swiftly broken through to the innate stage. It could be said that an innate martial artist received the treatment of nobility across several surrounding kingdoms, each one exceedingly rare, yet such a powerful warrior could be forged in an instant. I am now innate, Fu Xian exclaimed in disbelief. She had never envisioned stepping into the innate realm. She had thought her life would pass without such transformations. Yet, after encountering Qin Jiuyu, she experienced this remarkable metamorphosis. Innate is merely a starting point. Do not become complacent, Qin Jiuyu cautioned. Having lived in the royal capital for so long, he understood the significance of strength. Yes, Your Highness, Fu Xian replied. 3 simple words sufficing. No further elaboration was necessary. Someone from your family has arrived. Step out for a moment. Do not expose yourself carelessly. Concealing your identity will serve you well, Qin Jiuyu advised. I shall attend to it immediately and return without delay. After speaking, she departed from this place. Due to the circumstances surrounding the Qin Jiuyu estate, Fu Mingxian dared not recklessly send someone to take Fu Xianyan away, even though there were no other souls remaining. Here, she held a lowly status. Yet beyond this threshold, she remained the esteemed daughter of the city lord. Even after spending a night in that place, none would dare to gossip about her, for one must not forget that Qin Jiuyu was the crown prince of the realm. Once outside, she swiftly entered the carriage, allowing the driver to guide them towards the city lord's manor, though her thoughts were firmly anchored at the prince's residence. Without having formally commenced her training, she had already acquired such formidable power. She needed to hasten back to seek counsel from her mentor, Li Bai, regarding her cultivation. Currently, she possessed strength without the ability to manifest her true combat potential. Before long, she returned to the city lord's manor. My daughter. Upon entering, a noblewoman embraced Fu Xianyan tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Xianyan, did the prince mistreat you? Observing the gray hair at the temples of her parents, her heart ached. Yet she dared not reveal the horrors she had faced. It was far too terrifying. Who would have imagined that the seemingly reckless crown prince was the one who hid the deepest secrets? Moreover, his fate was intertwined with her own, and she understood what constituted the right choice. Father, mother, I am fine. The prince has treated me well, Fu Xianyan reassured them. That's wonderful. As long as you are back, everything else is secondary, Fu Mingxian replied. The most crucial aspect was her safe return. The rest could wait. No, I must return to the prince's side, Fu Xianyan insisted, shaking her head. Xianyan, why would you do that? The prince is a formidable figure. Aren't you walking into the jaws of a tiger? Her parents vehemently opposed, as anyone would harbor a bias against Qin Jiuyu. Father, mother, I am now considered one of the prince's entourage. If I leave there, where else can I go? Am I to remain hidden at home forever? Fu Xianyan argued. This was indeed true. Had everything been peaceful and smooth, she might have permanently resided at home, unable to venture far. However, she now had a better option, and when she referred to being one of the prince's entourage, it was merely literal. As for how others interpreted it, she felt no need to explain. The more one elucidates, the more complicated it becomes. One day, when she soared to great heights, others would recognize the wisdom of her choice. Upon hearing her words, Fu Mingxian and his wife fell silent, consumed by their own concerns, forgetting that Fu Xianyan had nowhere else to go upon her return. Xianyan, please take care of yourself, the noblewoman said. Now what more could she say? Rest assured, I am well, and I can return at any time. Chapter 9. Oblivion at this moment. On the side of Qin Jiuyu, Li Bai had begun using the essence pills to elevate his cultivation. Compared to the innate and acquired stages, even with the essence pills, the speed of improvement was not swift. It took a full quarter of an hour for Li Bai to successfully ascend a minor realm. While he might not be invincible in the Great Qin, at the very least, he could stride forth with confidence, for none dared lay a hand upon him. Those who had reached this level were exceedingly rare, particularly in such remote regions. To encounter a few masters was already remarkable, let alone a mid-level master. Even in the Great Qin, as far as he knew, only 2 had achieved the mid-level stage, while the rest, including his own father, barely reached the 3rd level, underscoring the formidable challenges of cultivation. Li Bai, congratulations, Qin Jiuyu remarked. The stronger Li Bai became, the more delighted he felt, as it represented an advancement in his own strength, enabling him to confront myriad dangers. All thanks to the prince's nurturing, Li Bai responded. He did not dare claim any credit. Had it not been for Qin Juyo's provision of the pills, he would likely have required more time to break through to the 4th level. During their conversation, Fu Xinyan returned. The distance from here to the city lord's manor was not far, less than a 5-minute walk. Given her formidable strength, she could traverse it in under a minute. Having lingered little at the manor, rather than waste time, she was more inclined towards cultivation. How else could she justify her formidable prowess and the many things she had yet to master? "I'm back," Fu Xinyan announced. "Yes, my princess, I wish to cultivate," she stated, unreservedly and without pretense. Here, aside from the mundane, she had no worries. "Very well. Li Bai, you shall instruct her while I take a stroll," Qin Juyo instructed. Li Bai silently nodded. Since it was the prince's request, he would fulfill it. Although Fu Xinyan was not suited for his swordsmanship, he could still provide guidance for a novice. The path ahead, however, was one she must traverse herself. Once Qin Juyo departed, the sounds of martial practice echoed through the courtyard. Even with her innate prowess, Fu Xinyan found herself struggling under Li Bai's tutelage. After leaving the manor, Qin Juyo meandered through the streets, unconsciously heading towards the pleasure house. Yet, as he neared the entrance, he halted. It was no longer necessary. Having departed from the royal capital, many matters no longer required his attention. Furthermore, those who recognized him were few. More were merely those who had heard rumors. Even as he walked the streets, he could hear tales of his exploits echoing from the tea houses. In response, he merely smiled. After a time of seclusion, no one would remember him. The moment one decides to retreat into the shadows, they are destined to be forgotten. That person sitting there, why does he seem somewhat familiar? One passerby mused. Now that you mention it, he does resemble someone, but I can't quite recall. After Qin Juyo rose to leave, those nearby finally noticed him. Yet, for a moment, they could not recall who had sat there. Thus, day by day, in the blink of an eye, he had been in Longning City for over a month, living in seclusion. Since half a month ago, whispers of Qin Juyo had grown increasingly scarce. The common folk seemed oblivious. It appeared that the crown prince, whom they had once despised, had not been seen for quite some time. Indeed, since his arrival, Qin Juyo had not taken many actions. Those who truly remembered him were likely Fu Mingxian and a few others. By now, they had come to terms with much. Their daughter occasionally returned, only to leave hurriedly, seemingly preferring to remain at the crown prince's estate. Furthermore, it could just be a figment of their imagination. But their daughter's demeanor seemed to have undergone a profound transformation. Her face bore no signs of melancholy, a stark contrast to her previous resistance. "What manner of person are you, Crown Prince?" Fu Mingxian pondered. He had learned far too little about Qin Juyo, who was nothing like the rumors circulating in the royal capital. Since arriving here, he had kept a low profile, and now hardly anyone remembered that a crown prince existed in Longning City. Furthermore, with all the servants dismissed from Qin Juyo's estate, he remained utterly uninformed about the happenings within, which only fueled his curiosity about this enigmatic crown prince. In the courtyard, the sound of Li Bai's voice rang out. "Swing your sword faster. You are too slow. Put some effort into it. Haven't tea you eaten?" Despite the reprimands, Fu Xinyan refused to yield. No matter how much Li Bai scolded her, she would strive to do her best. Only she understood that this was for her own benefit, and her rapidly ascending cultivation was proof enough of that. Li Bai truly lacks the talent for teaching, she mused. Beside him, Qin Juyo let out a sigh. He was more suited to solitary cultivation rather than instructing others. Yet, in this place, there were no other formidable individuals to guide Fu Xuanxuan, and he had no idea where to obtain summoning opportunities, having to wait a year instead. In just a month, tremendous changes had transpired here. Firstly, Li Bai had reached the formidable 9th level of mastery, unmatched in this remote area, his sword strike astonishing the world. Secondly, Qin Juyo himself had also stepped into the 1st level of mastery. Unlike the simplicity of the initial stages, where one breakthrough required merely a spirit pill, advancement now demanded numerous heavenly and earthly treasures, and even for him, progress was minimal. Should news of his rapid breakthroughs spread, it would undoubtedly terrify many. After decades of arduous effort to barely breach the innate realm, Qin Juyo had achieved in a month what others might spend a lifetime striving for, a considerable blow to their spirits. As for Fu Xuanxuan, her progress was slightly slower, just reaching the 5th level of the innate realm. It was not that Qin Juyo withheld resources from her. Rather, recent sign-ins yielded increasingly bizarre items of little utility, which only cluttered the storage. The most useful thing was true gold and silver, which could be exchanged for cultivation resources, yet Qin Juyo, accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle, found it nearly impossible to motivate himself to train diligently. Not everyone possessed Fu Xuanchuan's tenacity. Once, she had asked him why, with such immense power, he did not venture out to compete. To this, he merely smiled without offering an answer. My dear girl, you have done remarkably well. Today will be my final lesson for you. The path ahead is yours to walk. Otherwise, the traces of my swordsmanship will linger in your own, which would not bode well for your journey, Li Bai remarked. Despite his reservations about Fu Xuanchuan's innate talent, he recognized her efforts and believed she could achieve greatness. Chapter 10. The Winds of Change thank you for your guidance, Master, Fu Xuanchuan replied earnestly, her heart brimming with joy. Since arriving here, her destiny had transformed. Even if the world misunderstood her, it mattered little. When she stood tall and mighty, all doubts would dissipate. In her heart, a flicker of desire to vindicate Qin Juyo also ignited. Who dared call her Prince a failure? Let them confront her and see who was truly stronger. The longer she remained here, the more she found herself intrigued by Qin Juyo. Without any apparent effort, he amassed considerable strength, leaving her unable to fathom the depths of his capabilities. I'm hungry. A voice interrupted their conversation. It was Qin Juyo, who, despite being a master, had grown accustomed to 3 meals a day. Your Highness, I shall attend to it immediately. Fu Xuanchuan hurriedly dashed to the kitchen. Watching her depart, Li Bai pondered thoughtfully. Your Highness, why not hire someone to assist her? After all, she is one of our own. Despite her rigorous training, she also bears the burden of household chores. Is that not too taxing? After a month of acquaintance, Li Bai had grown to genuinely appreciate his young apprentice. Would you trust an outsider with such responsibilities? Qin Juyo countered. Li Bai fell silent, aware that the secrets here were manifold. Even a commoner could potentially expose their hidden circumstances. Since Qin Juyo preferred to remain low-key, he must have his reasons, even if it meant Fu Xuanchuan endured greater hardship. There was simply no better alternative. Fu Xuanchuan, blissfully unaware of these nuances, had come to enjoy her tasks. Previously, she had known nothing, but here, she had learned so much. In her spare time, she would return home to learn feminine arts from her mother, a way to pass the tedious hours. In the kitchen, smoke curled up into the air. Initially, she was nearly choked by the thick fumes, but upon recognizing that Qin Juyo, a prince, was adept in such domestic affairs, she was utterly astonished. It dawned on her that even those of noble birth partake in the mundane. From that moment onward, she embraced all tasks without resistance. If Qin Juyo asked her to do something, she would comply without hesitation. If the prince could do it, why could she not? Outside Longning City, a group clad in identical uniforms swiftly made their way toward the city. After a month of waiting, they had finally received confirmed news that no formidable guardians accompanied Qin Juyo, save for an eyesore named Li Bai, while Qin Juyo and Fu Xuanchuan were hardly worth mentioning. For the future of the Song family, they must seize Qin Juyo tonight. Yes, eldest prince. To plot this day, they had endured a month of patience. Upon learning that Qin Juyo had dismissed all personnel from his residence, they promptly gathered intelligence to take action against him. Though he had departed from the power center of the royal capital, he remained a member of the royal family. As long as they could subdue him, many opportunities would arise, and with such a trump card, even Qin Xuanjin would hesitate to confront the Song family. For those familiar with the history of the great Qin, it would be clear that the Song family was once a dynasty before being overthrown by the Qin family. Now, they sought to revive their former glory. With no defensive forces around Qin Juyo, he was clearly their target. Not only the Song family, but many other factions discontent with the Qin family were also quietly mobilizing, albeit less conspicuously. In this land, dynasties rise and fall daily, entangled in a web of vendettas and grievances. Let us proceed. Once we enter Longning City, we shall gather our strength and act tonight. At the command of the young master of the Song family, they dispersed into smaller groups, entering Longning City in waves. The city harbored no forces capable of opposing them. As for the old man of the heavenly mountain, others would ensure he was kept occupied. As long as he did not arrive here, everything else would be left to them. After they entered the city, in a particular alley, a tattered old man glanced around cautiously before stepping into a dilapidated shop. Send word to headquarters. The Song family has begun their operation. Shall we intervene? Dynasties rise and fall, with many factions vying to become the rulers of the world. However, they struggled for opportunities, and now, with the undercurrents of the Great Qin swirling, it was the perfect time for resurgence. Beyond the borders, my valiant sons have already infiltrated Longning City and are poised to capture Qinjiuyou. Soon, the Heavenly Mountain Pass will no longer obstruct our advancements. Valiant men, valiant men. The group of barbarians cheered excitedly, as if they could already envision the collapse of the Heavenly Mountain Pass. At that moment, they could advance unimpeded, seizing several cities from the Great Qin, expanding their territories, and attaining noble titles. This was their moment. From this instant, numerous factions, both large and small, commenced their machinations. Of course, the Qin family was not idle. Once Qin Jiuyou dismissed the Imperial Guard, Qin Xuanjin immediately dispatched individuals to monitor every movement in Longning City. The Heavenly Eye reports that numerous martial artists have entered Longning City. Remain vigilant. Do not let your guard down. Understood, Commander. May nothing be amiss. Indeed, it is a tumultuous autumn. Presently, the Great Qin is beset by internal strife and external threats, caught in a precarious position. To the north lurks the reckless Han dynasty, a predatory foe. To the east, the Qingyu dynasty stirs restlessly, while the southern Liuhua dynasty and the western marauders of the desert remain uncertain threats. Moreover, within the Great Qin itself, numerous obscure factions have emerged, and their capabilities are regrettably limited. For Qin Jiuyou, these matters hold no significance. He is disinclined to inquire further. Should any troublemakers arise, he would not hesitate to offer them a complimentary ticket to the underworld. As the storm clouds gather, perhaps only his abode remains untouched by turmoil. At this moment, he savors a delightful luncheon, noting with approval the marked improvement in Fu Xuanxuan's culinary skills. Well done, indeed, Qin Jiuyou remarked. Fu Xinxian, filled with an inexplicable joy, basked in the warmth of recognition. After addressing their basic needs, during his afternoon rest, she took up her sword once more, unwavering in her dedication. Qin Jiuyou's counsel on balancing labor and leisure was cast aside. Her sole focus was on growing stronger, a single-minded pursuit that shaped her present self. Chapter 11. The hidden danger of the night. Another day has slipped away, and they have enjoyed this tranquil existence for over a month, filled with daily surprises and bountiful rewards. Today is no exception. Xinxian, it may be time for an outing, Qin Jiuyou suggested. Unlike Li Bai, who had faced countless trials and proven his combat prowess, Fu Xinxian had remained here, her growth and cultivation the sole mark of her time spent. My lord, do you wish to send me away? Fu Xinxian gazed at Qin Jiuyou with tearful eyes, reluctant to leave this haven. For nowhere else in the Great Qin brought her such joy. She need not worry about worldly distractions, though the misunderstandings surrounding Qin Jiuyou had tarnished her reputation, making it difficult to quell the echoes of the past. Not at all. You require experience to flourish. Remaining by my side indefinitely will only limit your growth. Qin Jiuyou replied. He jested, for it was no small feat to nurture her. She could not simply depart without his consent, after all the effort invested. Oh, I see now. You nearly frightened me, Fu Xinxian replied. It is merely a matter of experience, nothing of great concern. With her strength, there are few perilous places in the Great Qin she cannot traverse. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Shadows began to stir near the estate. As numerous martial artists stealthily approached, their eyes glinting with a fierce coldness. My lord, a horde of miscreants approaches. Shall I deal with them? Li Bai inquired, eager to defend his liege. Those who dared to covet Qin Jiuyou deserved a most severe punishment. Once given the command, he would not hesitate to take their heads, for only such decisive action would instill fear and prevent future intrusions. It matters not. After waiting so long, they dare to strike. We cannot allow them to leave empty-handed. Let Xinxian handle it. It is a perfect opportunity for her to hone her skills before departing, Qin Jiuyou resolved. Venturing outside would indeed be a matter of life and death. They had already encroached upon his doorstep. It was impossible for him to remain indifferent. Regrettably, despite the time elapsed, there was not a single formidable opponent among them. Did they truly believe that a mere band of weaklings could challenge him? Among the intruders, only one possessed the strength of the 9th level of innate martial prowess. The others were insignificant, easily dispatched by Fu Xinxian. Though the sheer number of adversaries posed a question of endurance. I shall summon her now, Li Bai stated. The fruits of a month's rigorous training were ripe for examination. Before long, Fu Xinxian arrived, fully equipped and ready. My lord, she greeted, perplexed by the late summons. Prepare yourself. Unwelcome guests are upon us, and it is time for you to showcase your abilities, Qin Jiuyo instructed. Unwelcome guests? Fear not. Xian shall not disappoint, she vowed. As night enveloped the estate, the shadows of malevolence began to stir. They surged forth, intent on eliminating everyone but Qin Jiuyo, and upon achieving their goal, they would promptly retreat. The remaining black-clad figures swiftly infiltrated Qin Jiuyo's courtyard. Upon their entry, others arrived in haste. Damn it, they have breached the defenses. We must prevent them from taking my lord. These were agents sent by Qin Xuanzhen, tasked with safeguarding Qin Jiuyo. However, the influx of martial artists in Longning City had created a precarious situation, with at least a dozen forces vying to strike at Qin Jiuyo. They could not monitor every faction, leaving them in a reactive stance, only realizing the imminent threat after it had already begun. Among these factions were those with grievances against the Qin family, those discontent with Qin Jiuyo, and rival forces opposing the great Qin. With a loud crash, the door was flung open, and a throng of black-clad figures rushed into the courtyard. Yet upon spotting the three individuals seated with composure, they found themselves momentarily taken aback. You knew we were coming? The leader of the black-clad group questioned. In such a dire scenario, to remain composed and unperturbed was indeed impressive. Perhaps this grand prince was not as inept as they had presumed. Nonetheless, they were determined to seize Qin Jiuyo today. A friend from afar brings joy, Qin Jiuyo remarked, setting down his teacup and turning to face the intruders. Alas, the arrival of unwelcome guests truly troubles this prince. However, since you are here, none shall depart. With that, he leisurely poured himself a second cup of tea. In response, Fu Xianxian stepped forward. Your servant, Fu Xianxian, is at your service, she declared, drawing her sword. Prepared for battle. Ha ha ha. Qin Jiuyo, have you no one else? To send a mere girl to confront us? They laughed at the sight of Fu Xuanxuan's youthful visage. They were somewhat familiar with her. She was the daughter of the city lord of Longning. One would expect her to harbor animosity towards Qin Jiuyo. Yet today's encounter revealed a different narrative. Rather than hostility, she seemed to serve him with loyalty. However, it was presumed that Fu Xianxian lacked substantial prowess. Attack! Qin Jiuyo commanded. It was better to take the initiative than to wait for the enemy to strike. Underestimating her would come at a cost. Great wilderness, sword technique. Sword rain. Fu Xianxian charged forward, employing her signature swordplay aimed directly at the throats of her foes. Anyone daring to approach Qin Jiuyo would face her full wrath. An innate warrior. They realized the intelligence had been flawed. They charged in unison, sparing no effort. If even a mere maid was an innate warrior, how formidable must the one behind Qin Jiuyo be? Indeed, with Qin Jiuyo's stature, even if he left the royal capital, he would not be easily dealt with. With a swift strike, one of the assailants found his head severed by Fu Xianxian's blade. As an innate warrior of the 5th level, she faced few opponents at that level. Thus, slaying one with a single sword stroke was hardly an astonishing feat. However, the others did not share this sentiment. They gazed in astonishment at Fu Xianyan, bewildered by the formidable swordplay she exhibited. How could such power emanate from someone of the 4th level of innate mastery? One mere encounter, and a life was extinguished. As she dispatched her foe, reinforcements arrived, plunging the scene into a fierce struggle. The innate 9th level warrior refrained from intervening, acutely aware that he was ensnared by an overwhelming aura. Even the slightest movement could spell his demise. His gaze shifted to Qin Jiuyo, whose expression fluctuated between uncertainty and clarity. All were deceived. Indeed, the crown prince was the one who had concealed his true prowess the most. Yet, realizing this now bore no significance, for Qin Jiuyo was already advancing toward him. Chapter 12. You are the ones who killed him. Who are you? Who sent you? Qin Jiuyo inquired as he stepped forward. The man opened his mouth to respond, resolute in his silence. I would rather die than tell you. Very well. I have no interest in knowing. It suffices for you to become a corpse, Qin Jiuyo replied, and in an instant, he struck. In that fleeting moment, the man sensed the air around him compressing violently. Master. In his final moments, those were the only words he could utter before silence enveloped him. For Qin Jiuyo, eliminating an innate 9th level adversary was as effortless as crushing an ant. In his last breaths, he could hardly fathom that Qin Jiuyo's cultivation had ascended to the terrifying realm of a master unbeknownst to him. Had he revealed such strength earlier, who would have dared to challenge him? Meanwhile, the approaching imperial guards bore witness to a scene they would never forget. Upon arrival, they watched their prince effortlessly crush the innate 9th level warrior they had relentlessly pursued, leaving them momentarily speechless. Was this truly the crown prince they had known? Furthermore, when did that May become so ruthless? One individual, single-handedly combating dozens, including several formidable fifth-level masters. Such prowess could easily raze Longning City to the ground multiple times over. Yet here was a mere girl relentlessly pursuing and vanquishing them. The swordplay she exhibited left even the seasoned warriors trembling. Given time, she could soar through the heavens. In that instant, the crown prince was elevated to a stature of grandeur in their eyes. "Commander, shall we engage?" The other guards, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, were left dumbfounded. All were deceived by Qin Zhuyo. He was indeed the mastermind, orchestrating the entire Qin dynasty. Do we still need to act? Are you foolish? Can't you see the crown prince is training that girl? Everyone, silence. We shall wait here. At this moment, the situation no longer required their intervention. They merely needed to observe quietly. Too weak, Qin Zhuyo remarked, shaking his head as he returned to his seat, watching Fu Xuanyan's battle. Yet, the enemy's formation was in disarray. The Grand Commander had perished. With even an innate 9th-level warrior falling here, how could they expect to escape? Flee. The enemy is too powerful. This is a trap. The wretched Qin family had deliberately exposed a weakness to lure them here. How wicked. Crown Prince, we will cover your retreat. As morale crumbled, they had lost all will to fight. The situation was far more dire than they had anticipated. Retreat. They fought while withdrawing, unwilling to linger. Should you wish to leave, you must remain. The Imperial Guards finally sprang into action. They blocked the escape routes, ensuring none could exit the courtyard. Without Qin Zhuyo's leave, no one could depart. Imperial Guards. Upon recognizing their identity, the enemy could only smile bitterly. Had the Grand Commander still been alive, they would not have feared their adversaries. However, the arrival of the Imperial Guards pronounced their doom. Soon, the enemy lay dead or captured, with no one escaping. Your Highness, how shall we handle these individuals? They brought the captives before Qin Zhuyo, hesitant to make decisions unilaterally. As the battle concluded, Fu Xuanyan retreated to a corner, attempting to expel the terror that had gripped her heart. Just moments ago, she had transformed into a blood-stained executioner, her face paling as she beheld the blood pooling around her. Eliminate them all, Qin Zhuyo declared nonchalantly. Understood. Without further ado, they executed the group, and the identities of the slain became irrelevant. Save for a few stubborn families, none dared to defy such orders. Clean this place thoroughly and then depart. Remember, these lives were taken by your hands, Qin Zhuyo instructed, and his gaze deepened with gravity. In an instant, the captives' expressions turned hollow. They swiftly cleared the area, leaving it immaculate, and then departed as if nothing had transpired, feigning ignorance of Qin Zhuyo and his companions. This mind-altering technique is truly remarkable, Qin Zhuyo mused. It was a skill he had acquired, capable of inducing temporary amnesia regarding recent events, effective against those of a lower cultivation level. Certain unique entities, however, remained immune. After leaving the estate, the Imperial Guards regained their senses but retained no memory of the events that had unfolded within, as if they had mindlessly annihilated their foes. Indeed, that is precisely how it went, they thought, their steps lighter as they hurried to relay the night's victory back to the capital. A night passed. When Qin Zhuyo re-emerged onto the streets, those lurking in the shadows were struck with astonishment. The Song family had made their move yet failed to apprehend him. Song Tiandao, that formidable innate 9th-level warrior, had indeed infiltrated Qin Zhuyo's residence last night. Could it be that a powerful guardian was protecting Qin Zhuyo? It seemed they had to devise a more meticulous plan. Without a master's intervention, capturing Qin Zhuyo was impossible. Yet, they were mistaken. The masters of the Qin family were either stationed at the borders or safeguarding the capital, leaving no surplus masters available. Do not forget, there is an elder of the heavenly star here, someone reminded. Let us withdraw and ensure the family dispatches stronger warriors next time. For Qin Zhuyo to remain unharmed was not auspicious news for them, indicating the presence of formidable protectors making their task far from simple. Unbeknownst to them, during that same night atop Tian Shan, the Elder of the Heavenly Star was ensnared by enemies as well. A stranger, a master, had approached him for a sparring session, and before he knew it, dawn had arrived, leaving the Elder bewildered and uncertain of the stranger's intentions. He remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Zhuyo was under siege. Rightly so, as Qin Xuanyan had dispatched an innate 9th-level warrior to reinforce the area, ordinary factions would indeed hesitate to act. thus rendering the Elder of the Heavenly Star unnecessary, allowing him to focus on defending Tianshan Pass. When news reached the capital, Qin Xuanzhen felt something was amiss. Though he could not pinpoint why, with the strength of the Imperial Guards, subduing an innate 9th-level foe should not pose a challenge. Their reports were vivid and devoid of flaws, yet he sensed an underlying discrepancy. Very well, as long as my son is safe. I shall allow you a few days of reprieve. Once I have dealt with the remnants of the demonic sect, I will turn my attention to you, Qin Xuanzhen stated, his eyes betraying a chilling murderous intent. Having claimed dominion for so many years, he would not hesitate to sever the hands of those who dared to act against the Qin family. If given the opportunity and you fail to cherish it, then death shall be your fate. Chapter 13. The Secret Realm of Qinxian following the defeat of the Song family at the hands of Qin Jiuyu. A notable tranquility enveloped the region for quite some time. No petty criminals dared to stir trouble here, perhaps out of respect for the formidable masters guarding Qin Jiuyu. Any attempts to confront the Great Qin must be weighed carefully. Nonetheless, their departure was not an option. They remained in Langning City, biding their time for the next offensive, unwilling to squander this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should they miss it, and if Qin Jiuyu were summoned back to the royal capital, they would have no chance left. The Qin family's strength within the Great Qin dynasty was absolute. No solitary force could contend with them. Rumors circulated that a demonic sect had emerged in the southeastern region, gradually encroaching upon the territories of the Great Qin, which had thrown the dynasty into turmoil. The two factions battled fiercely, and amidst such chaos, numerous family conflicts erupted, leaving the Great Qin precariously poised. If they could quell the uprising and subdue those powerful adversaries, the Great Qin could ascend to even greater heights. Yet, failure would render them like lost dogs, lurking in the shadows. For this reason, Qin Xianzhen could only dispatch a warrior of innate 9th rank to protect Qin Jiuyu, feeling a twinge of bitterness. Had he delayed in extricating him from the royal capital, they might not be in such a precarious position now. Even within the court, enemies lurked, and the realm was in disarray. On this particular day, a whisper spread. The secret realm of Qinxian was set to open. If only I could obtain the legacy of the Qinxian master. Someone mused. You dream foolishly. The legacy of a celestial master is not so easily acquired. My brothers, I intend to tempt fate, declared another. The secret realm of Qinxian, the greatest secret realm of the Great Qin dynasty, was the sole place that might lead them to a higher realm, left behind by the celestial master Qinxian. It had opened several times, each occasion yielding substantial rewards. And it was through the secret realm that the Qin family had amassed their wealth, ultimately founding the Great Qin dynasty. Remarkably, the secret realm was situated near the current territory of the demonic sect. Within the estate, Qin Jiuyu addressed Xianxian. The time has come for you to venture into the secret realm. The legacy is of no consequence. The primary goal is to gain experience. If you can attain a breakthrough, that would be splendid. If not, it matters not. Recently, he had contemplated sending Fu Xianxian on a journey of training, and the timing of the secret realm's opening was fortuitous. Yes, Your Highness, I shall give it my all, Fu Xianxian responded, her eyes alight with fervor. What expressions would those around her, or should she emerge victorious? Truth be told, she held a degree of disdain for the legacy of the Qinxian master. The gifts from His Highness far outweighed these relics in value. Nonetheless, a foray into the world would benefit her greatly. Take these with you. Do not fear wasting them. Living is paramount. Additionally, be sure to conceal your presence, Qin Jiuyu instructed, presenting her with an array of items, all acquired through sign-ins. He had little need for them, as he would not be joining her. She accepted them without hesitation, understanding well that survival was the utmost priority. After all, should she perish, all she possessed would vanish. Disguised, she stealthily exited the estate through a back door, unnoticed by anyone. With her current strength, only the captain of the royal guards could potentially detect her presence. Not only Fu Xianxian, but the forces converging to deal with Qin Jiuyu were also stirring restlessly. Compared to him, the allure of the secret realm was far greater. Capturing him would only serve to hinder Qin Xianzhen, offering no further advantage. The secret realm, however, promised the enhancement of one's own power, a temptation no one wished to forsake. That day, throngs of warriors set off. The secret realm of Qinxian attracted everyone from those of innate rank to master-level warriors, all eager to participate. Thus, Fu Xianxian's departure went entirely unnoticed. When a matter of grand significance unfolded, no one would remember the existence of Qin Jiuyu. Even if he strolled down the street, he would attract no more than a fleeting glance. Nearby the secret realm, the headquarters of the demonic sect was abuzz. Damn it, the secret realm of Chun Xian opens at this moment. The sect leader lamented, just as they were locked in a fierce struggle with the Qin family. This unexpected development arose. Initially, their plan was to monopolize the secret realm, which had led to their conflict with the Qin family. Now, with the realm opening prematurely, they were caught off guard. Send word. Cease hostilities with the Qin family for now. All innate warriors and above, follow me to the secret realm. Yes, sect leader. Given the inability to monopolize it, preparations must be made to seize as much as possible within the realm. By then, what would the Qin family matter? He dismissed them from his thoughts. They were the demonic sect. Once the region held no value, they would abandon it without hesitation, fleeing to greener pastures. Why persist in a futile struggle against the Qin family? They could always return when the realm opened next. In this manner, the tides would eventually turn, and the surrounding dynasties would bow beneath the might of the demonic sect. Meanwhile, the Qin family was also stirring into action, unwilling to fall behind. A multitude of warriors hastened toward the secret realm, including many from neighboring dynasties, eager to stake their claim to a portion of the opportunities present. Days later, the area surrounding the secret realm teemed with warriors, numbering in the tens of thousands, as if the entire wealth of the great Qin was being transported. In this world, not everyone could become a warrior. The great Qin itself had merely dozens of cities, and gathering 4,000 to 5,000 warriors was already an extraordinary feat. Most were low-tier warriors, yet suddenly, 2,000 to 3,000 surged forth, creating a spectacle more vibrant than any grand occasion. The emperor has arrived. Long live the emperor. Among them was Master Lu Ming, who had been in seclusion for quite some time, unexpectedly emerging for this secret realm. Other renowned figures, such as Master Fang Kuan and Master Qi Wu, also made rare appearances. The impact of witnessing such illustrious individuals was profound, overwhelming for the lesser warriors who felt the pressure of competing against them. Is that Mo Tianqi, the leader of the demonic sect? He is heading toward the emperor. What is he planning? At that moment, the crowd's hearts raced with trepidation. Should a conflict arise, would they intervene? They feared the repercussions might extend to themselves. What if they perished before even entering the realm? It would be a grave loss. Mo Tianqi, halt at once. Just as Mo Tianqi approached, he was ordered to stop by a master beside Qin Xianzhen. With Qin Xianzhen's esteemed status, none could predict Mo Tianqi's intentions. Chapter 14. The Xiantian sect. Do not be so anxious. If I truly wished to act, could you withstand it? Mo Tianqi remarked, a disdainful glint in his eyes as he regarded Qin Xianzhen and his companions. He was a fourth-rank master, more powerful than Qin Xianzhen, with only the ancestral elder of the Qin family able to contend with him. If it weren't for the absence of a formidable foundation, how could he dare to challenge the Qin family? Mo Tianqi, you wreak havoc in the domain of the great Qin. I will settle this debt with you. Now, do not obstruct my path. Step aside, Qin Xianzhen retorted angrily. It is due to this individual that the southeastern region is engulfed in turmoil. Nearby, a dozen cities stand precariously, on high alert, for the power of the demon sect is overwhelming, capable of establishing a dynasty of its own. Such ferocity within his own realm renders him restless. If this continues, it is likely that the great Qin will soon fall under the sway of these sects, reducing the Qin family to mere puppets, drained of their vitality, a fate all too common. Qin Xuanzhen, do not be so arrogant. Today, I have no desire to contend with you. Otherwise, with just this one statement, the great Qin could lose 2 or 3 cities. Do you believe it? Mo Tianqi remarked, his expression stern and displeased. Who granted him the audacity to command such insolence? Even the elders of the Qin family would not dare to utter such grandiose claims. The situation in the great Qin is more dire than anticipated. However, with His Highness present, there seems to be little cause for concern. Fu Xinxian, hidden among the crowd, mused silently, while concealed and remaining understated. Otherwise, with her age and capabilities, she would undoubtedly stand out. Among those present, only a handful possessed greater strength than her. She resolved to remain unobtrusive, quietly seizing opportunities without engaging in the fray. This would be her plan moving forward. As for the disputes between factions, she deemed it unnecessary to involve herself, for her abilities rendered her incapable of intervening. Instead, she would observe quietly from within the throng. Qin Xuanzhen's own composure was erratic as he regarded Mo Tianqi, unable to voice a retort for quite some time. acutely aware of the formidable strength that could exact a heavy toll. "Let us depart," Qin Xuanzhen declared, choosing to ignore Imo Tianqi as he intended to enter the Qinxian secret realm. Imo Tianqi made no effort to impede him. After all, it was not simply about who entered first, but rather a matter of strength and fortune. Otherwise, the world would be overrun with progenies of destiny. Suddenly, a voice, distinctly feminine, resonated from afar. The crowd looked up to see a figure in white, gracefully suspended in midair. The celestial realm. At that moment, astonishment enveloped the assembly. To hover effortlessly in the air is a feat achievable only by those of the celestial realm. Even masters cannot accomplish such a thing, merely levitating. Yet, the woman before them defied comprehension with her ethereal presence, a realm they could scarcely fathom. "We pay our respects to the celestial master," all the warriors intoned reverently, including Qin Xuanzhen and Imo Tianqi, for she was a terrifying powerhouse far beyond their comprehension. Every move she made demanded utmost caution. Such is the absurdity of the gap between realms. However, a flicker of confusion arose within them, as she too belonged to the celestial realm. Her need for the treasures within the Qinxian secret realm seemed negligible. Why had she come here? The mysteries were manifold. "Do not be reserved. I come for but one purpose. Master Qinxian was an attendant of my Shantian sect, and now that he has perished here, I shall convey his teachings. Those who can pass my trials may follow me back to the Shantian sect for cultivation," the woman in white announced. Master Qinxian was an attendant of the Shantian sect. This revelation struck them with immense impact. The very figure they had sought was merely an attendant. How formidable must the Shantian sect be? Their ignorance was not unfounded, as this place was indeed too small. They had never ventured beyond their nearby empires, let alone encountered such superpowers, which were beyond their comprehension. Before they could utter a word, the woman in white casually cast several items into the Qinxian secret realm. "Now, all may enter," she proclaimed. Under her imposing presence, none dared to protest, and they entered in an orderly fashion. "I too aspire to become a strong figure like her," Fu Xianxian declared, her eyes brimming with hope. Just her mere presence commanded respect in the great Qin, instilling fear in all. Such is the benefit of strength, she yearned for it. Moreover, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. As for the Shantian sect's disciples, she found little interest. Even if their lineage was illustrious, what significance did that hold? Among so many, who would take notice of her? Instead, being by His Highness's side would afford her access to ample resources, propelling her cultivation to new heights. Furthermore, could the Shantian sect truly facilitate a mortal's instantaneous breakthrough to innate capabilities? In her heart, she had already discerned her choices. Thus, she followed the flow of people into the Qinxian secret realm. "Master Qinxian, your aspirations shall be fulfilled. May a genius emerge. Your secret realm cannot endure until the next opening," the woman in white remarked after all had entered. It seemed she sighed over something, lamenting that Master Qinxian had the potential to ascend to greater heights, but had met his demise here, unable to become a sovereign. The secret realm of the celestial realm is fleeting. After the Master's death, it will collapse after a time. Someone has managed to provoke a response from the Destiny Stone. It seems there is hope for this recruitment. The woman in white suddenly noticed something unusual and began to investigate. Once these individuals entered the secret realm, she could monitor their movements at any time. No one could escape her gaze as she sought the cause of the Destiny Stone's agitation. This was a treasure of the Shantian sect, capable of revealing hidden talents for better cultivation, indicating that among this group, one possessed formidable potential. Innate 5th level? A perfect spiritual body. How did she unlock the perfect spiritual body? With the capabilities of the great Qin, it was implausible that anyone could have discovered such a thing. Could she be a disciple of another sect? This revelation took her by surprise. Yet, she paid little heed thereafter. Regardless, only upon exiting would there be a chance to become a disciple of the Shantian sect. Otherwise, even a perfect spiritual body would be in vain. One could only say that while such a physique is rare, the Shantian sect still possesses some, merely granting a slight advantage in cultivation speed, not constituting an extraordinary talent. Therefore, she merely cast a glance, allowing events to unfold naturally, especially since the individual's spiritual body had already been developed. It was likely a disciple from another sect, making it unnecessary to expend excessive effort on her. Chapter 15. Li Bai enters the celestial realm with the intervention of the woman in white. The Qinxian secret realm grew increasingly perilous. The trials for disciples of the Xiantian sect posed significant challenges for these individuals. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Of course, if they succeeded, the rewards would be substantial. Within the secret realm, scenes of life and death struggles unfolded intermittently, as individuals fought fiercely for scarce resources. Fu Xianxian initially embarked on her journey alone, harboring thoughts of assisting others. However, as events unfolded, others sought to eliminate her, hoping to seize all benefits for themselves. Some even resorted to endangering her life by luring beasts toward her, forcing her to confront the creature's attacks. Fortunately, her strength was formidable, otherwise she would have perished there. Innate, one man exclaimed in horror. Dare to scheme against me? You shall perish. Fueled by rage, Fu Xianxian unleashed her powerful sword energy. Swiftly vanquishing her foe, how dare a mere postnatal practitioner conspire against her? Without strength, what business did they have in this realm? I, Fu Xianxian, will assist no one but His Highness. She vowed silently. Having only entered the secret realm for a few days, the world beyond Longning City delivered a harsh awakening. The so-called compassion was utterly worthless, and conscience was something even a dog would disdain if tossed to the ground. Only formidable power served as the ultimate guarantee. Everyone had to respectfully address one as my lord. However, if one was weak, others would not show any courtesy, and all that one possessed would merely serve to benefit others. This conflict was precisely what spurred her gradual growth. She felt immensely fortunate that His Highness had allowed her to venture out, carrying with her a wealth of formidable capabilities. Had she embarked on this journey alone, she would have long been reduced to nothing but bones. Nonetheless, she had garnered numerous rewards. Though her cultivation had not yet broken through, the benefits were plentiful. Truly, the secret realm left by a powerful figure from the heavenly aspect was rich in resources and capable of tempering one's spirit. In comparison to others, she had lingered at the edge of the secret realm. The assessment mentioned by the woman in white was beneath her contempt, with better opportunities at hand. Why concern herself with the Xiantian sect? Besides, she had little knowledge of the Xiantian sect, and she could discern who truly cared for her. Venturing into an unfamiliar territory would only lead to her own detriment. Such a powerful sect would undoubtedly harbor fierce competition within its ranks. Without support, her chances of standing out were exceedingly slim. Longning City. Successful sign-in, awarded 50 essence pills. It's becoming increasingly perfunctory, not even providing other resources, Qin Juyo grumbled. Though he remained indifferent, content to gradually enhance his strength. He had an abundance of time. As long as he was undisturbed, he could linger in Longning City indefinitely, living as a recluse rather than being schemed against. With the opening of the Chunxian secret realm, a multitude of martial artists flocked to that place, rendering Longning City tranquil. And no one dared to provoke him. Rumors circulated about an assessment concerning a disciple of the Xiantian sect, and even heavenly aspect experts had made an appearance. Qin Juyo merely paused momentarily before dismissing the matter from his mind. Li Bai, these essence pills are sufficient for you to break through to the heavenly aspect, he stated, handing over the pills he had just acquired from signing in. The daily rewards were uncertain. Otherwise, he could ascend even more quickly. The heavenly aspect was merely a step away. Soon, Li Bai would achieve that level. At that point, the Great Qin would possess its own heavenly aspect expert, a martial artist capable of being called a true master, whose prowess could sway the rise and fall of dynasties with a mere gesture. Thank you, Your Highness, Li Bai replied, taking the essence pills and returning to his room, preparing for his breakthrough. He had lingered at this level for quite some time. In the Master Realm, each elevation required varying amounts of essence pills. Even Qin Juyo, who saved countless hours through daily sign-ins, had taken over a month to elevate Li Bai from Master to Heavenly Aspect. For ordinary martial artists, the time required would be even longer. Of course, compared to those holy lands, whose disciples might surpass Li Bai in their breakthrough speed, the resources they possessed far exceeded those available to Qin Juyo. Yet one day, he would surpass them. Half an hour later, a powerful aura emanated from Li Bai's room, instantly enveloping the skies above Longning City. Any martial artist present could sense their breaths quickening in response to the overwhelming pressure. Where did such a strong presence come from? Is it a master? Quickly, protect His Highness. However, this force appeared and vanished in an instant, and before they could identify its source, the aura dissipated. Yet, the oppressive feeling could not be mistaken. A formidable presence had indeed passed through. Fortunately, it has departed. They breathed a sigh of relief. Facing such a terrifying expert, none could remain calm. The dread they felt was unimaginable, and at the very least, the presence was at the master level. Your Highness, I have successfully broken through to the heavenly aspect. Li Bai emerged from his room, standing beside Qin Jiuyo. His aura had been reined in, presenting himself as an ordinary guard. However, to mistake him for such would come at a cost. Li Bai was now a genuine first-level heavenly aspect powerhouse. But have you condensed your law form? Qin Jiuyo inquired. This was the most formidable manifestation of the heavenly aspect. Battles among those at this level typically revolved around law forms, engaging in distant combat, and resorting to close-quarters fighting only when a stalemate ensued. Naturally, some physical cultivators, being combat enthusiasts, would not engage in such dueling. I have not yet condensed it. I require a few more breakthroughs to achieve success, Li Bai replied sincerely. Even so, his strength was unquestionable, exponentially greater than that of a master, capable of effortlessly slaying one. In the nooks and crannies surrounding Great Qin, Qin Jiuyo wielded an almost invincible power. Anyone daring to challenge him would be courting death. Once Li Bai's law form was condensed, his combat prowess would soar even higher. Strive to condense a high-quality law form. Better to be selective than to settle for mediocrity. Do you understand? Qin Jiuyo instructed. Law forms were categorized into 9 ranks, with the first being the strongest and the 9th the weakest. Low-quality law forms would put one at a disadvantage against equally ranked foes. Even if it took longer, low-tier law forms were unacceptable. Understood, Li Bai affirmed. In truth, even without Qin Jiuyo's guidance, he knew what he ought to do. Being summoned from the myriad realms spoke to Li Bai's extraordinary abilities. Though he was currently constrained by his existing level, it was merely a matter of retracing his steps to solidify his cultivation further. Chapter 16. The final assessment. In the center of the Chunxian secret realm lay the site of the final assessment. Crowds jostled to reach this place, all of whom were undoubtedly above the innate level. Those below this threshold could not advance. Compared to the treasures within the Chunxian secret realm itself, they yearned more to become disciples of the Xiantian sect. Even Qin Xuanzhen and Mo Tianqi felt the same. Here, being a master was the pinnacle. But entering the Xiantian sect would be an entirely different matter, offering the chance to attain the heavenly aspect, a coveted realm. In contrast to those like Fu Xianxian, their path was direct. They sought out locations for assessment. Finding one would lead them to subsequent evaluations, with demonic beasts obstructing their way, making this a place reliant on strength. After several days of effort, they finally arrived at the ultimate area. As long as they passed the final trial here, they would have the opportunity to be noticed by the woman in white and leave Great Qin for a broader world. Each heart brimmed with the yearning to be that chosen one. This place was called the Journey of the Heart. Each individual entering the illusion had to endure for the duration of a stick of incense to be deemed qualified, half an hour for excellence. And if one could last an hour, they would accompany her to the Xiantian sect. The longer one persevered, the greater their potential, and the more rewards they could obtain. The woman in white had been waiting there for quite some time. She had come to collect from the Chunxian secret realm and to assess the individuals present. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lingered in such a desolate place. Behind her was an array, what she referred to as the Journey of the Heart, presumably an illusionary formation. Only those who entered would understand the specifics of the assessment. Additionally, a word of caution, the Journey of the Heart could be lethal. Do not force yourself to endure. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was profoundly stirred. After enduring so much to arrive at this place, the prospect of death during an assessment disheartened many, especially those with wavering resolve or those who felt hopeless. In comparison to entering the Xiantian sect, it was clear that their own lives held greater significance. There was no necessity to risk their existence for such an ethereal sect. Ha ha ha. Please, esteemed one, activate the array. I shall be the first to enter, declared Mo Tianqi, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. If he were afraid, he would not have come here in the first place. He, as the master of a sect, felt no burden from his status. It is human nature to aspire for greatness while navigating the currents of life. What was a mere demonic sect in the face of the illustrious Xiantian sect? Very well, said the woman in white, her fingers deftly weaving through hand signs. The previously dormant illusion array suddenly sprang to life. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Tianqi stepped forward, followed by the formidable members of the demonic sect, who were inherently reckless, having already placed their lives on the line. Third brother, your talent is the highest. Strive to persevere. The rest of you, do your utmost to hold on. My aspirations are modest. As long as you all can enter the Xiantian sect, That suffices, Qin Shuangjian advised. This time, several princes and princesses accompanied him to the Chenxian mystic realm. Among his many offspring, the third prince demonstrated the greatest potential, achieving the innate third level at merely 18 years of age, making him a formidable contender for the throne. The fourth prince, the fifth prince, and several princesses were also commendable talents. Fear not, father, we shall give our all, they nodded in agreement. Fang Kuan, Qi Wu, you two should enter as well. It would be splendid if you could join the Xiantian sect, Qin Shuangjian encouraged. The two felt a tinge of melancholy. After all, Qin Shuangjian had treated them well. If they were to enter the Xiantian sect, would they truly have to sever ties with him? Go ahead. With each individual stepping into the array, the number of onlookers dwindled significantly. Once all the Qin family members had entered, Qin Shuangjian was the last to follow, compelled not by necessity, but by a desire to ascertain his own limits. Even if he succeeded, it was unlikely he could leave this place. It was not a matter of desire, but rather an impossibility. Should he depart, the vast Qin Empire would crumble in an instant. Perhaps it is best to withdraw. I have already reached my limit in achieving innate prowess. I should return home to my wife and children. The remaining individuals glanced at the illusion array, but ultimately lacked the courage to proceed, opting instead to explore the surroundings for potential gains. Lest the Chenxian mystic realm vanish entirely in the future, what they might find would be left to chance. The woman in white said nothing regarding their departure. They were not her intended targets, and their choices were their own affairs. Oh, she did not come? As she regained her focus after most had left, she realized with surprise that the girl with the perfect spiritual body was absent. Utilizing her authority, she sought the whereabouts of Fu Xianyuan. She found her on the outskirts of the mystic realm, battling a beast. Despite having the upper hand, she relinquished her advantage to engage in combat. Was she attempting to hone her combat skills? Such recklessness was perplexing. One could only wonder who had instilled such notions in her. In an instant, the woman grasped Fu Xuanyuan's true intentions. The girl had not come to the Chenxian mystic realm for its legacies. Rather, she bore something far greater, potentially bestowed by a formidable warrior. It would be prudent to follow her and observe. She then shifted her focus back to the candidates. As time passed, those with unstable dispositions were expelled, their faces pale. Fortunately, they had not confronted the illusion array directly, preserving their lives, recognizing when to yield was indeed the wisest choice. However, a few individuals with resolute hearts persisted in their attempts to enter the Xiantian sect. Alas, I cannot even meet the basic requirements. Joining the Xiantian sect is exceedingly difficult. Few will likely succeed, they lamented. After the conclusion of the examination, they did not leave immediately, but lingered nearby, curious to see which talents from the Qin Empire might gain entry to the Xiantian sect. Within half an hour, the majority had been eliminated. In truth, any sect within the Qin Empire would generally welcome those who arrived here as potential disciples. However, this was the Xiantian sect, an institution of unimaginable power. Thus the standards were understandably high. What one practiced mattered little. They could gradually cultivate their skills. Yet, some qualities were determined by innate factors. Those who were unqualified simply were. Accepting them would waste resources and squander time for all parties involved. Chapter 17. A renewed invitation. Most individuals remained below the qualification threshold. Only a handful managed to endure for half an hour, achieving an excellent rating, and continued to strive forward. It must be noted that the Qin family members displayed remarkable prowess, as none had yet emerged from the array. Qin Shuangjian, Qi Wu, and Fang Kuan, along with two outstanding talents from the demonic sect. Regrettably, for the scattered practitioners, their path was fraught with challenges, especially when competing for opportunities. If only they were a few years younger, their futures as lords could be assured. Observing those who persisted, the woman in white could not help but sigh. It could be said that those present were the pinnacle of talent from the Qin Empire, yet they barely qualified to enter, and there was no guarantee of success. As one aged, even if they reached the Xiantian sect, they would likely be relegated to menial tasks, managing the sect's secular affairs. Only by breaking through the celestial realm could one hope to attain a position of authority. Absent an extraordinary opportunity, their lives would remain stagnant. Moreover, the older one became, the less time they could endure within the array. Their strength did not equate to endurance. Nonetheless, it was preferable to remain than to spend a lifetime within a single dynasty. After half an hour, those inside began to falter, emerging one by one. All the masters had exited the illusion array, unable to hold out until the end. Had they not departed swiftly, they would have suffered significant internal injuries. At that moment, only 3 individuals remained steadfast within. The third prince, whose exceptional talent allowed him to appear remarkably at ease, clearly not yet at his limit, which gave Qin Xuanjun a sense of reassurance. The 2 from the demonic sect also remained, both innate third-level talents. An hour swiftly elapsed. Not bad. They can be cultivated, remarked the woman in white. They surpassed her expectations. Initially, she believed that aside from the girl, no other talents from the Qin Empire existed. But this unexpected surprise was promising. After 3 hours, the 3 princes emerged simultaneously, their expressions tense, signifying an underlying discord. Congratulations, you have passed the test. Do you wish to accompany me to the Xiantian sect and become disciples? The woman in white inquired, her gaze appraising them as merely satisfactory. It is not worth her while to extend an extravagant olive branch. Whether these individuals choose to follow her or not is of no consequence to her. If they are willing, they may accompany her. If not, it matters little, for she has already resolved to take the Chunxian secret realm with her. The disciples willingly knelt on one knee, immediately expressing their intentions. Regardless of the origins of the Xiantian sect, the fact that they can have a powerful figure serving as a steward in the heavenly phase realm is sufficient reason for them to follow, as it will facilitate their own future advancement. Very well, I shall grant you 10 days to settle matters here. After 10 days, meet me at the farthest northern city of the dynasty, the woman in white declared. Understood. They all exited, for she intended to take the Chunxian secret realm with her. As all who had entered departed, the woman in white shifted and arrived at the edge of the secret realm. At that moment, Fu Xuanchuang had just slain a demonic beast and was in the process of regaining her strength. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the woman in white, she immediately stood up. I have seen the esteemed elder, Fu Xuanchuang stated, maintaining her composure. Regardless of the elder's formidable strength, it bore no significance to her. She offered sufficient respect without bowing excessively. You possess commendable talent. Would you be willing to join my Xiantian sect? The woman in white asked directly, with no need for circumspection. This was the only noteworthy genius she had encountered in the Qin dynasty, and she did not wish for her to be overlooked, which is why she had personally come here. It seemed that others did not recognize this woman, or perhaps they were entirely unaware of Fu Xuanchuang's formidable cultivation. Had she not cast a few more glances, she too might have been oblivious. I apologize, but I already have an allegiance and cannot follow the esteemed elder. Fu Xuanchuang replied. Very well, I shall remain in Daqin for 10 days. Should you change your mind within this time frame, seek me out in the northernmost city of Daqin. A perfect spiritual body must not be squandered, the woman in white said. Her final words were deliberately directed at Fu Xuanchuang, making it clear that her unique constitution would not allow for significant development if she remained there. In response, Fu Xuanchuang remained silent. She had already learned about her own constitution from Qin Jiuyu, which explained her current level of cultivation. After everyone vacated the Chunxian secret realm, she exerted her formidable strength to take it away. Even though Chunxian Zhenrun had perished outside, his legacy remained a possession of the Xiantian sect, and she would not allow outsiders to benefit from it without consequence. Atop the mountain peak, the northernmost city, was that not Langning City? Doubts arose in Fu Xuanchuang's heart. What could the woman be doing there? Could it be that the powerful means possessed by the prince were related to the Xiantian sect? It was hard not to entertain such thoughts, as Qin Jiuyu was too enigmatic. Despite doing nothing, he exuded overwhelming power. She found it difficult to believe that he had no backing from a formidable faction. However, these matters were not for her to inquire about. She needed only to focus on her own path. Whatever knowledge was necessary, the prince would impart. That which was not to be known would yield no answers, regardless of her inquiries. With the events of the Chunxian secret realm concluded, she had gained much from this experience, and thus departed post-haste back to Langning City. She sensed that after a period of dedicated cultivation, she would undoubtedly achieve breakthroughs, not only in her cultivation but in other aspects as well. A sense of delight filled her, knowing her journey had not been in vain. Meanwhile, after securing the secret realm, the woman in white flew towards Langning City, a direction that would also lead her back to the Xiantian sect. As for the royal capital of this dynasty, she held no interest. She would simply wait there. The grievances of the secular dynasty mattered not to her. As for the disciples she was recruiting, whether they would come into conflict was of little concern. Even within the Xiantian sect, there existed fierce competition. Those who could not rise would fade into obscurity, living out their lives without distinction. Perhaps she did not anticipate that the place she casually mentioned would be Fu Xuanshuang's home, nor could she foresee their future encounters, which would unfold under entirely different circumstances. Her speed far surpassed that of others. What was originally a short journey took her only 2 days to traverse over 3,000 kilometers, a feat only one of her caliber could accomplish. Chapter 18. Collision, Your Highness. A heavenly phase realm expert approaches. Within the courtyard, Li Bai suddenly stood, concern etched across his face as his gaze fixed upon the city outskirts. The arrival of a heavenly phase expert at this moment raised questions about their intentions. After all, their aura surpassed even his own. Since his breakthrough to the first level of the heavenly phase, he had not experienced further advancement in these past days. The time had simply been too short, and he had not acquired anything of value. In contrast, Qin Jiuyu had elevated to the 5th level of the Master Realm. It turned out that the pinnacle of power in the Qin dynasty was merely at the 4th level of the Master Realm, and with his strength, he could easily suppress any rebellious forces within the dynasty. Despite this, he had no intention of relocating. He was quite content in his current circumstances. Although the activation of the system allowed him to go wherever he pleased, he was a nostalgic soul. Leaving was not a decision to be made lightly. The outside world was fraught with life and death struggles. Such violent days were not what he desired. His life here was quite pleasant, with only the occasional troublemaker adding spice to an otherwise tranquil existence. Yet, who could have anticipated that today Langning City would welcome a heavenly phase expert, a superlative figure the likes of which had never emerged from Qin? With a single strike, this expert could reduce the city to ashes. Do not concern yourself with them, Qin Jiuyu stated. As long as they do not conflict with me, I have no need to bother with their presence. Soon, I shall be leaving. If a confrontation arises, it is uncertain who would prevail. Should I still be alive? Nothing else matters. Understood, Li Bai replied, retracting his gaze and choosing not to dwell on the figure outside the city. However, the incoming woman in white furrowed her brow. Her icy demeanor momentarily softened. A heavenly phase expert existed within this small city. She was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had sensed a strong hostility directed at her, and the source of that enmity possessed considerable strength. Before she could fully grasp the situation, the presence vanished as swiftly as it had come, as if it had never existed. In the Xiantian sect, a heavenly phase expert was not considered exceptional. They were merely average. Yet in such a desolate place, they were an invincible force, and their sudden appearance raised suspicions. Thus, she ceased her flight and descended to the ground, walking to show respect. This might very well be someone else's territory. She intended to reside here temporarily, avoiding any unnecessary complications. When the time was right, she would return to her sect without further ado, saving her time and energy. Upon entering the city, she sought to sense the presence of the other party, only to discover that they had long since vanished without a trace. Had she not made contact, she might have genuinely believed there were no experts in this place. For 2 to 3 days, it seemed as if nothing transpired. Until that night, an overwhelming aura swept over Langning City. Here it comes. The woman in white could no longer remain seated. She promptly ventured out to locate the source of this energy. This presence was not directed at her, but rather indicated that someone was undergoing a breakthrough. Others may merely perceive a fleeting pressure, which swiftly dissipates as if it had never existed. If one is not a martial artist, such phenomena would remain undetected. For the realm of warriors is far removed from the lives of ordinary mortals, who have little reason to concern themselves with it. Soon, she pinpointed a grand estate, its plaque boldly inscribed with the characters for Qin Manor. Yet, within her perception, this vast residence harbored only 2 individuals. In the next moment, the main door thundered open. Yet no one appeared to welcome her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Bai remarked, "Your Highness, I feel that with a few more breakthroughs, I should be able to condense my Dharma image." Despite his disappointment, he was now at the 2nd level of the heavenly aspect realm. And with this opportunity to condense his Dharma image slipping away, he recognized that failing to do so after 9 attempts would leave him with no further chances, compelling him to pursue a corporeal cultivation path instead. "No rush. We have a guest," Qin Jiuyu replied. With a casual wave, he opened the door to allow the visitor entry. Such a formidable presence possessed an incredibly keen sense, and Li Bai's breakthrough could not be concealed. It was regrettable that there was no means of hiding it, or else their pursuer would not have arrived so swiftly. "Esteemed guest, please enter for a discussion," Qin Jiuyu invited. Though the distance was considerable, the woman clad in white still heard him. "Is this place called Qin Manor?" Does the great Qin dynasty have another Qin family? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. As the master of the estate spoke, she proceeded inside, following his aura until she arrived in a courtyard. There were only two individuals present, one standing, the other seated. The middle-aged man who stood appeared somewhat rugged, yet exuded formidable strength. He was at the same realm as her, but stood behind a young boy, clearly not the master of the abode. The seated youth, though young, possessed a cultivation level that undoubtedly reached the realm of a master, even in the Shintian sect. Such a prodigy would be rare. Esteemed guest, please take a seat, Qin Jiuyu offered. The woman in white hesitated briefly before approaching the seat opposite him, displaying no hesitation in settling down. I am Lu Ruyan, a steward of the Shintian sect. May I inquire about your identity? Lu Ruyan asked. It was hard to believe that such a talent had chosen to seclude themselves in this place. Given Qin Jiuyu's age and gifts, he should be renowned throughout the world, yet here he was, obscured from public view. Qin Jiuyu, he revealed. You are the great prince? Lu Ruyan responded, astonishment evident in her voice. She should have deduced it earlier. In Langning City, the name Qin Manor could only belong to him. However, she had recently heard rumors that the great prince was nothing more than a wastrel, idly pursuing pleasures and lacking in any martial prowess. Meeting him now was an unexpected revelation. If such a powerful individual was deemed a waste, then the great Qin dynasty would have no one of merit left to offer. Instantly, curiosity blossomed regarding this enigmatic great prince, who had seemingly gone to great lengths to tarnish his reputation before retreating into obscurity. What could his intentions be? What? Does it not seem so? Qin Jiuyu replied with a hint of a smile. Indeed, he had not anticipated that his self-inflicted tarnish would yield such results. Had he not recognized Lu Ruyan's strength, he would have been disinclined to allow her entry. You are truly surprising. Possessing the strength of a master, yet choosing to remain hidden rather than pursue fame and fortune, Lu Ruyan expressed, articulating her thoughts. What value is there in vying for fame? Is it uncomfortable for me to remain here alone? I can do as I please, Qin Jiuyu replied with a smile. Fame held little worth for him. His accomplishments had already reached heights unattainable by others, yet he had never boasted about them. The envy of the world likely stemmed from his lineage. Perhaps, in time, few would remain unaware of his existence. Time can be a fearsome entity. When a person becomes less active, aside from those who genuinely care, they will fade from memory. Just as Qin Jiuyu, who once caused a stir in the capital, had seen discussions about him diminish significantly after a month of silence. Sometimes, several days could pass without a single occurrence involving him. Perhaps everyone's thoughts differ. Lu Ruyan mused. She had no clear judgment of Qin Jiuyu. The fact that he could achieve such a level of prowess while remaining unnoticed suggested he could accomplish even more. Perhaps, during the unobserved hours of the night, he had already advanced to the heavenly aspect realm. It was indeed challenging to approach someone who sought neither fame nor fortune. If one has no desires, it becomes impossible to grasp their weaknesses. One would never know what sort of person stood beside them. This youth was the most extraordinary individual Lu Ruyan had encountered in her cultivation journey. Unlike those outside, he possessed unique thoughts of his own. After a brief exchange, Lu Ruyan rose to depart. Having grasped the depth of his strength, remaining there served no purpose. Nor did she suggest that he accompany her to the Shintian sect. Perhaps even the sect could not accommodate such a formidable figure. She even found herself anticipating the day when Qin Jiuyu would transform from a dragon in the storm. As night deepened, she remarked, I shall not disturb the great prince any longer. By referring to herself as I, she evidently regarded Qin Jiuyu as her equal, engaging him as a peer. Even though he was merely a master, for him to command a heavenly aspect figure to stand by was indeed a formidable feat. Farewell, Qin Jiuyu replied. Lu Ruyan departed on her own, while throughout the encounter, Qin Jiuyu remained seated, seemingly relishing the tranquility of his solitude, pondering the purpose of such arduous training. What an intriguing individual he was. Outside the Qin manor, Lu Ruyan glanced back, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Today had expanded her understanding, and she would carry this secret with her. Since Qin Jiuyu had chosen to remain in silence, he clearly wished not to be known. She would not engage in any disreputable actions. When he desired the world to recognize him, they would surely come to know. As night turned into dawn, Lu Ruyan found no rest, remaining in quiet contemplation until the first light of day. Her mind was awash with thoughts of Qin Jiuyu, so uniquely fascinating that it was hard not to be captivated. On this day, with leisure at hand, she suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching Langning City. Why has she come? Lu Ruyin wondered, surprised to see the figure of the girl she had been observing, endowed with formidable power, yet adept at concealment. Has she come to seek me? The thought suddenly crossed her mind, accompanied by a sense of pride. Who among the masses could resist the allure of the Xiantian sect? And here she was, waiting for the other to seek her out. However, when she sensed the girl's aura pass by without pause, Lu Ruyin was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had perhaps misinterpreted her intentions. The girl was not there for her at all. Driven by curiosity, she stealthily followed Fu Xianxian. As I journeyed forward, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over me, lingering until I reached the gates of that grand estate. Watching Fu Xianxian push open the door and step inside, I was suddenly engulfed by a wave of powerlessness. I should have anticipated this. His penchant for discretion is unmatched. Who else could possibly act in such a manner? Only he could assist her in harnessing her perfect spiritual essence. In that moment, I felt akin to a jester. It was no wonder that Fu Xianxian remained unmoved by my temptations. This was the underlying reason. Had I encountered such fortune, perhaps I would have never had to concern myself with the likes of Lu Ruyin from the Xiantian sect. Alas, fate decrees it thus. With that thought, I quietly departed, as if I had never been there. This place was far too terrifying, more perilous than anywhere I had ever ventured before. When the day of reckoning arrives, how many will be capable of withstanding the onslaught? Inside the estate, Your Highness, I have returned, I announced. Upon my arrival, I swiftly removed the aloof facade I had worn, reverting to my former self. Here, I felt a sense of familiarity. There was no need for forced smiles or pretense. I could act freely, as I was naturally a person who delighted in laughter. Maintaining a stoic exterior before outsiders was exhausting. You're back so soon. What have you gained? Qin Jiuyo inquired casually. Whatever I acquired belonged solely to Fu Xianxian. I merely asked out of curiosity. How could I possibly have the audacity to take from my subordinates? Your Highness, the outside world is anything but entertaining. It is fraught with deceit. And there are always those seeking to harm me. Moreover, I have slain numerous monsters through my own strength. Oh, I encountered a peculiar woman in the secret realm. She claimed to be a formidable figure from the Xiantian sect. However, I did not partake in any assessments. I have no desire to join the Xiantian sect. What a burden that would be. It was as if she had opened the floodgates of conversation, eagerly recounting her experiences to Qin Jiuyo. I had unknowingly become her confidant. Regardless of what she shared, Qin Jiuyo listened intently, occasionally responding, something even her parents could not manage. Here, she could speak her mind freely, unencumbered by concerns of right or wrong. I never expected that in just over 10 days, you would encounter such a wealth of experiences. It appears your gains are significant, Qin Jiuyo remarked. His reference to gains was not in terms of resources, but rather in the richness of experience. Born in the royal capital and being a transmigrator, he was all too familiar with the treachery of the outside world. Oh dear, I've been chatting with Your Highness for so long that I've completely forgotten how foul I smell. I must take my leave, Fu Xianxian exclaimed, suddenly aware of the odor emanating from her after days of relentless travel, all to return home quickly. Qin Jiuyo was accustomed to this. After every training session, she always rushed off in a flurry, a stark contrast to her initial tearful demeanor. Chapter 20. An invitation before departure in the following days. Qin Jiuyo enjoyed a stroke of luck, acquiring various resources that proved instrumental in enhancing their strength. Each of the three experienced notable advancements. He himself ascended to the 6th level of the Master Realm, his power magnifying significantly. Fu Xianxian rose 2 levels, reaching the 7th level of the Innate Realm. Such prowess positioned her as a pillar within the Great Qin. A step further would elevate her to the Master Realm, where only a handful of masters existed throughout the realm. Yet here, such might felt rather commonplace. In this border city, there was no necessity for such overwhelming strength. From obscurity, she had risen, and with a mere call, numerous sects would likely vie for her as a disciple. The moment she entered Lu Ruyin's line of sight, disbelief washed over Lu Ruyin. To achieve 2 levels of advancement in such a brief period was extraordinary, even within the Xiantian sect, where she would surely attract the attention of elders and perhaps even the sect leader. How had she accomplished this? Instantly, Lu Ruyin's thoughts turned to Qin Jiuyo, that enigmatic grand prince. No wonder Fu Xianxian hesitated to follow her. With such promising prospects, why would she leave for the cutthroat environment of the Xiantian sect? Even Lu Ruyin found herself reluctant to depart. If given the chance, she would gladly reside in that place, perhaps capturing a formidable Dharma manifestation. On this day, the third prince and 2 representatives from the demon sect arrived in Longning City. They were to leave in the afternoon, and with her elder brother present. Should she pay him a visit? The third prince pondered. Though his brother was somewhat reckless, he was still his brother. Passing by the entrance, it was only proper to acknowledge him, to prove he had been there. Yet, he thought better of it. If his brother were to discover he had become a disciple of the Shantian sect, it would surely be a blow to his pride. Ultimately, he shook his head, deciding against the visit, knowing there would be ample opportunities for a reunion in the future, at which point he could surprise him. Meanwhile, the 3 of them sat quietly in the inn, awaiting Lu Ruyan's summons. While they could engage in rivalry, it was best to refrain in front of Lu Ruyan, as such behavior would be off-putting. They suppressed their simmering anger and gathered around the same table, exchanging glances filled with hostility. How could the royal family and the demon sect possibly coexist? You may wait here. I have matters to attend to before we depart. Lu Ruyan finally appeared before them. Even as they sat there, none recognized them. There were many rumors circulating, yet few had actually laid eyes on them. The so-called third prince, renowned throughout the realm, was merely a title. Nearby, a table of patrons discussed the first prince and third prince, while others deliberated the matters surrounding the Qinyuan secret realm. The news had spread throughout the Great Qin over the past few days. When the surrounding kingdoms learned of the third prince's impending entry into the Shantian sect, they were taken aback. While they may not have known the Shantian sect, they were aware of the formidable strength of its celestial warriors. Silence fell over the room, and no one dared provoke the Great Qin. This was the might that instilled fear, regardless of its authenticity. It was best to observe. Yes, the 3 replied obediently. Their prideful identities held no value in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Before departing, Lu Ruyan glanced at the third prince, her mind racing with calculations. Why was there such a disparity among those of royal blood? No one could provide clarity for her lingering doubts. She then exited the inn, heading straight for the Qin estate. Upon returning to this place after several days, a wave of melancholy washed over her. In just a few short days, someone had managed to elevate themselves repeatedly. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, it would have been hard to believe how effortlessly one could ascend in rank. Entering the courtyard, she found Fu Xianxian honing her swordsmanship. It was evident that what she possessed was of no ordinary caliber, far surpassing her own training. Lady Lu, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Qin Jiuyo inquired. Noticing the arrival, Fu Xianxian ceased her training and hurried over, a look of surprise crossing her face. She wondered if her prior refusal had not been clear enough. Your Highness, I have come to share something with you. In 6 months, a grand event will be held in the northern region, where the prodigies from across the lands will gather for a grand competition with generous rewards. I wonder if you might be interested? Lu reinstated. The northern region? However, this has little to do with me, Qin Jiuyo remarked. Regardless, he had no intention of moving. He was uncertain of the location and the level of strength required to participate. Allow me to finish, Lu Ruyan interjected. The northern region's talented competition is not merely an end. The land of Shenzhou comprises 9 provinces and 81 domains. If you can stand out in the northern region, you will represent it in the grand contest of talents in the great provinces. At that time, not only will you benefit, but the fortunes of the Great Qin will also increase. Qin Jiuyo was somewhat taken aback by the notion of enhancing fortunes through a mere talent competition. It seemed quite absurd. Yet, it piqued his curiosity. If it could indeed bolster the fortunes of the Great Qin, it would be a boon, fostering the emergence of more formidable warriors, potentially leading to the expansion of their territory and the elevation to a dynasty level. Naturally, such aspirations were overly idealistic. Ascending to a dynasty was a protracted endeavor, likely requiring the efforts of several generations. Indeed, our Jingzhou needs only to reach the battlefield and secure a spot in the top 10 for the region represented by the victor to receive substantial fortune rewards, perhaps even catching the eye of the sacred grounds and becoming a disciple there. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Do tell me, where is the location? And what are the requirements for participation? Qin Jiuyo inquired, his interest piqued. He wished to know the conditions for entry, though whether he would ultimately attend remained another matter. Such a competition might render him inconspicuous among so many prodigies. The venue is the imperial capital of the Xinyu Emperor's court. As long as one is under the age of 25 and possesses a cultivation level of celestial alignment or above, they may register at any time on the day prior to the competition's commencement. Thank you for the information. If time permits, I will make my way there. Qin Juyo replied. Then I shall take my leave. We shall meet at the Xinyu Emperor's court, Lu Rian said. Qin Juyo nodded slightly. He intended to visit if given the opportunity. However, he had never heard of the Xinyu Emperor's court, as it was quite far, and news seldom reached this place. Nevertheless, to bear the title of Emperor's court suggested it possessed considerable strength. Chapter 21. The thief's heart remains unfaltering. The lowest tier is the dynasty. To elevate to an imperial status, a sovereign-level powerhouse must be in place, which seemingly fulfills the requirements for promotion. This appears deceptively simple, yet sovereigns are leagues away from the Great Qin. Following the dynasty, one encounters the emperor's court, where the conditions are even more stringent. He was unaware of the specifics, having never studied them, being merely a dynasty. There was no need for concern about such matters. The disparity in national hierarchy is virtually crushing. Once Lu Rian departed, he found himself filled with curiosity about the northern region's talented competition. Xian, it has only been half a year. Are you feeling anxious? Qin Juyo inquired. Your Highness, why should I be anxious? I am not participating, Fu Xian replied, her face a mask of curiosity, perplexed by the sudden focus on her. I meant you should enter. Qin Juyo clarified. The minimum requirement is celestial alignment. Such power could easily topple a dynasty, marking the baseline for competition. Clearly, the northern region's talented competition holds some merit. I am to participate. Fu Xian was taken aback. She was still in her foundational stage, 2 significant realms away from celestial alignment. How could she possibly advance so swiftly? Moreover, the journey would be long and arduous, which she had no desire to undertake. Fear not. With me by your side, your strength will not falter. I shall also be there to cheer you on, Qin Juyo assured her, appearing earnest rather than jesting. But, no buts. You must contribute to our great Qin, he insisted. Then why don't you participate yourself? She asked, intrigued. Surely, with Qin Juyo's strength, he would fare better than herself. I shall not compete, if they cannot even best you. What purpose would I serve? He was confident in his abilities. After all, he had cultivated from nothing to his current level in merely 2 months. With another half year, his prowess would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Perhaps the rank of sovereign was within reach. If he were to attain celestial alignment, encountering him would leave others with no chance whatsoever. Of course, there remained the possibility that formidable talents existed among the powerful factions. Yet, the prospect only heightened his excitement. Only by stepping beyond would one truly grasp the wonders of the outside world. Very well, I shall strive to improve, Fu Xian replied. Meanwhile, Lu Rian returned to the inn, packing her belongings in preparation for departure. Her extended stay was not to await the third prince and his companions, but simply to linger a while longer. Now that her cultivation was complete, it was time to return to her sect. The secrets of others were of no concern to her. Her priority was to transport the belongings of Master Chun Xian back to her sect, while the third prince and his entourage were merely incidental. Let us go, Lu Rian declared. The 3 immediately followed, eager not to lose their way. Given their foundational prowess, the journey to the Xiantian sect would likely take an eternity. The Xiantian sect was undoubtedly a sect of imperial stature, immensely distant from the Great Qin, rendering travel by foot impractical. Upon exiting the city, Lu Rian performed a hand seal. Shortly thereafter, a majestic flying spirit beast appeared in the sky, its vast form ethereal and resplendent in white, clearly well-nurtured. As it landed, the 3 were awestruck by the size of the giant bird, with wings spanning several meters, ample space for dozens to sit upon. Climb aboard. It will carry us back to the sect, Lu Rian instructed. Even she recognized that flying back to the Xiantian sect would take considerable time. But with the aid of the spirit beast, the journey would be greatly expedited, alleviating the burden of flight. Cautiously, they ascended, careful not to cause any disturbance that might upset the creature. Once settled, Lu Rian commanded, Bai Ling, return to the sect. The creature, known as Bai Ling, took to the skies, swiftly navigating the way forward. This spectacle was witnessed by only a few. Not everyone was vigilant about the happenings beyond the city. As the Chunxian secret realm drew to a close, all settled into a calm. The once quiet hearts stirred once more, particularly within the demon sect, whose disciples also sought entry into the Xiantian sect, unperturbed by the actions of the Qin family. Master, Qin Xuanjun is excessively arrogant. Should we not eliminate one of his sons to teach him a lesson? As the great Qin army advanced relentlessly, the demon sect found itself unable to withstand the pressure. Ultimately, it was merely a moderately sized sect, vulnerable before the imperial cavalry. Only a handful possessed true combat capability, rendering them incapable of standing against the imperial forces. Now, within the Great Qin's territory, they had exhausted their resources and prepared to retreat to the Tianyue dynasty, to rejoin with their headquarters. Yet, Qin Xuanzhen's relentless pressure left them with no choice but to act. As you suggested, we should eliminate his offspring to give him a lesson. Who do you think we should target? Mo Tianqi inquired. They were preparing to leave, yet before departing, they aimed to inflict a heavy blow upon Qin Xuanzhen to alleviate their resentment, which had been steadily eroding their territory. Did he truly believe they would remain passive? Certainly. It is Prince Qin Jiuyo. Look, esteemed leader, the other princes are all in the capital, the heart of Daqin, where the majority of the masters are stationed. If we go there, we shall gain nothing. However, if we head to Longning City, the situation is entirely different. Although the Song family suffered a defeat last time, that was due to their insufficient strength. At most, they had only the elder Tianqing guarding the Tianshan Pass. With the might of our demon sect, a mere elder Tianqing is no match for us. Therefore, targeting Qin Jiuyo is the most prudent course of action. Indeed, our clever strategist. Issue orders at once to move northward. After eliminating Qin Jiuyo, we shall promptly exit Daqin's territory. When did our demon sect become so hesitant in taking a life? The strategist, with a knowing smile, seemed to harbor some deeper plans. He immediately left the demon sect and ventured into a nearby canyon. Your Majesty, the demon sect has agreed to take action. Qin Jiuyo is undoubtedly doomed. Song Xiao, a dead man, holds no value for us. Spoke the individual referred to as Your Majesty. The person below, bearing the surname Song, revealed his identity as a remnant of the previous dynasty, whose aspirations for restoration remained unquenched, aiming to reign within Daqin's borders, a heart that is deserving of execution. Once Qin Jiuyo is slain, Qin Xuanzhen shall inevitably rage. After all, Qin Jiuyo is a member of the royal family. His murder will surely incite conflict with the demon sect, at which point you can lead your kin to silently approach the palace and reclaim all that belongs to our clan. Excellent. A most ingenious plan, should the restoration succeed. You shall be the foremost among us. Chapter 22. The Concealment Formation in the Dead of Night, mobilized by Mo Tianqi. All disciples of the demon sect within Daqin gathered to form a formidable force, numbering several hundred. A mere few hundred mortals would hardly stir any significant unrest. Yet, a contingent of martial artists, even in Daqin, would warrant serious attention. One could not afford to underestimate such a collective. The key is that the disciples of the demon sect are known to fight recklessly. In essence, this sect comprises individuals with notorious criminal records, having committed severe transgressions in Daqin. Thus their animosity towards the empire is palpable. Regardless, when they resolve to launch an assault on Longning City, it would likely be their most regrettable decision, for that place is far more complex than it appears. Just as they were fervently preparing for battle, an unexpected development arose from the Song family. They covertly informed the Qin family, alerting them that the demon sect was gearing up to strike Longning City, clearly targeting Qin Jiuyo, who foolishly left the capital. Let us depart for Longning City, Mo Tianqi declared. The journey would take several days, so there was no rush. After all, no outsiders were privy to their actions. He remained oblivious to the fact that his strategist was likely named Song Qiao. Otherwise, such a hasty decision would not have been made. In an instant, nearly 300 individuals split into various teams, heading towards Longning City. Given the grand nature of their objective, it was wise to separate for stealth, planning to regroup outside the city. This formidable force comprised 3 masters and 30 to 40 innate experts, unmatched in strength. The demon sect's former base had transformed into an abandoned sect overnight, relocated to a distant place. Meanwhile, Qin Jiuyo continued his diligent practice as usual. Observing Fu Xianxian train brought him immense pleasure. He seldom ventured out, with Li Bai and Fu Xianxian procuring food and supplies, disguised so that few recognized them. On one particular morning, having completed his registration, congratulations echoed as the host received the concealment formation, along with several spirit pills and essence pills. The concealment formation? Apart from the pills, this formation seemed rather intriguing. Host, the concealment formation can envelop the current courtyard, masking the presence of all individuals within. Unless one's cultivation surpasses that of a prince, it cannot be unraveled. A remarkable treasure, Qin Jiuyo remarked. Just days ago, he had hoped for such a functionality, and to his surprise, it materialized. He promptly placed the concealment formation at the very heart of the Qin residence. Henceforth, even if they achieved breakthroughs, others would remain oblivious. Those entering would perceive no anomaly, appearing as ordinary mortals. Presently, the Qin residence seemed rather desolate. Aside from the frequently utilized areas, other sections were overgrown with weeds, as if no one had inhabited them for ages. This was to be expected, given that only 3 individuals resided there. Abandonment was inevitable. Perhaps one day, should the gates of the Qin residence display signs of neglect, it would evoke disbelief, indicating that no one had opened that door for a long time. Unless absolutely necessary, the gates would remain shut, and their exits would remain concealed. Truly, they had mastered the art of remaining inconspicuous. Now, with the emergence of the concealment formation, it further solidified the notion that the Qin residence was on the verge of decline. In the capital, the demon sect's ambitions were palpable. Masters Fang Kuan and Qi Wu, along with the venerable ancestor Qin Huiwang, you 3 must immediately lead 500 elite guards to Longning City. This time, we must eradicate the demon sect. Upon receiving the news, Qin Xuanzhen summoned the strong of the Qin family, instructing them to ambush the demon sect, ensuring that this time, the adversaries would not escape. Once the demon sect is dealt with, the minor nuisances shall be eliminated as well, allowing for a seamless transition of power to the next emperor, ensuring a stable realm. Particularly, the remnants of the previous dynasty have been exceedingly active of late. Your Majesty, should we all venture out, the Song family may take advantage of the empty capital. Qin Huiwang cautioned. Fear not, I have a plan. Once they dare to come, they shall find no return, Qin Xuanzhen asserted, exuding formidable energy. 4th level master. The others gazed in astonishment at Qin Xuanzhen, who, at just over 40, had already achieved a pinnacle of strength that few had attained into Qin. No wonder he dared to send so many experts to ambush the demon sect. Then it is settled. The demon sect shall be vanquished, Qin Huiwang affirmed. That very morning, they led 500 elite guards away from the capital. Recently, the once quiet Longning City had become bustling due to Qin Zhuyo's arrival, with everyone eager to partake. Yet none emerged unscathed, not even the eldest son of the Song family, who met his demise on the spot. Song family, when we spared your lives, you should have cherished it, Qin Huiwang reflected after their departure. Qin Xuanzhen's eyes glimmered with cold intent. When the Qin family established their rule, they showcased mercy by sparing the Song family. However, since their treacherous hearts persisted, they would be forever buried by time. Days later, Qin Huiwang and his allies arrived near Longning City, biding their time in the shadows without entering the city, wary of their conspicuousness which might attract the demon sect's attention, jeopardizing their mission. Once settled, Qin Huiwang approached Fu Mingxian. My lord, the demon sect is preparing to attack Longning City. Upon hearing this news, Fu Mingxian was taken aback. There was nothing here of value for them. You need not concern yourself with that. For the next few days, have the city guards closely monitor the movements of incoming martial artists. Upon any news, inform me immediately, Qin Huiwang instructed. Yes, I shall commence preparations at once. Fu Mingxian replied. After Qin Huiwang and the others departed, Fu Mingxian paced anxiously within the grand hall. Do you think they might be targeting the crown prince? The demon sect has always been at odds with the royal family. Could they be here to deal with him? Lady Fu speculated. Her analysis held merit. Given the demon sect's formidable power, they would hardly deign to come here. Yet, with Xianxian still present, we must bring her back swiftly, Fu Mingxian replied, suddenly recalling that Fu Xianxian hadn't returned home in quite some time. Previously, she would visit every few days. But now it had been nearly a month since they last laid eyes on her. They hadn't even noticed this absence until Qin Huiwang's arrival had triggered a sense of unease. What if Xianxian had been confined and was unable to come out? Chapter 23. The overgrown Qin residence. Lady Fu gasped. If a powerful figure from the demon sect were indeed coming to confront the crown prince, they would surely visit the Qin residence too, and their daughter might be in grave danger. They needed to bring her back without delay. As for Qin Zhuyo's fate, they would be more than happy to see him meet an early demise. If he were not still a high-ranking official of the great Qin, who would truly care about his life or death? I shall go fetch Xianxian, Lady Fu declared. As a devoted mother, she could not bear to see her daughter face such peril. She hoped fervently for her safe return. The storm outside was tumultuous, ominous clouds gathering. Yet, within the Qin residence, there was an eerie tranquility, as if it were detached from the chaos of the world. The misty maze is acceptable, Qin Juyu remarked, casually casting a misty maze formation at the center of the Qin residence. In recent days, he had acquired quite a number of formations, 4 in total: the breath concealment formation, the misty maze, the heavenly fragrance illusion formation, and the soul devouring formation. The 2 maze formations would confuse intruders, allowing them to enter and exit without realizing they had been misled, making them believe they had witnessed the true state of the Qin residence. Ultimately, the soul-devouring formation would enable him to control it to annihilate intruders, using their corpses as fuel for the formation, eliminating the need to find a place to dispose of them. Now, the Qin residence was as fortified as a fortress. Once one entered, leaving would be a distant thought, with no knowledge of how one might perish. At that moment, outside the Qin residence, Lady Fu rushed there with urgency. However, the cobwebs at the entrance made her hesitate. Upon looking up, she confirmed it was indeed the Qin residence. A sudden chill ran through her. Could it be that those inside had already been taken away? Break the door down, Lady Fu commanded. But madam, this is the Crown Prince's residence. One of the servants hesitated. After all, it was the Crown Prince's palace. Should they force their way in, it could lead to a capital offense if pursued. Have you not seen how long it has been abandoned? We are merely here to ascertain the Crown Prince's well-being. I trust he would understand, Lady Fu insisted. If you cannot manage it, step aside. I will do it myself. Inside, Qin Jiuyu was aware of the commotion outside, the noise so loud it seemed intended for all to hear. However, upon reflection, it struck him that he had not ventured outside in quite some time. Xianxian, your mother has arrived. Would you like to see her? Qin Jiuyu asked. Oh, perhaps another time, Fu Xianxian replied. Given the current desolation, how could she explain it to her mother? It was better not to meet. For now, she would remain hidden. Perhaps influenced by Qin Jiuyu, her temperament had gradually changed. Very well, Qin Jiuyu said, activating the misty maze. Even if Lady Fu managed to enter, she would be unable to approach them, led away from the Qin residence instead. Outside, Lady Fu took matters into her own hands. Just as she was about to slam into the door, she discovered it was ajar and pushed it open easily. Isn't that the city lord's wife? Madam, the Qin residence hasn't been open for a long time. There may be no one inside, the townsfolk noted, observing the unusual situation. They lived nearby and were familiar with the happenings there. In their minds, it was quite possible that Qin Jiuyu had already perished. After all, who would remain hidden for so long that even spiders had begun to spin webs in the rafters? Has it truly been so long since anyone was seen? Lady Fu inquired, her heart sinking with an ominous premonition. Yes, it has been nearly a month since anyone was sighted, came the reply. The duration indeed felt excessive, deepening her unease. She hoped the situation was not as dire as she feared. Thank you for the information, Lady Fu said, as she led her entourage into the expansive Qin residence. Once, over a month ago, the residence had been opulent, but now, upon entering, they were greeted by an overgrowth of weeds and moss covering the path, a clear indication that no one had visited in quite some time. This was the stark reality of the Qin residence, appearing as though it were abandoned. Madam, allow us to clear the way, one of her companions suggested, as they encountered areas overrun with weeds, obscuring the pathway. As they wandered through the desolate halls, it felt like an uninhabited world, starkly contrasting the clamorous outside. No matter how loud the commotion was beyond these walls, here, silence reigned supreme. Xianxian, where are you? Lady Fu muttered, perhaps in her heart. She feared the worst for Fu Xianxian. On the other side of the formation, Fu Xianxian could see everything around her mother clearly. Yet she could not bring herself to go outside. Perhaps she would return briefly after some time and claim she had just come back from outside. Ultimately, she left in disappointment. It had indeed been far too long since anyone had dwelt here. Not lingering too long, she departed, ensuring to close the door behind her. Soon after she left, the spiders resumed their weaving. She conveyed this situation to Fu Mingxian, and the couple fell into a contemplative silence. It seems we must prioritize dealing with the demon sect, Fu Mingxian remarked. With the demon sect approaching, he had no time to search for Fu Xianxian. Perhaps she was merely out enjoying herself. It was not impossible. Since she was not present, it brought a certain relief, suggesting that she might be safe. As time passed, the demon sect members had arrived in Longning City. They did not act recklessly, wary of ambush. Instead, they lay in wait throughout various locations in the city. Under the cover of night, they stealthily scaled the walls of the Qin residence. However, the outcome was disappointing, much like Lady Fu. Witnessing the state of the residence left them bewildered. Sect leader, This is the situation. Shall we proceed inside? A scout reported. Could it be an illusion? Given Qin Jiuyu's status, this place should not be in such disarray, an elder remarked. In my opinion, Qin Jiuyu likely could not bear the disgrace of exile and chose to take his own life. Regardless, tomorrow was their scheduled departure from the Great Qin. It would not hurt to investigate tonight, Imo Tianqi stated. Doubt plagued their minds. Could it truly be, as the elder suggested, that Qin Jiuyu, unable to withstand exile, had opted for death, dispersing everyone and quietly passing away? Such thoughts felt incongruous, as everything about this situation seemed unnatural, prompting lingering unease. Without first-hand observation, they could not shake their apprehension. News of the Qin residents' abandonment spread swiftly. Once again, the city of Longning has become a focal point of speculation regarding the whereabouts of the crown prince. The once vanished individual has re-entered the public's gaze. Yet this may be but the last flicker of twilight. Should he fail to reappear, he will inevitably be regarded as deceased. Chapter 24, The Ruthless Night. Qin Jiuyu had never contemplated the necessity of providing an explanation to outsiders. To live in serene solitude is indeed a delightful prospect. Why concern oneself with others' judgments? Remaining discreet has its own merits. Moreover, is the current state not satisfactory? It perpetually affords others a modicum of surprise. Should an intruder stumble in, misled and with ulterior motives, they might remain here forever, serving as nourishment for the divine devouring array. As the long night approaches, and dawn remains elusive, the ambience within the expansive Qin residence starkly contrasts with the bright lights outside. Only a single source of illumination exists within, thwarted by array formations that prevent any illumination from escaping. Not even the smoke from fireworks can seep out, leaving the outside world oblivious to the circumstances within. With the onset of night, malevolent creatures begin to stir. A horde of phantoms and spirits loiters around the Qin estate, seizing the opportunity to scale the walls and infiltrate the premises, each exuding an aura of malevolence, unmistakably ominous. Master, the situation seems amiss. It is unnaturally quiet. Could it be that they have truly departed? If so, we should have arrived earlier, murmured one. That damn Qin Jiuyu, always fleeing. Is it possible they left long before us, rather than to elude us? As they surveyed the desolate courtyard, a sense of unreality enveloped them. After all, this was the residence of the crown prince, now fallen to such a state that it evoked a sense of lament. Let us depart, suggested Imo Tianqi. We had intended to surprise Qin Xuanjin before leaving, but since he is not here, we shall not waste any more time. The group nodded in silence. Recognizing that remaining here served no purpose, they resolved to return to their headquarters, where they would truly thrive. Meanwhile, within the adjacent courtyard, Qin Jiuyu listened to their discourse and could not suppress a smile. How relentless they were in their intentions, still plotting against him. They consistently provide him with surprises, adding a dash of excitement to his otherwise mundane existence. With their intense murderous intent, they were likely disciples of the demon sect. Let us play with you, Qin Jiuyu declared, manipulating the mysterious fog array to seal off their escape routes. Entering was easy. Exiting would prove far more challenging, and they might even lose their lives here without anyone ever knowing. An enigmatic crown prince could hardly be deemed a murderer. Li Bai, Xianxian, would you care to engage with them? Qin Jiuyu inquired. Your Highness, I shall refrain. Their strength is lacking, merely at the third stage of master. I could easily crush them with a flick of my hand, Li Bai responded, shaking his head. Indeed, a celestial being ought not to lower themselves to spar with mere masters, added Fu Xianxian. Then let the divine devouring array deal with them. This territory is not a playground for them to enter and exit at will, Qin Jiuyu said, his eyes glinting with a chilling intent. It was absurd. They had tested him repeatedly. How could he simply let them go? Should he spare them? Would they likewise spare an unassuming Qin Jiuyu? Clearly not. They were intent on him. Thus, he felt no need to extend any courtesies. It was time for their demise. The four great formations began to operate silently. At that moment, Imo Tianqi and his companions found themselves unable to discern a path to freedom, as if ensnared in this place. The atmosphere was too eerie. They should not stray too far from one another. By noon, they recognized something was amiss. The Qin estate was not so vast that they could enter and be unable to exit. This could only imply the presence of forces beyond their comprehension. A chill of trepidation crept into their hearts, for to be ensnared without knowledge was a harrowing prospect. A gust of wind swept through, sending shivers down their spines. It was a bone-chilling cold, and winter had yet to arrive. What could induce such a sensation among these innate masters? Ah, do not come near. Suddenly, one of the innate warriors began to scream frantically, writhing on the ground. Just as they were about to admonish him, they noticed blood streaming from his mouth and nose. In mere moments, his body withered, and with the wind, he vanished without a trace. Fear surged through them. A master had just perished? In mere seconds, he had evaporated before their eyes. The horror of it was unfathomable. Who could have anticipated such dread lurking here? It seems we shall not be leaving today, Mo Tianchi remarked, a hint of resignation in his voice. This felt like the most regrettable choice. They could have left the Great Qin directly, but chose instead to venture into this peculiar place, which appeared barren yet concealed deadly traps. Who knew what terrifying entities lurked here? If one had vanished, surely the next would follow. The second individual fell without warning, collapsing mid-conversation, his form swiftly disappearing. This bizarre scene startled them. Even as disciples of the demon sect, their nefarious pasts rendered them momentarily paralyzed. Facing imminent death was one thing. It was the unpredictable nature of this place that instilled true fear. Come out, we shall challenge you one-on-one. They shouted into the void, convinced their adversary lurked nearby. Too afraid to confront them directly. Yet their curses bore no effect. Qin Jiuyo was not one to be provoked easily. He was far too languid, preferring to orchestrate the fates of these intruders from his perch, far more entertaining than engaging in a direct confrontation. How utterly dull. Is this truly the caliber of demon sect disciples? So feeble, Qin Jiuyo mused. Your Highness, I shall retire for the evening, Fu Xianxian declared, stifling a yawn. In the past, she might have regarded Qin Jiuyo as malevolent, but after her experiences in the Chunxian secret realm, her perspective had shifted. This world was a cycle of kill or be killed. The manner of demise was merely a detail. Moreover, having already encroached upon their territory, it was only fitting they should retaliate. It was merely unfortunate for them that they encountered a fully prepared Qin Jiuyo. Allowing them to perish in fear served as fitting retribution for their past transgressions against countless innocent lives. Go, Qin Jiuyo commanded. Attention shifted to the disciples of the demon sect, as Mo Tianchi and his companions fled desperately, attempting to escape this dreadful place. However, without exception, they found themselves thwarted. There was no way out. Once inside, they were trapped like birds with clipped wings. Outside the Qin residence, atop the rooftops, numerous disciples of the demon sect awaited their leader's signal. Given Mo Tianchi's prowess, capturing him should have been effortless. Of the 300 in their ranks, only about 20 had entered, while the rest remained outside. As time passed, with no sign of their return, they resolved to charge in. In a rush, the disciples surged forward, each eager to leap over the walls. The trapped individuals sought to escape the demon lair, but found themselves utterly powerless. Oblivious to the peril, the newcomers rushed headlong into the fray. Yet, they remained unaware of whether their bravado would endure once they crossed the threshold. Qin Jiuyo was taken aback by the arrival of the demon sect disciples. So many had come, he decided to ensnare them all. Observing the throng of enemies flooding in, he was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. The strength of these newcomers was insignificant. Even if 300 masters entered without his permission, none would escape unscathed. Leader, we have arrived, someone called out. Where has the elder gone? Upon entering, they quickly found Mo Tianchi and his group. What are you doing here? Mo Tianchi exclaimed, a sense of dread washing over him. Their presence meant certain doom. If all had come, would it not spell the end for them all? The peculiarities of this place could only be truly understood by those who had experienced it, an evil beyond comprehension. They had yet to detect the enemy's whereabouts. Leader, what is happening? Instantly, they sensed something was amiss. The expressions on Mo Tianchi's face indicated that something grave had transpired. There is no way out, he lamented, gazing upward, at a loss for words. To think he would meet his demise in such a trivial courtyard, without even confronting the main antagonist, was truly terrifying. Given another chance, he would never have set foot in this place. Death and fear lingered incessantly around them. His words left the others bewildered, struggling to grasp his meaning. We will all perish here, declared a master. Knowing death awaited them, yet being forced to wait was an agonizing torment. After uttering this, his body withered like one who had already succumbed, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The master is dead. Witnessing this without resistance sent chills down their spines. They instinctively swallowed hard, questioning what monstrous presence could annihilate a master without so much as a struggle, leaving only dust behind. Each individual cast their eyes downward, lost in thought. In that moment, burdened by heavy hearts, all that remained after their terror was a sense of resignation. Chapter 25. The guard of the waiting dead. They finally understood what it meant to be trapped here. Such bizarre phenomena instilled fear, even in the demon sect as strategist. The Song family spy, who now experienced an unprecedented sense of release. He had disseminated information that the demon sect would invade Qin Jiuyo's residence that night, anticipating a clash with the great Qin army, from which the Song family would profit. Yet, the uncanny nature of this place exceeded all expectations. Resembling an unfathomable abyss that devoured everything, soul, flesh, and fear, until they were ground to nothingness, as if they had never existed in this world. Fear proved futile. As long as their adversaries desired their demise, their fate was sealed. Could it be Qin Jiuyo? This thought flickered in the minds of many. If so, it would be even more terrifying. A single individual capable of ensnaring an entire sect was formidable enough to sweep away all foes of the great Qin. Yet, it mattered little to them now. They could not escape, nor could messages reach the outside world. Their deaths would go unnoticed, save for the initial search, after which they would be forgotten. In the following minutes, someone would perish every 1 or 2 minutes. No one knew when their turn would come, leading some to abandon hope, lying on the ground, gazing at the stars, awaiting death. Have you all given up? How dull, Qin Jiuyo remarked. Yet it seemed they had no recourse but to surrender. Seeing this, he quickened his pace, manipulating the god-eating array, embodying the grim reaper as he mercilessly harvested their lives. As the death toll escalated, they began to comprehend the truth. Their adversary had been observing from the shadows, perhaps growing weary of the game, hence unleashing a wave of slaughter. They knew the outcome, yet could not resist. Just as they had once harmed others, now the tables had turned, leaving them feeling helpless. Half an hour later, only a meager dozen remained alive, all high-ranking members of the demon sect. Yet they were now prisoners, their former glory destined to fade with their demise. The great Qin would no longer bear the shadow of the demon sect. That should suffice, Qin Jiuyo declared, rising to open the door and stepping outside. Upon seeing him, the remaining few were instantly captivated. They turned to face him, unable to forget his visage. Nor could they ever. Qin Jiuyo. The name hung in the air, palpable. Each face bore disbelief. Qin Jiuyo had been there all along, never having left, orchestrating such horrors to ensnare and eliminate them one by one. All prior evaluations of him evaporated in that instant. In their hearts, Qin Jiuyo emerged as the most concealed figure, achieving something so terrifying in the shadows, his every motion determining the fate of the demon sect. Such power. Why would he choose to remain hidden, lurking in obscurity? Do you wish to kill me? Pray tell, how will you proceed? Qin Jiuyo asked. They fell silent, pondering whether it was because Qin Jiuyo was deemed an easy target. Regardless of the reasons, they could not voice their thoughts, nor even dare to engage him in conversation. No one could have anticipated such a conclusion. They exhibited resilience, but it was futile. Those who had come before them had perished, and now it was their turn. Qin Jiuyo took action. His display of power left all in awe, a strength that was nearly suffocating. From beginning to end, Qin Jiuyo relied solely on his formidable abilities. Even alone, he could vanquish them all. Ha ha ha, I ultimately miscalculated. Imo Tianqi chuckled bitterly, drawing his sword to take his own life. A once mighty hero fell. Without arguing with Qin Jiuyo, he opted for a swift end, realizing survival was no longer an option. What a pity, had you not stepped into the Qin residence. You would not have met such a fate, Qin Jiuyo remarked. He was indifferent to their past actions. However, those who sought to harm him needed to be prepared for their inevitable demise, as he would not spare anyone who wished him dead. Even Lu Ruoyan, upon arriving here, conducted herself with utmost respect. A group of petty individuals dared to make a move, but she did not hold back. It was not due to Lu Ruoyan's exceptional prowess, but rather her keen awareness of Li Bai's aura, coupled with her firm belief in the formidable background of Qin Jiuyo. Had he acquired the breath-concealing grand array sooner, none could predict the course of events that might have unfolded. Master, the crowd roared in frustration. Even Imo Tianqi was left with no choice but to take his own life, ending his existence. What could they possibly do? Faced with the overwhelming presence of Qin Jiuyo, their hearts sank to the depths of despair. The people of the great Qin had all erred. Those who were eager to act against him turned out to be confronted by a terrifying superpower capable of single-handedly altering the fate of the great Qin. Alas, The outside world remained oblivious to the events transpiring here. Their demise was destined to be futile. It could only be said that they should not have ventured here. Otherwise, such a predicament would not have arisen. You may all end your lives, Qin Jiuyo declared. He refrained from further violence, wishing not to tarnish his hands with unnecessary bloodshed. Having already dispatched a few, in an instant, the faces of the living turned ashen. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. The few remaining individuals exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Esteemed colleagues, I shall take my leave first, an elder proclaimed, suddenly striking his own crown, succumbing to death, which seemed preferable to enduring torment here. Another master met his end, marking this night as one destined to be drenched in blood. Had they harbored no ulterior motives and chosen to serve the great Qin, the outcome would have been strikingly different. One by one, others followed suit, choosing to end their own lives. To confront Qin Jiuyo, they lacked the courage. The earlier commotion had already revealed the futility of challenging his strength. Even a forced attempt would lead to dire consequences. Thus, they opted for self-termination, granting themselves a dignified exit. As for what would transpire posthumously, that was beyond their concern. With the last individual's demise, the evil sect met its end. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, a multitude of strong figures congregated. Is your information accurate? We've been waiting here for nearly half the night without a single sighting. Qin Huihuang expressed his displeasure. The distance to the Qin residence was short, allowing for a swift journey. Yet, despite their vigil, no trace of the evil sect appeared. Since the Qin residence lay abandoned, they had no intention of engaging the evil sect on account of Qin Jiuyo. Their objective was the complete annihilation of this faction to ensure stability within the Great Qin. Yet, until now, there had been no sign of the evil sect, nor any indication of movement from within the Qin residence. They surmised that Fu Mingxian was merely toying with them, which did not sit well with them. My lord, it is indeed true. And it was a disciple of the evil sect who informed me, Fu Mingxian replied anxiously. You believe the words of the evil sect? They may have departed long ago. Such ill fortune. How could you claim to be a city lord? Upon hearing Fu Mingxian's source of information, Qin Huihuang and the others were infuriated. Feeling they had wasted half the night waiting due to such a reason, they nearly wished to slap Fu Mingxian. Disperse. The evil sect likely will not make a move now, Qin Huihuang decreed. It was a pity they could not wait for a disciple of the evil sect. The current situation dictated they could only return home. Perhaps the sect had already left. Fu Mingxian stood by, too fearful to speak. Now aware of the gravity of the situation, this considerable oversight was his fault. He should have realized the evil sect's words were not to be trusted. Very well. Ultimately, they departed in discontent, seeking rest. Should no further news arise, they would leave Longning City and return to the royal capital. Their duty was to safeguard the capital's safety, not squander time on such meaningless endeavors. Little did they know the evil sect had indeed taken action, but was ensnared within an array, rendering the internal circumstances impervious to external knowledge. This could not be blamed on Fu Mingxian. He was merely overly concerned for Fu Xuanchuan's safety. With every whisper of wind, he perceived it as a genuine threat. Now, he could breathe easier. The Qin residence likely housed no one. His daughter had ventured far. And with the evil sect not attacking, there would be no casualties, a situation that represented the most favorable outcome. Even if he faced repercussions later, he would accept them. At worst, he would relinquish his official position but retain his identity as a martial artist, free to go wherever he pleased. As dawn broke, Longning City welcomed a new day. The previous night held no incidents. All was well. The citizens continued their lives as usual. Fu Mingxian, take care of yourself, Qin Huihuang remarked, leading his entourage away from Longning City. After so many days without any activity from the evil sect, coupled with Qin Jiuyo's mysterious disappearance, they had no reason to linger here and should promptly report the situation to Qin Xuanzhen. They did not accept the notion of Qin Jiuyo's suicide. They were well aware of his demeanor while in the royal capital. Even when demoted, he would never entertain suicidal tendencies. There were deeper layers to this situation, elements unknown to them, so speculation was unwise. It was best to wait for Qin Xuanzhen to make a decision. Initially arriving in high spirits, they had hoped to eradicate the evil sect, thus achieving great merit. Not only would they gain promotions, but even rewards would ensure their livelihoods. Yet they departed empty-handed, having achieved little amidst the grandiose endeavor. Chapter 26. A return home. The Qin residence resumed its usual tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Despite the loss of over 300 lives the previous night, Not a trace of blood remained. They had long since vanished without a trace. Beyond a couple of rooms, the rest lay shrouded in weeds, rendering it hard to fathom such a secluded area existed within the bustling city. The webs at the entrance had multiplied, further confirming that no one had inhabited this place for quite some time. Otherwise, who would allow such webs to flourish unchecked? Some wished to occupy the residence, hoping to claim it as their own. Yet without a decree from the court, who would dare seize it? Thus, it remained abandoned, awaiting the day someone discovered its state to decide its fate. The uninformed were somewhat fortunate. At least they did not lose their lives here. Many had perished the previous day. Their absence made no difference. Since his arrival in this mansion, nearly 500 individuals had died, all martial artists. Only martial artists harbored covetous desires. Those who acted would meet their demise. That day, many awaited news, whether from the royal Qin family or the former Song family. All anticipated a resolution. Should conflict arise, they would not hesitate to strike. With so many strong figures within the evil sect, the Qin family would surely dispatch a substantial force, seizing the opportunity to claim the royal capital. The common folk were indifferent to who ruled. As long as their lives remained stable, the identity of the ruler mattered not. They continued to pay their taxes regardless. Ultimately, however, no news emerged, and no one dared to act rashly. Upon Qin Huihuang's return to the royal capital, he immediately sought out Qin Xuanzhen, relaying the situation accurately. Thus, it appears that Juyo is not in Longning City, and the members of the demon sect have not arrived, Qin Xuanzhen remarked. Indeed, I personally went to investigate, and the place is overgrown with weeds, having been uninhabited for quite some time. Alas, this may be for the best. I hope that child is safe. In my heart, I believe that if Juyo were to follow the righteous path, even if he could not cultivate, his wisdom would still lead him to significant achievements. He genuinely cares for his eldest son. Even after sending him away from the capital, he ensured that Juyo would not suffer, secretly dispatching protectors out of fear of harm befalling him. Yet now, he is missing right under the watchful eyes of others. He shares Qin Huihuang's belief that Juyo would never take his own life. It is merely a matter of where he has gone, a mystery to all. This further underscores Juyo's capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have vanished while under the watch of those martial artists. In truth, Juyo has not left. He remains within the Qin residence, simply refraining from making appearances, which has led to rampant speculation from the outside world. Days have passed since the invasion of the demon sect. Your Highness, I wish to return home briefly to alleviate my parents' worries, Fu Xianxian stated. If she were to return the very next day, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Hence, she chose to wait a few days before deciding to visit, hoping to ease her parents' minds. Go if you wish. There is no need to consult me, Juyo replied. Upon her return, she disguised herself and entered the city, making a grand entrance as if to ensure everyone noticed her. The moment Fu Mingxian and his wife received the news, they hurried to their doorstep to await her arrival. Upon seeing each other, Mrs. Fu was overwhelmed with emotion and immediately embraced Fu Xianxian. My child, you have finally returned, Mrs. Fu exclaimed. As long as Fu Xianxian was safe, nothing else mattered. All their efforts had been worthwhile. Mother, what is it? I was only gone for a few days. Fu Xianxian replied. Let me tell you, just a few days ago, cough, Xianxian, it's good that you're back. There's nothing to worry about. Fu Mingxian quickly interrupted his wife. Some matters were better left unsaid to avoid burdening their daughter with unnecessary worries. Oh, how mysterious, Fu Xianxian feigned calmness. Aware of the situation far better than her parents, yet it was not appropriate to disclose everything to them. By the way, Xianxian, where's the crown prince? Fu Mingxian inquired. I do not know. Recently, I encountered a senior who insisted on teaching me about my physique and cultivation. I only just returned and will soon leave again, Fu Xianxian replied. Since she could not be entirely forthright, she decided to weave a convenient lie. Using cultivation as an excuse was far better than having them worry about her, especially since she might not return for an extended period as she needed to diligently cultivate for the Northern Domain's Outstanding Talents competition. You have such remarkable encounters. You must cultivate diligently. I hope you haven't caused any trouble, Fu Mingxian said, suddenly invigorated by the prospect of Fu Xuanxuan's cultivation, completely neglecting the matter of Juyo. No, I've actually reached the innate stage, she said, deliberately revealing a hint of her aura. This way, even in front of her parents, she could practice martial arts openly, easily finding excuses to divert their attention. Surely Fu Mingxian would not pry further into the matter. Indeed, it is the innate stage. Xian, your master is truly remarkable. Fu Mingxian remarked, astonished. In such a short time, your strength has ascended to the innate realm. Such a rapid rise surely indicated a master of extraordinary caliber, perhaps even beyond that. Rest assured, my master treats me well, she affirmed. Indeed, whether it was Li Bai or Qin Juyo, they would willingly impart their wisdom whenever she faced challenges. Though Li Bai did not formally acknowledge his role as her master, in her heart, he was indeed her mentor. Thus, in a sense, she was not deceiving Fu Mingxian. She merely withheld the identity of her mentor. For the next 2 or 3 days, she stayed at home. But her cultivation did not wane. Fu Mingxian kept her extraordinary experiences discreet, opting for a quiet approach. One morning, she declared, "Father, Mother, I must leave. It may be a long time before I return." This was the appropriate time and place for a formal farewell, as she set out to pursue distant aspirations. With her current accomplishments, her parents would not feel anxious about her prolonged absence. "Very well, just remember to return when you can," they replied. Watching her depart with smiles upon their faces, filled with pride for their accomplished daughter, no longer burdened by concerns for her future. After leaving the city, she circled back to the Qin residence. It was unlikely that Fu Mingxian and his wife could fathom that their daughter was so close by. "Have the matters been resolved?" Juyo inquired. "Your Highness, everything is in order," Fu Xinxian replied, signaling a gesture she had learned from Juyo, which had become increasingly useful. Chapter 27. Entering the celestial phase with her worries alleviated, her cultivation flourished, allowing her to immerse herself wholly in her practice. Occasionally, Fu Xinxian would venture out to broaden her experiences. Her strength steadily increased, and each return brought significant gains. However, as her cultivation advanced, the resources within the Great Qin realm began to feel insufficient for her needs. After this return, she planned to remain for a while longer as the Outstanding Talents competition approached in just 5 months. Fu Xinxian brimmed with confidence, believing that achieving the celestial phase by that time would be entirely feasible. Today marked a milestone as she successfully entered the Master Realm, joining the ranks of the young masters of Great Qin. It was evident that should she step outside, she would attract attention from all quarters, including the imperial court, which would likely extend olive branches to her. To reach the master stage at such a young age was indeed a rare talent. If she advanced further, she could become a top contender in the northern domain, a strength that no one would contest. "Your Highness, I have finally broken through to the master level," Fu Xinxian exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. Once a nameless figure, she now stood as a formidable presence, having surpassed countless others through her achievements. "You have been here for about 3 months, haven't you?" Juyo remarked. "Yes," Fu Xinxian nodded, though it felt like a short time. Being here also seemed to stretch on endlessly, leading them to occasionally lose track of time. 3 months to master level is not slow, Juyo noted. She had not solely relied on elixirs to elevate her skills. Her progress was largely due to her own efforts. The breakthrough to the master realm was a testament to her dedication, catapulting her into a new echelon of power. She had never sought fame, even during her training. Preferring to remain discreet, no one around her could fathom that a formidable master was in their midst. Following her previous visit home, Fu Mingxian had not sought her out, mindful of disturbing her training. They were unaware of her whereabouts, only wishing to know that their daughter was safe. With 5 months remaining, she aimed to reach the celestial phase and arrive at the divine martial imperial court. Juyo continued, feeling that the timeline was somewhat pressing. The specific journey ahead remained uncertain, yet the time available for her cultivation would not amount to the full 5 months. She might need to set off ahead of schedule. "Rest assured, Your Highness, Xianyuan will give her all," Xianyuan said confidently. In other circumstances, she might have hesitated, but here, it was a different story. While others may falter, she believed that His Highness could aid her in swiftly enhancing her power. Subsequently, she immersed herself in her training. That morning, after awakening, Qin Juyo suddenly felt a chill. Sign-in successful, obtained the Supreme Clone Technique. Supreme Clone Technique? Qin Juyo pondered, wondering what purpose such a thing served. Without dwelling on it too long, he began to examine it. The Supreme Clone Technique allows one to manifest another self, possessing all of one's strength and capable of independent cultivation, requiring immense power as a medium. If I have a clone, am I still myself? Qin Juyo glanced at it, and then stored it away. For some, it might be beneficial, but he desired to remain true to himself. However, The supreme clone technique was indeed formidable, capable of replicating another version of oneself, linked by a shared consciousness, with an explosive combat power that was far from a simple sum of its parts. Such power was undeniably remarkable. Nevertheless, Qin Jiuyo dismissed it. It could be quite advantageous for him, allowing his true self to remain here while the clone ventured forth to explore the vast world. Yet, he chose not to pursue that route. As long as one is strong enough, what difference does it make whether one has a clone? Today, he resolved to step into the realm of Tianxiang. His attention was swiftly diverted. Besides the clone technique, there were numerous medicinal pills available, sufficient for him to break through into the Tianxiang realm. Thus, there would be 2 Tianxiang existences here. Without hesitation, he consumed the pills. With no side effects to worry about, why concern himself with a shaky foundation? Achieving this in one step was indeed quite simple. Your Highness is about to break through to Tianxiang, Li Bai remarked, observing the scene. Having already reached the 6th layer of Tianxiang himself, he was anxious, as he had yet to condense his law form. With each breakthrough, his apprehension grew. Could he truly condense even a mere law form? He had no interest in the common law forms. Thus, his pace of cultivation had slowed down. Without Qin Jiuyo's assistance, he would have to gradually break through on his own. Yet, if necessary, he could attempt to communicate with his previous law form, though that was imperfect. Being only of the 2nd grade, still far from the 1st grade, he would not resort to that unless absolutely warranted. Those summoned were not at their peak. Perhaps they once held great power, but upon being summoned, their potential became limited by Qin Jiuyo's cultivation, forcing them to climb step by step once more along the path they had previously traversed. Given such an opportunity, one must strive to surpass oneself, who would willingly stagnate in the past. As Qin Jiuyo's aura grew increasingly potent, Xianyuan rushed over, captivated by the scene. Master, is His Highness about to break through to Tianxiang? Xianyuan inquired quietly. Li Bai nodded in silence, offering no further commentary. It was merely Tianxiang, with His Highness's capabilities. Such a breakthrough was hardly a simple task, so why be astonished? Not to mention Tianxiang, even a prince was not so distant. They fell silent, patiently waiting nearby. Witnessing a breakthrough into Tianxiang was exhilarating for Xianyuan. Such power was invincible, capable of sweeping through neighboring nations effortlessly. After approximately half an hour, Qin Jiuyo's aura surged dramatically. A thought enters Tianxiang, and auspicious purple qi envelopes the crown. Li Bai exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Qin Jiuyo would condense his own law form immediately after breaking through. Such comparisons were disheartening. After his prolonged struggle, he remained uncertain whether he could successfully condense a law form, a hurdle that had trapped countless individuals. The lower 3 grades of law forms were attainable for princes, while sovereigns could only aspire to the middle 3 grades, and the upper 3 grades held limitless potential. As long as one wished to avoid being buried in obscurity, they would strive to condense an upper 3 grade law form. It was rumored that beyond the 1st grade, there existed the supreme grade, but only encounters with those who possessed such forms could provide clarity on that matter. Chapter 28. The arrival of purple qi above Qin Jiuyo's head. A vast gathering of purple qi swirled, creating a breathtaking spectacle. I shall condense my law form in one fell swoop. Upon breaking through, Qin Jiuyo awakened to his current state and resolutely pressed forward, voraciously absorbing the power permeating the air. This moment, early in the morning, was the most opportune time for the arrival of purple qi. The later it became, the more the purple qi would dissipate, slowing his rate of condensation. He had to employ certain methods to expedite his growth. In an instant, the skies above Longning City were enveloped in purple qi, as if a noble had emerged. Everyone involuntarily paused to absorb the benefits of the purple qi. In that fleeting moment, countless individuals experienced enlightenment, entering a state of ethereal clarity. Perhaps they were unaware of the profound changes occurring within them. Under the radiant purple qi, innumerable people underwent transformations, setting them on the path of cultivation, even enhancing the likelihood of their descendants becoming geniuses. In a single city, destinies could shift in an instant. No one knew from whence the purple qi came or when it would vanish. They simply sat beneath it, doing nothing. News of this phenomenon quickly spread throughout the Great Qin, as the extraordinary occurrence brought immense benefits. The specific changes would only become clear when a powerful individual arrived to elucidate their transformations. The purple qi gradually dissipated by noon, within the Qin manor. As the purple qi entered his body, Qin Jiuyo radiated an aura of auspiciousness, divine and pure, deterring anyone from approaching. After concluding his practice, purple chi continued to swirl around him, invisible to the average observer. Born of the purple chi, I shall name you the law form of the Eastern purple chi, Qin Juyo declared, assigning a title to his law form. Congratulations to the host for condensing the law form. This is a form of boundless potential. Currently at the 9th grade, capable of absorbing purple chi daily to enhance its rank. The more it absorbs, the more formidable its powers become, beyond the basic auspicious signs. When sufficiently powerful, it can transform into a formidable attack, with limitless growth potential. The process is long and requires the host's patience to hone. The system's voice appeared at the appropriate moment, assisting him in interpreting his law form. Upon learning it was merely at the 9th grade, his heart raced with excitement. However, the potential to absorb purple chi for growth hinted at the possibility of advancing to the 1st grade law form, or even the legendary supreme grade. Just the thought was exhilarating, though he suspected that the pace of growth might not be as he wished. At least, he now had some clarity regarding his future path and cultivation. Congratulations, Your Highness. On breaking through to Tianxiang and condensing your law form, the two bystanders remarked, having observed Qin Juyo's progress. Now, it was truly a double blessing. He need not laboriously condense his law form any longer. With countless hours ahead of him, or rather, time held little significance for Qin Juyo. Each major breakthrough in a martial artist's realm significantly extended their lifespan. With his current level, living for 300 years was hardly a concern. The 9th grade law form is hardly noteworthy. You two should focus on your cultivation, Qin Juyo advised. Your Highness, the 9th grade is rather low. Li Bai hesitated to voice his thoughts. It pales in comparison to more powerful law forms. Fear not, I have my methods, Qin Juyo replied. Indeed, Li Bai remarked. Your Highness has spoken thus. There is no need for him to exert himself further. The other party can elevate their strength at will, yet remains oblivious to the source of the miraculous elixirs that appear daily. Why should I ponder such matters? I shall simply await the breakthrough. Another ordinary day passed. Yet for Longning City, it marked an extraordinary period. At last, a martial artist discovered that their innate talent had seemingly grown stronger, enabling them to progress further along the path of cultivation. When this news spread throughout Longning City, every face was alight with excitement. Did it signify that under the radiance of the purple aura, they could alter their fates and embark upon the path of cultivation? Without specialized detection tools, none could ascertain the nature of the changes taking place. In the city lord's mansion, this is a heavenly opportunity. We must report to the capital immediately, Fu Mingxian declared. His own realm had also become unstable, nearing a breakthrough to the 9th level of the acquired stage. With a few more occurrences, he could ascend to the innate realm. What immense power that would bestow. At that point, he would be considered among the upper echelons. In truth, whether he reported or not was of little consequence. Currently, Longning City was under the watchful eyes of numerous imperial guards. Qin Xuanjin had not withdrawn them, closely monitoring the situation, waiting for Qin Juyo's return to be informed at the first instance. However, given the gravity of the situation, should he fail to report, he would be unable to bear the consequences of any blame that might ensue. Once the news reached the capital, the court was stirred. They even dispatched personnel with tools for talent detection. Indeed, the citizens of Longning City were found to be more suited for martial pursuits than before. Even the slightest enhancement was enough to ignite excitement. Within the court, civil and military officials engaged in fervent debate. In my view, the emergence of the Ziwei star is ominous for our dynasty. We must suppress it with military force. Absolutely not. We must observe the developments. Should the purple aura condense again, I propose we all partake in its blessings. In doing so, the fortunes of the great Qin will surely flourish. Humph. Do you think your words alone hold weight? Believe it or not, I could silence you in an instant. Qin Xuanjin pondered the issues they raised. If this were merely a fleeting phenomenon, there was indeed little need for concern. At most, a remarkable individual might emerge. However, if such occurrences were frequent, it would signify divine favor upon the place. Regularly shrouded in purple aura, even the inept could transform into geniuses. In no time, Longning City could become a sanctuary for cultivation, and even spiritual veins might arise, establishing it as a core region of the Great Qin. It was conceivable that the capital might eventually be relocated there. Enough of this bickering. We must closely monitor the changes in Longning City, Qin Xuanjin decreed. Patience was required. Results would not come swiftly. Yet, Vigilance towards Longning City was imperative, for it might give rise to a true dragon. Should it pose a threat to the Great Qin's dynasty, he would not hesitate to quell it, even if it meant annihilating Longning City entirely. In the north, at the borders of the Manghan dynasty, a soldier reported, "General, a day ago, an unusual phenomenon enveloped Longning City in purple aura. Should we launch an attack to seize it?" The border soldiers were bundled tightly against the harsh conditions, which were far more severe than those in the Great Qin. Winter had barely commenced, and snowflakes had already begun to fall. They were not saints, untouched by the seasons. Only those of profound cultivation could endure for a while. Commence a full-scale assault on Tianshan Pass in 10 days, at all costs, the general proclaimed. Due to the Manghan dynasty's unique geographical position, they faced only the Great Qin. With the collective strength of their nation, could they not capture a border pass? Once secured, Longning City would naturally fall into their grasp. The 10-day wait was to allow reinforcements to arrive. Once the army assembled, overwhelming a pass with only 3,000 defenders would be a trivial task. They would then sweep southward, unchallenged, across the Great Qin. No one anticipated that the Manghan dynasty would be the first to strike. Yet, such invasions were commonplace. Winter would always herald Manghan incursions into the Great Qin. The harsh environment was only suitable for grazing. Crops could scarcely be cultivated, and the cities capable of producing grain were insufficient to sustain a dynasty. Thus, invading the Great Qin became the most viable strategy. Kill, kill. The soldiers of Manghan erupted in excitement. Each year at this time, they could pillage the Great Qin, unleashing a wave of slaughter and chaos. They had only themselves to blame for their own fertile lands. Meanwhile, Qin Jiuyo remained absorbed in his cultivation. On another morning, he swiftly absorbed the purple aura, yet failed to manifest the extraordinary phenomenon. Only on the day of its condensation, when he could not yet control it, did his Dharma form naturally reveal itself to the world. Having not ventured outside, he was unaware that Longning City had transformed into a coveted sanctuary, attracting throngs of martial artists eager to alter their destinies. After the purple aura dissipated, he began his daily sign-in. "Congratulations, host. You have received 10 purple aura pills and 10 vitality pills." Purple aura pills? A sense of foreboding arose within him. Upon learning of their effects, he felt disheartened. Each purple aura pill could double the effects of absorbing the purple aura for an hour. In essence, his 6 hours of cultivation amounted to half that time due to this setback. He was tempted to curse, but soon dismissed the thought. After all, time was plentiful, and he need not fret over such trivialities. He could simply adopt a more diligent approach starting tomorrow. Perhaps by the time of the Tianjiao battle, he could ascend to the mid-third tier or even the upper third tier. As long as he remained industrious, opportunities would arise. For the increasingly diligent Qin Jiuyo, Li Bai and Fu Xianyuan found it difficult to comprehend. The prince, who typically returned to slumber after waking, had surprisingly devoted an entire morning to quiet practice, a rare occurrence. They were unaware that Qin Jiuyo's Dharma form could continuously strengthen, and that the purple aura appeared only between 6 and 12 o'clock. Once the time passed, he would have to wait until the following day. He had no choice but to be diligent. "Your Highness is working so hard. I cannot fall behind," Fu Xianyuan thought, thus redoubling her efforts. Naturally, she welcomed the vitality pills as well. Since there was nothing external to aid her, why not take a shortcut? Relying solely on herself would lead her back to the allure of medicinal pills. Typically, whenever Qin Jiuyo completed his sign-in, he would share the spoils with her. As he had no need for the vitality pills, only she required them now. That night, she consumed a vitality pill and meditated to sleep, awaiting a natural breakthrough. This had been her routine. As time passed, the intervals between breakthroughs lengthened, unlike the acquired stage where a single spirit chi pill could yield immediate results. Now, each time Qin Jiuyo ascended a level, it took approximately half an hour, and the duration would only increase. After consuming over 100 pills, she would awaken the next day with several levels of advancement. With an abundance of pills, the process of cultivation became as effortless as eating and drinking. Unbeknownst to them, the night deepened. On a frigid winter night, particularly bitter as it approached the era of the Manghan dynasty, the city of Longning stood as a northern stronghold. In the stillness of the night, unnoticed by anyone, snowflakes began to fall, only to vanish without a trace when the sun shone brightly the next day. A slight figure staggered along the street, skin mottled with bruises from the cold, clad in rags, uncertain of his origins and destination. shrouded in mystery. When the chill became unbearable, he sought refuge in the corner of a doorway, only to be driven away, for who would care for him? The warmth of human kindness was starkly illustrated in the small body of the boy. Eventually, he found himself before the gates of the Qin residence. The door, draped in cobwebs, stood ajar. By some twist of fate, he stepped inside, for what did he have to lose when on the verge of death? While Qin Jiuyu may have been oblivious to the happenings outside, he was acutely aware when someone intruded upon his abode. A child? A mere flicker of thought revealed a boy nearly frozen to death, in stark contrast to the dazzling lights outside. Who would have imagined a child was on the brink of freezing in this harsh winter? Without hesitation, he scooped the child into his arms, channeling his spiritual energy to ward off the cold. Soon, a flush appeared on the boy's face, as Qin Jiuyu momentarily forgot that it was winter, a season notorious for claiming lives. He rekindled the fire and prepared a bowl of porridge for the boy. With the household already asleep, he felt no need to disturb them. Instead, he sensed a peculiar connection with this boy, reminiscent of his past self. How warm it was. At some point, the boy stirred awake, gazing at the blanket draped over him and the ill-fitting clothes he now wore, feeling as though he were in a dream. He noticed flickering candlelight from a nearby room, and, tiptoeing closer, he caught the scent of porridge being cooked. "Come in," Qin Jiuyu called without turning his head, having already sensed the boy behind him. Receiving permission, the boy entered, and Qin Jiuyu handed him a bowl of porridge. "Eat," he urged. The boy eagerly accepted. Seated by the fire, swallowing mouthfuls with tears brimming in his eyes, having not felt such warmth in ages. After a considerable time, the boy paused. "Big brother, thank you. But I think I should leave," he said. "Why? Is it not to your liking here?" Qin Jiuyu asked, puzzled. "They all say I'm a freak who brings misfortune. You've been so kind to me, and I don't want you to suffer because of me. So I must go," the boy replied earnestly. "Do not worry, I am strong. Even if you must leave, it can wait until tomorrow," Qin Jiuyu reassured him. What other place could the boy go at such an hour but to perish by the roadside? The boy hesitated. It was indeed warm here, but the thought of bringing misfortune to others drove him to resolve to leave, unwilling to harm the kind big brother. "Rest assured, it's fine," Qin Jiuyu insisted. "But sleep now. Once you do, you shall have no worries." With that, he employed a small trick to lull the boy into unconsciousness, placing him on the bed and extinguishing the fire and lights. "System, can you scan him?" Qin Jiuyu inquired. Such a benevolent boy, yet rumored to bring misfortune. He was skeptical and sought the system's ability to uncover the boy's origins. "Master, the scan is complete. He is indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Here is the information. See for yourself." The system presented the details before Qin Jiuyu. The boy had no name. In the notes, it stated he had been abandoned and had suddenly arrived in Longning City. Within him resided two forces, one righteous and one sinister, perpetually intertwined. Should they erupt, they could annihilate an entire city. He could not control these forces, which had already caused the demise of those around him. Wherever he went, disaster would follow. However, if those two forces could be separated and made to complement each other, the boy's strength would burgeon, surpassing that of any ordinary individual. He was not from Jingzhou, but rather from a more distant realm, seemingly sent here by a powerful force to fend for himself. What a cruel fate. Even more arduous than my own, Qin Jiuyu lamented, reflecting on his past life. In the biting cold, where many succumbed, he had found himself in this world, much like being abandoned. Thus, when he beheld the boy, he felt a profound resonance, as if he were gazing into a mirror reflecting his former self. "System, is there a solution?" Qin Jiuyu pressed, pondering the potential of having another formidable ally by his side. "Master, you possess the solution within yourself? Why ask me?" "I do," Qin Jiuyu queried, skepticism evident on his face. "The supreme cloning technique." Yes, the cloning technique could allow one to harness both bodies. Guiding the other force away, Qin Jiuyu exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. "Ah, this is heaven's will. If that is the case, I shall assist you in reclaiming the divine land," he declared, his gaze dark and profound. Envisioning the moment when this so-called disaster would transform into a paragon of excellence before the very eyes of those who once scorned him. With newfound determination, he resolved to keep the boy close, aiding him in cultivating his strength, starting with the Northern Region's talent battle, and carving a path back to the divine land. His foundations were far superior to Fu Xuanchuan's, and his rate of cultivation was swift, yet, without anyone to help him separate those two forces, he remained trapped in a nightmare. With this thought, he hurriedly prepared the resources needed for the supreme cloning technique. Finally, he had everything but one spiritual body, a rare find. Yet, where could he procure such a thing? This posed a considerable dilemma, though he could also refine one. However, without sufficient power, the resulting spiritual body would be imperfect and limited in potential. Having encountered such a genius, he dared not stifle the boy's future due to his own shortcomings. Let it be. I shall take one step at a time, Qin Jiuyu resolved. With no better options, he could only proceed as fate would have it. That night, the boy slept soundly, occasionally mumbling in his dreams. As morning dawned, all had risen except for the boy. Sign-in successful. Obtained a supreme spiritual body and a purple chi pill. Whatever I wish for comes true. System, I adore you. Qin Jiuyu exclaimed. With everything in place, he awaited the boy's nod to commence guiding him on the path of cultivation. Subsequently, he consumed 6 purple chi pills and began his training for the day. Indeed, he progressed much faster than the previous day, feeling his dharma form rapidly expand and strengthen. At some point, the boy emerged. Where did this child come from? Dressed in the prince's garments. Seeing the boy, Li Bai and Fu Xianxian exchanged surprised glances. Aside from them, no one else should have been present. Upon noticing the strangers, the boy instinctively recoiled, fear evident, retreating to Qin Jiuyu's side. Do not be alarmed. He is someone I brought back. Please wait a moment, Qin Jiuyu said, opening his eyes. Although interrupted in his training, he felt no concern. The elder brother, they hid behind Qin Jiuyu. They are my subordinates. No need to be anxious. How did you sleep last night? Qin Jiuyu inquired. Very well, thank you for taking me in, but I must leave now, the boy replied. Do not rush, allow me to finish speaking. I can assist you with your issues and help you cultivate anew. Would you be willing to stay here? Qin Jiuyu offered. Everything is ready, it only awaits the boy's nod. The two beside them were rendered speechless by Qin Jiuyu's invitation to a young boy, and they sensed that this boy harbored undisclosed secrets. Otherwise, Qin Jiuyu would not extend such extraordinary assistance. Particularly, Fu Xianxian felt a kinship. She had once been an inconsequential individual incapable of cultivation, but Qin Jiuyu had recognized her potential and taught her, leading to her current achievements in just a few months. Clearly, this boy was of the same ilk. Really? The boy exclaimed with excitement, only to dim slightly afterward, realizing it could not be that simple. It is indeed true. As long as you are willing, Qin Jiuyu reassured. Very well, I wish to remain by your side, he joyfully declared, sincerity radiating from his youthful face. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a genius. The system presents you with a lucky treasure chest. Qin Jiuyu could not help but chuckle at the system's timely arrival. Do you have a name? If not, I shall bestow one upon you, Qin Jiuyu suggested, aware of the boy's situation but reluctant to address it directly. No, the boy responded, somewhat bewildered. In that case, you shall be called Twin Star from now on, Qin Jiuyu decided. This peculiar name left them puzzled. Yet they would soon comprehend its significance upon witnessing Twin Star's circumstances. Twin Star? I shall be called Twin Star from now on, the boy exclaimed, running with joy. To be here, with food and clothing, and to have a name of his own, this was beyond his wildest dreams. Chapter 31, Born to Rule. Let us eat first. I have something wonderful for you afterward, Qin Jiuyu said, as he prepared to open the lucky treasure chest. Though he possessed a spiritual body and the technique of separation, without the appropriate cultivation methods, they would be of no use. Finding a suitable method for Twin Star was no easy task, but he had the lucky treasure chest. Oh. The group proceeded to the kitchen, preparing their meal together, as none had prepared it for them after their recent training. Opening the lucky treasure chest, Qin Jiuyu quietly revealed its contents, unseen by anyone, reminiscent of Fu Xuanxuan's earlier experience. Even at this moment, Fu Xuanxuan's gaze lingered on Twin Star, pondering what made this child so special that the prince had taken notice of him. Her blind faith in Qin Jiuyu was evident. Anything he favored could not be lacking. And this realization sparked a sense of urgency within her, for she was no longer the sole focus of attention. Acquiring the technique Yin-Yang Reincarnation Sutra, the ultimate skill life and death combat technique, and a first-grade Dharma manifestation duality of Tao and Demon. Directly granting a Dharma manifestation? Qin Jiuyu's pupils constricted. Judging by the name, it was undoubtedly suited for Twin Star, but what did it mean to receive a first-grade Dharma manifestation? Suppressing his curiosity, he decided to wait until he could arrange everything for Twin Star. Once all was settled, Qin Jiuyu called for Twin Star, leaving the two onlookers bewildered. Knowing this was extraordinary, your situation is rather unique. First, learn the supreme separation technique. I will guide you on what to do next, Qin Juyo instructed, providing him with the technique. As this method deepens, the connection between the two bodies will grow increasingly intimate, and the power they can unleash will become formidable. After a few minutes, done, Twin Star announced. So soon? Even Qin Juyo was taken aback. He had only just introduced the technique, and without further instruction. Twin Star had already made progress? This left Qin Juyo astounded, yet the more remarkable Twin Star proved to be, the more joy it brought him. This little fellow would indeed bring unexpected surprises. Without further ado, he summoned the spiritual body. Separate your consciousness and guide one stream of energy within you into this new body, Qin Juyo instructed. Twin Star complied, and the previously chaotic energies seemed to gain sentience, following his guidance as they flowed steadily into the new form. Minutes later, the spiritual body opened its eyes. Elder brother, why have I become like this? Two voices chimed in unison. Ha ha ha, it worked. This is truly you, Qin Juyo replied. Oh, I can control two bodies at once. As he spoke, the two forms shifted seamlessly, even able to retract the spiritual body, leaving only a singular potent energy stabilized within. I have another grand gift for you, Qin Juyo declared, presenting all the items from the treasure chest to Twin Star. Soon, Twin Star found himself involuntarily cultivating, with both bodies manifesting, intertwining, and advancing together. Powerful energies emerging from them. Observing this, Qin Juyo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This power was something even he could not withstand. Before long, a breakthrough occurred. Witnessing this scene left Qin Juyo spellbound. This child was undoubtedly a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Regrettably, the force he had previously belonged to lacked the means to nurture him, ultimately benefiting Qin Juyo. In the blink of an eye, he ascended from the first to the third to the seventh level of postnatal cultivation. This remarkable commotion drew the attention of Li Bai and the others. Yet without Qin Juyo's summons, they remained outside, waiting. Perhaps this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Twin Star, and they dared not interrupt. In just 5 minutes, devoid of any elixir's aid, he directly broke through to the innate realm. This was beyond imagination, had he not witnessed it firsthand. Qin Juyo would not have believed that a genius could achieve such heights solely through innate talent. Yet it did not end there. After entering the innate realm, the breakthroughs continued unabated, with no apparent bottleneck, surging directly toward mastery. Those waiting nearby grew numb. If this continued, Twin Star's emergence would surpass their wildest expectations. Upon reaching the 9th level of the innate realm, he paused briefly. Just as they thought it was over, Twin Star pressed on, breaking through that barrier and entering the master realm. It seems the duality of Tao and demon must be employed today, Qin Juyo remarked. As Twin Star continued his ascent, the heavenly manifestation realm required the consolidation of the Dharma manifestation. Initially puzzled by why a first-grade Dharma manifestation had emerged from the treasure chest, he realized that Twin Star's extraordinary talent, once aligned with a fitting cultivation path, would propel him to great heights. Of course, such individuals are often prone to untimely demise. Had he not encountered Qin Juyo, he would have perished in the cold on the roadside the previous night, and the present version of him would never have existed. The stronger Twin Star became, the more delighted Qin Juyo felt. This was a child, pure and unblemished, who, with a little guidance, would undoubtedly become a formidable ally. Certainly, he does not require assistance in expanding his territories. It is entirely unnecessary. Master has reached the 9th level, remarked Fu Xianxian. Although they were unable to see the situation within, the frequency of breakthroughs indicated that he was nearing the celestial aspect realm. Even Li Bai felt the pressure. This boy, who had been retrieved, was extraordinary. He has already achieved the celestial aspect, Li Bai stated. In just a brief moment, he had directly broken through to the celestial aspect. What is this? Suddenly, they observed a colossal phenomenon within Qin Juyo's courtyard. A creature embodying both Tao and demon aspects ascended above the Qin manor. Thankfully, the concealment array was in place. Otherwise, no explanation would suffice. The Dharma aspect. This is a dual-born Tao demon of the first rank, Li Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Another unmatched prodigy had emerged before his eyes. This aura surpassed even that of the Eastern Purple Qi, as Qin Juyo remarked, reflecting on the strength of the dual-born. He had not anticipated that this boy, sharing a similar background, would achieve such remarkable feats. He remained oblivious to the limits of the dual-born's potential. The Tao-demon duality had integrated into his Dharma aspect, augmenting his strength with each contraction. The celestial aspect levels rapidly ascended until, upon the complete integration of the Dharma aspect, he had reached the pinnacle of the celestial aspect. Could he be on the verge of breaking through to the princely realm? Qin Jiuyo was taken aback, pondering what kind of prodigy he had inadvertently created. Chapter 32. The Dharma aspect of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal Boom. With a muffled groan, the dual-born seemed to have broken through the princely realm. The power of a prince rivals that of a dynasty. Even the likes of the Xiantian sect must regard the countenance of a prince with respect. Upon reaching this stage, the momentum of the dual-born's breakthrough came to a halt. Big brother, I feel an abundance of power coursing through me, said the dual-born, unaware of any irregularities, as if he had merely awakened from a slumber. He had no inkling of the transformations occurring within him. You are indeed brimming with power. First, retract your avatar, and let us proceed, Qin Jiuyo instructed. The changes in the dual-born had truly exceeded his expectations, though they remained within the realm of possibility. Such a genius typically meets one of two fates. Either they perish prematurely or encounter a benefactor, transforming into a dragon amidst the storm. Fortuitously, he had met the latter. Outside, two individuals awaited eagerly. Upon seeing Qin Jiuyo emerge, they hurried over. The commotion from within had been immense. Even Li Bai, with his discernment, was profoundly shaken. Your Highness, was that the dual-born Tao demon? Li Bai inquired. Indeed, Qin Jiuyo nodded, and Li Bai, already aware of this, was not surprised. Then he must possess the yin-yang divine body. Li Bai spoke, his mouth growing parched, for even he was astonished by such a divine physique. Yes, it seems you know quite a bit, Qin Jiuyo remarked with an approving gaze. Your Highness, please do not jest. The yin-yang divine body is innately princely. How could I possibly compare? Li Bai said with a bitter smile. What? An innate prince? Fu Xinxian, belatedly grasping the significance. After reaching the celestial aspect, she could no longer perceive the dual-born's changes and found it unimaginable that he possessed such strength. However, it is not entirely complete, without proper guidance. Such a physique may not survive beyond the age of 10. Only by channeling the internal power can the might of the yin-yang divine body be unleashed. Li Bai continued to explain. All right, let us keep the matters concerning the dual-born to ourselves. Do not divulge it to outsiders, Qin Jiuyo stated. Your Highness, may I inquire where you found this prodigy? Fu Xinxian could not help but comment. Glancing at the dual-born and then at Qin Jiuyo, it seemed they were both prodigious, unfathomable in their potential, leaving her feeling as though she was merely a placeholder amongst them. She had confidently declared her intent to participate in the young talents battle, with the minimum requirement being the celestial aspect. But if the dual-born were to join, her standing would seemingly be inconsequential. The thought alone caused her heart to ache. Qin Jiuyo offered no explanation. It was merely a stroke of luck. He had not anticipated the dual-born's presence here. Since others did not want him, he accepted him. Why would he disdain those around him for being stronger? The more the merrier. Moreover, individuals like him, who relied less on Qin Jiuyo, could cultivate independently, thus allowing Qin Jiuyo's resources to be utilized for his own advancement. Or perhaps he simply lacked cultivation resources for the princely realm. Any enhancement would necessitate his own efforts. Dual-born, you have just broken through and cannot yet control this power. Henceforth, you shall learn from Li Bai, Qin Jiuyo instructed. He was once again assuming the role of a detached overseer. Your Highness, you can count on me, Li Bai responded with unusual enthusiasm. Unlike his approach with Fu Xinxian, this time, he was eager. In the future, it would be known that he too could instruct princes as a celestial aspect figure. The lineage of this little fellow seemed rather lackluster, even yielding the yin-yang divine body. However, upon reflection, few factions could nurture such talent. Oh, the dual-born replied. He would do as Qin Jiuyo instructed. Ill-intentioned individuals would not ensure his sustenance, nor would they teach him the path of cultivation. Teacher, you are showing favoritism, Fu Xinxian remarked, her discontent evident. Yet, she only grumbled a bit. Compared to the dual-born, she truly had no remarkable attributes. They were not on the same level, which explained why Li Bai had held her in disdain previously. Your Highness, I wish to rapidly enhance my power. She turned to Qin Jiuyo, feeling somewhat unsettled. She was the weakest among them, having just reached the master level, while the others had already attained the celestial aspect, causing her to feel some imbalance. Very well, Qin Juyo responded, handing her the essence pills he had received that morning, deeming it a waste to keep them. Any enhancement would indirectly benefit him as well. Subsequently, she hurried back to her room to enter seclusion. Even Qin Juyo himself commenced his cultivation. Li Bai's training was temporarily set aside as he pondered methods to consolidate his Dharma aspect, unable to rush the process. However, Qin Juyo was free from such concerns, as absorbing the purple qi had become a daily requirement, consistently elevating his cultivation through the pills obtained from Sainens. The dual-born was astute. He learned quickly from Li Bai, and after a few days, there was little left for Li Bai to teach him. He retreated to his room, preparing to astonish everyone with his own first-rank Dharma aspect. It seemed that everyone was diligently striving to enhance their strength, while the dual-born found himself with time to spare. During idle moments, he would accompany others in the kitchen, experimenting with various concoctions. Qin Juyo had once asked if he wished to venture outside. The dual-born had merely shaken his head, remembering vividly how he was treated outside. It was far better here, for despite the tranquility, he found joy. This morning, as always, Qin Juyo rose early. Signing in successfully, he acquired the Dharma aspect of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal. Li Bai's opportunity had arrived. A smile graced Qin Juyo's face as he pondered how to enhance Li Bai's strength. After all, he was the first individual he had summoned. His capabilities and innate talent were undeniable, and while he could not rival the dual-born initially, it did not preclude future potential. Yet, he harbored a fixation, unwilling to remain at the second-rank Dharma aspect after his recultivation. Now, having signed in for a first-rank Dharma aspect that was highly compatible with him, his spirits lifted. Li Bai, come swiftly, Qin Juyo commanded. Before long, Li Bai rushed to his side. Your Highness, allow me to present something I believe you will find delightful, Qin Juyo stated, without any preamble, as he produced the Qinglian Sword Immortal, the first-grade Dharma form, the Qinglian Sword Immortal. Upon beholding the object in Qin Juyo's hand, he swallowed hard and eagerly accepted it, astonished that the item he had longed for had manifested before him so directly. Thank you, Your Highness, Li Bai expressed gratefully. Now, proceed to integrate the Dharma form. It is time for you to transcend to the rank of Marquis, Qin Juyo advised. Presently, he had already reached the 7th level of the celestial aspect, making the fusion with the Qinglian Sword Immortal a straightforward task. What remained was to elevate his cultivation. It would not be long before a second Marquis-level powerhouse emerged beside Qin Shan. Chapter 33. The Reckless Barbarians. Descent. Li Bai's fusion was remarkably smooth, and he harnessed this newfound power to achieve a breakthrough to the 9th level of the celestial aspect, thus saving Qin Juyo some resources. The threshold to becoming a Marquis was now tantalizingly close. Sensing yet another formidable presence, Fu Xianxian sighed and continued her cultivation. When one's innate talent fell short of others, it became imperative to rely on diligent effort for compensation. Even if surpassing others proved elusive, one must not lag too far behind. Moreover, they were not solely responsible for their training, with Qin Juyo's assistance, as long as they remained industrious. Significant disparities were unlikely to arise. Fortunately, their breakthroughs did not attract external attention, allowing them to enhance their abilities in silence. Otherwise, the emergence of such phenomena within a short span would be impossible to conceal. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Xiantian sect, Lu Ruyan and her companions embarked on a frenzied training regimen, initially believing that their talents would allow them to shine. They were soon disheartened by the sheer number of outstanding disciples present. They, at best, were of mid-tier caliber. The most exceptional talents were, without exception, at the celestial aspect level, numbering 7 or 8 in total. They learned that above them was a saint's son who had been in seclusion for years, seemingly preparing to break through to the Marquis level. They also discovered that a grand tournament for celestial prodigies was imminent, with everyone clearly vying for the opportunities it presented. Not to mention, merely stepping onto that stage, even if one's abilities were lacking, would not invite derision. After all, none who could ascend were to be trifled with. The third prince made rapid progress, having ascended to the pinnacle of the innate level in a remarkably short time, just a step away from becoming a master, an achievement he had never envisioned while in the Great Qin. There, masters were a focal point. While in this realm teeming with hidden talents, a master was merely somewhat stronger than the rest. In merely 4 or 5 months, with insufficient celestial aspect, breaking through to master would pose little challenge. He thought it wise to witness the grand event, It would be a shame to miss such a significant occasion. His aspirations no longer confined to a single dynasty. He resolved to seize this opportunity to ascend to greater heights. Time marched on relentlessly. At the borders of the Manghan dynasty, hundreds of thousands of troops sharpened their blades. They were determined to seize the Tian Shan Pass within a day. With the general's command, the army swiftly advanced toward the Tian Shan Pass, eagerly anticipating this moment. Every soldier's face was alight with excitement. However, for the Tian Shan Pass and the cities behind it, this news was far from favorable. If the borders were breached, they would be met with untold horrors, recalling the savagery of the barbarians, plundering, burning, and merciless slaughter, as exemplified by the previous dynasty, which had left cities drenched in blood. Following the rise of the new dynasty, a formidable stronghold had been established to defend this land. Now, as war loomed, could they withstand the impending onslaught? As the sounds of their approach grew louder, scouts reported that the Elder of the Heavenly Star had arrived at the city gate. 300,000 troops. The Manghan are truly resolute in their intent to seize the Tian Shan Pass, the Elder remarked, his face etched with worry. My lord, I have relayed the news back to the capital. If we can hold for 5 days, reinforcements will arrive. At that time, I will ensure that these 300,000 warriors are forever buried beneath these city walls, the commander of the pass asserted. He was a true general, having guarded the frontier for decades without complaint. Let us hope so. I will hold off the master-level opponents. The rest is in your hands, the elder replied. Yet, he harbored doubts. He was merely at the first level of master, and with so many warriors sent forth, it was certain that formidable foes accompanied them. As the Manghan incursion unfolded, even the once thriving Longning city, which had the potential to evolve into a sanctum for cultivation, began to wither, with the populace gripped by fear. Even among the martial artists, those who sensed the impending doom fled. Yet, some chose to remain. How dare the barbarians invade the great Qin? We, as cultivators, cannot stand idly by. I shall seek out the city lord. I am willing to lend my strength. Count me in for the noble cause of the great Qin. Some martial artists declared, still feeling a sense of belonging to their homeland and unwilling to witness its desecration by foreign invaders. Many citizens, too, stepped forth, eager to assist. A bunch of fools. Did the Qin family pay you? Such lofty ideals are meaningless. My life matters more than anything, others scoffed, secretly reveling in the sight of the warriors marching toward their demise, viewing them as nothing more than naive fools who believed they would be honored posthumously. That day, tens of thousands arrived at the border, untrained and driven solely by their fervent passion. In the Qin manner, Your Highness, I just returned from gathering intelligence. The Manghan have assembled an army of 300,000 and are approaching Tian Shan Pass, Fu Xinxian reported anxiously, aware of the immense pressure such a force would place on the pass. They seek their own demise, Qin Jiuyo replied. At present, he had a marquis and a celestial aspect by his side, sufficient to turn the tide of battle, especially with the marquis, whose capabilities could single-handedly fend off a multitude, altering the course of destiny. Even the celestial aspect could rival thousands. They were poised to confront the challenge with composure. The only uncertainty lay in whether the Manghan soldiers were indeed as fearless as rumored. What emotions might arise if they realized victory was unattainable, regardless of their numbers? With Your Highness intervening, the Manghan are of little concern, Fu Xinxian said, breathing a sigh of relief. What worries me is if Qin Jiuyo does not take action. One can only imagine how many lives would be lost in this conflict. I, too, am a citizen of the great Qin. How can we allow the foreign barbarians to breach our defenses? Qin Jiuyo's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. Rather than seek alternative methods for cooperation, they have resorted to brute force to breach our borders. Let them learn the meaning of no return. Zhengxing, you called for me. Over the past few days, the term used by Zhengxing to address Qin Jiuyo had shifted as he sought to avoid any sense of being special compared to others. Qin Jiuyo had no particular preference for how he was addressed. Any name would suffice, even his own. After dinner, I need you to go to Tian Shan Pass. Remember, should the enemy dare to invade, unleash your full strength and instill fear in their hearts, Qin Jiuyo instructed. We must deliver a crushing blow. Only by inflicting pain will they understand the necessity of retreat. Leave it to me, Zhengxing responded. By the way, do not reveal your identity or your true form. Simply act decisively. They pose no threat to you, Qin Jiuyo cautioned, wary that Zhengxing might inadvertently disclose too much. Chapter 34. The master enters. He could allow the great Qin to develop, even if this place underwent a change of dynasties. It would merely indicate that the Qin family was outmatched, permitting a more distinguished clan to govern this land. However, he would not tolerate anyone trampling upon this territory, engaging in rampant pillaging and slaughter. In earlier times, the brash Han might have taken Tian Shan Pass with an army of 300,000. It was merely a matter of time, and bloodshed was only permitted outside the borders. In the royal capital, the mobilization of troops from various regions would severely wound the Great Qin. Within the Gilded Hall, the martial generals were eager for battle. Years without war had rendered them nearly rusty. Since the brash Han sought destruction, they would strike hard this time, if they did not inflict pain upon them. They would not know who their parents were, Qin Xuanzhen declared angrily. Fortunately, the current Great Qin was at its zenith. The demonic sect had vanished without a trace. Once the neighboring states were stabilized, the Great Qin could usher in a prosperous era, commencing with the brash Han dynasty. If they wished for death, so be it. Your Majesty, I am willing to go, several veteran generals immediately volunteered. Martial generals belonged on the battlefield, not languishing in the court, where intrigues abounded. They preferred the clarity of combat over the machinations of court life. In foreign campaigns, such considerations were irrelevant, as their military merits would be recorded and celebrated by future generations. All right, led by General Wu Zhenghua, with Generals Shi Luyun and Zhang Xiankai assisting. Once war is declared, penetrate deep into the heart of the brash Han. If we do not see the Han Khan submit, the return date is uncertain. The Great Qin shall always be your support. Additionally, the five masters, Qin Huiguang, Qi Wu, Fang Kuan, Lu Ming, and Zhan Xingchen, will accompany the expedition, Qin Xuanzhen stated. This time, he was serious. He was determined to decisively quell this uncertain factor. With Wu Zhenghua, Shi Luyun, and Zhang Xiankai, a total of 8 masters would be deployed, nearly exhausting the dynasty's might. No one dared assume that Qin Xuanzhen was jesting. Once these individuals departed, only Qin Xuanzhen, the lone master, would remain to guard the royal capital. No one attempted to dissuade him. Qin Xuanzhen had clearly made his preparations. The brash Han dynasty would hardly anticipate that their military action would provoke such a fierce counterattack, completely inciting the Great Qin, which was no longer the Qin dynasty that could be wantonly trampled upon. Once internal factors were resolved, Qin Xuanzhen could devote himself entirely to the matter. Given that his third son had recently been taken as a disciple by the supreme sect, as long as the nearby empires had not lost their senses, they would not easily provoke the Great Qin at this juncture. Otherwise, reckoning would not be easily resolved. In the afternoon, outside Tianshan Pass, attacked the city. The two armies were not far apart, merely half a day's journey. They were eager to assault the moment their forces arrived, denying the Great Qin any chance to regroup. As a vast throng surged toward the formidable stronghold, loose arrows. In an instant, tens of thousands of arrows darkened the sky, and should they rain down, many would surely perish. Stand aside. How dare mere mortals harm the men of the brash Han? In that moment, 3 powerful forces soared into the sky, erecting a massive barrier to deflect the arrows, and the army pressed on. This was the ability of masters, their spiritual energy transformed into weaponry, with 3 masters leading the charge. The enemy's advance was like a hot knife through butter, directly targeting Tianshan Pass. This is troublesome, Elder Tianqing murmured. He was aware that the enemy would have masters accompanying them, but this was excessive. He could only hold off one, while the other 2 could easily reach Tianshan Pass. Continue. The defending general remained unperturbed, persisting in the assault. He sought not to inflict catastrophic casualties, but merely to slow the enemy's advance. Anyone wishing to breach Tianshan Pass would have to step over his fallen body. Wave after wave of attacks were intercepted by the enemy's masters. Of course, Elder Tianqing did not remain idle. He shattered one of their defenses, ensuring that their strikes bore fruit, claiming hundreds or even thousands before they could even approach. Yet, for an army of 300,000, this was but a mere drizzle, insignificant and ineffective. They were determined to capture Tianshan Pass. Faced with the steadily advancing enemy, it would be disingenuous to claim they were not anxious. Everyone's palms began to sweat. They were not afraid of death. Having chosen this path, the battlefield was their destiny. What they feared was that upon their demise, no one would take their place to resist the invading foe. Until the last moment, they must not concede. The enemy drew ever closer. They could even see the trebuchets being positioned. formidable siege engines capable of creating a massive breach in the city walls with just a few strikes. Trebuchet, fire. A deluge of stones rained down upon the city walls, and the once majestic Tian Shan Pass appeared so insignificant. In an instant, many were crushed or injured. Prepare boiling oil, commanded the defending general, resolutely holding the line, refusing to yield an inch. With the strength of warriors, they poured scalding oil upon the enemy. Fire arrows. Upon witnessing this, the enemy was thrown into disarray. The combination of flaming arrows and boiling oil would yield catastrophic losses. The masters attempted to intervene, but the arrows were too dispersed, and many still ignited the oil, transforming the ground below into a sea of flames. After much effort to extinguish the fire, the brash Han army was left in a state of disarray. They had no idea how many more defenses lay within Tian Shan Pass. Charging forward like this was tantamount to certain death. Time passed second by second, and neither side showed any signs of halting their onslaught. Elder Tianxing, you are aging. Perhaps it is time for you to descend into the abyss. On the battlefield, the enemy's three masters surrounded Elder Tianxing simultaneously, intent on eliminating him before continuing their assault on Tian Shan Pass. Seeing this, the others could do nothing but feel anxious. Their side was under immense pressure as well. As time wore on, some of the barbarian soldiers had reached the base of the city walls and began to batter the gates. Beyond the city gates lay a narrow gorge, where thousands of warriors, weapons in hand, awaited the oncoming enemy. From atop the walls, they exerted pressure upon the foe, relentlessly dropping heavy objects. After more than an hour, rivers of blood flowed, and tens of thousands perished, yet the enemy drew ever closer. Once the city gates were breached, they would have no refuge. Forced to engage in hand-to-hand combat, and the likelihood of death would surge dramatically. However, having killed so many of the enemy, they would die with a purpose. At a certain moment, the gates burst open, and countless barbarian soldiers surged inside. Brothers, kill one to break even, kill two to profit, charge. Madness enveloped them. Each person consumed by the frenzy of slaughter, blood streaming down their faces. At this moment, a figure rushed toward them, witnessing the battle below with a heart moved. Chapter 35. The transient power on the battlefield. The newcomer was none other than the Twin Stars. Following the orders of Qin Jiuyo, he had arrived. In his youth, he had never experienced such brutal warfare, where countless mortals engaged in the most primal of battles, each blow drawing blood, a sight too tragic to behold. Though he felt a pang of compassion, Qin Jiuyo had instructed him to confront whatever scene lay before him, for in the future, should he encounter his own kin, the horrors he would witness would be far more dreadful. Stand. With a single command, all beings ceased their attacks, as if everything had come to a standstill. I can no longer move. What is that sound? May it simply be a passing formidable warrior, and not the opponent's reinforcements. At this moment, countless souls were shaken, paralyzed by a singular voice that enveloped them. They felt an immense pressure, as though a colossal mountain were bearing down upon them, inducing a state of terror that left them fervently praying for it not to be directed towards them. The most agonizing plight, however, lay with the few masters present. Under such overwhelming pressure, they found themselves susceptible to being obliterated in an instant. This exemplifies the sovereign's ability to instill fear through sheer might. When the disparity in strength is vast, projecting one's aura can immobilize all foes within its reach, imposing unfathomable pressure upon them. If a murderous intent were to arise, it could easily crush them. The might of a sovereign is indeed terrifying. It is little wonder that whenever the twins set foot on the battlefield, hostilities must cease. Such insurmountable power renders numbers inconsequential. You have slaughtered indiscriminately, filling this place with bloodlust, and it is your 3 heads that shall appease it, declared the twins, extending their hands and swiftly seizing the 3 masters. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, these 3 masters vanished without so much as a scream, evidently crushed by an overwhelming force. Subsequently, the opposing side launched frequent assaults, and in an instant, all innate warriors were annihilated, leaving no combat capability behind. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, resulting in the demise of hundreds of powerful beings, who then disappeared from sight. Throughout it all, they had never glimpsed the true visage of their adversary. What manner of being could quell a war with a mere gesture, without the support of strong warriors? The barbaric forces could only expect to be trampled. Could it be the disciples of the third prince? Contemplated the elder of the heavenly star. This matter was hardly a secret. It was difficult not to think so. Only such a force could halt a conflict in such a short time. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why they targeted only the strong of the barbarian Han dynasty and not them. Counterattack immediately, commanded the general guarding the pass, ordering the pursuit of the fleeing barbarian soldiers. Since the opponent was aiding them, they could not let such a golden opportunity slip away. They must pursue relentlessly. After all, who could simply come and go as they pleased? In truth, the twins had not gone far. They observed the unfolding events below, but were powerless to act. Unfortunately, the attack on the Great Qin was directed at the dynasty where His Highness resided, and thus they could only blame their misfortune. With a pallid complexion, they returned to the Qin residence. Just moments ago, they had become a blood-soaked executioner, having slain hundreds in an instant, an act that some could scarcely believe they had committed. After returning, they secluded themselves within a room, striving to calm their tumultuous emotions. Allow me a moment of tranquility. Once I take this step, I shall sail smoothly henceforth, remarked Qin Jiuyu, opting not to disturb them, allowing for a moment of peace. Knowing full well that such a day would inevitably arrive, they could not remain here indefinitely. Even Fu Xianxian, prior to her arrival, was utterly powerless, afraid even to kill poultry. Yet, as time elapsed and her experiences multiplied, her mindset naturally evolved. As for Qin Jiuyu, it seemed as though he had undergone nothing. Yet he remained remarkably indifferent, a trait cultivated through his 2 lifetimes. Perhaps he had witnessed little bloodshed, but his innate detachment rendered him unconcerned by such matters. At this moment, outside Tianshan Pass, more than 200,000 barbarian soldiers were fleeing in a frenzy. The danger of Tianshan Pass was palpable, for it harbored a master capable of immobilizing an army of 300,000 with a mere thought. If such power had been revealed sooner, who would dare raise a hand against the Great Qin? Indeed, should the Great Qin issue a command, they would be compelled to smile and offer concessions. This is the terrifying effect a true master can exert. Devoid of strength, one can only feign smiles and plead for mercy, never daring to contemplate an attack on the Great Qin, for it was beyond their capacity. They continued their retreat, not daring to retaliate. Only after crossing a great river did the pursuing forces halt, as it marked the border of 2 nations. Continuing forward would yield them no benefit, for they had already achieved their objective. With merely a few thousand soldiers, they had routed the enemy, even with strong support. It demonstrated the valor of the men of Great Qin, proving that they would not yield to anyone. Any who dared to approach must be prepared for assault. This battle was a resounding victory, leaving nearly 100,000 enemy corpses in its wake, while their own losses amounted to merely thousands, a casualty ratio that was indeed remarkable. They immediately reported the situation back. It was revealed that a terrifying master had emerged at the border of the Great Qin and the barbarian Han, whose single command rendered all motionless. Such an ability was unimaginable to them. What sort of master could it be? Was it a figure of the legendary celestial phase? Or perhaps even higher? Do not provoke the Great Qin. I have a premonition this is the doing of the Xiantian sect. I have heard that the 3rd prince of the Great Qin has become a disciple of the Xiantian sect. Gather several princesses tomorrow, and let us proceed to the Great Qin to forge an alliance through marriage. Henceforth, this region shall surely fall under the dominion of the Great Qin. Your Majesty, the edict states a union with that prince. The 3rd prince is unlikely to agree, came the cautious reply. This indeed posed a problem. Then let it be the 1st prince. Though he may be a rogue, he is still a prince of the Great Qin. As you command. Upon receiving this news, the neighboring dynasties settled, for no matter how many schemes they harbored, they could not afford to reveal them before they had devised a means to contend with such a powerful adversary. It is likely that even Qin Jiuyu himself could not have anticipated that merely sending the twins out for a stroll would stir such a tempest. Yet, it is no wonder, for their strength was so formidable that a single individual could intimidate thousands. As for the reactions of others, Qin Jiuyu cared little. His source of information relied entirely on Fu Xianxian's frequent excursions. The others rarely ventured out. And whatever Fu Xianxian recounted was taken as truth without the need for verification. Chapter 36. The Fall of the Barbarian Han Dynasty in the Days that Followed. Several dynasties near the Great Qin came knocking, nearly trampling the threshold in their eagerness. Without exception, they sought alliances or marriage ties, eager to bind themselves to the Great Qin, proclaiming their unwavering partnership in times of both prosperity and adversity. This is what they call the rise of one leading to the elevation of all. Yet, were they to discover that the Great Qin held no utilitarian value, they would undoubtedly cast it aside without hesitation, a harsh reality. In response, Qin Xianjun merely indulged them. For the affairs of the barbarian Han dynasty were just beginning. 8 masters, leading an army of 500,000, approached the border with the full might of the nation. Determined to eradicate the barbarian Han dynasty and extinguish this threat at its roots, denying them any chance of resurgence. Ultimately, it would be the common folk of the Great Qin who would suffer the consequences. Once the northern frontiers of the Great Qin were secure, expansion would not be an easy endeavor. The Great Qin would find itself in a predicament akin to that of the barbarian Han, facing formidable enemies on every path of expansion. Despite the current overtures for alliance from the Fire Dynasty and the Qingyu Dynasty, should their interests be threatened, they would retaliate fiercely. They would not permit Qin Xianjun to seize victory easily, even at the cost of their own lives. This is the hard-earned foundation established by our ancestors. How could it be relinquished so easily? As for that desolate land overrun by brutal bandits, it hardly merits any pursuit. It is devoid of significance. One could say the situation is rather precarious. After several days, Qin Huihuang and his forces advanced with unstoppable momentum, as if traversing a desolate wasteland, leaving chaos in their wake. Qin Huihuang, a master of the Fourth Realm, is an unparalleled powerhouse. On the battlefield, he is unmatched. The barbaric foes were driven to retreat in disarray, and if this continues, they will be forced to flee towards the vast northern sea to escape the relentless pursuit of Qin's soldiers. This was something they had never anticipated. Was that expanse of ocean so easily crossed? No account exists of anyone successfully reaching the other shore, and besides, upon entering foreign lands, their existence would be utterly unwelcome. In any nation, how could it harbor the ruler of another dynasty? Should any treachery arise, allying with rebellious forces would spell a colossal predicament. It would be better to slay them all and end it decisively. Thus, they cannot abandon this land. Defeat equates to death as their only destination. It must be said that the number of barbarian cities is indeed scant. They predominantly exist in tribal forms, shifting locations over time. These generals moved swiftly, conquering a third of the barbarian territory in a remarkably short period. 10 days after the Tian Mountain Pass battle, in the Qin residence of Longning City, they finally broke through the rankings of nobility. Li Bai remarked that the primary issue during this lengthy period was that Qin Jiuyu had yet to emerge. Although various medicinal pills were plentiful, of course, they could not continuously rely on Qin Jiuyu. In the absence of pills, they must cultivate on their own. The nobility is classified into 9 ranks, the 9th being the weakest and the 1st the strongest. Above the 1st rank, there are titles of Marquis and King, with varying combat capabilities and titles within the same realm. At present, both he and the Twin Stars are at the 9th rank, which pales in comparison to other formidable warriors. Yet in this place, they are regarded as supreme figures, with another noble rising to prominence. Qin Jiuyu's smile radiated even more than before. Breaking through was sufficient, with no further demands. Even possessing a robust physique, breaking through the noble realm is no simple feat, even with Li Bai's Azure Lotus Sword body and the Twin Stars' Yin-Yang Divine body. Considerable time is required to enhance their cultivation, let alone those with inferior physiques. Many nobles live their entire lives as 9th rank, yet even so, they surpass the majority. One must ask, in the vast Qin territory, with not a single celestial figure in sight, who dares claim that the nobility lacks strength? However, compared to those terrifying prodigies, they indeed seem lacking. Following this, Qin Jiuyu and Fu Xianxian began to show signs of fracture in their cultivation, ready to break through their current realms at any moment. Sometimes, luck does not favor one, and there is nothing one can do. Beyond the borders, the Qin army of 500,000, wherever they tread, becomes Qin territory. For the populace there, they did not engage in slaughter. They spared lives and weapons, for they would need them on the vast grasslands in the future. As long as they are recognized as Qin subjects, they would not let them go hungry and would facilitate trade with nearby cities. This is undoubtedly a commendable choice. However, they chose the shortest path, seeking to reap rewards without effort, directly plundering food, women, and wealth from within Qin's cities. Should their invasion succeed, they would have it all. Otherwise, Qin would not have pursued those warmongers with such devastating fervor. Days later, upon reaching the capital of the barbarians, they found it a ghost town, with soldiers and royalty having long vanished, leaving behind a populace devoid of any means to fight. They surrendered outright, confronted by the fierce Qin. Even the tall and robust barbarian people had no chance of victory. Surrender was their sole opportunity, even if it meant abandoning their unfaithful king. In a mere 20 days, Qin Hui Huang and his forces arrived at the final city of the barbarians, Linhai City. There were no civilians, only over 500,000 soldiers and their king. "Must you, Qin, pursue us to the death?" the barbarian emperor exclaimed in anger. His implication was clear. Having fled to this place, could there be no mercy? "The path you chose is yours to conclude," Wu Jingguo replied. "Your king has forsaken his own people. Why do you still support such a ruler? Surrender and join Qin, and you shall receive your due treatment." Should they slay them, when would the barbarian territory ever recover? Moreover, these living forces could be utilized externally. What is there to lose? Indeed, upon hearing this, many soldiers began to waver in their convictions. They witnessed firsthand how their emperor turned a blind eye to the desperate pleas of the populace when leaving the capital, even resorting to violence against some of them. Is such a person worthy of their loyalty? Do not heed his deceitful words. He seeks to trick you into abandoning resistance, and then he will surely kill you. He grew anxious. Should the morale of the troops falter, they would undoubtedly perish here today. Otherwise, he might still negotiate with Wu Jingguo and others. Regret began to seep into his heart. Why had he dispatched troops to attack Qin? Now, faced with Qin's relentless onslaught, he found himself unable to withstand it. Having mistakenly believed that Qin would be stretched thin, as in previous encounters. "Your Majesty, I apologize. Your actions over these days make it difficult for me to place my trust in you." After a brief silence, a master beside the barbarian emperor relinquished his weapon and approached Wu Jingguo and his men. "Please, let Qin take us in." "Granted." Seeing this unfold, the remaining soldiers' resolve began to waver. "Your Majesty, you have greatly disappointed us." As one by one they laid down their arms. The collapse was as swift as an avalanche. The barbarian emperor slumped to the ground. He was but a congenital being, and without his powerful allies, how could he contend with Qin? In an instant, his gaze became hollow and devoid of spirit. Chapter 37. All matters proceed smoothly. An increasing number of barbarian soldiers chose to submit, recognizing that further resistance held no meaning. With 8 grandmasters present and an army of 500,000, this force alone could breach Linhai City multiple times over. As long as they were alive, they still held some value. To continue to resist would lead to a grim fate. No one could escape Linhai City, and as for the emperor, he had long since lost the people's trust. If he could so easily abandon his own subjects, would he not meet a similar fate in the face of even greater calamities? If that were the case, why remain by his side? Surrendering to Qin was also a viable path. At least when they invaded Tian Mountain Pass, the opposing soldiers had no thought of abandoning their city, even willing to die defending it, and they sent forth armies to assist. The scales of strength and weakness were clear. "We are willing to serve His Majesty the Emperor of Qin." Over 80% of the soldiers distanced themselves from the emperor. Wu Jingguo personally helped the surrendering generals up, granting them the respect they deserved. The tide had turned. The barbarian royal family could only watch helplessly, unable to take any action, as even they faced their own demise. Naturally, some foolish loyalists still supported the royal family, though it bore no significance. What could the dead accomplish? "Release the arrows." With a wave of his hand, Wu Jingguo commanded a storm of arrows to rain down upon Linhai City, resulting in the deaths of over 10,000 within moments. The soldiers who surrendered turned their heads away, unwilling to witness the gruesome scene. It was already a significant mercy not to compel them to join in the assault. The fallen shall no longer possess the privilege of speech, relegated to the whims of others. They were the first to capitulate, and should they fail to uphold their promises, courtesy would not be extended to them. Within their ranks, dissent lingered, yet in the face of overwhelming power, all resistance proved futile. After several rounds of gunfire, the last master fell, marking the definitive end of the Mang Han dynasty. This event signifies the Second Dynasty's demise in recent decades. The path they traversed was one of their own choosing, a miscalculation that led them to their current predicament. With the conquest of Linhai City, the banner of the Great Qin was raised upon its walls. Wherever the dragon flag was planted, it signified the territory of the Great Qin. Henceforth, the entirety of Mang Han succumbed, becoming a domain of the Great Qin, with its territory expanding by more than half. While the land of Mang Han rivaled that of the Great Qin in size, its population was comparatively sparse. "Several generals, please return to the royal capital with me," declared Wu Jingguo. Such a vast contingent could not all return to the capital. what Qin Xuanjin would think of it was uncertain. Regardless, their future duties would remain stationed in their original regions, necessitating no grand relocations. It sufficed to bring back the most formidable and highest-ranked individuals to the capital to receive the accolades of the Great Qin, thus formally becoming its generals. The subsequent matters would be managed by the Great Qin itself. Governing a conquered dynasty is no simple task. Restoring prosperity to this land may require decades of diligent governance. Conquering is one thing, but administering is a far more challenging endeavor. Were it not for the Meng Han being a ticking time bomb, Qin Xuanjin might not have mobilized forces to confront them, as managing the aftermath would be exceedingly arduous, consuming vast resources and hindering the dynasty's development. However, with the issue resolved, there would be no further concerns of treachery from behind. Indeed, they dared not voice dissent, following the Grand Army back to the capital, where they would soon be colleagues, and thus, there was little to fear. The northern expedition had concluded successfully. The swift and seamless conquest of the Meng Han dynasty was quite unexpected for Wu Jinghua and his companions, encountering no resistance and seizing the territory in just 20 days. This success was largely attributed to a sudden emergence of a powerful figure, which deterred nearby dynasties from contesting the Great Qin, fearing that this individual might appear within their own borders. Whether this figure's origins were known or not, they undeniably aided the Great Qin in overcoming a significant challenge, leading many to speculate that it was a powerful sect associated with the Third Prince. Following this battle, the region would experience peace for decades, devoid of major conflicts. Unless a dynasty were to suddenly gain formidable strength and harbor ambitions of dominion, which would spell disaster for other realms. On the journey back to the capital, the vast army of 500,000 gradually dispersed, returning to their original postings. Their merits would be acknowledged directly, and there was no need for such a large number to accompany them to the capital, as the rulers preferred not to see such a multitude outside its gates. Upon their arrival, only a little over 10,000 accompanied them. The return of Wu Jinghua and his compatriots caused quite a stir in the capital. Naturally, rewards followed, and the surrendered generals were brought back. After hearing the details, Qin Xuanjin generously conferred titles upon them as generals of the Great Qin, with the former territories of Meng Han now considered part of the Great Qin's domain. Future plans would be left for them to devise and later present to Qin Xuanjin. That day, news of the demise of Meng Han spread throughout the streets and alleys of the capital. The audacious little barbarians dared to invade the valiant Great Qin and were rightfully annihilated. Henceforth, the borders would be free from foreign incursions. Countless citizens expressed their sentiments, and the Great Qin's remarkable achievements inspired a wave of youth to enlist in the military, for a true man should embrace the battlefield and charge across vast distances. Yet, the dynasty showed no intentions of expanding its military, and thus, their fervor would remain unfulfilled for now. Moreover, the Tian Shan Pass was dismantled, as that territory was now entirely under the Great Qin's control, eliminating the need for fortifications to impede their own people. As for the fate of those involved, Qin Xuanjin had his own plans. Meanwhile, the Elder of the Celestial Star finally returned to the royal capital. In the Imperial Garden, Qin Xuanjin inquired, "Elder of the Celestial Star, during your extended absence, have you encountered Qin Jiuyu?" Recently, many suitors had come seeking alliances, while the third prince was beyond their reach. Several of his brothers aimed to wed multiple princesses. Now, upon seeing Qin Xuanjin's arrival, they scurried away, each hoping to direct him towards locating Qin Jiuyu, a task well suited to the eldest. Alas, they had not heard any news of Qin Jiuyu in a long while, as if she had vanished from the mortal realm. "Your Majesty, I am unaware of the first prince's whereabouts. Due to my duties guarding the borders, I have not had the opportunity to visit Langning City. I only saw the first prince on the day of his arrival," the Elder of the Celestial Star stated. This was the truth, at that time. The Meng Han had thousands of troops poised on the opposite bank, making it too perilous to depart. Thus he was largely uninformed about events in Langning City. Chapter 38. The Resurgence of the Purple Aura. Where could the child have fled? Could it be that she has been captured by some faction? Qin Xuanjin pondered, holding high hopes for Qin Jiuyu. Were it not for dire circumstances, he would not have forced her departure. Now, she had gone, and initially, there were whispers of her deeds, but eventually, all communication ceased, as if she had evaporated from existence. Now, the Great Qin stood secure, with no one save for the Song family possessing the capability to incite chaos. Even the Song family had retreated into the shadows, unlikely to emerge without a clearer understanding of the formidable figure's true nature. Recently, the Song family had suffered some losses, though they were not substantial. They had also observed a phenomenon. Those who acted with excessive aggression were swiftly extinguished, unable to rise again, as seen with the magic sect and the Mang Han. However, the specifics of the magic sect's downfall remained unclear, while the annihilation of Mang Han was undeniable. The Song family, though powerful, lacked the ability to obliterate an entire dynasty. Otherwise, they would have long departed from the Great Qin. Your Majesty, the first prince is surely under divine protection and cannot come to harm. Perhaps he has simply matured and taken a journey, the elder of the celestial star remarked, his words tinged with insincerity. Did he truly believe that Qin Jiuyu would change? He would not be convinced, and if she were alive, she might be somewhere engaging with young ladies. But out of respect for Qin Xuanjun, he chose to say otherwise, lest he embarrass the emperor. Very well, you may return now, Qin Xuanjun instructed. As there were no further inquiries to make, he dismissed the elder of the celestial star. Yes, your Majesty, I take my leave, the elder replied. He wished to avoid remaining here, facing Qin Xuanjun alone, as the pressure was considerable, not only because of the emperor's status, but also due to his incomprehensible strength, far surpassing that of the elder. In this time of peace, what need had he for worry? Perhaps Qin Jiuyu truly was out exploring, and she would return once she had satisfied her wanderlust. Qin Xuanjun sighed. Langning City, once a border town, had now transformed, especially following the demise of the Mang Han dynasty. Those martial artists who had fled were quietly returning in various forms. To expect them to share in both glory and shame was simply unrealistic. However, should there be a benefit, they would undoubtedly return. They have not yet relinquished their hopes since the auspicious arrival of the purple qi, which once bestowed upon them immense gains. They yearn to test their luck, for if the opportunity arises, they too might bask in that formidable power, enhancing their innate talents and transcending to a higher realm. It seems that it has been over a month since any extraordinary phenomena have graced them. One cannot help but ponder whether their persistence holds any significance. Since the return of the Gemini stars, the Qin residence has settled into a serene quietude. Apart from essential provisions, no one dares venture outside. As time draws near, and everyone diligently strives to elevate their strength. Just a few days prior, the Gemini stars achieved enlightenment, emerging from the crucible of slaughter, and surged forth to attain the 8th rank of nobility, further augmenting their prowess and becoming the most formidable among them, eclipsing even Li Bai. This, however, does not perturb him. In the early stages of the yin-yang divine body, he indeed cannot compete, but as they progress further, he harbors no fear of it. Their realms are simply too elevated, and presently, Qin Jiuyu remains unable to sign in. The potent elixirs available are either too low in grade or specifically tailored for him and Fu Xian, enabling rapid ascension through several tiers in a remarkably short span. That morning, Qin Jiuyu continued his ritual of absorbing the purple qi. His Dharma form expanded rapidly, having grown several-fold compared to its initial size, exuding an overwhelming presence. Could the Lord's Dharma form be of a growth type? Li Bai mused inwardly, observing Qin Jiuyu in deep meditation. This particular type of Dharma form bears an uncanny resemblance. He had witnessed the purple qi's gradual amplification firsthand. Its potency had exponentially increased since its inception. Even with his first-grade Dharma form, the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, he would not dare claim equality with Qin Jiuyu within the same realm. Some Dharma forms possess unique, unfathomable powers. As he pondered, the purple qi suddenly surged, accompanied by a faint rumble. The heavens outside transformed. A colossal cloud of purple qi enveloped the skies above Langning City, far larger than the last occurrence, continually showering a peculiar force that bestowed enhancements upon many who stood beneath its embrace. I told you, Langning City is undoubtedly a treasure trove. This time, it seems I was right. It truly can elevate one's talent. I feel my realm shifting. Laughter erupted, as both warriors and common folk alike found themselves exhilarated, with some even kneeling in reverence, believing a sage had manifested to bless the populace. Aside from them, those within the Qin residence reaped significant benefits. Under the Lord's influence, our aptitude has surprisingly improved. Li Bai gazed in awe at Qin Jiuyu, questioning the nature of this extraordinary Dharma form capable of enhancing the talents of all beings within its radius. Truly remarkable. It seems my own aptitude has also seen a rise, remarked the Gemini star. His innate talent was already exceptional, nearly at its zenith. Otherwise, he would not have been born a noble. Yet even so, he too received an augmentation, which is indeed alarming. Most astonishing of all was Fu Xianxian, who directly entered meditation. Perhaps due to her lackluster aptitude and proximity to Qin Jiuyu, she experienced a tremendous enhancement, her talent fluctuating dramatically. After an hour, the purple qi gradually dissipated. 8th grade Dharma form. Qin Jiuyu rose, contemplating that the recent surge of purple qi had broken free from the constraints of the 9th grade, resulting in such a phenomenon. Congratulations, Your Highness, on your breakthrough. They asked nothing further, merely offering their felicitations. What is this? Suddenly, Qin Jiuyu noticed Fu Xianxian's condition. Your Highness, did you not realize? Just now, your Dharma form seemed to have leveled up, undergoing a significant transformation. All of us received some degree of enhancement, with her benefiting the most. Hence, still in meditation, Li Bai elucidated. Is there such a phenomenon? Qin Jiuyu was taken aback. It appears that each breakthrough of the Dharma form brings about unforeseen changes. He paid little mind to it, considering it a boon for the nearby beings. However, it would be best if his own kin received the benefits. Engrossed in meditation, he had neither the time nor inclination to control the purple qi. Whatever transpires shall follow its natural course. Outside, Langning City witnessed yet another extraordinary manifestation of the purple qi, inciting a tremendous uproar. The previous appearance was not an end but a beginning, driving the people of Daqin into a frenzy, eager to behold the purple qi clouds, hoping for a grand opportunity. Chapter 39. Contemplating the relocation of the capital. The royal capital was not at peace either. Qin Xianzhen promptly summoned civil and military officials to the palace to discuss strategies. The appearance of the purple qi clouds, capable of enhancing talents, has occurred more than once. Does this not imply a potential third occurrence? Such a monumental opportunity is fundamental to the rise of a dynasty. If a multitude of geniuses can emerge, how could Daqin not thrive? If it were merely a chance occurrence, one could dismiss it, but in reality, there may be even greater benefits in store. I am prepared to relocate the capital to Langning City. What are your thoughts, my esteemed ministers? Qin Xianzhen declared. He laid his ideas bare. Such an opportunity must not be idly observed, but necessitates action. After all, the current royal capital is an inheritance from the Song dynasty, and the Qin family deserves a capital of its own. The officials remained silent. When Qin Xianzhen summoned them to the palace late at night, they had already contemplated this. Missing the purple qi clouds was not an option. Yet, Qin Xianzhen's ambition to move the capital took them by surprise. However, this was also within reason. If they all journeyed to Langning City to bathe in the purple qi clouds, it was conceivable that within a year or two, they could further elevate their strengths. As long as the purple qi clouds persist, the future holds promise. Faced with such a fortuitous event, it is believed that none could resist the allure. Your Majesty, relocating the capital is a weighty matter. Allow us to deliberate on the best approach to do so. The Chancellor speaks wisely. Even in relocation, we must not act rashly, and we must also establish a new palace in Langning City. The ministers immediately engaged in fervent discussions, with none opposing Qin Xianzhen's proposal to relocate, for they too longed for the benefits it would bring. The consecutive blessings meant that the citizens of Langning City, given the right methods, could embark upon the path of cultivation. While not every individual might become an innate powerhouse, crossing into the postnatal realm would pose no significant challenge. Imagine a city of 200,000 to 300,000 people. All postnatal, what concept would that embody? Presently, within Daqin, there are scarcely tens of thousands of warriors, an exceedingly low ratio, comparable to other dynasties. Yet, the emergence of the purple qi clouds is sufficient to transform the cultivation landscape of Daqin. Given time, as they grow stronger, they could engulf surrounding dynasties. Fortifying Daqin. While the prospects of an imperial dynasty remain uncertain, at the very least, they would command respect at the dynasty level. After extensive discussion, they outlined the following points. First, to dispatch craftsmen to Langning City to expand it and establish a palace, utilizing the original Qin residence and the city lord's manor as suitable locations at the center. Second, to announce to the world the relocation of Daqin's capital. Third, to prepare for subsequent initiatives post-relocation, such as opening academies, disseminating martial arts across the realm, and encouraging population growth. The implementation of these measures will not yield results in less than 3 to 5 years. However, if it can be realized, It would undoubtedly elevate the strength of the Great Qin to unprecedented heights. The matter of relocating the capital shall be entrusted to the Ministry of Works. With the authority of the entire Great Qin at my disposal, I desire to transfer the capital to Longning City in the shortest time possible, Qin Xuanzhen declared earnestly. This time he was serious, fearing that if they delayed too long, they might miss the auspicious phenomenon of the purple qi cloud. Time was of the essence, and no one could predict when it would manifest. Preparations must commence without delay. Your Majesty, rest assured, if all goes well, within 3 months, I shall construct an identical imperial palace. Should I fail, I am willing to present my head, the Minister of Works stated. For mere mortals, such speed would be unattainable. However, with Qin Xuanzhen's full support, he could mobilize the army, and with the strength of warriors, moving heavy materials would be a trivial task. Otherwise, he would not dare to issue such military orders. The construction itself was relatively straightforward. The challenge lay in expanding Longning City, as the palace would be quite sizable, requiring vast tracts of land. These were the troublesome matters that needed resolution. Once these issues were addressed, the construction could proceed on schedule without consuming much time. Moreover, if it were to involve the building of an imperial palace, it was certain that no one would dare to refuse. For within this territory lay the domain of the Qin family. Who would dare to oppose it? Did they not wish to thrive within the Great Qin? Additionally, the area affected by the purple qi cloud was so vast that it need not remain in one location. The following morning, an edict was proclaimed throughout the realm. The Great Qin would relocate its capital to the recently flourishing Longning City. I knew those in power would not overlook the purple qi cloud. Who would have thought that the relocation of the capital would be prompted by this phenomenon? Recruiting artisans? Offering rewards for martial skills? I shall try my luck. Perhaps in this lifetime, I too could become a warrior. The purple qi cloud had transformed our talents. Once the capital relocation was complete, we would spread martial prowess across the world. The emperor's vision is truly expansive. Although somewhat astonished by the Great Qin's decision, it was within reason. Firstly, the royal capital was not owned by the Qin family. Desiring their own capital was understandable. Secondly, the purple qi cloud was the most crucial factor. Furthermore, it was rumored that the former crown prince had arrived here early, exiled. Yet now the royal capital would also be moving here. Was this not tantamount to revoking his exile? The world is bustling, all for profit. Hundreds of thousands surged towards Longning City, igniting the Great Qin. Among them were numerous artisans hurrying from all corners of the realm. Days later, personnel from the Ministry of Works arrived in Longning City, openly recruiting artisans from the populace, preparing design blueprints without delay, conducting inspections, and gearing up for substantial renovations. The original city lord, Fu Mingxian, would likely find himself out of a job with the arrival of the royal capital. He might even have to return to the former capital to assume the role of city lord there. The blueprints were quickly finalized, based on the original palace design, with enhancements made on its shortcomings, resulting in a brand new blueprint. The land required for this endeavor would be extensive, necessitating the demolition of the city lord's residence, the Qin residence, and several other prominent estates nearby to meet the demands. Additionally, the flattened mansions and residences would need to be rebuilt on the outskirts of the city. It would be unacceptable to leave people without shelter. Moreover, with a significant influx of people, it was anticipated that Longning City would expand 2 to 3 times its original size upon completion. However, such an outcome would lead to deficits in other cities, shrinking them further. Currently, the Great Qin possessed vast territories yet lacked a corresponding population, which posed a serious issue. Nevertheless, the encouragement of fertility policies stated that as long as one produced healthy offspring, they would enjoy numerous benefits, ensuring their basic needs were met. Chapter 40. The home is lost commencement. With a single command, countless houses were razed. Adequate compensation had long been provided, and residents were evacuated beforehand, allowing work to proceed immediately. Apart from essential structures, everything could be demolished. In an instant, Longning City was shrouded in dust and smoke. Numerous soldiers moved building materials along the streets, some excavating foundations to solidify the ground, while others chiseled stone, and carpenters carved exquisite designs into wood. To ensure the palace's swift emergence, immense effort and resources were mobilized, but it appeared that 3 months would not be necessary. Fully 200,000 to 300,000 individuals participated in the effort, with over 100,000 artisans involved, ensuring exceptional efficiency. Once the foundations were laid, They could assemble everything swiftly. A magnificent new palace was poised to rise in Longning City. Additionally, the original residents were not idle. They assisted in expanding Longning City, a previously unseen spirit of cooperation. As days passed, the areas that had been demolished were rebuilt, forming a grand palace courtyard. One day, everyone was sharpening their tools as they approached the Qin residence. They were quite adept at demolishing homes. Now, the Qin residence lay in disrepair, and they proceeded without hesitation. However, the next scene was astonishing. What appeared to be a dilapidated wall yielded to their strikes with no effect, leaving not a trace behind. This peculiar phenomenon was indeed puzzling. They dispatched personnel to enter the premises, intending to dismantle it from within, but those who emerged were visibly shaken, muttering about ghosts. Nonsense. Under the iron laws of the Great Qin, where would there be demons or spirits? Speak such nonsense again, and I shall have you executed. The Minister of Works fumed, incensed by the audacity to spread such rumors. Others were sent in again, yet the outcome remained unchanged. At this moment, within the Qin residence, Qin Jiuyo was becoming increasingly exasperated by the incessant disturbances. My dear father, even if the capital must relocate, there is no need to demolish my residence. Qin Jiuyo lamented. Word of the situation had spread, and even without stepping outside, he was aware of the ongoing construction nearby. It seemed the notion of relocating the capital had arisen from his advancement in martial prowess. Now, they intended to level this place as well. Your Highness, if this continues, they will not rest until this place is demolished. Where shall we reside afterward? Fu Xinxian remarked, unable to focus on her training these past days. Were it not for the significance of the Great Qin's affairs, she might have sought retribution elsewhere. Very well, if he desires it, let him have it. We shall soon depart from Longning City, Qin Jiuyo declared. The Celestial Heroes' battle was only 3 months away. Their visit to the divine martial imperial court at this time was most opportune. They could also ascertain the conditions in the northern domain and identify their competitors. With the strength of the Gemini stars and Fu Xinxian, they might not make a sensational entrance, but they would certainly capture attention, especially from the Xuanian Gong. He was curious to see how his third brother was faring there. You three go ahead. I shall take care of matters here, Qin Jiuyo instructed. The trio nodded, changed their appearances, and departed the Qin residence, which would soon be reduced to rubble, becoming irrelevant to them. They were uncertain when they would return. Once they had left, Qin Jiuyo meticulously retracted the array formations within. He merely abandoned a residence. He could seek another dwelling elsewhere, for it was not solely in the realm of Qin that he could reside. Nevertheless, he would not turn a blind eye to Qin. By leaving behind certain measures in this place, he could ensure the safety of the imperial family should they find themselves in peril. Everything was removed, revealing the true visage of the estate. Proceed, stated the Minister of Works through clenched teeth. Today, he was determined to confront this residence. He would not feel at ease until it was cleared. However, as they entered, the entire estate began to collapse. Without structural support, the damage inflicted by the previous occupants became unbearable, leading to its disintegration. Witnessing this scene, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it could be dismantled, all previous efforts would not be in vain. Otherwise, they would have to replan the land and relocate the already constructed elements, a daunting task indeed. My lord, we have investigated thoroughly. The interior is filled with miasma, likely due to prolonged vacancy. However, as more individuals enter, the toxic air dissipates, and the place has been breached, reported one of the generals. They seemed to have uncovered the strange factors at play here. The truth of the matter was of little concern, as a plausible excuse was all that was required. This estate has consumed too much of our time. Dispose of it immediately. Understood. A grand undertaking was underway in a fervent manner, yet they were oblivious to the fact that if Qin Jiuyo departed this place, even if he were to attain a breakthrough later, the ethereal aura would not manifest here. It seemed that their ostentatious relocation of the capital might bear little significance. However, regardless, this remained the capital of the Qin family, along with the life-preserving measures preordained by Qin Jiuyo, sufficient to allow them to rest easy. In an inn, several unfamiliar guests arrived. They bore no possessions, their attire unremarkable, rendering them invisible to others. They were indeed those few individuals from the Qin residence. Perhaps others would not believe that anyone still existed within the Qin estate. All had become a thing of the past. The Qin residence was no more. To claim one was not vexed would be disingenuous. He could have lingered here for an extended period, yet an unexpected turn of events, one of his own making, interfered. "We shall remain here for 3 days. Xian, if you wish to return home, make haste to do so. It may be a long time before we return," Qin Jiuyu remarked. Once they departed, a return in the near future would be unlikely. The three of them were relatively unencumbered by ties here and could leave at will, but for Fu Xian, it was different, as her parents remained. "Your Highness, I previously mentioned that I would be gone for an extended period. There is no need for concern," Fu Xian replied, clearly prepared for the eventuality. In the following days, they watched as the Qin residence was razed to the ground, its foundations redone, and in the place of its disappearance, new structures began to arise, destined to become part of the imperial palace. Their hearts were a tumult of emotions. It was somewhat unexpected that such monumental actions would be taken by the Qin, even to the point of losing their home. Observing all this, Qin Jiuyu felt a profound resonance. That night, he awakened the others. "It is time for us to depart." Chapter 41. The teleportation array beneath the night sky, for figures soared through the air, gazing down upon the city below, rendered speechless. Before diving into the darkness and vanishing, lacking formidable beasts for transport, they could only rely on their own flight, reaching wherever fate would take them. The grand act of relocating the capital by the Qin, to be frank, would not yield significant results. They knew not when they would return. Should they ascend to the level of a law avatar during this time, it would bear little relevance to the Qin. Fate, at times, is truly wondrous. Had they not leveled the Qin residence, the current predicament would not have arisen. Qin Jiuyu was uncertain of the direction of the divine martial imperial court, so he proceeded to fly toward a single direction. Since no one knew of the dynasty, they would head toward the imperial court, a place with far greater knowledge. If they were fortunate enough to encounter the Xiantian sect, it would be even better. Enduring the rigors of travel and the elements was nothing for cultivators. It was simply part of the journey. Their speed was not particularly swift, primarily due to Qin Jiuyu's daily commitment of 6 hours to cultivation. The enhancement of the ethereal aura was a lengthy and enduring process that could not be rushed. However, one aspect greatly pleased him. Upon leaving the Qin, it seemed the ethereal aura had increased, allowing him to progress more rapidly. He was confident that it would not be long before he could break through to the 7th rank. His cultivation was also drawing closer to the status of a noble. Currently, he possessed only 2 types of elixirs each day, either for himself or for Fu Xian, leading to rapid growth for both. They could elevate their realms every few days, and attaining the noble rank was merely a matter of time. Yet, once that time arrived, progress in cultivation might slow significantly. They were all at this juncture, and only one could cultivate at a time. After flying continuously for over 10 days, they arrived at a dynasty known as Tianzhe. Walking within the capital of Tianzhe, they encountered warriors in abundance upon the streets. Faintly, they could sense several powerful figures at the heavenly aspect. The strength of Tianzhe far surpassed that of Qin. Its mightiest was already at the 8th level of the heavenly aspect, indicating that this dynasty was preparing for its ascension to imperial status. Here, masters were no longer a rarity. One had to reach the heavenly aspect to be considered a formidable expert. "There are many strong individuals here," Fu Xian remarked. Though she had anticipated that the outside world would contain individuals stronger than herself, she had not envisioned so many formidable figures. With her current strength, she would undoubtedly be the foremost master within the Qin. At this moment, she had already attained the 7th level of mastery, and she was not far from the heavenly aspect. With 2.5 months remaining until the Tianjiao battle, she had ample time to break through to the heavenly aspect. Most crucially, she was still quite young, merely in her early 20s, which foretold an immeasurable potential for her future achievements. Within Tianzhe, no heavenly aspect expert was below the age of 60. For the heavenly aspect, 60 was still considered quite young, yet compared to Fu Xian, they paled in comparison, not even on the same level. Such talent was not something a dynasty could cultivate. It was likely that the Tianjiao battle was intended for forces above the imperial level, as those of lower status were simply not worth consideration. We shall rest briefly here before using the teleportation array to journey to the Tianyu dynasty. Qin Jiuyu stated. The affairs of Tianzhe were of no concern to them. They were merely passing through, stopping only to eat before continuing on. Furthermore, this dynasty possessed a teleportation array, the only one located within the capital, connecting to an array of the Tianyu dynasty, which would save them considerable time. It was also due to Tianzhe's strength that powerful individuals came to establish such a teleportation array. if they were like the Qin. Where it took decades for a figure like the true man of Chun Xian to descend, it was even more unlikely for stronger individuals to do so, let alone those capable of setting up teleportation formations, which were exceedingly rare. After wandering around and inquiring of numerous individuals, even heavenly aspect experts were unaware of the divine martial imperial court, their rank too low to even know of such names. They still needed to venture toward the imperial court. Shortly after, they arrived at the teleportation array. Observing the mottled rust, it was evident that it was seldom used, with only a few soldiers stationed to guard it. This was to be expected, as strong individuals would not deign to visit, finding it beneath them. Conversely, the weak would only suffer in the realm of the strong. Thus, why would they bother? Only occasionally would individuals arrive via the teleportation array. If it were not for the fact that it is still usable, it would be treated merely as a sightseeing structure. Are you heading to the Tianyue dynasty? The guard soldier remarked with surprise. Indeed, the quartet led by Qin Jiuyo was quite peculiar. Apart from Li Bai, who appeared somewhat older, the rest were exceedingly youthful. Observing the man, the woman, and the child who looked merely 10 years old, one might mistakenly assume they were a family of 3. What business could such a group possibly have at the Tianyue dynasty? This left him quite puzzled. Precisely, please activate the teleportation array, Qin Jiuyo instructed. Choosing not to engage in further debate. Very well, it will cost 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, the guard soldier stated. These spirit stones serve as the currency for transactions among martial artists. He had acquired a few, and their purchasing power far surpassed that of gold and silver. The fee for activating the teleportation array was exorbitantly high. Please do not misunderstand. This fee was set by the elders of the Xiantian sect, and we must share half of it with them, the guard added. You mentioned the Xiantian sect? Qin Jiuyo responded with astonishment. What a remarkable coincidence. For the first dynasty they would soon reach, in a seemingly random direction, would have connections to the Xiantian sect. Indeed, the Xiantian sect is one of the 3 major sects of the Tianyue dynasty, a coveted place for martial artists, the guard said, his eyes gleaming with aspiration. If he could reach that place, he would no longer be merely an innate martial artist. At the very least, he could attain the status of a Tianxiang. Regrettably, he believed his modest talent would not qualify him for such recognition. Thank you for the information, Qin Jiuyo said, handing over the spirit stones. Any matters will become clear once we enter the territory of the Tianyue dynasty. Though I wonder if these 2 noble individuals by my side can establish a firm footing here. The founders of a dynasty must possess the rank of a noble. And if a sect can appoint a Tianxiang as a steward, then its elders must undoubtedly be figures of noble rank or higher. After leaving the dynasty, his own strength seemed rather insignificant in comparison. It would be advantageous if any one of them could ascend to the rank of monarch. That would certainly bolster their standing within the dynasty. However, such thoughts were merely fanciful, as he himself had yet to break through to the noble rank. Upon receiving the payment, the guard soldier activated the teleportation array, signaling for Qin Jiuyo and his companions to step inside, directing them to stand firmly and hold on. He initiated the array, enveloping them in a peculiar force, transforming them into a stream of light that vanished from the teleportation platform. Chapter 42. The Tianyue Dynasty. In the Tianyue Dynasty, at Tsongshan Prefecture, within the city of Tsongshan, the large teleportation array shimmered with light as 4 figures materialized, drawing the attention of those nearby. It is not yet the time for the Xiantian sect to open its gates. Why do we have people from the dynasty arriving? They appear to be a family unit. Such individuals from the dynasty are utterly unaware of their limitations, believing anyone can enter the Xiantian sect. Listening to the voices around him, Qin Jiuyo felt a wave of incredulity. What gives you the right to look down on others when your own realms are not so high? Yet, he could not deny that the people here possessed formidable strength. At the very least, they were all at the 7th or 8th level of the acquired realm, with no sign of ordinary folk. Perhaps there were some, but they certainly were not present here. This was the prefectural city, after all, and with only a few prefectural cities in the Tianyue dynasty, one truly needed considerable strength to venture here. Moreover, Qin Jiuyo noted dozens of Tianxiang realm warriors, far more powerful than the strong fighters from the Tianzi dynasty. And this was merely one city. It was difficult to fathom the strength of the Tianyue dynasty as a whole. However, he did not detect any nobles. Perhaps such figures were simply beyond his reach. Those capable of establishing a dynasty were not individuals one could encounter at will. Additionally, it was noteworthy that the Tianxiang warriors were all attired in identical garments, reminiscent of Lu Rian's clothing. Could they all be members of the Xiantian sect? Qin Jiu pondered. Prior to arriving here, he had learned from the strong of Tianzi that the Tianyue dynasty was home to 4 major factions, the most powerful of which was the royal family, controlling all the lands of the dynasty, along with 3 formidable sections. These sects corresponded to the 3 prefectural cities of the Tianyue dynasty, and they could only select disciples within their own territories while also providing tributes to the royal family each year. Thus, it was not surprising to see the Xiantian sect represented in Songshan Prefecture. Indeed, the influence of the Xiantian sect here was unparalleled. Among 10 Tianxiang warriors, 9 belonged to the Xiantian sect. Even those who were not direct members were likely allies of the sect. The other 2 sects caused Qin Jiu to furrow his brow. One was named the Demon Sect, identical to that within the Daqin territory. He wondered if there was any connection. The final one was the Tianji sect, seemingly an entity directly affiliated with the royal family. As for the truth of that, only they themselves would know. She is wearing the same attire as that woman from before, Fu Xinyan exclaimed. From this scene, it was clear that Lu Rian's words had not been in vain. The Xiantian sect truly was potent, and the Tianxiang realm could hardly be considered a formidable strength, merely qualifying one for the role of steward. Let us find a place to stay and seek out Lu Rian, Qin Jiu proposed. He intended to travel to the divine martial imperial court. Now that he was here, he could go directly. With teleportation arrays available, one need only state a destination, and the guard would open the corresponding passage, requiring little time. Before arriving, he had been unfamiliar with the outside world, leading him to believe that extensive time would be wasted. However, the sights he now beheld were nothing short of enlightening. Consequently, they found themselves in no rush. Even if the last day passed, there would still be ample opportunity. For there existed a teleportation array leading directly to the imperial capital of the divine martial imperial court, albeit at a somewhat steep cost. The discussions among the patrons around them lasted only a minute or 2, without warranting excessive concern, for there were many like Qin Jiu. The subordinate dynasties of the Tianyue dynasty numbered in the hundreds, and if each were to spark a lengthy debate, they would hardly have time to cultivate. They casually located an inn that provided food and lodging, their requirements modest. The 3rd princess is said to be arriving in Songshan Prefecture shortly. I hear she is merely 20 years old and already at the 5th level of the Tianxiang realm. What do you think the 3rd princess is here for? I believe it must be for the Northern Domain Genius Battle, which is set to commence in less than 3 months, and this time, it just so happens that our Xiantian sect from Songshan Prefecture will be leading the team. Indeed, one wonders if any talents will emerge from among the dynasties in this session. How could that be possible? Such a small place cannot possibly produce such strong individuals. They can hardly gather resources. Who cares? I hope the 3rd princess achieves an excellent ranking in the Genius Battle. Our steward, Lu Rian, is also impressive. At merely 23 years of age, she has already risen to the position of steward and is a direct disciple. I wonder if she will participate in the Genius Battle. She should, as it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Missing it would certainly be regrettable. Listening to the patrons' exchanges, Qin Jiu grasped the situation well. His timing for arriving here was impeccable. The 5th level of the Tianxiang realm. Fu Xinyan clenched her fists tightly. She was still only at the 7th level of the Master Realm, and the distance to that level felt insurmountable. If she could not even break through to the Tianxiang realm, she would have no chance of participating in the Genius Battle. Do not feel such immense pressure. Consider how long you have been training compared to them. Have confidence in yourself, Qin Jiu reassured her. The anticipation surrounding the Tianjiao battle is palpable, especially with such a multitude of formidable individuals participating. Given that even a princess of the empire possesses the strength of the 5th level of Tianxiang, one can only imagine how fearsome the talents from the imperial court will be. Perhaps Fu Xinxian may not achieve a commendable ranking. However, the essence lies in participation. At the very least, she is among those fortunate enough to enter the Tianjiao battle, a feat significantly surpassing that of countless others. The Princess Fu Xuanxuan's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. After emerging from the fray, she appeared quite disheartened. Sister, we shall participate together, and I will protect you, spoke the twin star. As a member of the royal domain, even within the imperial court, he likely stands among the fewer prodigies. With his support, the threats from others would naturally diminish considerably. If the competition proves too intense, I shall join as well, Qin Jiu remarked, feeling a stir of excitement. Though he had not engaged in many battles, it did not imply a lack of combat prowess. With the esteemed Li Bai present, he always had an opportunity to hone his skills. Competing alongside those elite talents would indeed be a splendid experience. Should he secure a notable position, substantial rewards would also come his way, whether for personal enhancement, recruitment, or fortifying the Great Qin. Such rewards would be invaluable. Having lingered for an extended period, they absorbed more information, including details about the previous champion's rewards. It was evident that many coveted these accolades, yet regrettably, their abilities fell short. Qin Jiuyu also learned that several prodigies of the royal domain had emerged in the last competition. Nevertheless, the rankings between the royal domain and Tianxiang realms were distinct, each battling in their own right. After all, no matter how impressive the Tianxiang realm might be, it would find it exceedingly challenging to defeat the royal domain. This was an undeniable suppression, unless the Tianxiang cultivator possessed a top tier of the 3rd grade, allowing for a fair contest. What, then, would be the outcome if Twin Star, at the 8th level of the royal domain, combined with the 1st grade duel of Dao and Demon, he could potentially sweep through the entire Tianjiao battle. Chapter 43. He claims his name is Qin Jiuyu. At the foot of the Xiantian sect, Qin Jiuyu and his companions arrived, having been invited. Who are you? What brings you here? Inquired a disciple guarding the mountain, blocking their path. Beyond this point lay the mountain gate of the Xiantian sect, where no unknown individuals were permitted entry. I am Qin Jiuyu, here to visit Lu Ruyan, he replied. Lu Ruyan? The disciple hesitated, then displayed a countenance of anger. Every day, countless individuals wished to meet senior sister Lu. You think you can just waltz in? Clearly, they had mistaken Qin Jiuyu and his companions for schemers, as many sought merely to glimpse Lu Ruyan's beauty. Some even claimed to be her betrothed, which had long since wearied the disciples tasked with guarding the mountain. Such a pity. Let us leave, Qin Jiuyu said with a smile, unfazed by the disciples' words. This was Xiantian's sect. He would not resort to force to meet someone, especially considering his 3rd brother was still training there. Meeting Lu Ruyan was merely to gain insight into the Tianjiao battle and to check on his brother's progress. If they denied him entry, he had no need to insist. He could simply depart. How pretentious, the disciple muttered under his breath, observing Qin Jiuyu's retreating figure. They look the part, but they are merely a rude individual. Wait, something feels off. He should be someone senior sister Lu knows. Impossible. Dressed so plainly, how could senior sister Lu know him? There's a certain aura. They seem too composed, as if meeting senior sister Lu is of little significance to them. Don't you think so? Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. From start to finish, they have remained remarkably calm. Even a few princes Wu and Ti overlook senior sister Lu. Keep an eye on them. I will speak with senior sister Lu. If I get reprimanded, so be it. All right. With that, the disciple hurried off to find Lu Ruyan, regardless of the truth. They needed to report this in case the individuals were indeed acquainted with her. If they missed the opportunity, they would face dire consequences. Even if they were strangers, a reprimand would be the worst outcome, and they could endure that. Before long, he arrived outside Lu Ruyan's mountain peak, seeking an audience. An acquaintance seeking an audience? Lu Ruyan frowned slightly. If I may say, it's undoubtedly a disciple from another sect, coveting your beauty. Just send them away. Wait, bring that disciple in. Lu Ruyan commanded. Greetings, senior sister Lu. Do you know the name of that individual? Lu Ruyan inquired. He claims his name is Qin Jiuyu. Initially, upon hearing the name, Lu Ruyan felt a sense of confusion, while the disciple grew increasingly anxious, hoping he had not misidentified the individual. Soon, Lu Ruyan's expression shifted dramatically. She recalled a top talent she had encountered over 3 months ago in a kingdom known as Great Qin. His name was indeed Qin Jiuyu, the only one she had yet to fully comprehend, perpetually exuding an air of indifference to worldly matters. Even standing before him, she felt herself diminish in stature. Where is he? Lu Ruyan asked. The disciple hesitated, unsure of what to say, considering they had turned him away. Speak. Lu Ruyan demanded, her voice tinged with irritation. He has left. You all sent him away. Senior sister, this cannot be blamed on us. After all, countless individuals come daily to see you. You instructed us to turn them away, so who could have known this time? Enough. Did he say anything upon leaving? Lu Ruyan pressed. He said nothing and simply turned to leave. Indeed, it could only be him. No one else could disregard her presence so effortlessly, Lu Ruyan mused. Do you know which direction he headed? Lu Ruyan continued her inquiry. Qin Jiuyu's arrival was likely tied to the northern domain's Tianjiao battle, Otherwise, she could not fathom why such a lethargic individual would venture from his residence. Mountainside City. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. This is a reward for you, Lu Ruyin said, tossing out a medicinal pill. Thank you, Senior Sister Lu. The disciple beamed as he accepted it, and quickly departed, not daring to linger. You all remain here. I shall descend the mountain, Lu Ruyin instructed her younger sisters. Ah, Sister Ruyin, who on earth is this person that warrants your personal visit? A girl in green inquired. An intriguing individual, Lu Ruyin replied. Then I wish to see as well. I shall go too. He likely prefers solitude. He is not one for crowds, Lu Ruyin remarked. From their initial encounter, she had naturally assumed that Qin Jiuyu was a rather proud individual, disinclined to engage with others unless they were in his inner circle. After ensuring her sisters were settled, Lu Ruyin descended the mountain alone. In the entire Tianyue Empire, no man had ever received such treatment, prompting her personal visit. In truth, she was exceedingly curious about Qin Jiuyu. 3 months prior, he was merely a master. She wondered if he had since broken through to the Tianxiang realm. If it were anyone else in such a place, not to mention a breakthrough, achieving any level of advancement would be exceedingly arduous. However, Qin Jiuyu is different. Her mysterious origins render her inscrutable, even drawing the celestial being Tianxiang to willingly follow her. After her departure, it remains unclear who among the gossip mongers divulged her affairs, leading the typically aloof goddess Lu Ruyin to lower herself from the Xiantian sect to meet with a man. In an instant, this tempest swept through the entirety of the Xiantian sect, compelling the sequestered geniuses to emerge. Pray tell, what is the name of this individual? The Holy Sun inquired. His demeanor seemingly genteel, yet the murderous intent swirling in his gaze betrayed the many who coveted Lu Ruyin. To the Holy Sun's inquiry, the man responded, I am but a humble fool, truly unaware. Fool, the Holy Sun retorted. Given Ruyin's disposition, if this person lacks extraordinary talent, she would surely dismiss him. To dare approach her indicates he is a paragon of excellence, and locating him should not prove difficult. The analysis continued, reflecting the disruptions caused by top-tier prodigies. Any slight disturbance could incite an atmosphere of paranoia among the disciples, with some already taking action. Regardless, one must ascertain the nature of their adversary. Chapter 44. The Third Princess. A reunion with an old friend. They might perceive Qin Jiuyu as their enemy, yet in her eyes, all are mere passers-by. Ephemeral as time flows, destined to be forgotten. Lu Ruyin embodies this sentiment, as does the entire royal lineage. He seldom retains memories unless the other remains a constant presence in his life. Upon leaving the Xiantian sect, they proceeded directly to Tsongshan City, intending to train there for a time, awaiting the opportune moment while simultaneously enhancing their prowess. Perhaps he too would soon achieve the rank of a noble. The distance to that realm was not far. Your Highness, to traverse such a distance only to be turned away at the door is utterly infuriating, Fu Xianxian remarked. Why dwell on such matters? You ought to learn from Mentor Li Bai to keep your emotions in check. Perhaps he has already forgotten us, Qin Jiuyu replied nonchalantly. Indeed, there was little of consequence. Whether they met or not was merely a matter of attitude. If he went, and Lu Ruyin chose not to see him, that was her prerogative. Very well, Xianxian, His Highness never concerns himself with such trivialities. We should focus on our own endeavors, Li Bai stated. Little did they anticipate that after their departure, Lu Ruyin would pursue them, bringing with her an abundance of animosity. At merely 23 years of age, her cultivation had reached the Tianxiang realm, a testament to her remarkable talent, rare even within the entire dynasty. More crucially, her beauty, while not unparalleled, stood out prominently. Countless eyes were drawn to her movements, yet even with this knowledge, he could only smile dismissively. She was merely a prodigy of a dynasty. What significance did that hold? Without the capability to ascend to the pinnacle of strength, one is rendered inconsequential. Upon returning to Tsongshan City, they were awakened by the cacophony of drums and gongs. Unable to find tranquility, peering out the window, they beheld throngs of citizens lined along the streets, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a notable figure. Could it be the third princess? Fu Xianxian casually speculated. During their stay at the inn, they had overheard discussions about the impending arrival of the third princess, and such a grandiose display could only signal the presence of royal family members. Indeed, the third princess was not the only formidable one. Her siblings also possessed great talent. Though they had not come here. How beautiful! Fu Xianxian suddenly exclaimed. The group turned to see a young woman seated in a divine carriage, radiating extraordinary grace, rivaling Lu Ruyan's beauty. Her smile was utterly enchanting. "This sister is truly stunning, but I still prefer Sister Xianxian," one of them chimed. "Oh, you certainly know how to flatter." While the two were engaged in their banter, Qin Jiuyo and Li Bai exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing a different sentiment. "Your Highness, I sense something unusual," Li Bai murmured softly. "Shoo, she is of no concern to us," Qin Jiuyo replied, retracting her gaze and resuming her meditation, adopting an air of detachment. With so many affairs in the world to manage, to concern oneself with every little thing would surely lead to overwhelming exhaustion. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this third princess was indeed remarkable, destined for an illustrious future. Yet there lingered a potent aura of death surrounding her, an ominous sign, akin to a relentless parasite. As time passed, this deathly energy would only intensify, sealing her fate. It remained a mystery from whence she had drawn such a dreadful aura, and the figure behind it was one Qin Jiuyo dared not provoke. Within the divine carriage, the third princess felt a strange sensation, her gaze drawn to an empty space. Unable to discern any presence, her perceptive instincts were remarkably acute. Such feelings could not be mistaken. Shortly after her entrance into the city, another striking figure emerged above Tsongshan City, eliciting cheers from countless warriors, the illustrious Lu Ruyan. "Is that the divine carriage of my sister Tianxin? She has arrived as well." Lu Ruyan noted the carriage within the city but did not approach, for she had more pressing matters at hand, to locate Qin Jiuyo. With the might of the Xintian sect behind her, finding Qin Jiuyo would prove to be a straightforward task. Although his name remained unknown, through Lu Ruyan's description, they could swiftly identify him, particularly given the distinct quartet comprising a child, a woman, and a middle-aged man. Once confirmed, she made her way directly to the inn. "Lady Lu, please come in," a voice greeted her upon her arrival at the entrance. "Your Highness, I apologize for any previous rudeness," Lu Ruyan said. "Not at all. Just call me Jiuyo. Referring to me as Your Highness feels rather distant," Qin Jiuyo replied. Upon entering the realm of the dynasty, who would care about his status as a royal prince? Who would have thought that after a mere 3 months apart, you have surpassed me by leaps and bounds? Lu Ruyan remarked, observing Qin Jiuyo's unfathomable cultivation, now beyond her ability to gauge. The only one she could decipher was Fu Xianxian, who had remarkably reached the 7th level of the Master Realm, a significant leap from her prior standing in the Qinshin secret realm. In the Xintian sect, Lu Ruyan would have hesitated to guarantee such an achievement for Fu Xianxian. Let us set aside such matters for today. We shall reminisce, and you can share with me the details of the Northern Domain Prodigy battle and the potential adversaries therein. Of course, I shall not let you divulge this information for free. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Qin Jiuyo said. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Lu Ruyan had no insight into Qin Jiuyo's abilities, only aware of her enigmatic nature, with no indication of the methods she possessed. Very well. The Northern Domain Prodigy battle occurs once every 25 years, gathering all prodigies from the Northern Domain. In addition to the Divine Martial Imperial Court, representatives from 18 other dynasties, along with several other formidable kingdoms, participate. As far as I know, each of the 8 major sects within the Imperial Court has a prodigy at the noble realm, yet no one knows the specifics of their cultivation levels. Moreover, within each dynasty, there exists a powerful top-tier prodigy who has broken through to the pinnacle of the Tianxiang realm and comprehended the middle-grade Dharma forms, showcasing immense strength. She proceeded to relay all the information she possessed to Qin Jiuyo. In the realm of nobility, there exists a multitude of exceptional talents. To stand out among them and represent the Northern Domain in the capital's competition is no trivial feat. After all, it is a matter of pride for the Northern Domain. One cannot send forth an individual lacking in strength. At the very least, they must possess the ability to surpass other prodigies. There are indeed many noble talents, remarked Qin Jiuyo. However, this is of little concern to us. Our focus should be on the rankings of the celestial realm. As long as we make the list, rewards will follow, stated Lu Ruyan, clearly aware of her own limitations. Upon her return, she had achieved the 3rd level of the celestial realm. Yet such power is undoubtedly at the bottom of the tier. Chapter 45. The Aspiration for Nobility, the Celestial Realm? Qin Jiuyo pondered. If a mere northern domain boasts so many gifted individuals, how many more prodigies must exist across the entire capital and the vast land of the divine continent? A surge of competitive spirit ignited within him, wishing to engage in battle with these formidable beings. While he may not be an unparalleled genius, indeed, he may even fall short of Fu Xianxian, such comparisons are irrelevant, for he possesses a system capable of rectifying his inadequacies, allowing him to rise against the current. At present, he had reached the 8th level of the celestial realm, with only a short distance remaining to nobility. With 3 months left, a breakthrough seemed attainable. He planned to enhance his combat skills and elevate his Dharma manifestation as well. Merely being at the 8th rank would not suffice to gain the upper hand in confrontations. He chose not to share these thoughts with Lu Ruyan, setting a modest goal for himself. First, to become a noble. By the way, how is my third brother faring? How has he performed at the Shantian sect? Qin Juyo inquired. When Lu Ruyan arrived in the Great Qin, she had brought along a few individuals, and he was curious about their current achievements. You are referring to Qin Jiuzhen, correct? His performance has been commendable. He is on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the innate realm, replied Lu Ruyan. That is sufficient. When he arrives here, I would appreciate your assistance in looking after him. Consider it a favor owed to you, said Qin Juyo. After all, the Great Qin will need an heir. Why not the most exceptional among them? If Qin Jiuzhen demonstrates promise, then he should receive proper cultivation to prepare him for the role of emperor of the Great Qin. While the brothers may not share much connection, and perhaps will not in the future, they remain bound by their lineage. Once they pass, the younger generations will each find their own destinies. Given your words, I shall assist him, Lu Ruyan replied. Qin Juyo is shrouded in mystery. This individual is destined to break through to nobility, and aiding such a powerful figure by merely overseeing an outer disciple is an effortless task. She would need not exert herself. A simple command would suffice for others to care for Qin Jiuzhen. After some casual conversation, Lu Ruyan took her leave, stating she had another person to meet. It was not difficult to surmise that within Sangshan City, the only individual capable of drawing her attention was the third princess. He wished to caution Lu Ruyan to be wary, but ultimately chose silence, believing that ignoring the matter was the wisest course of action. During their discussion, several other prodigies arrived in Sangshan City, all drawn by Lu Ruyan, fully aware that the third princess was beyond their reach. Lu Ruyan, being second only to the third princess, naturally became the object of admiration for countless talents from the Tianyue dynasty, including those of the celestial realm. Her whereabouts were traceable by their means. However, as Lu Ruyan remained in Sangshan City, they refrained from seeking out Qin Juyo, content to know his location and awaiting opportunities. The competition among the northern domain's prodigies was becoming increasingly intriguing. Gemini, with your current strength, you are not yet secure. You must strive to break through to a higher realm swiftly to ensure dominance over others. Can you achieve this? Qin Juyo remarked. There are at least 8 noble prodigies, and this is merely from the 8 major sects of the imperial court. One can only imagine how formidable the noble talents of the royal family must be. Your Highness, I have a premonition of soon breaking through to the 7th rank of nobility, but advancing further will pose considerable challenges, and time is of the essence, Gemini replied. Indeed, while direct ascension to the noble realm is possible, further advancement is a lengthy journey. The 7th rank is still lacking, Qin Juyo responded. Yet, it seems there is no better method to hasten his improvement. Once he successfully attains the noble rank, all will fall into place. As for Xianxian, my expectations are modest. If she can defeat all prodigies of her level, I shall assist her in ascending to the celestial realm, Qin Juyo declared. He felt confident in this regard. Having just broken through to the celestial realm, she would likely be at the bottom of the tier, necessitating greater efforts on her part. Time is indeed pressing. Your Highness, I have mastered the 3rd level of the 9 turns golden body technique, rendering me nearly invincible against peers of the same realm. Besides, with my great wasteland sword technique, overcoming levels is not overly challenging. My only concern lies with opponents possessing unique physiques, stated Fu Xianxian. Confidence is commendable, yet it must not be excessive. During the competition, act according to your abilities. There is no need to engage in fierce battles with others. Leave the rest to Gemini and me, Qin Juyo advised. Your Highness, will you also participate? The 3 looked towards Qin Juyo in unison. Indeed, with so many talents competing, how can one refrain from showcasing their abilities? Were it not for Li Bai's age surpassing the limit, I would have considered allowing him to participate as well, Qin Juyo replied. He was indifferent to the rewards. Many items were unnecessary for him. Spiritual stones, weapons, and techniques were superfluous, as he had yet to refine what he already possessed to perfection. The primary focus lies in the distribution of fortune. The noble prodigies affiliated with their respective nations and sects will garner the collective fortune of the northern domain, leading to the emergence of numerous talents and enhancing national strength. This is undoubtedly a favorable opportunity. Then I must push myself as well, Fu Xinxian declared. With Qin Juyo participating, she had no reason to lag behind. I believe attaining the rank of middle nobility is not beyond reach, Gemini remarked. Qin Juyo did not exert pressure on him. At worst, they could concede defeat, as they were all allies. Their goal was solely to clear the battlefield for Qin Juyo among the noble ranks, without the need for excessive effort to reach the pinnacle. Your Highness, I shall cheer for you from the sidelines, Li Bai proclaimed. Qin Juyo's words ignited in him a desire to join the fray. Yet he understood he could not compete alongside Qin Juyo. Otherwise, should several strong allies unify, they might incapacitate their opponents, allowing him to ascend to the throne without lifting a finger. Now, let us devote ourselves to our training. For safety's sake, after Li Bai departs, I shall rent a courtyard to set up formations. In a few months, they shall comprehend our might, Qin Juyo asserted. Li Bai promptly exited, knowing his current task was merely to handle these trivial matters, such as securing a courtyard. With enough spiritual stones, it could be resolved effortlessly. In no time, he found a suitable courtyard and moved in that very day, establishing all the formations. Instantly, they transformed the Tsongshan city into a forbidden zone for those with ill intentions. It would become a site of calamity where no one could gain an advantage. Meanwhile, Lu Rian visited Ling Tianxin, the third princess. Sister Rian, I heard you came to Tsongshan city to meet a man? This is rather unlike you, Tianxin remarked with a bright smile. Tianxin, why do you sound like everyone else? But I must tell you, this person is incredibly mysterious. I cannot fathom him, Lu Rian whispered. Is that so? Ling Tianxin's interest was piqued. Chapter 46. Fortuitous wealth. Lu Rian has never been one to lavish praise upon anyone easily, especially not upon men. Although she ranks above average among her peers in the Tianyue Empire, given a few more years, there would be few who could surpass her. This is particularly true for those under 30. Among those under 25, the number dwindles even further, leaving only a handful. It is quite astonishing that such a remarkable woman would commend a man she has never encountered, stirring her curiosity immensely. Admittedly, 3 months ago, I met him for the first time. He was merely a master then. This is likely our third encounter, yet I find him utterly inscrutable. Moreover, everyone surrounding him is exceptional. Even the least among them is a master. You may not believe it, but that least skilled master has advanced an entire realm in just 3 months, and within the brutal confines of the empire, this is nearly impossible. People from the imperial forces, Ling Tianxin gasped, struggling to comprehend. If it were within the confines of royalty or an imperial court, such swift advancement might not be surprising. But in the wild territories of the empire, it underscores the terrifying nature of his talent. Indeed, I have a premonition. He is undoubtedly a genius capable of shaping an era, Lu Rian praised without reservation. The crucial factor is that Qin Juyo hails from the empire, from a place that remains largely unrecognized, leaving no trace on the map of the northern domain, and no empire has claimed it as a vassal. Perhaps no one could persuade the great Qin to submit. After all, with such a true dragon emerging, who would willingly accept a subordinate position? These thoughts remained unspoken. She kept them to herself, especially since Qin Juyo seemed not to engage much with others. Had it not been for Qin Jiuzhen's presence in the Shantian sect, whether he would acknowledge her remained uncertain. Now that you mention it, I am rather eager to meet him, Ling Tianxin remarked. That may be unlikely. He is not fond of socializing, and even I have not managed to earn his regard, Lu Rian replied. Is he even a man? Ling Tianxin exclaimed in disbelief. What sort of person can remain indifferent to such a beauty? Enough of this. Whatever I have shared with you must remain confidential, Lu Rian instructed. She wished to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for Qin Juyo due to her own actions. Unbeknownst to her, several individuals had already arrived in Tsongshan City, all of whom were distinguished talents from various sects, poised to confront Qin Juyo after Lu Rian's departure, to make him understand that he was beyond her reach. Rest assured, do you not know what sort of person I am, Sister Rian? Ling Tianxin assured her. I shall return to the sect now. Once she left, Ling Tianxin immediately summoned someone to investigate the identity and background of the individual Lu Rian had met today. Her curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, upon her return, Lu Rian sought out Qin Jiuzhen, whom she had brought back, reasoning that it was entirely appropriate to check on him. After all, which direct disciple had not brought someone into the sect, becoming a follower in the process? Qin Jiuzhen, you have performed admirably over these past months. This is for you, Lu Rian declared, presenting him with a wealth of resources. Given Qin Jiuzhen's talent, obtaining such a bounty would ordinarily be challenging unless he had demonstrated remarkable ability and achieved significant accomplishments. Otherwise, he would remain akin to other ordinary disciples, limited to the pinnacle of the Tianxiang realm. However, circumstances had shifted. Due to Qin Jiuyo's influence, she was determined to elevate Qin Jiuzhen's strength. After all, the favor of a powerful individual is not easily earned, and one must prove their worth. Of course, she did not intend for Qin Jiuzhen to become her follower. She was merely looking after him temporarily on behalf of Qin Jiuyo. All of this is for me, Qin Jiuzhen responded incredulously. The resources laid before him were sufficient to allow him to advance through the Tianxiang realm without hesitation. He understood that Lu Ruyan was not jesting, and as he accepted the gifts with gratitude, he pondered her motives. After all, he was merely a prince from the empire. What could Lu Ruyan possibly desire from him? If any issues arise, come to my peak and let me know. Now, focus on your cultivation, Lu Ruyan instructed before swiftly departing. Upon returning, her master questioned, Ruyan, is it appropriate to bestow such resources upon an outer disciple? Master, while he may not be enough on his own, the people behind him warrant the Xintian sect's utmost investment in his cultivation, Lu Ruyan explained. Before her stood a woman resembling a Taoist priestess, her aura unfathomable. A formidable figure of the Wangho realm, she held significant influence within the Xintian sect. Is he the individual you met today? Lu Ruyan's master inquired. Lu Ruyan nodded in acknowledgement. Be cautious. The Xintian sect is no longer what it once was, her master warned. I understand, Lu Ruyan affirmed. She had faith in her judgment. Given Qin Jiuyo's astounding potential, the Wangho realm was not beyond reach. With time, he would surely break through, and even the Xintian sect would need to tread carefully in his presence. Then pursue your ambitions without hesitation. Should the heavens collapse, I shall shield you. Thank you, master. Joy radiated from her face. With her master's support, she felt emboldened to act without fear. At that moment, Qin Jiuzhen, having acquired extraordinary wealth, was on his way to claim his new abode, one where he could cultivate freely. Once he breaks through to the Tianxiang realm, he would emerge as an unparalleled force. He no longer cared for the throne. With so many powerful figures around him, it would be a pity not to contend. Yet, that place was his homeland, where he had loved ones he cared for deeply. Once he became powerful, he would surely return to elevate them, alleviating some of his concerns, especially his elder brother, who had suffered indignities at the hands of others. It was a source of shame, yet he felt powerless. However, upon his return, he could alter the dynamics. After all, he was still his elder brother. Then there were his second brother, fourth brother, and several sisters. All were born of the same mother. And it was peculiar that Qin Xuanjin had only one wife. Thus, the sibling rivalry was not so fierce. Anyone could aspire to the throne. Chapter 47. The midnight visitors with Lu Ruyan's departure, Songshan City, stirred with undercurrents. They located Qin Jiuyo's temporary residence, even though he had vacated the inn. The influence of those present made finding him a trivial matter. During the day, no one acted. They awaited the cover of night to see which esteemed individual could compel Lu Ruyan to pursue him all the way from the Xintian sect to Songshan City. Within the courtyard, even though it was merely a temporary rental, Qin Jiuyo had set up formations to guard against any intruders who might disrupt his cultivation. Regardless of where he was, he preferred this method of secluded practice. In the stillness of the night, Li Songhao, what brings you here? Why is it that you, Shenxinzi, can come, but I cannot? Outside the courtyard of Qin Jiuyo, several formidable figures collided, 3 in total, all of whom were powerful practitioners of the celestial alignment. Whether it was Li Songhai or Shenxinzi, both were among the most distinguished talents of the Tianyue dynasty. The former was the holy son of the Xintian sect, while the latter served as the chief disciple of the Tianji sect. Upon perceiving each other, their animosity was palpable, as if they were poised for conflict. Allow me to interject. Our objectives here are aligned. Why not enter together? Proposed the third individual. Brother Luo speaks wisely. Both Li Songhai and Shenxinzi concurred. This third figure, Luo Tianba, the leading disciple of the demon sect, bore an air of elegance, yet only those truly acquainted with him understood the depths of his ruthlessness. He was one of the most formidable talents one could encounter, aside from the royal family. Approaching the threshold of nobility, he was no less than his two counterparts. Even Li Songhai and Xian Chenzi, when faced with Luo Tianba, found their chances of victory to be slim, but they would not relent when it came to Lu Ruyan. In a world teeming with women, only Lu Ruyan and Ling Tianxin could accompany them, with the latter being beyond their reach, making Lu Ruyan the optimal choice for a companion. Below them lay a modest courtyard, without the presence of its inhabitants. It would hardly have drawn the attention of these three. Of course, Lu Ruyan's admirers were not limited to just them. Many sought her favor. However, with their arrival, the others were rendered inconsequential, free to return home and rest. Exchanging glances, they descended directly to the courtyard. Without hesitation, they pushed open the door and entered, showing no inclination to sneak in. Emir Qin Jiuyo was not worthy of such stealth. Little did Qin Jiuyo realize that a simple visit to Lu Ruyan would ignite such a significant issue. His ignorance of her esteemed status among the younger generation of the Tianyue dynasty was the root of this predicament. The three top talents arrived together under the cover of night. Had it been anyone else, they might have been paralyzed with fear. The intentions of these three celestial alignment practitioners remained unclear. Qin Jiuyo furrowed his brow, disliking the sensation of being under scrutiny. He had no desire to provoke conflict upon his arrival, and considering their youth, they likely held considerable status within the Tianyue dynasty. Harming them would only lead to incessant troubles, disrupting his peaceful cultivation. Your Highness, should I drive them away? Li Bai inquired. With a mere command from Qin Jiuyo, he could eliminate these three. This was not a place they could simply intrude. He was perplexed as to what had drawn these three here. Open the door. I wish to ascertain their intentions, Qin Jiuyo commanded. Understood, replied Li Bai. Since Qin Jiuyo preferred to avoid bloodshed, he acquiesced to his request. Meanwhile, outside the door, impatience brewed. Let us charge in. We have no time for pleasantries with Qin Jiuyo. Just as they attempted to force their way inside, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who appeared unremarkable and bore no discernible aura. Perhaps his strength was beyond their perception, or he was simply unremarkable. Yet, how could a person of no cultivation earn the affection of Lu Ruyan? My master requests your presence, Li Bai announced, disregarding their thoughts. They should be preoccupied with how to preserve their lives. How peculiar, they mused. The three did not hesitate to enter, and as they passed by Li Bai, Xian Chenzi remarked, he truly lacks power. Could we have misjudged? Upon entering the inner hall, they beheld a youth engaged in a game of chess with a young girl, while a small child observed. Your Highness, I have lost again, Fu Xianxian expressed with a hint of frustration. Guests have arrived, Qin Jiuyo interjected, concluding the game. The three men were momentarily taken aback. The girl addressed the youth as Your Highness. Was he a member of the Ling family? Instantly, their hearts raced. If he were indeed a scion of the Ling family, the consequences could be dire. Yet they recognized that none of the Ling family's prodigies resembled the youth before them. Esteemed guests, what brings you here at such a late hour? Qin Jiuyo asked directly. He had no desire to squander time. The night was perfect for a few more chess matches before retiring, as he needed to rise early for cultivation. Who is Lu Ruyan to you? Why do you seek her? Li Songhai demanded, his eyes filled with hostility. By your attire, you do not appear to be from Tianyue. Are you unaware that Lu Ruyan is our precious gem? Xian Chenzi added. Lu Ruyan belongs to the Tianyue dynasty. You should harbor no inappropriate thoughts, Luo Tianba remarked. It was evident that the trio held Lu Ruyan in high regard. Otherwise, they would not have joined forces to confront Qin Jiuyo, setting aside their animosities for the moment. How amusing. I thought this was a matter of great importance. However, my connection with Miss Lu is merely a fleeting acquaintance. I've come merely to see an old friend. There are no ulterior motives, Qin Jiuyo replied with a smile, bemused by the number of admirers Lu Ruyan had, especially those formidable enough to visit at such an hour. Likely among the elite of Tianyue. His words were not born of fear. With his current cultivation, he could easily subdue them. It was likely that even their combined efforts would falter against him. While Li Songhai and his companions were indeed powerful, it bore no significance to Qin Jiuyo. Your self-awareness pleases me. However, when do you plan to leave Songshan City? You are not welcome here. Regardless of Qin Jiuyo's demeanor, he was perceived as a potential adversary who should ideally depart from Songshan City, lest they find themselves unsettled. They had never treated Lu Ruyan in such a manner. 3 months, Qin Juyo stated. That is too long. We grant you 3 days. Rest assured, we will cover all your expenses for the lodging. They responded without a moment's thought, feeling that even 3 days was excessive. Had they not been unable to discern Qin Juyo's true strength, they might have resorted to violence. Esteemed guests, I have treated you as visitors, yielding at every turn. Do you think I am fearful? Qin Juyo declared, an invisible force suddenly pressing down upon the 3. What was merely the 6th or 7th level of the celestial alignment was no match for him. Within their sect, they were considered powerful, but outside, their identities held little weight. Impressive. The 3 quickly braced themselves, their expressions filled with astonishment as they regarded Qin Juyo, sensing a chilling intent to kill. To their shock, even when they joined forces, they found themselves retreating under the weight of his aura, cracks appearing in the ground beneath them, beads of sweat forming on their brows. What was this individual at such a young age? At this moment, they could no longer entertain the notion that Qin Juyo's claims of mere acquaintanceship with Lu Ruyan were genuine. After all, ambition often intertwines with beauty. How could he be indifferent? Leave now. I will not hold you accountable for your intrusion this time. Should you dare return, be prepared to pay with your lives. Qin Juyo stated, maintaining an air of nonchalance, as if discussing trivial matters. They had yet to fully comprehend their situation when a wave of confusion washed over them. As they regained their composure, they found themselves standing outside the grand entrance, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. What kind of ability was this? They had undoubtedly encountered a formidable opponent, one likely of royal lineage. The pressure from such a being was immense, unlike anything they had faced before. How had they been extricated from that predicament? Did you all witness what transpired? Damn it, I have given up on Lu Ruyan. The mere thought of having provoked someone of noble birth sent chills down their spines. If it were merely a prince, they would have felt no fear. However, if it were a prodigious royal, the implications were altogether different. They had never heard of such individuals existing within the imperial court, not even among the royals themselves. After exchanging glances filled with bitter smiles, they departed from the scene. Fortunately, their intent had merely been to teach Qin Juyo a lesson. Had they intended to resort to violence, they might not have walked away unscathed. Tonight's venture had been an exercise in futility. There are always greater powers beyond our comprehension, and they finally understood the futility of their situation. Unbeknownst to Lu Ruyan, Qin Juyo had inadvertently shielded her from numerous suitors, dissuading them from pursuing her. Anyone who encountered such a formidable adversary would have no choice but to withdraw. As they left, another stealthy figure appeared nearby. It was Ling Tianxin, who was exceedingly curious about Qin Juyo, eager to discern what kind of person could occupy Lu Ruyan's thoughts so profoundly. Allow me to see what kind of divine being you truly are. With that, she stealthily scaled the wall, anxious to avoid detection. Just as Qin Juyo and his companions were about to rest, their expressions tightened. What? Another visitor? Wait, it's her. Qin Juyo exclaimed, recognizing the familiar aura. Your Highness, this woman's presence here can only spell trouble. Allow me to chase her away, Li Bai suggested. While the others were oblivious to the nature of the third princess, he understood that entangling with Ling Tianxin would only lead to relentless troubles and potentially disastrous consequences. The ominous energy surrounding her was something even a monarch could not afford to provoke. Any engagement would surely lead to ruin. Thus, both Qin Juyo and Li Bai preferred not to dwell on Ling Tianxin. Within their capabilities, they could act freely. Beyond that, they were powerless to assist without risking their own safety. Very well, Qin Juyo conceded. To be frank, he dared not take any action against the third princess, for she was backed by someone who sought her demise. If he were to disrupt this balance, the repercussions would surely fall upon them. Just as Ling Tianxin was about to enter, a voice echoed from within. Those who are destined to perish are not permitted entry. Please leave us be. The tone was one of stark rejection. Ling Tianxin, infuriated, was about to unleash a tirade when an expression of disbelief crossed her face. How dare they label her as someone fated to die? There were matters she had kept secret, which meant they must possess knowledge of her afflictions. Indeed, the peculiar sensation she experienced earlier that day must have originated from them. You can discern my secrets. Ling Tianxin gasped, her breath quickening. She attempted to push the door open, but it was firmly locked, and her efforts proved futile against the overwhelming strength of those inside. Nothing to disclose, came the cold refrain. You must know how to save me, right? I am a close friend of Lu Ruyan. Let me in, Ling Tianxin pleaded, knocking on the door. Who could fathom the despair of each passing night? To remain silent while witnessing her own decline was a torment beyond measure. Now that someone had seen through her facade, it implied that they were indeed powerful and knowledgeable. Sigh, let her in, Qin Jiuyu finally decided. This was not solely due to Lu Ruyan. Rather, he perceived the glimmer of hope in Ling Tianxin's desperate words. In her despair, she had glimpsed a possibility for salvation, and how could he turn away from that? Everyone experiences moments of vulnerability. However, Ling Tianxin's plight was more harrowing than most. Despite her apparent strength, she was merely exhausting the remnants of her life. Each night was an agonizing ordeal, marked by the relentless passage of time. The torment was such that many would opt for self-destruction, yet Ling Tianxin exhibited a resilience unmatched. But Your Highness, Li Bai interjected. If he possessed peak strength, he would harbor no fear. However, that was not the case. He was but a prince, easily crushed by her. His death would be inconsequential, but the repercussions would inevitably ensnare Qin Jiuyu. When fate calls, it is inescapable. Let her in, Qin Jiuyu asserted, acknowledging his own vulnerability and empathy towards her plight. Very well, Li Bai relented, yet ultimately, it was Qin Jiuyu's decision that prevailed. The door swung open, revealing Ling Tianxin's stunning visage, though time was not on her side. Soon, she would merely be a beautiful skeleton. Your Highness, please, Li Bai gestured. Thank you. Ling Tianxin replied, her heart racing as she stepped inside. Once she entered, the heavy door thundered shut behind her, sealing her within the depths of the courtyard, away from any malevolent spirits. Inside the courtyard, a young man sat alongside a middle-aged man who had guided Ling Tianxin in. No one else was present. Fu Xianxian and the twin stars had been dismissed by Qin Jiuyu, as the individual before them was too extraordinary for their knowledge. Li Bai remained, for he understood Ling Tianxin's situation. Concealing the truth had become irrelevant. Ling Tianxin, what is it you wish to say? She found herself at a loss for words. Earlier, she had been incensed by Li Bai's remarks, but now, faced with these unfamiliar figures, she found herself speechless, especially given their superior prowess. When did such prodigies emerge in this world? I am Qin Jiuyu, he introduced himself. You can discern the troubles afflicting me. I implore you, Brother Qin, save me. Ling Tianxin pleaded, wishing to bow in reverence. No matter how resilient one may be, the nightly torment was unbearable. Being human, she too yearned to live and escape the torment of her affliction. Yet, despite her countless visits to renowned physicians, every one of them had perished under tragic circumstances, and her condition had only worsened. It is not that I refuse to help. Rather, the person behind you far exceeds my capabilities, Qin Jiuyu responded, a hint of helplessness in his voice. In this predicament, Ling Tianxin had unwittingly brought death itself to their doorstep. He felt justified in driving her away. But killing her was out of the question. What do you mean? Ling Tianxin inquired, bewildered. If she had a powerful ally, how could she have fallen to such depths? Let me be clear. Your constitution is known as the 9 transmutations of life and death. It is a unique physique, the only one of its kind in existence. Should a second arise, it would signify the impending death of the original. Under such circumstances, how do you think the original would react? Qin Jiuyu countered. Are you suggesting that someone possesses the same constitution as mine and is powerful enough that my existence threatens their life? Ling Tianxin responded, a hint of uncertainty creeping into her voice. How could she possess such an extraordinary constitution? It can be said that in the cycle of reincarnation, only one can exist in the world. Should a second appear, the first must perish. However, there lies another possibility. What is it? The first could consume the second, merging their reincarnated bodies, thereby reaching an unprecedented level of power. If one could fuse 9 bodies of the same nature, the future achievements would be limitless. Aside from the first, no other reincarnated being could emerge. Am I then the second possessor of this reincarnated form? Ling Tianxin grew increasingly fearful. If only one of this constitution can exist at a time, no matter her actions, the other would inevitably find and kill her. If her life were threatened, she would do the same. Indeed, and this constitution allows for rapid cultivation. It could be said that if you were the sole individual, you would at least be at the level of nobility. Qin Jiuyu remarked. But you are the second, and thus face numerous restrictions. Reaching the celestial realm would be quite a challenge. Is there any way out? I would even abandon this constitution if necessary, Ling Tianxin declared. She was terrified, and Qin Jiuyu understood her predicament all too well, hoping to escape her current plight. As for eliminating the first, the difficulty was immense. At her age, she would certainly be at the level of nobility, while her opponent would undoubtedly be significantly older. Otherwise, they would have already approached her. Just how powerful could they be? Certainly, you must have sensed the death aura surrounding you, Qin Jiuyo stated. Ling Tianxin did not deny it and nodded silently. This is your only opportunity. Of course, if you had a powerful backing, the outcome would differ. You could directly eliminate the opponent and seize everything they possess, achieving the status of an emperor without issue. But the critical point is that you do not have such support. Moreover, this death aura is not only present on you, your adversary will possess even more, and they will be even more desperate. As long as you find a place where they cannot detect you, once they perish, you will naturally become the sole reincarnated being. At that time, all calamities and ailments upon you will vanish, replaced by unparalleled talent. The northern domain cannot accommodate you, nor can the Tianyue dynasty protect you. Furthermore, I can assure you that the other possessor of the reincarnated form is undoubtedly within the northern domain, drawing ever closer. Trust me, it is best you avoid the divine martial imperial court. You have a few years left to live, Qin Jiuyo advised. Within the northern domain, the only force more powerful than the dynasties is the imperial court. Given their strength, they are certainly significant figures, far beyond mere nobility, possibly even sovereign-level superpowers. Not only Ling Tianxin, but even Qin Jiuyo would not stand a chance against them. Is there truly no opportunity? Ling Tianxin could not help but smile sadly. How could such an odd constitution exist in the world? If it is unique, why was she allowed to possess it? It is precisely because the reincarnated form cannot directly achieve perfection. What is perfection? It is to fully realize the 9 transformations, culminating in the supreme reincarnated body, which requires the extermination of 9 individuals with the same constitution. Once she becomes the sole survivor, the risk of death will no longer haunt her. With that said, young lady, please take your leave. You have not visited me tonight, Qin Jiuyo stated, issuing an eviction order. The longer he remained with Ling Tianxin, the more detrimental it would be for him, as he could potentially be sensed. He had a feeling that the one possessing the reincarnated form must be aware of Ling Tianxin's existence. The reason they had not acted yet was that this body had not yet reached its limit. In its dying moments, it would be at its most potent, and consuming it would yield incredible benefits. Otherwise, how could they tolerate Ling Tianxin living for so long without taking action? Thank you, Ling Tianxin said as she stood up. She had gained clarity regarding her situation and resolved to prepare for suicide upon returning, refusing to allow another to benefit from her demise. By the way, do not entertain the thought of suicide. It will only increase the accumulation of death aura. Even if you die, they can still seize your belongings. Qin Jiuyo specifically warned her before she left. Ling Tianxin's face filled with horror. Was she truly unable to even take her own life? Was she destined to wait for death? Your Highness, the first individual has already reached the 8th transformation. At the very least, they are at the level of the Emperor. We cannot compete against them. Why are you going to such lengths to aid her? Li Bai inquired, perplexed. The greater the number of transformations achieved by the individual ahead, the faster the death aura on the second person grows. I require time. Do you not see that cultivating a complete reincarnated being is a profoundly fulfilling endeavor? I wish to see whose methods are superior, Qin Jiuyo replied, a glimmer of brilliance shining in his eyes. A perfected reincarnated being is a constitution that rivals even the yin-yang divine body, with future achievements that are boundless. If I could recruit such a being, it would be a marvelous feat. As for subduing the first, he lacked the strength for that. Even if he did possess it, the individual would likely not consent. Having attained such power, why would they look upon Qin Jiuyo with favor? They could easily reach the pinnacle on their own. Thus, he set his sights on Ling Tianxin. This was the very purpose of bringing her in. The system's prompts indicated that he had more insight than Li Bai, including the whereabouts of the first individual and their current strength, which he could not provoke. However, if given sufficient time, opportunities would arise. Battling against heaven is an exhilarating pursuit. Initially, he had been resistant, but the rewards offered by the system were far too enticing. If he could aid Ling Tianxin through this crisis and achieve the 9th transformation, he would be granted 3 summons for followers. And one of his previously summoned followers would undergo a transformation at random. This was tantamount to waiting 3 years, and as for the transformation of followers, he currently had only Li Bai, who would undoubtedly be the one to undergo transformation, the potential for which was immeasurable. It was not necessary to recruit Ling Tianxin. Merely helping her through this difficulty would suffice. Whether he succeeded or failed was inconsequential. He primarily sought to challenge himself. Each summoned follower was a paragon of excellence, hailing from myriad realms, possibly even the progeny of some world. Thus, he altered his strategy, allowing himself some leeway. 3 to 5 years would suffice for significant change. As long as Ling Tianxin did not act recklessly and could endure for a few years, he would assist her in overcoming her challenges. Regardless of how formidable her opponent might be, the road ahead is long and arduous, Qin Jiuyo sighed softly. Yet he held confidence in himself, with perseverance and determination. The clouds would part, revealing the azure sky. Your Highness, I still feel it is somewhat unworthy, Li Bai remarked. Neither he nor the twins were inferior to a perfected reincarnated being. Why then did Qin Jiuyo choose to assist Ling Tianxin? Was he seeking trouble for himself? Historically, his master would not act in such a manner. You will understand in due time, Qin Jiuyo replied mysteriously. Even if he explained the system, it would not clarify matters. So it was better left unsaid. Indeed, a mere Ling Tianxin was not worth the considerable effort Qin Jiuyo was expending to protect her. Primarily, it was the system's rewards that tempted him, making him eager to seize them at once. The summoned followers were intrinsically linked to his own cultivation. As long as he grew powerful enough, he could summon even more formidable allies. The next summons would at least yield followers of noble rank, if not sovereigns, which was certainly within the realm of possibility. Furthermore, they would likely possess immense fortune. Who would ever complain about having too few capable subordinates? Upon hearing Qin Jiuyo's words, Li Bai found himself at a loss for further commentary and ultimately took his leave. This night was destined to be one of insomnia. Both Li Songhao and his companions, as well as Ling Tianxin, were consumed by reflections on their encounter with Qin Jiuyo and the myriad events that unfolded, each detail vividly etched in their minds. After returning, Li Songhao and the others parted ways. The manifestation of Qin Jiuyo, coupled with the unfathomable depth of his power, proved to be a staggering blow to them. How could an individual, seemingly ordinary, wield such terrifying strength? In stark contrast, Ling Tianxin found herself in a different predicament. Upon re-entering her chamber, an overwhelming sense of despair surged from within her, causing her to break into a cold sweat and tremble uncontrollably, as though some malevolent force had invaded her very being. The agonizing pain persisted for several hours. She longed to scream, yet ultimately stifled her cries. When the torment subsided, she lay exhausted upon her bed, a faint smile gracing her lips, finally liberated. Yet, the thought of her fate left her with an undeniable sense of regret. As for Qin Jiuyo, she could no longer approach him. He had made it abundantly clear, to survive, she must attain an extraordinary realm within a limited time and eliminate another individual. Only then could she truly be free. In a distant location, within a dimly lit room, an elderly man with graying hair had just emerged from a state akin to Ling Tianxin's. I can endure for 3 more years. After that, I must consume Ling Tianxin, he murmured to himself. No one knew the horrifying trials he had faced just hours prior. The stronger one's power, the more harrowing the torment endured, a burden no human should bear. Yet, to advance further, he was determined to push the 9 transformations to their utmost limits. He was aware of Ling Tianxin's whereabouts, but she remained oblivious to his presence, making it easy for him to approach her. The next morning, Li Songhao and his companions departed from Tsongshan City, unwilling to linger in such a terrifying place, especially with that individual present. The mere existence of one person was enough to frighten away several of the most exceptional talents of their generation, an irony not lost on them. Qin Jiuyo, however, remained unfazed, viewing the incident as a mere dismissal of insignificant pests, unworthy of concern. It was far better to immerse himself in quiet cultivation and thereby avoid unnecessary troubles. Indeed, since that fateful night, no one had come to disturb him again. As time passed, and the date of the talented warrior's battle drew ever closer, Qin Jiuyo's cultivation deepened into the realms of the inscrutable. He sighed, realizing he was but a step away from the rank of a noble. One must not rush the path of cultivation. Each step must be taken with care. I have time, he thought, knowing that with just one final push, he could ascend to the esteemed rank of nobility and secure his place among the elite of the northern domain. The prospect of a duo of noble warriors emerging from a humble background was indeed formidable, drawing considerable attention. Meanwhile, Fu Xinyan had also reached the pinnacle of the master rank, just a breath away from the celestial augury. Li Bai and the twin stars, as lower-tier nobles, had surged forward in their cultivation, each breaking through to the 7th rank. Li Bai had even ascended 2 levels, thanks to the recent high-value items he had acquired, including the King's Pill, which significantly accelerated his progress. Despite their newfound strength, Qin Jiuyo continued to live a life of seclusion, concealing the presence of such powerful figures, including 2 noble warriors within Songshan City. With only a month remaining before heading to the divine martial imperial court, he found himself pleased with the new elixir he had acquired, which enhanced the absorption rate of purple qi tenfold. If this trend continued, he might well reach the 7th-tier transcendent level before his departure, a prospect that filled him with satisfaction. As the greater his cultivation, the more advantageous his position in the upcoming Talented Warriors battle. Chapter 51. Breakthrough. That noon, the skies over Songshan City were enveloped in purple qi, showering the area with boundless auspice. The gathered martial artists were awestruck. This sudden transformation left them in a state of bewilderment. This purple qi is beneficial. We must cultivate swiftly. Amidst the confusion, some martial artists discerned the secret. Beneath the purple qi, one would receive blessings, significantly enhancing their cultivation speed. The once bustling Songshan City came to a standstill, its inhabitants fervently striving to elevate themselves. Many who had been stagnating at their previous realms found their bottlenecks loosened by the arrival of the purple clouds, enabling them to ascend to higher levels. Ha ha! What a gain! They exclaimed. Do you suppose a great power has come to our Songshan City? To create such a commotion must require a noble or even greater strength. A single cloud of purple qi shrouded the entire city, promising vast rewards to its inhabitants. Such a feat was beyond their imagination. Within an unknown courtyard, Qin Jiuyo himself was taken aback. Did I just break through? He pondered. In Longning City, he had labored for an extensive period to elevate from the 9th to the 8th tier, a daunting challenge. Yet, in Songshan City, the speed of absorbing purple qi had increased significantly, aided by the potent elixirs he had obtained. It was evident that the higher one climbed within the imperial hierarchy, the more abundant their fortune, thus accelerating their cultivation at an astonishing rate. Just moments ago, he had not only ascended to the 7th tier of the transcendent level, but had also successfully reached the rank of nobility. The advancement did not invoke any grand phenomena, only the faintest of disturbances. If only I could conceal the manifestation of my transcendent ascent, he mused, though he knew it was beyond his capabilities. Come forth, Qin Jiuyo commanded, retracting his transcendent form. Congratulations, Your Highness, on your breakthrough. The 3 surrounding him exclaimed in unison. With Qin Jiuyo's advancement, they too experienced slight enhancements, drawing closer to their own breakthroughs. This was indeed a momentous occasion. Who could have imagined such formidable figures? 3 noble warriors and 1 celestial augur, harbored within a mere courtyard? Even before Qin Jiuyo's ascent, Fu Xinyan had already reached the celestial augury stage, now eligible to participate in the Northern Domain Talented Warriors battle. As for rankings, they seemed of little consequence. Half a year was simply too brief. Given more time, they would sweep through the competition with ease. Focus on your cultivation. We have but half a month left, Qin Jiuyo advised. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if, in that short span, their strengths would advance further. Perhaps it was greedy of him, but who wouldn't desire stronger allies? Despite their noble status, they remained of lower tier, unable to compare with others. Even with their formidable techniques, the disparity in realms was still vast. Indeed, the 3 responded, satisfied with their recent gains. Outside, however, chaos erupted. Is that it? I have yet to cultivate enough. I am fortunate. I have broken through a small realm. Within 100 days, I shall surely reach the celestial augury stage. The ordinary martial artists, having received this inexplicable divine favor, displayed expressions of sheer joy, oblivious to anything beyond their immediate triumph. However, there exists a segment of individuals who differ significantly. Such formidable capabilities that can cleanse and elevate a person's innate qualities are indeed terrifying. If one could locate the individual possessing such powers, the future achievements would be boundless. Yet, it remains uncertain whether this ethereal purple mist is a mere coincidence or a result of human manipulation. Several powerful factions immediately commenced their inquiries, not with the intent of hostility, but rather to ascertain the identity of this enigmatic figure. To wield such influence is no trivial matter. Could it be you? Ling Tianxin mused, as the image of the person she had encountered one fateful night resurfaced in her mind. With an intimate understanding of her own background, what could this individual possibly be incapable of? However, she refrained from approaching recklessly. The other party had clearly instructed her to stay away, and she saw no reason to provoke unnecessary displeasure. As for others, she could hardly concern herself with them. Her own survival was precarious enough, and she might still have to rely on Yoyo for assistance in alleviating her ailments. Recently, the torment she had endured had intensified, particularly during the midnight hours, which were excruciating. She found herself yearning for Yoyo's strength, yet she questioned whether he would extend his aid. It seemed that in his eyes, her identity and appearance lacked any remarkable qualities. He appeared exceedingly calm and averse to attracting trouble, seemingly preferring to keep everyone at bay. Throughout these days, she had not witnessed him step outside his abode. Despite being a superlative powerhouse, he led a life more simplistic than that of an ordinary person, which was astonishing. Hence, she could not ascertain whether this matter had any relation to Yoyo. Even if it did, would she dare inquire? Asking others would only invite ridicule. Following the extraordinary phenomenon, the city indeed saw an influx of new faces, some drawn by the allure of the purple mist, while others harbored ulterior motives. Moreover, the gathering of prodigies continued to swell, which was only natural, as the imminent battle of the prodigies loomed. Those distant prodigies had begun to arrive, for in such a short span, substantial breakthroughs were unlikely. They came to familiarize themselves with the situation, unexpectedly stumbling upon such fortuitous events. Apart from the three premier sects of the Tianyue dynasty, various other factions, even when devoting all their resources, could still nurture one or two prodigies of the celestial rank. This exemplifies the disparity between dynasties and empires. After searching for several days in Songshan City, they found no source, and the matter faded into obscurity. On this particular day, a formidable aura manifested above Songshan City. A noble presence. A thought surged in the hearts of all present. Upon the appearance of the individual, their suspicions were further validated. Pay respects to the Grand Elder. Gazing at the figure traversing the clouds, the crowd instantaneously recognized his identity. It was none other than the Grand Elder of the Shantian sect. As the battle of prodigies approaches, "I have come to await you all. Do not concern yourselves with me," the Grand Elder proclaimed. This statement undoubtedly invited scornful remarks. If he wished for them to disregard him, he could have arrived discreetly and taken refuge in an inn, rather than lingering here and flaunting his presence. Yet, such sentiments remained unvoiced, for some possessed morbid curiosity, but none dared to act unless they held overwhelming power that rendered them immune to retribution. Otherwise, they would remain inconspicuous below, avoiding attention. Chapter 52. The Noble's Challenge. Does a mere middle-ranking noble so relish in ostentation? Li Bai could not restrain himself from speaking. The arrival of the noble was undeniable, yet they were not so formidable as to inspire fear. He and the twin stars were both of the 7th rank, merely a step away from the middle tier. They held no dread for a middle-ranking noble. Should conflict arise, their inherent advantages would determine the outcome. After all, he was merely a noble. There was little to boast about. However, it was evident that a middle-ranking noble stood as a premier entity within the dynasty. Even the Grand Elder of Shintian sect possessed such cultivation, suggesting that their sect leader could only be at the upper echelon. In the Tianyue dynasty, it was nearly impossible for a sovereign to be a formidable powerhouse. You too should strive to break through to the 6th rank. Then you may confront him directly, Juyo advised. As for others, he was indifferent. If they wished to flaunt their prowess, so be it. When calamity struck, they would bear the consequences. Your Highness, I am on the verge of a breakthrough, the twin stars announced. I too am close. Within a month, I shall surely ascend to middle-ranking noble status, Li Bai added. Very well, soon a multitude of prodigies will arrive. If you wish to venture forth and learn, feel free. Lingering here all day can be quite dreary. You need not concern yourselves with me, Juyo stated. He could maintain his tranquility, knowing he was not yet sufficiently powerful. To eliminate all adversaries would necessitate relentless cultivation, leaving him disinterested in venturing out. Truth be told, others had no need to remain cooped up in a small courtyard with him. Their paths lay beyond this place, and they were destined to explore the world. I have just broken through to the celestial 1st rank. I shall not venture out. Instead, aiming to make further progress before reaching the divine martial emperor's court, Fu Xinxian remarked. Having aligned herself with Juyo, She had grown accustomed to this lifestyle over the past 6 months. Moreover, she relished this carefree approach to cultivation, pausing when fatigued and practicing when inspired. If one constantly demanded perfection, it would lead to a dreadful calamity. Even if breakthroughs eluded her, it mattered little. The presence of so many strong individuals meant her participation was sufficient, and she would not fret over the trivialities. In short, she preferred to avoid encounters. She found socializing to be a tiresome chore. "Your Highness, I wish to step outside and take a look," the twin stars expressed. "I wish to meet this Grand Elder." Li Bai added. "Make your own decisions regarding your affairs," Qin Zhuyo replied, reclining once more in his chair. "Very well, we shall take our leave." With their departure, the atmosphere grew increasingly tranquil, save for the sound of Fu Xianxian practicing her swordplay nearby. "I have heard that the Grand Elder of Xiantian sect has arrived in Tsongshan City. Might I request an audience?" A resounding voice echoed, momentarily casting a shadow over the skies of Tsongshan City. Who dares to challenge the Grand Elder at this juncture? The Grand Elder had only just arrived and released his aura, only to be confronted by someone, a clear affront to his dignity. This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. However, to dare approach the Grand Elder, one must possess at least the strength of a noble. Let the clash commence. I yearned to witness the spectacle. At that moment, the Grand Elder, who had just settled in, bore an unsightly expression. This was a clear attempt to embarrass him. Yet, the source of the voice eluded his senses, causing a jolt of concern within him. Could it be yet another newly risen powerhouse? "Humph, who dares to challenge? State your name," the Grand Elder retorted. For the challenger had directly named him. If he remained motionless, it would only invite scorn. "My name is inconsequential. I merely seek to engage in a friendly exchange with the Grand Elder. I await you in the western outskirts, 100 miles away." With that, the oppressive aura dissipated, granting the martial artists within the city a moment of respite. The clash of two noble auras had indeed terrified them, as they feared the potential devastation should a conflict erupt within the city. The Grand Elder, sensing the gravity of the situation, cautioned against proceeding. Believing it might be a trap, several attendants hastily approached, expressing their concerns. After all, the matter was exceedingly enigmatic. The timing of the summons seemed ominous, clearly indicating ill intentions towards the Xiantian sect. Should trouble arise, they would be unable to bear the consequences. Yet, if I choose not to go, would that not imply that our Xiantian sect fears confrontation? The Grand Elder retorted, his eyes reflecting a flicker of anger. He would not allow himself to be so underestimated. "I shall ensure the safety of our home and return swiftly," he declared, exuding confidence in his abilities. Within the realm, there were few who could surpass him, and none exuded the ominous aura of the individual he had just sensed, an unfamiliar nobleman who would dare to challenge him. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Qin Zhuyo, who had been enjoying a tranquil moment, found himself bemused. How long has Li Bai been holding back? He mused, realizing that the voice that had just called out belonged to Li Bai. Since joining him, Li Bai had scarcely ventured out, let alone engaged in combat. A wanderer at heart, being confined in such a small quagmire was surely maddening, and now he was eager to confront the Grand Elder. Qin Zhuyo pondered how long it would take Li Bai to defeat the Grand Elder, yet he retained faith in Li Bai's capabilities. As a 7th-tier noble, paired with his first-class law avatar, even against a mid-tier noble, victory was not out of reach. Even in defeat, no one would cast blame upon him. "Xianxian, would you like to witness this?" Qin Zhuyo suggested, recognizing that observing a noble's battle could be greatly beneficial to her. "I shall go," Xianxian replied, understanding that Qin Zhuyo's inquiry was an encouragement for her to participate. "Very well, follow me," he instructed, acutely aware that without protection, the battle could be perilous for her as a fledgling celestial. Regrettably, he had invested half a year in her training, and it would be tragic for her potential to remain unfulfilled. Not only they, but many formidable individuals in the city also followed suit. Such a high-stakes battle was not to be missed, and given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely to be a life-or-death duel. After all, a distance of 100 miles was merely a matter of minutes for a celestial. "Your Highness, I cannot restrain Master Li Bai," remarked the twin stars, approaching Qin Zhuyo with expressions of helplessness as he emerged. "No matter," Qin Zhuyo replied, "let us go and observe together." He was eager to discern whether the nobleman was indeed superior or if the mid-tier noble would prove more formidable, for while it might not represent all mid-tier nobles, it could provide a rough estimate of their combat prowess. "All right," The twin stars acquiesced, relieved to find no reprimand in Qin Jiuyo's tone. As the two nobles prepared to spar, the celestial beings remained still, merely observing from a distance. The Grand Elder, brimming with fury, hastened towards the western outskirts. And upon encountering a middle-aged man, he was momentarily taken aback by the youthfulness and formidable prowess of his opponent, who was not far behind in strength. Since when did Songshan City host such a powerhouse? The Grand Elder wondered, his mind swirling with confusion. Despite his anger, he remained vigilant. The audacity of the challenge indicated careful planning and substantial strength on the part of his adversary. "So, you summoned me here?" he inquired. "Indeed, Grand Elder." "Please draw your sword," Li Bai replied, his Qinglian sword unsheathed and aimed at the Grand Elder, a formidable opponent several realms above him. Even with an array of techniques at his disposal, he knew to remain cautious, particularly with the prince observing. Even if he struggled, he could not afford to lose face. The true outcome would only be revealed through combat. "Very well, you have earned the right to prompt me to unsheath my sword," the Grand Elder stated, foregoing further pleasantries as he brandished his own blade, ready to engage with Li Bai. There was no need to know each other's identities. The objective was simply to subdue the other. Upon the great river, Li Bai struck first, for the unsheathing of the sword signified the commencement of battle, leaving no room for preemptive strikes. Long rainbow sword chi. The two engaged in a fierce clash, exchanging blows with breathtaking speed, each unable to gain the upper hand. In mere moments, they had exchanged hundreds of strikes, leaving onlookers bewildered by the intricacies of their combat. Is this the power of noble strength? It's terrifying. The might of their sword aura instills fear even from 10 miles away. It's too fast. I can hardly discern it. Spectators marveled at the prowess of the Grand Elder and his opponent, both of whom had never witnessed such strength before. With a thunderous explosion of energy, the ground around them was cratered, resulting in devastation that would be catastrophic if the battle continued unabated. Fortunately, they had chosen a desolate location for their duel. "I see sword techniques can be wielded in such a manner," Xianxian exclaimed in astonishment. Observing their clash proved immensely enlightening, and being under the protection of Qin Jiuyo and the twin stars allowed her to witness the battle up close, gleaning insights that were otherwise inaccessible. As she watched, she realized the vastness of knowledge she had yet to acquire regarding swordsmanship, as her understanding still lingered at a rudimentary level. "Focus intently and do not be distracted," Qin Jiuyo advised. "Indeed," she replied, thereafter remaining silent, diligently observing the powerful exchanges of the noble-level combatants. The battle raged on for half an hour without a clear victor emerging. What a thrilling experience. "I am grateful for your guidance, Grand Elder. Today, I concede defeat," Li Bai suddenly announced, causing the Grand Elder, who had been poised to strike, to halt in surprise. Having fought fiercely, the Grand Elder was filled with battle fervor. Yet Li Bai's unexpected declaration of surrender caught him off guard. He recognized that Li Bai's combat prowess far exceeded expectations. Despite being a fifth-tier noble, his own realm barely matched Li Bai's, yielding no advantage. In a sense, he had lost the duel. Now, with Li Bai's statement, he felt it unnecessary to continue the fight. After all, they were not sworn enemies and did not need to fight to the death, especially with an increasing audience witnessing their encounter. It appeared that several other nobles were watching from the shadows, and prolonging the confrontation would yield no fruitful outcome. This was indeed the best resolution. "Kind young friend, you honor me. It was merely my advantage in realm that allowed me to hold my ground. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle remains uncertain," the Grand Elder admitted, acknowledging Li Bai's formidable strength and excellence. Li Bai merely smirked in silence. "Young friend?" he thought. "If we were to calculate by age, I could easily rival the combined ages of the Xiantian sect members. Yet, there was no need for such calculations. He was simply an ordinary noble-level practitioner for now." The Grand Elder's acknowledgement suggested that Li Bai was indeed a formidable figure, though his origins remained a mystery, as no one had ever heard of him before. The enigma surrounding Li Bai's identity lingered, leaving many questions unanswered. If it were not for today, would the Grand Elder have emerged here? The Grand Elder has overpraised me. Upon seeing him today, I was momentarily stirred by excitement and acted impulsively. I hope you will not take offense. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I must take my leave, Li Bai remarked. Young friend, I am Wei Long, the Grand Elder of the Xiantian sect. May I inquire your name? The Grand Elder inquired. The rivers and lakes are filled with insignificant figures, Li Bai responded before departing, leaving the crowd momentarily at a loss. Such strength is deemed insignificant? What then are they? Bewildered, they witnessed him dismissing himself once more. Even Qin Jiuyo felt a twinge of surprise. Why belittle oneself so? It is merely a request for modesty. One is not entirely forbidden from proclaiming one's name. However, it serves well. More suspicion breeds caution, and none would dare act rashly. Let them speculate as they wish. Your Highness, I wish to return to seclusion, Fu Xinyan expressed. She felt deeply moved, believing that she might be able to break through one or two realms through her own efforts. Then return. Twin stars, seek out Li Bai. While navigating the outside world, exercise caution, but never allow yourself to be bullied, Qin Jiuyo instructed. Rest assured, Your Highness, Twin stars replied. They then dispersed. This excursion merely coinciding with the duel of two princes. Only within the secluded courtyard does one find their own realm. And there is no need to fret over the outside world. As for Li Bai and Twin stars, with their combined strength, even the Grand Elder Wei Long would be at a loss, aside from a few individuals within the Tianyue Empire who could truly pose a threat. Upon returning, Fu Xinyan immediately entered seclusion, determined to remain until she succeeded. As a practitioner of the celestial aspect realm, abstaining from food and drink for several days is hardly a concern. In contrast, Qin Jiuyo savored a moment of leisure. At this time, some individuals displayed expressions of dread. He is indeed a prince-level powerhouse. The speaker was Ling Tianxin, who had also attended the event. She could hardly believe the middle-aged man standing behind Qin Jiuyo possessed such formidable strength. Chapter 54. Gathering at Songshan City. If he were merely an ordinary prince, it would be one thing, but he is capable of contending with the Grand Elder of the Xiantian sect. This marks him as a true powerhouse on the Tianyue continent, rekindling hope within her heart. Every individual within that courtyard was shrouded in mystery. Perhaps her own issues were not entirely insurmountable, yet she dared not approach them now. Upon returning, Wei Long promptly dispatched individuals to investigate Li Bai's background, only to discover little information. As if he had materialized out of thin air 2 months prior in Songshan City. His connection with Ru Yan is indeed intriguing, the Grand Elder mused. Once he reached this conclusion, he ceased his inquiries into Li Bai, recognizing that the man was not an enemy, and further investigation might offend a remarkable, enigmatic talent. Li Bai was merely a companion. The true master was that unknown youth. Such a terrifying assembly warranted caution, even from the Xiantian sect. Who could guarantee that this was the entirety of their strength? In the days that followed, Songshan City fell into a tranquil state. Yet the earlier battle had become a topic of lively discussion among its citizens. On this day, several elegantly dressed youths arrived at the teleportation array, exuding an air of nobility. Your Highness, we pay our respects, they said, and in an instant, all the citizens by the teleportation array knelt in reverence, clearly recognizing the royal lineage. Others followed suit, but with the presence of the prince, their affairs were of little consequence. Do not rise, Prince Ling Tianzuan instructed. He appeared cultured and refined, yet his every gesture was imbued with an undeniable nobility that rendered onlookers hesitant to meet his gaze. Thank you, Your Highness, they replied before daring to stand and leaving with lowered heads. Brother, let us seek out our sister. She has long arrived in Songshan City. Very well. With the Tianjiao battle approaching, focus your minds, Ling Tianzuan replied. It was not that he feared trouble from these individuals. This was the Ling family's domain. And who would dare defy them? Rather, it was unnecessary to expend energy on trivialities. Their focus should be on the upcoming Tianjiao battle. However, upon learning of recent events in Songshan City, their expressions turned grave. Indeed, a superlative powerhouse lurked in this place, shocking them to their core. This was a figure capable of contending with Wei Long, and they were far from arrogant enough to think they could rival him. Days passed. The Tianjiao of the Tianji sect arrived, presenting a scene that surpassed even Ling Tianzuan and his companions. Yet, they flaunted their power with haughty demeanor, while the royal family opted for discretion. The disciples of the Tianji sect, however, seemed oblivious to the need for restraint and acted recklessly. But soon, they provoked the ire of a prince-level powerhouse. Were it not for their affiliation with the Tianji sect, they would have already faced annihilation. Observers could barely contain their laughter. You've gone too far this time. That individual is among the most formidable figures in Songshan City, of all people to provoke. They chose him and were promptly taught a lesson. They recognized the person, though they did not know his name. He was the one who dared to clash with Wei Long. Subsequently, upon grasping the situation, Xian Qinzi promptly led a group to apologize. Upon realizing who the other party was, Xian Qinzi nearly lost his composure. This was none other than the terrifying powerhouse from within the courtyard. No wonder he had been so effortlessly tossed aside. He had not witnessed the battle and thus failed to recognize Li Bai until later accounts made it clear. The thought of having acted rashly sent chills down his spine. Had he made an impulsive move, he would likely have faced death. After the Tianji sect's arrival, disciples from the demon sect followed suit. Originally arrogant and overbearing, the demon sect entered Songshan City quietly, evidently aware that it was not a place for their misdeeds. How tedious. In a few days, we shall depart. My realm has grown unsteady. I must return to cultivate for a while, hoping for a breakthrough. Yet, twin stars seemed steadfast, silently approaching the 6th rank. Li Bai mused as he departed the inn. He intended to gather his focus. Recently, twin stars had made progress. Preparing to step into the intermediate prince realm, which placed pressure on Li Bai, they had agreed to explore together, yet he had secretly advanced. Nevertheless, he had to admit that the yin-yang divine body was indeed unreasonable in its breakthroughs. This outing had lasted long enough. It was time to return to the prince's side. Afterward, no one witnessed the prince-level powerhouse indulging in wine and poetry, yet within mere days, several poems had already secured his renown throughout Songshan City. Within the courtyard, twin stars abruptly awakened, unleashing a terrifying aura that enveloped the courtyard, though the concealment barrier prevented the situation from spreading. I have finally achieved my promise of reaching the 6th rank, twin stars exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with brilliance. He had declared he would break through to the intermediate prince realm before the Tianjiao battle commenced, and now he had succeeded. Glancing at the adjacent door, he noted that Qin Jiuyo had yet to emerge. He was unsure of her exact realm, but she was certainly formidable. Ah, the little one has quietly advanced, has he? Before he could rejoice, he heard Li Bai's voice. Teacher Li, Gemini respectfully addressed. Even though his cultivation surpassed that of Li Bai, he still called him teacher. He could sense that Li Bai was far more powerful than he was, and there were many matters that he simply could not fathom. Moreover, Li Bai had once imparted wisdom upon him. What harm was there in calling him teacher? Forget it, forget it. You are just like the prince, disliking conversation. I shall not bother with you anymore. For now, I will retreat for a while, Li Bai remarked. As a free-spirited individual, he had indulged himself thoroughly in recent days. Qin Jiuyo chose not to comment on this. He remained in the secluded courtyard, aware that Li Bai's growth was not necessarily beneficial for him. After all, having been away for a few days, Li Bai now seemed prepared to enter seclusion for further cultivation, indicating that he had gained some insights. Qin Jiuyo was genuinely pleased that they could break through on their own, as it allowed him to focus on his own advancement. After surpassing the ranks of nobility, he indeed acquired new elixirs suited for the nobility realm. In the absence of competitors, his cultivation progressed rapidly. Beyond the essential training, he dedicated each day to learning new techniques, enhancing his combat style, with a particular fondness for spear techniques. While he did not reach the pinnacle of mastery, he could at least gain unexpected victories in battle, proving quite effective. Over time, his gains were substantial, and his cultivation had ascended several levels. Chapter 55. The journey ahead. A multitude of prodigies poured into Songshan City, occasionally showcasing confrontations. Though they were all at the first level of the celestial phase, none were willing to concede to the others, competing fiercely at tables or along the streets, each with an air of superiority. However, the top prodigies from Tianyue seldom made an appearance, giving the others a chance to shine. If Songshan City was such, one could only imagine the grandeur of the divine martial emperor's court, where the elite from the entire northern region would converge. The northern region was merely a locale within Jingzhou. Mo Ruxing and Feng Buhui are clashing. Everyone, go and witness. Excitement surged. Though they are both at the first level of the celestial phase, I place my bets on Feng Buhui. Not necessarily. It is said that Mo Ruxing has mastered his family's strongest technique to a remarkable degree. Hurry, or you may miss it. Where there was excitement, there were always spectators. Such events were commonplace. In the world of martial artists, competition was the norm. Life thrived on rivalry. Who could claim superiority? At the residence of the Xiantian sect, the elder exclaimed, "This is absurd. Why waste energy contesting with a family disciple? Save your strength for the prodigy battle." Elder, it is Mo Ruxing who has gone too far. I had no desire to confront him, but he insisted I could not afford to lose. How could I tolerate such provocation? He must be taught a lesson, Fang Buhui retorted. This is the only time I will allow it. You must understand that there are always greater beings. The waters of Tsongshan's city run deep, the elder cautioned. Even he did not dare to claim dominance here, for within the city lay a formidable opponent, and there were nobles covertly observing. Days had passed, yet he had been unable to ascertain their whereabouts, indicating their superior capabilities. Yes, disciple will exert every effort to uphold the sect's dignity, Fang Buhui affirmed. Go, but do not incapacitate him. Soon, the time arrived for their duel on the arena. At first, the fight was evenly matched, but as stamina waned, it became evident that Mo Ruxing could not keep pace with Fang Buhui. Xian, how do you feel? Qin Juyo inquired. After his breakthrough, he occasionally emerged to enjoy the fresh air, maintaining a low profile that often went unnoticed. He happened upon the battle between the two prodigies, allowing Fu Xianxian to observe their combat styles. Your Highness, they are far too weak. With my current cultivation at the third level of the celestial phase, I could easily crush them. Furthermore, whether it is an illusion or not, their combat techniques seem exceedingly poor, mere appearances devoid of substance, Fu Xianxian candidly expressed. Her intention was not to belittle Mo Ruxing and his peers, but rather to share her extensive experience. Their fighting styles were riddled with flaws, and against a stronger opponent, they would quickly falter. After all, such promising talents should be cherished within their family, not sent out to face dangers. If it were not for the northern region's prodigy battle, they would likely remain hidden away, she continued. You certainly do not hold back, Qin Juyo remarked. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Xianxian had already reached the third level of the celestial phase, standing in the same realm as Lu Ruyan. However, he wondered how long the prodigy battle would last. If it extended, further breakthroughs were not out of the question. Enough. We have spent ample time outside today. Tomorrow we must depart, so prepare to return, Qin Juyo instructed. No longer desiring to linger, he recognized that his true opponents would be the nobles. Only such strong individuals were worthy adversaries, capable of being vanquished. Truth be told, Qin Juyo's current prowess was extraordinary. Having caught up to Li Bai, both stood at the 7th rank of nobility, with only a slight margin separating them from Gemini. In recent days, he had refrained from distributing elixirs to the others, focusing solely on his own cultivation, which had led to his current accomplishments. His ascension to nobility had occurred merely a dozen days prior, yet he had managed to achieve successive breakthroughs, an astonishing feat after their departure. The battle between Fang Buhui and Mo Ruxing reached its conclusion. Ultimately, the disciples of the sect emerged victorious, yet Fang Buhui could not find joy in his triumph. Engaging with Mo Ruxing had drained all his vitality, and the challenge of distinguishing oneself among the prodigies was immensely daunting. Nevertheless, on a brighter note, he had at least qualified to participate in the prodigy battle, an achievement beyond the reach of many. At the residence, the elder remarked, Ruyan's disciple has arrived. He set aside his affairs, genuinely concerned for Lu Ruyan, the sole disciple who had shown promise. Greetings, Uncle Master, Lu Ruyan said. Since her last visit, she had devoted herself entirely to cultivation, perhaps spurred by some stimulus. Just days ago, she had unexpectedly entered the 4th level of the celestial phase, marking a significant enhancement in her abilities. Among her peers, she had already risen to a position of prominence, with no more than 3 disciples in the Xiantian sect capable of surpassing her. Some disciples were prioritized for cultivation, making it difficult for her to compete. With all expected arrivals accounted for, as night fell, every prodigy harbored a sense of trepidation, gazing at the stars, lost in thought. A dream pursued for over a decade was on the verge of realization. It was impossible not to feel excitement. Even Fu Xianxian shared this sentiment. Such an event was once unimaginable, now within her grasp, and her strength was not lacking. As for Qin Juyo, he felt little regarding the matter. Had Lu Ruyan not informed him, he would have remained unaware, and thus, it was of no consequence to him. The time spent competing with others could instead be devoted to cultivation, leading to further growth. At dawn, he rose as usual to absorb the purple qi, vowing not to relent until he reached his zenith. Cultivation was akin to rowing against the current. One must either advance or regress, and once embarked, one could not afford to slacken. Around 10 o'clock, Lu Ruyan arrived personally to inform Qin Juyo that it was time to set forth, as all prodigies had gathered, leaving only a few behind. Must we depart so soon? Qin Juyo sighed in resignation upon hearing this, reluctantly concluding his practice. lamenting the waste of the final hour of purple chi. Upon their arrival, they found the area around the teleportation array thronged with individuals. Only a select few of the exceptional could approach, accompanied by a maximum of 1 or 2 attendants each. The strength of the Tianyue dynasty was indeed formidable. Qin Jiuyo cast a cursory glance and discerned that among the throng of roughly 100 talents, most were below the 5th level of the Tianxiang realm. And not every genius was fortunate enough to acquire abundant resources. Only around 15 had achieved the 6th level or above. He had arrived. Upon seeing Qin Jiuyo, several individuals involuntarily narrowed their eyes. Though they were unfamiliar with his name, they were acutely aware of the terror he instilled. A space was instinctively cleared for him, as no one dared to approach. This was the first time Qin Jiuyo had appeared so openly before others. Only those who had encountered him previously understood the extent of his fearsome reputation. It was he. The Grand Elder observed Li Bai intently, recognizing him as the same individual with whom he had battled for an extended period. Even though the latter had conceded, he did not consider himself the victor. Among Li Bai's companions, several remained inscrutable, but the only one who pierced through their veils was a girl of the 3rd level of Tianxiang. The presence of a child whom he could not see through sent a shiver down his spine. In the context of their relatively equal strengths, discerning the secrets of others was no trivial matter. Each person harbored their own thoughts, yet without exception, they made way for Qin Jiuyo and his companions, well aware of the formidable nature of their presence. The later arrivals, oblivious to the situation, attempted to greet him but were swiftly pulled back by those nearby, their hearts racing with trepidation. Such an action would be tantamount to courting disaster. "Is everyone assembled?" the Grand Elder inquired, breaking the brief silence. "The Tianqing princess has yet to arrive. Please wait a moment," Ling Tianzuan replied. "I had forgotten." "Then let us wait," the Grand Elder said. "Elders, you may proceed without me." "I shall not go," Ling Tianqing declared as she approached. Her gaze lingered on Qin Jiuyo, contemplating that if she ventured to the divine martial imperial court, she might never return, potentially becoming a captive. Here, she still retained some degree of freedom. "Tianqing, what folly is this? This has been a long-cherished pursuit of yours. How can you abandon it?" "Royal brother, I have thought it through. With my current strength, I would not achieve a commendable ranking. I do not wish to be a burden to you," Ling Tianqing replied, shaking her head, fully aware of her own circumstances. Before Ling Tianzuan could respond, Ling Tianqing interrupted, appearing resolute in her decision to remain behind. "Princess, we shall proceed," the Grand Elder stated. "Elders, I wish you a triumphant return." Ling Tianqing bid farewell. The teleportation array activated, whisking the more than 200 individuals away to the divine martial imperial court, a location exceedingly distant from the Tianyue dynasty. Even with the aid of the teleportation array, the journey would be lengthy. Half an hour later, a majestic palace came into view. A cursory glance revealed several nobles present, their ranks comparable to that of the Grand Elder. "Welcome, talents of the Tianyue dynasty," the awaiting individuals greeted. It was evident that they recognized the Grand Elder. However, the younger generation was largely unfamiliar with the others. In such a vast empire, countless geniuses were nurtured, with any single family capable of producing several Tianxiang realm talents. Thus, they would scarcely pay heed to a royal dynasty's geniuses, had it not been for the Northern Domain Grand Assembly, who would invite them to participate. It was merely a formality. Ultimately, the representatives of the Northern Domain would be those of greater renown. Moreover, if their own geniuses ranked at the bottom, it would not reflect well. They needed to find some individuals to fill that role, ensuring no problem would arise, as their own talents would not be last. "Brother Feng, what a surprise to see you here. It has been far too long," Wei Long exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he approached. "Indeed. It has been a while since we shared a drink," came the reply. "Well, I am here now, after the competition. I shall trouble you at your residence for a few days," Wei Long continued. "Of course, I will await your arrival. For now, allow me to show you to your accommodations. All has been arranged," he added. Not only the Tianyue, but other dynasties were afforded the same hospitality. The divine martial imperial court was rather intriguing. Regardless of the strength of the visiting dynasty, all were treated equally. They would not belittle anyone based on their prowess, for the future held infinite potential. Naturally, they remained indifferent to the conflicts between dynasties, deeming such matters personal affairs. The lodging was indeed spacious, capable of housing 100 or 200 individuals. Once the rooms were assigned, the registration process commenced. Each participant in the competition was required to appear in person to register. However, if one held sufficient fame, arrangements could be made on their behalf, allowing them to simply show up on the day of the event. Qin Zhuyo, however, was not one to fuss over such matters, since he could not train. Perhaps relocating to a different residence among the multitude would not be a poor choice. The registration process was straightforward. One needed to provide their name, age, and affiliated empire. Cultivation level remained private and was not recorded. You hail from a dynasty? The registrar asked, astonished at Qin Zhuyo's declaration. It had been quite some time since a disciple from a dynasty had registered for the talent battle. This revelation came as a surprise. Is there an issue? Qin Zhuyo inquired. No, but you must reveal your Tianxiang aura, the registrar replied. This was a trivial request. Qin Zhuyo ascended into the air, providing undeniable proof of his status. Suspended in midair, he indeed emanated the aura of Tianxiang. This is your competition token. Please keep it safe, the registrar offered, showing no hint of disdain. Qin Zhuyo nodded slightly, accepting his competition token and retreating to wait. However, the registrar, upon witnessing a child approaching who also exuded the aura of Tianxiang, rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced he was mistaken. The key detail was that this child too hailed from a dynasty. How intriguing! From where did this Daqin emerge? It was a name utterly unfamiliar to him. Daqin was indeed insignificant, hardly worthy of attention. Even those at the third or fourth levels of mastery were the strongest beings there. So who would take notice? Upon returning to the lodging area, they heard a cacophony of voices from within. Wei Long, are you afraid? Afraid? Zhang Tianxian, are you overly confident? Huh. Whether I am confident or not, you shall soon find out. This is Tong Shan, a genius of my Lingzi sect, at the pinnacle of Tianxiang. I wonder who you will send to face him. By the way, before arriving here, Tong Shan just killed 7 4th-level peak demonic beasts. Quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? The elder named Zhang Tianxian grinned at Wei Long, his boastful demeanor evident. It was clear he sought to flaunt his prowess, and his relationship with Wei Long was far from amicable. Elder, allow me to take this one, Li Songhao interjected. His strength was formidable, the peak beneath the nobility. If he hesitated against Tong Shan, what was the point of his training? He might as well return home to tend to pigs. As for Zhang Tianxian's claim of slaying 7 4th-level peak demonic beasts, one must take such boasts with a grain of salt. The tongue can say whatever it desires, and believing it would be tantamount to defeat. Very well, let us spare Zhang Leoj some face and not cripple the fellow, Wei Long suggested. Wait, isn't this competition a tad dull? Why not add some stakes? Zhang Tianxian proposed. What do you have in mind? Wei Long asked, his expression darkening as he regarded Zhang Tianxian. Your Wuchuan pearl, came the reply. Ah, so you have had your eye on it. Very well, in exchange, I will require your Tiandun array. A deal is struck. A deal is struck. Chapter 57, a minor interlude in the arena. Li Songhao and Tong Shan were locked in a fierce gaze, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. The other disciples retreated, aware that the power at the pinnacle of the heavenly aspect was beyond their comparison. Should any of them be harmed, it would be due to their own carelessness. It was wiser to keep a safe distance for the sake of tomorrow's competition. I am sorry, but you must concede defeat to me today, Tong Shan declared, stepping forward with an overwhelming aura of combativeness. His garments shattered, revealing a sculpted torso that seemed to harbor explosive strength. In an instant, those of lesser prowess felt a tremendous pressure. A physical cultivator. They gasped, astonished at Tong Shan's terrifying presence. It became clear that his formidable strength stemmed from the arduous path of physical cultivation, which, once mastered, rendered one nearly invincible within the same realm, with few rivals. Li Songhao's eyes reflected a grave seriousness as he sensed the mounting pressure. Then, I humbly request your guidance, he replied, drawing his sword to engage Tong Shan in a contest. Come, be as immovable as a mountain. Tong Shan charged forward without hesitation, driven by the stakes of the elder's wager. Li Songhao, however, was no fool. He utilized his agility to evade and maneuver around Tong Shan. As the battle progressed, there was no telling how long it would last, with both sides anxiously anticipating victory for their respective champions. How boring. I am returning to my quarters, Qin Zhuyo remarked, halting the clash. Tong Shan, already incensed, glared at him with barely contained fury. Li Songhao remained silent, fully aware of the terrifying potential that Qin Zhuyo possessed. You are also from the heavenly Yuan dynasty, are you not? Since you find this battle tedious, do you dare to receive a few of my strikes? Tong Shan challenged, feeling slighted by Qin Jiuyu's dismissal of the duel. Are you certain? Qin Jiuyu replied, a wry smile playing on his lips. The notion that someone who could not best lead Songhao would dare to confront him seemed utterly absurd, perhaps a consequence of the arrogance fostered within his sect. Of course, I would ask the elders to witness this, Tong Shan insisted. I will bear witness. Wei Long affirmed without hesitation, a broad smile on his face. Although he had not witnessed Qin Jiuyu's prowess, the fact that a powerful lord would accompany him indicated that Qin Jiuyu's strength was certainly formidable. I have no objections, but does this wager still hold? Zhang Tianqian inquired. Indeed, it holds, replied Tong Shan, brimming with confidence. Now, take him down, Tong Shan. It was as if victory was already within reach. How could the mere heavenly Yuan dynasty contend with his might? Why bother? Qin Jiuyu sighed. Enough with the pleasantries. Draw your weapon, Tong Shan demanded. I fear you may not withstand the consequences, Qin Jiuyu retorted, shaking his head. His true strengths lay in his marksmanship and the formidable prowess of the immortal king, which far surpassed anything Tong Shan could hope to match. Arrogant, Tong Shan seethed, dashing forward with the intent to subdue this presumptuous challenger. With a resounding crash, a figure was sent hurtling backward, landing heavily after a prolonged moment. Upon closer inspection, it was Tong Shan, dazed and bewildered, having failed to discern the nature of his opponent's assault. Tong Shan, how could you employ such ruthless tactics in a friendly match? Zhang Tianqian exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief, his aura radiating an involuntary intent to suppress Qin Jiuyu. Get lost, Qin Jiuyu roared, and to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Tianqian was forced back several steps. A lord. The onlookers were struck with awe at Qin Jiuyu, the unassuming figure who had displayed such terrifying strength that even Zhang Tianqian could not withstand it. His furious shout had literally repelled an opponent. What sort of power was this? He is indeed a lord. No wonder. Lu Ruyan thought, her heart racing. She recalled that just 6 months prior, he had barely reached the master realm, and now he had ascended to such heights that she could only look up in admiration, feeling it would be impossible for her to catch up in this lifetime. Qin Jiuyu departed, and none dared to obstruct him. Even Wei Long acknowledged the futility of attempting to contend with him. The level of power Qin Jiuyu had just displayed was far beyond what he and Zhang Tianqian could hope to match. Any confrontation would undoubtedly take an extended period, which was no longer necessary. It was now certain that Qin Jiuyu was a lord. The specifics of his rank remained unknown. The emergence of such individuals was but a minor interlude that did not affect Qin Jiuyu in the slightest. Let us depart, Zhang Tianqian said, assisting Tong Shan to his feet, feeling too embarrassed to remain in the vicinity. Having provoked such a formidable opponent, should they face dire consequences, they would have no one to blame but themselves. Who could have anticipated that the heavenly Yuan dynasty would produce such an unexpected contender? Even the prodigies of the divine martial imperial court would likely feel threatened. Do not forget my heavenly shield array, Wei Long remarked, relishing the notion of adding insult to injury. Indeed, Zhang Tianqian's expression darkened as he reluctantly produced the heavenly shield array, casting a harsh remark before hastily vacating the heavenly Yuan encampment. As he turned, Wei Long approached Qin Jiuyu, asserting that the heavenly shield array rightfully belonged to him since it was obtained through Qin Jiuyu's victory. You may keep it. I have no need for it. Qin Jiuyu replied dismissively. He had little regard for such an item. He possessed ample treasures of greater worth. The heavenly shield array was merely a shield with slightly enhanced defensive capabilities, and given his current strength, he had no need to hide like a turtle. Moreover, it could only defend against opponents of lordly caliber, and with his ever-evolving prowess, he would not require such an array. Very well, Wei Long conceded. Since Qin Jiuyu had no interest, he accepted it, intending to pass it on to other disciples, which would be a worthy choice. Upon exiting the room, he heard Qin Jiuyu diligently training within, leaving him momentarily stunned. Such diligence explained the source of his remarkable strength, Wei Long pondered. The ability to swiftly enter a state of cultivation, regardless of the setting, was truly impressive. The events that transpired did not garner much attention. Perhaps those with lofty ambitions looked down upon the rivalries among dynasties. Zhang Tianqian and his companions had no intention of spreading the news, perhaps wishing to surprise the lofty prodigies of the imperial courts. Moreover, whether they spoke of it or not, the outcome remained unchanged. Since Qin Jiuyu was unafraid to allow them to witness his prowess, it was evident that he did not care for their opinions. Even if they attempted to disseminate the information, it would serve no purpose and could potentially provoke this young lord. At such a tender age, it was clear that Qin Jiuyu's future achievements would be boundless, far beyond what they could contend with. Thus, it was prudent to feign ignorance and let the matter pass. As for today's events, they were entirely self-inflicted. Blame lay with no one else. Chapter 58. The bustling city by nightfall, the divine martial imperial court was exceptionally vibrant. Strolling through the streets, one could frequently encounter lordly warriors, and even occasionally cross paths with monarchs. A group of prodigies from the dynasty gazed upon the bustling city with deep reflections. If given the chance to be born here, they surely would have been far more formidable than their current selves. Qin Jiuyu and his companions emerged into the lively night, which was far more animated than the day. The air was filled with shouts and the vibrant display of myriad unfamiliar goods. Of course, disdainful remarks also echoed around them. Those native to the imperial court looked down upon these provincial bumpkins with contempt. After several hours of experience, they decided to return, having encountered numerous events. Regardless of the location, there are always a few idlers. Upon meeting them, Qin Jiuyu chose to disregard them and simply turned away, as none of the four possessed the allure to attract attention. While walking, they exchanged mere nods with passers-by before parting ways, remaining strangers to one another. Most importantly, in this place, the strength of Qin Jiuyu and his companions was inconsequential. Even sovereign-level powerhouses could be seen on the streets, rendering the status of a marquis insignificant. Despite his elevation to the intermediate marquis realm, he remained unremarkable in the eyes of those around him. The imperial court was indeed different. Upon returning, Qin Jiuyu remarked that his visit to the imperial court had been an intriguing experience, one that could not be compared to the likes of the great Qin. Though he favored tranquil environments, he would not linger here for long, regardless of its vibrancy. Li Bai, did you find a rental courtyard today? Qin Jiuyu inquired of Li Bai, who was beside him. They had not spent the day together, each occupied with their own affairs. They might stay here for a while. But finding a suitable residence was the wisest choice, as it could even facilitate their advancement during the competition. The higher the level of the empire, the swifter his breakthroughs. Akin to the transition from a dynasty to an empire. The specifics of this transformation would only be revealed when he signed in the following day. It's all settled. We just need to go sign tomorrow, Li Bai replied. That is splendid, Qin Jiuyu nodded. He was not averse to mingling with others, but he harbored too many secrets that were unsuitable for exposure in their presence. As long as the competition persisted, their progress would not cease, continuously advancing. Young Master Qin, are you there? In the stillness of the night, Lu Rian made her visit. Come in, Qin Jiuyu said. Lu Rian entered, holding a peculiar scroll. What brings you here at such a late hour, Miss Lu? Qin Jiuyu asked. The elder asked me to deliver this. It may be of use to you. Lu Rian replied. Among the crowd, she was one of the few familiar with Qin Jiuyu, as others were unaware even of his name. Upon receiving the scroll, Qin Jiuyu's expression shifted to one of surprise. Please extend my gratitude to the elder. I shall accept this, he said. It was not particularly significant. It merely contained the rules and schedule for the North Domain's talent battle. Very well, I shall take my leave now, Lu Rian said. Being alone with Qin Jiuyu placed immense pressure on her. She realized, almost inadvertently, that she had become a marquis-level expert, while she felt stagnant in comparison. Even the once overlooked perfect spirit body, Fu Xianxian, had begun to surpass her. After her departure, Qin Jiuyu meticulously examined the contents of the scroll. It recorded that the number of participants had astonishingly exceeded 1,000, implying that within the North Domain, there were at least 1,000 prodigies under the age of 25. All above the celestial realm. What of other regions? Surely, they too would have a considerable number. Among them were records of 10 marquis-level prodigies. Apart from the 8 major sects, the royal family claimed 2, and this was merely the known quantity. The true number of marquises hidden in the shadows remained a mystery, as every faction concealed their trump cards. Of course, there were individuals like Qin Jiuyu, who had not revealed any abilities. This cultivation level left Qin Jiuyu feeling somewhat lost. Was the highest only 8th level marquis? Did he still need to participate? Not to mention, even the twin stars could easily overpower this competition. Both had reached 6th level marquis. Comparatively, Qin Jiuyu's Celestial King could decimate opponents with ease. If the competition proved too trivial, he could simply let the twin stars and Fu Xianxian take the stage. Participating in this contest would squander my morning cultivation time, which is truly not worth it. Qin Jiuyu mused. The Eastern Purple Chi Dharma form required years of accumulation. He could not afford to pause his progress. Continuing to read, he found the schedule of events. It was divided into 3 parts. The first round involved entering the secret realm of the divine martial imperial court to hunt demon beasts and accumulate points over 10 days. The top 64 would advance to the second round. The remaining participants would engage in separate battles to establish a ranking starting from 65, with no second chances. Thus, with a stroke of luck, one could rapidly accrue points to enter the top 64. There was nothing unfair about it. Only the strong were entitled to progress to the next round. Those lacking strength would stop here, which was beneficial for them, as a true fight could lead to serious injuries. The second round would determine the top 16. The first duel would select 32 participants, leading to another determination of the top 16. If luck favored them, they could advance to the third round. The others would battle anew, each competing against everyone else, with a victory earning 1 point. The highest scorer would be ranked 17th. The third round would be the finals, where each of the 16 must fight 15 matches, with no room for luck. Following the finals, those who fell short in the second round could challenge those advancing to the third round, with each participant limited to 1 challenge. All who successfully reached the top 64 would receive rewards, spiritual stones, cultivation techniques, and even fortuitous encounters, which would be distributed according to their respective empires based on their highest rankings, irrespective of the number of participants. Otherwise, it would be far too easy for powerful empires to claim fortuitous encounters. This so-called fortuitous encounter was the divine martial imperial court's prayer to the will of the North Domain, determining rankings directly without the court's intervention. However, it had always been the divine martial imperial court that monopolized the top spots, almost entirely securing the first 10 positions. If the 11th place belonged to another dynasty, they would merely arrange the rewards as befitting the 11th rank. The lower the rank, the less fortuitous encounter one would receive. This was rather disheartening, as the top spots were tightly controlled, leaving little for others. Thus, the strong remained strong. If there are no exceptionally powerful prodigies this time, I shall not hold back in claiming the lead, Qin Juyo murmured to himself as he closed the scroll. Though fortuitous encounters were intangible, their significance to an empire was immense. The strength of the great Qin was something he wished to witness. Chapter 59. The sole human sovereign in the early morning. A multitude of citizens flocked to the central venue of the imperial capital, as it was time for the biannual talent battle, made even more significant by its occurrence once every century at the provincial level. People gathered to cheer for their prodigies, but more importantly, to partake in betting. Wherever one went, there would invariably be individuals eager to wager on the prospects of various prodigies, speculating on who might seize victory or achieve remarkable results. Some attendees might only have this opportunity once in their lifetimes, either to attain great wealth or to find a means of self-resolution. Yet, for those like Qin Juyo, who lacked any notoriety, they would remain outside the public's gaze. Even in the first round of betting, the majority would likely revolve around the imperial court's prodigies and a handful from various dynasties, rendering others insignificant. Those below the 7th celestial realm were even deemed ineligible to participate in the betting arenas. Such matters were of little concern to Qin Juyo, as he had no interest in them. The event commenced with a brief opening address, followed by a speech from the emperor of the imperial court. Shangguan Hongyun, the sole human sovereign of the North Domain, was rightfully regarded as the foremost figure, reputed to have lingered at the human sovereign realm for 2,000 years and having reached the brink of a higher level of existence. He appeared to be in a state of decrepitude, leading one to believe that he had already succumbed to the earth. Yet, only the formidable beings of the divine martial imperial court discerned the truth. This was merely a fade. For millennia, Shangguan Hongyun's condition had oscillated from raven locks to a snowy crown, each time presumed to be his twilight, only for him to inexplicably regain his vigor and youthful visage after a spell. His princes and grandsons had perished one after another, without ever ascending to the throne. However, considering the circumstances, it was only logical. Barring unforeseen events, an emperor of humanity could endure for 5 millennia. How could he perish so easily? The ruler of the imperial court was indeed intriguing. A mysterious smile graced Qin Juyo's lips. It is he, Li Bai remarked, his expression tinged with gravity. Upon their arrival, they had gleaned some knowledge about the divine martial imperial court, a superlative empire with the only emperor of humanity presiding over the northern domain. Within the imperial domain, The Shangguan clan was held in the highest esteem. Even the transcendent 8 great sects bowed before them. This was the imposing might of the Emperor of humanity. No faction dared to provoke the Shangguan family. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We shall proceed with our immediate matters, Qin Jiuyo advised. Their strength is evident. Do you truly wish to contend with them? Even if you possessed a myriad of legs, escape would be futile. I hereby announce that the first round of the Northern Domain's celestial battle will commence at 10 o'clock. I now invite the 256 participants to gather near the Celestial Book's secret realm and await its opening, Shangguan Honyun declared. A fervent applause erupted from the crowd. The greatest odds of victory undoubtedly rested with the 2 prodigies of the Shangguan family. Whether there were stronger contenders remained an enigma. Rumor had it that individuals from the dynasty would also compete. The veracity of such claims was uncertain. Why should that concern us? The dynasty's participants are merely at the pinnacle of the celestial phenomenon. How foolish to risk themselves after barely achieving a breakthrough. Why not remain in the safety of their own domain? My only concern is whether we shall emerge victorious. I have wagered 100,000 inferior spirit stones on Luoxing dynasty's Wang Yuhan advancing to the second round, at 10-1 odds. You truly dare to bet? I have heard of her, yet she barely stands at the peak of the celestial phenomenon with no remarkable achievements. I fear she may falter. As the gathering dispersed, individuals voiced their hopes for their chosen competitors to triumph, wishing their investments would not be in vain. Those who dared to set up betting odds had surely conducted their due diligence on the contestants. Otherwise, such high odds would be unfathomable. Naturally, those below a certain threshold of strength would not warrant investigation. Qin Jiuyo had remained exceptionally low-key until yesterday. With only a single display of prowess in his bout against Tong Shan, and neither the Tianwei dynasty nor Zhang Tianqin had disclosed his identity, leaving many unaware. Regrettably, he could not enter the betting pool. Not far away, Zhang Tianqin gazed in the direction Qin Jiuyo had taken, feeling a pang of regret. Having lost a celestial shield formation yesterday, he naturally wished to gain some benefit from this gamble, lest he suffer a significant loss. By the way, what is his name? Zhang Tianqin suddenly recalled that he had yet to learn Qin Jiuyo's name. With over 1,000 prodigies present, even with a list in hand, it was impossible to know them all, leaving him unable to make a connection. Meanwhile, after descending from the platform, Shangguan Hongyun's expression darkened. It is not an illusion. Someone truly was spying on me, he stated. Spying, not merely observing, as thousands of warriors typically did, today felt different. He sensed the presence of someone scrutinizing him. The intuition of an emperor of humanity is remarkably acute, able to discern amidst the chaos, though the exact location eluded him. The critical question remained, was it 1 or 2 individuals observing him? For him, this was tantamount to provocation, yet he could not identify his observer, and thus continued towards the Celestial Book's secret realm. As for Qin Jiuyo, he addressed Li Bai, you need not accompany us any further. Go secure the property. Their agreement from yesterday was merely awaiting finalization today, and once settled within the divine martial imperial court, he would possess his own estate, in a place rich with fortune. Failing to cultivate diligently would be a disservice to oneself. Furthermore, the higher the level of the area, the more resources one could acquire through attendance. This morning, the resources he obtained were several times that of the dynasty, and a single day's attendance would suffice to elevate him a small realm. However, he entrusted the resources to Li Bai. As the combat rounds had yet to commence, he had little need for significant enhancement. Conversely, Li Bai had been without any elixirs for days, all of which had been provided by Qin Jiuyo. Sharing with him posed no issue, provided that no unforeseen circumstances arose. He anticipated a prolonged stay. As long as he could elevate his strength, all else was negotiable. Regarding spirit stones, he scarcely required them during his cultivation. Thus, he felt no regret. After all, daily attendance would yield ample provisions, rendering them as inconsequential as mere stones. Very well, I shall await you in the imperial capital, Li Bai replied. As for the 2 of you, once we enter the secret realm, we shall proceed together. 10 days is still too long, Qin Jiuyo mused. If possible, he wished to advance several realms. A brief survey of the prodigies revealed that only one had reached the intermediate noble realm, absent from the list provided by Wei Long yesterday. Perhaps he sought to make a remarkable entrance, yet his ambitions would likely prove futile. Both Qin Jiuyo and the Gemini star possessed formidable strength, leaving him with little opportunity. Chapter 60. The Celestial Book's Secret Realm. The Celestial Book's Secret Realm. One of the 9 premier secret realms under the auspices of the divine martial imperial court was a remnant of a fallen monarch, existing for several millennia and birthed countless powerful beasts. There was no necessity for them to exterminate all the beasts within or extract resources to contribute to the divine martial imperial court. Whatever they acquired was theirs to keep. Such was the privilege afforded by the court. Situated just outside the city, it did not take long for the gathering to assemble, though they would need to wait a while longer. What a waste. I fail to see the significance of their presence here, a youth clad in luxurious garments remarked. Clearly, he was a disciple of one of the 8 great sects and a noble himself. It was no wonder he dared to utter such words. Nobles could easily disdain those beneath them. While the expressions of others soured, they dared not engage in debate. For to argue with him here would render their journey through the secret realm exceedingly arduous. In my opinion, our imperial court's prodigies alone should suffice to represent the northern domain. Why must we share the spotlight with these others? The thought is displeasing. Another prodigy chimed in. It is the benevolence of His Majesty the Emperor. Otherwise, they would have no place here. These prodigies from the divine martial imperial court spoke brazenly, disregarding the gazes of others, emboldened by their formidable prowess. Even if confronted by a throng, they felt no trepidation. Moreover, the divine martial imperial court boasted over 400 prodigies. In one-on-one confrontations, victory was virtually assured. Considering these factors, the Tianyue dynasty's strength was commendable. With over 100 participants present, though many were of dubious quality, their presence would serve little purpose, hoping to carve their names into history at such a grand event. Conversely, some dynasties had brought only their elite, intending for their talents to ascend by treading upon the shoulders of giants. Such a strategy was fraught with peril. It would be wiser to keep them home, for not every individual aspired to participate in the celestial battle, and many possessed a keen awareness of their own capabilities. In the empire where Zhang Tianshan resides, fewer than 10 individuals have come to participate in the battle, yet each one is an unparalleled powerhouse, with the weakest at the 7th level of the heavenly aspect. Among them, Tong Shan holds the remarkable record of slaying 7 pinnacle 4th-tier demon beasts, making advancement to the 2nd round a trivial matter. Sometimes, it is better to have a few elite soldiers than many mediocre ones. While some engaged in grandiloquent discussions, a few eyes turned toward Qin Jiuyo, recalling the extraordinary scene from yesterday that had reached the level of nobility. Presently, those proud scions of the imperial court spoke with disdain, dragging Qin Jiuyo into their mockery. However, Qin Jiuyo remained unmoved, leaving them somewhat helpless. If he chose to act, he could undoubtedly overpower them, and he would not suffer such ridicule. Qin Jiuyo adhered to his principles. He believed that as long as the words were spoken by others, they could say whatever they wished. If they were dissatisfied, they could confront him directly. He paid little heed to their taunts, viewing them as mere verbal sparring with no substantive significance. True proof of strength would be demonstrated on the arena. If they were angry, they had every right to be. Had he been in their position, he would have lost all face and left. Observing their rising fury, several noble scions continued to act defiantly, exuding an attitude of "if you're not satisfied, come at me." Their tongues were indeed foul. Had he possessed their strength, he would have confronted them directly. Yet, they were aware of their own limitations. Those lacking in strength should remain silent. There would always be someone to deal with them. Verbal sparring was the least useful endeavor. What truly mattered was to prove oneself through action and demonstrate that one was not worthless. However, achieving such a feat was far from easy. Even the elders like Wei Long had flushed faces, unable to retort when confronted so directly. Would they dare to claim that their arrival was to ensure none of them came in last? Such words were impossible to utter, even if they understood the truth clearly. They had to comply, for they dared not challenge the name of the emperor. Otherwise, they would find themselves in dire straits when pursued later. Time passed swiftly, and at 10 o'clock, the moment arrived. The secret realm is now open, announced Shangwan Honyun. The sovereign of the heavenly book's secret realm wielded formidable power. And in an instant, a portal appeared before the crowd. Reporting to your majesty, the secret realm has been opened. All scions, enter the heavenly book's secret realm. Within, battles among the scions are to be fought without lethal force. Apart from that, there are no rules. Strive to earn as many points as possible. I have spoken my piece. I hope all scions achieve remarkable results, Shangwan Honyun stated. The implication was clear. As long as no one was killed, any method was permissible. Even if one was severely injured, it could be excused, for youth often breeds impulsiveness. Moreover, the challenge of earning points was not trivial. Killing a first-tier demon beast granted 1 point, while a 9th-tier beast yielded only 9. It was only upon reaching the noble realm that points began to accumulate significantly. 100 for a 9th-tier noble, 200 for an 8th tier, 400 for a 7th tier, and so forth. Should one manage to slay a sovereign-level demon beast, they would need do nothing else but be crowned as the victor. At that moment, no one would contest the title with that individual, for it would be utterly meaningless. The slow accumulation of points was far less efficient than outright plundering. Many scions had already begun formulating strategies in their minds on how to amass the highest points in the next 10 days. If they could not surpass the nobles, they would aim to be the best among those beneath them. Some were elated while others were disheartened as they entered the heavenly book's secret realm. For them, this was an entirely new challenge, and whether they could achieve remarkable feats hinged on this occasion. Everyone, lend your strength to this holy sun. I expect your points to be contributed when the time comes. Rest assured, I will not allow your points to be reduced to 0. The taunts continued even in the queue entering the secret realm, so blatant and unrestrained, revealing just how brazen these pampered scions of the imperial court had become. Shangguan Hongyun showed no intention of intervening. In this world, it was the law of the jungle, and what would be the purpose of his interference? Only the 18 leaders of the dynasties remained, wearing expressions of helplessness and forced smiles. Truly, this was the imperial court, where each individual held themselves in high regard. Let us proceed, Qin Juyo stated, maintaining a smile. Who would devour whom remained uncertain. He was determined that they would learn the meaning of the phrase the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He resolved to first cultivate for a few days upon entry, and later seek out these individuals to claim their points, leaving them with no tears to shed. In a certain sense, the first round had already begun to reveal the competition among the scions, as the disparity in strength would become apparent when they encountered one another. Chapter 61. Who dares to intimidate whom before them lay an immense stone platform, where all the scions entering the heavenly book secret realm gathered. Without the presence of any seniors to offer support, aside from the brazen imperial court scions, the others dared not utter a sound, fearful of provoking a formidable opponent. For they knew they could not survive in the secret realm if they did so. You, and you, go kill demon beasts for me. Every night at 8. Gather here and hand over your points, a forceful holy sun commanded. Those singled out were instantly taken aback. Is this how it works? Isn't this a bit unfair? Scions of 2 realms participating simultaneously is inherently unreasonable, and now we are to become mere tools for others? Their faces flushed with indignation. They were too enraged to speak. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. Each of you must contribute 100 points daily, the holy sun urged as they remained in shock. Old he, there are only a few of them. This one tea work. How can we compete for first place? That Tianwed dynasty, right? All of you. Each of you must contribute 100 points to this prince daily. I 1T ask for more. It's settled, declared the imperial prince. Good heavens. He is demanding an entire dynasty's worth of people to work for him. Truly, he is a prince. One wonders which prince he is. As the divine martial imperial court has yet to change emperors. The current emperor, Shangguan Hongyun, is already over 5,000 years old, and he has a son in his 20s, indeed formidable. Moreover, his demeanor was exceedingly domineering. With a single command, he expected others to do his bidding. They numbered over 100, and daily that would total 10,000 points, which might not even be attainable. Could those of lesser strength possibly slay 100 demon beasts in a day? Li Songhao, Xian Qinzi, and others remained silent, casting their gazes toward Qin Juyo. If their guesses were correct, Qin Juyo was at least a noble scion, on par with these individuals. If Qin Juyo acquiesced, they would follow suit. If not, they would prefer to trail behind him. These imperial court scions were utterly detestable. No one is speaking? It seems you are unaware of this prince's might. The prince remarked, visibly displeased. Although he was not the strongest among them, he still held a lofty status among the scions of the dynasty. Not a single one had spoken up, leaving him feeling humiliated. Here, one could truly feel the consequences of weakness. They were treated as if they were beneath notice. Mere subordinates to be commanded at will. Despite Qin Juyo's outward smile, a flicker of anger surged within him. He was not a member of the Tianwed dynasty, yet he had accompanied them. Thus he was inadvertently included in their schemes. The audacity of these self-righteous scions was perhaps a sign that they had never faced true adversity. Which prince are you? How esteemed is your status? We only serve the strongest. May I inquire if you are among them? Qin Juyo inquired, with a cheerful countenance. He was probing to gauge the standing of the prince in the heart of Shangguan Hanyun. Despite being unable to provoke the emperor, he felt compelled to conceal his own prowess. He had no qualms about teaching a lesson to those inconspicuous individuals. However, he understood the wisdom of biding his time when faced with overwhelming power. His true fear lay not with these young prodigies, but rather with the upper echelons of the divine martial imperial court. At last, the moment had come. Upon seeing Qin Juyo's demeanor, their previously anxious hearts finally settled. Who are you to dare speak to me in such a manner? The enraged prince exclaimed, instinctively glancing at a nearby prodigy. This individual had remained silent throughout, exhibiting an unruffled demeanor. In response to the prince's gaze, he merely turned his head slightly away. Clearly, your status is not high. Thus, I shan't entertain you any longer, Qin Juyo remarked, lifting his foot to depart. A mere question had rendered him so cautious. How fearful he must be of offending that individual. Dare to belittle me? Bow down. The prince roared, launching a fierce attack, intent on taking Qin Juyo's life. This strike was one that only a royal could withstand. The onlookers felt a wave of pity for Qin Juyo, acknowledging the prince's formidable strength even if they found him insufferable. Yet, as the prince's attack descended upon Qin Juyo, an unexpected surge of power sent him hurtling backward, crashing heavily outside the teleportation stone platform, accompanied by fits of coughing. The crowd was left in astonishment as they beheld Qin Juyo's composure. A royal, they gasped in disbelief, having witnessed Qin Juyo effortlessly repel the prince. A feat that surely placed him on par with any noble prodigy present. The prince, upon regaining his footing, regarded Qin Juyo with newfound caution, as if he were not the person he had imagined. This serves as a lesson for you. Next time, do not engage without cause. You are unworthy. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Remember to avoid my path. I may take an interest in your scores, Qin Juyo stated, delivering a blatant threat. The prince's expression darkened. He had been intimidated by a prodigy from a lesser faction. Those noblemen nearby merely watched the spectacle, showing no intention to intervene. Wait, you mentioned serving the most powerful, correct? I am Shangguan Wentian, a 6th-tier noble. Is that sufficient? Shangguan Wentian interjected. A terrifying aura emanated from him, causing those present to feel an immense pressure as they gazed at him in shock. To underestimate the Shangguan family was a grave mistake, and as the strongest, he had to assert himself. What? A 6th-tier noble? My heavens, such formidable strength surpasses many princes of yore. They murmured, glancing at Qin Juyo, wondering if he could withstand such power. If even he faltered, they would be left at the mercy of their adversaries. Indeed, a 6th-tier noble is impressive. However, if you desire my assistance, you must demonstrate corresponding strength. Otherwise, you are welcome to play alone, Qin Juyo remarked. Haha, you are quite amusing. To remain composed upon learning of my cultivation level, you are far superior to these worthless individuals. Here's the deal. If you can take a punch from me, you may leave unharmed, Shangguan Wentian proposed. If I endure your punch, you must withstand my spear in return, Qin Juyo countered. What a jest! Was he to be the one at a disadvantage? Had this exchange occurred elsewhere, Shangguan Wentian would have met his end for such words. Yet, here in his domain, it was prudent to grant the emperor a measure of respect, lest his life be forfeit. In that moment, all present were left dumbfounded. The opponent had revealed his strength, yet still sought to evade confrontation. Did he truly have no fear of death? Chapter 62. A clash. You take my punch. I shall take your spear. This is only fitting. Are you prepared? Shangguan Wentian declared, his aura intensifying. The surrounding prodigies instinctively retreated, unable to withstand such overwhelming presence. A terrifying force coalesced around his fist. That punch could kill me, a noble prodigy thought, stunned by Shangguan Wentian's hidden depths. They had always known the royal family concealed prodigious talents, but never anticipated such terror. While others had reached the 6th tier and entered the ranks of mid-tier nobles, they remained languishing at the lower end. Could he withstand this? Other prodigies watched with hopeful anticipation, wishing for Qin Juyo to endure. However, to their astonishment, Qin Juyo brandished the destruction spear, twirling it in his grasp. How could he passively accept blows? Who decreed that Shangguan Wentian should strike first? Earth-shattering dragon fist. Shadow of the stunning spear. Two formidable forces erupted simultaneously, colliding with a thunderous explosion. The sheer might compelled the onlookers to retreat further, taking over a dozen seconds to recover. Both combatants landed simultaneously, leaving the outcome indiscernible to the spectators. "Let us depart," Qin Juyo stated. "Do not speak of him." Even the twin stars would struggle against Shangwan Wentian. To wield the destruction spear in combat was already a significant concession. As they departed, none dared utter a word. Even individuals like Li Songhao followed suit, recognizing that if Qin Juyo represented the Tianyue dynasty, who would dare oppose him? If one possessed the capability, let them come forth and engage in genuine conflict. How dare they disregard us? Wentian, should we pursue him? The earlier prince erupted in frustration, unable to tolerate such an affront within his sight. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged, Qin Juyo was indeed formidable. He had managed to thwart Shangwan Wentian. Regrettably, their skirmish had been too brief to draw definitive conclusions. "Come back. Are you not embarrassed enough?" Shangwan Wentian reprimanded, his hands clasped behind his back, unseen tremors betraying his composure. After engaging in combat, he recognized the true horror of his opponent. He could sense that Qin Juyo had withheld some of his strength. This implied that in their recent clash, he had suffered defeat. Qin Juyo had chosen not to humiliate him, likely out of caution regarding his own father. "I shall surpass you," he silently vowed. This matter would be left unresolved. If even Shangwan Wentian could not contend with Qin Juyo, none would be foolish enough to demand the Tianyue dynasty grant them scores, for provoking such a mysterious prodigy was unwise. "All of you, contribute 50 points to me tonight. No more," Shangwan Wentian commanded imperiously to the others. Not everyone aspired to be as monstrous as Qin Juyo. In an instant, despair enveloped the crowd. Regret washed over them for having participated in the Northern Domain Prodigy battle, as they had been subjected to relentless exploitation before it even began. They lamented the absence of a sufficiently powerful prodigy to counterbalance their adversaries. In their minds, Qin Juyo was undoubtedly a mid-tier noble, otherwise he could not have achieved such feats. At this point, there were no dissenting voices. They quietly accepted their unjust fate. "Meanwhile, let us end this here. If you seek points, you must earn them yourselves," Qin Juyo remarked suddenly, addressing those who trailed behind him. He has already assisted these individuals once. Could it be that he must also help them obtain points? The crowd fell silent and departed from Qin Juyo. If they encountered the prodigies of the imperial court, it would certainly mean their demise. Yet, it seemed they had no valid reason to continue trailing behind him. "Thank you, my friend, for your gallant assistance earlier. I wish to share half of the points I aim to acquire with you." Li Songhao was the first to speak up. Soon, others followed suit, expressing their willingness to contribute their points. "I have no need for your points. They are merely a string of numbers," Qin Juyo replied, shaking his head. What else could they say to that? One by one, they concocted excuses and departed. With Qin Juyo's strength, his absence made little difference. A single beast of the royal realm was worth several hundred points. How could he possibly covet such a trivial amount? "Twins, Xianxian. Once we find a suitable place to settle, you both may freely undertake trials to gather more points in advance to the second round," Qin Juyo instructed. "What about you, Your Highness?" Fu Xianxian inquired. "I shall not participate. The formidable Shangwan Wentian is only of average cultivation. It suffices that one of you ascends to the first place," Qin Juyo stated, lacking interest. If others were to learn of this, they would surely be infuriated. He had painstakingly reached this level, qualifying to partake in the Battle of Prodigies. Yet Qin Juyo disdainfully considered their cultivation too low to bother participating. Indeed, rather mediocre. "I believe I could defeat him with a single punch," the twins nodded in agreement. Both were physical cultivators and had a fair understanding of strength. Fu Xianxian found herself at a loss for words, yet it seemed there was little to argue against. In the eyes of others, those individuals were exalted. But to the prince, they were no more than ants upon the ground. "Sister, I will assist you in acquiring points, and together we shall enter the second round," the twins added. Before long, they discovered a picturesque location, ideal for setting up camp, and chose to settle there. Their usual training had been sufficient. They needed to engage in real combat to hone their strength. As for Qin Juyo, he opted to recline, thinking, "What does my strength matter? With such powerful aids, there is no need for me to lift a finger. I can toy with my opponents at will." On the first day, as a multitude of prodigies surged in, countless beasts were slain, and the once tranquil realm of the heavenly book's secret became lively. Some formidable beasts appeared, catching them off guard, seemingly intent on driving these humans away. This truly was a trial realm of monarch level. Aside from the naturally occurring treasures, it was teeming with beasts. The imperial court had not sent anyone to sweep through, deeming it unnecessary, preferring instead to use the opportunity to train their disciples. In the following days, news of beast uprisings spread, yet no prodigies perished at their hands. As long as they crushed their contest tokens, they could leave the secret realm, albeit without points, leading to their disqualification. They would not even need to participate in subsequent battles, rendering their journey a wasted effort. Those who survived to the end, even with 0 points, could still partake in the ranking battles. Chapter 63, Beast Uprising Sign-In Successful. Due to the host being in a special area, you have received 300 marquee pills, 500 heavenly aspect pills, several other medicinal pills, a wisp of primordial purple chi, the ultimate skill 9 styles of heaven slaughter, and 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ding. Additionally, this system recommends that the host conduct a thorough exploration of this area. Unexpected rewards may await. Another morning dawned, and Chín Jiuyo signed it nonchalantly. But the sudden arrival of 2 system notifications immediately invigorated him, and he eagerly examined his recent gains. The quantity of pills here surpasses that in the imperial capital. Chín Jiuyo was momentarily taken aback. What kind of extraordinary place was this, that it could rival an imperial capital in ferocity? Moreover, it might harbor treasures that even Shangguan Hongyuan had overlooked. Otherwise, why would these prodigies come here for trials? In addition, he had acquired a wisp of primordial purple chi and the supreme skill 9 styles of heaven slaughter, which was undoubtedly a fortuitous gain, though it was somewhat regrettable that he could not sign in again yesterday. The primordial purple chi could directly enhance his Dharma form, allowing it to take shape rapidly. The notion of purple chi coming from the east, stretching for 10,000 miles, and heavenly rain nourishing all was not mere fantasy. Provided he could remain here for an extended period, otherwise it would all be in vain. Currently, his Dharma form was merely of the 7th grade. Yet the aura it leaked could bless a city of tens of thousands, and once it was elevated, wherever his Dharma form cast its light, it would inevitably become a sacred ground for cultivation in decades or even centuries to come. This illustrates just how terrifying and extraordinary his Dharma form was. With the addition of primordial purple chi, the pace of enhancement would certainly accelerate. Moreover, the 9 styles of heaven slaughter was a fearsome spear technique, lacking a defined grade, which would progressively strengthen with the user's prowess. As long as the physical body was sufficiently robust, even a mortal could slay deities across the 9 heavens. These are splendid gifts. Grant me a little more time, and I shall topple the divine martial imperial court. A mere human emperor is nothing to fear, Chín Jiuyo mused. However, he had no immediate solution and could only slowly enhance his strength, absorbing the primordial purple chi, complemented by medicinal pills. The purple light surrounding Chín Jiuyo grew ever more intense, and his cultivation steadily ascended. The breakthrough to Marquis was indeed challenging, even with pills piled high. It still required a considerable amount of time. He was not in a hurry. He would take his time, and naturally, breakthroughs would follow. The faint aura emanating from him deterred nearby beasts from approaching, the overwhelming pressure nearly instilling fear into their very souls. Even if such phenomena hinted at the presence of rare treasures, one must have the life to claim them. As Chín Jiuyo's aura intensified, the beasts were compelled to retreat, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. By midday, he successfully broke through, achieving the 5th rank of Marquis. It is time for me to explore what this secret realm truly contains, Chín Jiuyo declared, concluding his training for the day. There was no time to practice the 9 styles of heaven slaughter. He would attend to that later in the evening. Since this area could be classified as special by the system, it surely harbored valuable treasures. Having come this far, one could not squander such an opportunity. Meanwhile, near a swamp, a terrifying battle had erupted. Dozens of prodigies found themselves encircled by tens of thousands of beasts, which seemed enraged. Under the leadership of their beast commander, they launched an all-out assault on the prodigies, leaving no room for escape. What madness is this from the beasts? How infuriating! Am I truly to exit in such a manner? The sight of the densely packed beasts was overwhelming. Even the strongest among them could not withstand such pressure. Among them were royal beasts, far beyond their capacity to confront. The most powerful among them barely reached the peak of heavenly aspect, and such strength still afforded them a chance to contend in the 2nd round. To forfeit now was undeniably regrettable. To be besieged by beasts. How unkind of the imperial court. Why was this not forewarned? After a series of lamentations, one by one, the prodigies were enveloped in light and exited the secret realm. Appearing outside, this was merely the second day, and already some had emerged, causing a significant uproar. "What are you doing out here?" The members of the Prodigy's factions rushed forward. "Even if you could not slay any beasts, surely you could have hidden. Why come out now? Does this not disgrace us? How will others perceive this?" "Elder, it is not a matter of our own devising. The beasts within have gone mad. Upon our arrival at a muddy swamp, we were besieged by a horde of these creatures, and we simply could not withstand the onslaught, forcing us to retreat." "Impossible," a powerful figure from the imperial court interjected. "The beasts within cannot possibly form a cohesive gathering. How could they coordinate an attack against you? Perhaps you simply could not hold your ground and were driven out." Having witnessed the workings of the Heavenly Book's secret realm for so many years, they were well aware of its conditions. It was simply inconceivable that the beasts would unite for an assault. "My lord, although my strength is not formidable, I am certainly not one to shy away from danger. There were indeed thousands of beasts intent on annihilating us, and we had no choice but to shatter the token to escape. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. Should you be found to be spreading falsehoods, you shall face consequences." Each time the Heavenly Book's secret realm opened, there was a significant time interval, and for now, there was little they could do but wait. Before long, another group emerged, their faces etched with terror as they incessantly spoke of the rampaging beasts. "If one person lies, what of 100? Even the proudest of the imperial court were expelled, indicating that the Heavenly Book's secret realm had undergone changes unbeknownst to them. Once all the proud talents had exited, a thorough investigation of the realm was initiated. The esteemed Shangwan Hongyun had arrived, although such matters were usually beneath his direct involvement. If the ramifications proved significant, he would need to step forward to provide clarity and accountability to the world, possibly rendering the first round of results invalid. "Yes, Your Majesty." This issue had stirred even Shangwan Hongyun, and it could not be brushed aside lightly. Meanwhile, near the swamp within the Heavenly Book's secret realm, more individuals arrived. As they approached, the beasts within charged forth, not only driving the crowd away, but seeking to slay them. "This is utterly bizarre. Run." Witnessing this scene, everyone fled, wishing they could sprout additional legs. However, there was a peculiar aspect. As long as they did not step into the swamp's territory, the beasts would retreat. "Do not go over there. Something grave has occurred." On their return, they warned others intending to venture forth. Gradually, the swamp became a forbidden zone within the Heavenly Book's secret realm, and none dared to approach. "A swamp? Perhaps there lies a treasure," Qin Jiuyo mused as he wandered, encountering others who spoke of the swamp's happenings, leading him to contemplate its potential as a place for exploration. Chapter 64, Dominance. The previous night, Fu Xianxian and her companions returned with news that the area held little exploratory value. However, with the recent events at the swamp and the system's alerts, it was no wonder that Qin Jiuyo was filled with thoughts. He seized an individual to inquire about the route and promptly set off. Others of noble lineage shared his thoughts. All were prodigies, and where others dared not tread, they would boldly venture forth to explore. Upon his arrival, he found that others had already gathered. "Your Highness." The twin stars approached Qin Jiuyo. Fu Xianxian had chosen to seek out a location to hunt beasts, as those of the Tianxiang realm could not survive here. Below, a dense mass of beasts surged towards them, while in the rear, several towering creatures loomed, alongside aerial dominators, displaying an intent for conflict with humanity. Monsters seeking death. Facing the encroaching beasts, the noble lords unleashed their powers, exerting pressure upon them. Instantly, the beasts were reduced to quaking forms. "Roar!" A giant bear bellowed, its fearsome aura clashing against the noble's might. "Screech!" A 100-meter-long eagle flapped its wings, stirring fierce winds. Beasts of great strength obstructed Qin Jiuyo and his companions. "My friend, why do you linger in obscurity?" Suddenly, Shangwan Wentian turned his gaze upon Qin Jiuyo. All 16 noble lords of the Shunwu imperial court had engaged in battle, yet Qin Jiuyo stood idly by, prompting discontent among the ranks. However, only Shangwan Wentian dared to voice such concerns. "Do you intend to simply stall with the beasts?" Qin Jiuyo replied disdainfully. "Wasting time here serves no purpose." "Humph. If you possess such prowess, go and slay them," one noble lord retorted angrily. While others busied themselves combating the beasts, Qin Jiuyo's indifference and words struck a nerve. "Behold, the immortal king strikes the heavens." Qin Jiuyo transformed into a streak of light, rapidly charging forth. Before anyone could comprehend, he reappeared among them, holding the severed head of a bloodied tiger. Aru? The beasts emitted a mournful wail. Do you see? Only by instilling fear will they comply, Qin Juyo stated. His display of power was formidable, dispatching a beast of noble rank in an instant, leaving no room for retaliation. The imperial court's prodigies fell silent, their eyes wide with terror. What sort of strength could allow one to swiftly eliminate a noble beast? In the same realm, beasts held a physical advantage over human warriors. Yet Qin Juyo surpassed them in ferocity. Shangguan Wentian's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Did he not utilize his full strength during our battle? With such potent techniques, why did he resort to mere marksmanship against me? A sense of melancholy washed over him. An opponent of such depth was difficult to measure. Those who obstruct shall perish, Qin Juyo declared, soaring forward, followed closely by the twin stars, their eyes filled with admiration for their master's might. Where they tread, no beast dared to impede their path. Even the noble beasts instinctively parted, for only overwhelming strength could command such authority. The recently felled Tiger King, among the multitude of beasts, had been exceptional. Its swift defeat signaled that Qin Juyo far surpassed them, rendering any resistance futile. After Qin Juyo passed, the beasts remained steadfast, unwilling to yield. This left the noble prodigies present in an awkward position. They dared not confront Qin Juyo, yet felt emboldened to challenge Shangguan Wentian and his companions. Not every individual possessed such formidable strength. Powerful individuals could indeed act with impunity, and none dared to obstruct them. Yet Shangguan Wentian and his companions were not so fortunate. Otherwise, why would they fear the encroaching beasts and refrain from confronting Qin Juyo? Surely, they would target the weaker among them to unleash their pent-up fears. With a chorus of furious roars, conflict erupted. There were no casualties. Survival depended solely on their ability to withstand punishment. We cannot linger, otherwise we may meet our end here, Shangguan Wentian urged. This realm belonged to the beasts, and wasting time here was hardly wise. Let us depart. This is no longer a place for our exploration. Once we exit, I shall certainly implore the Emperor to dispatch individuals for a thorough exploration of the Heavenly Book's secret realm. Such treasures must not fall into the hands of others. This individual is beyond contestation. As they watched Qin Juyo depart, they could only sigh helplessly, as if something of great significance had been taken right from beneath their noses, leaving them utterly powerless. Accustomed to a life of luxury, they had not anticipated the emergence of such a formidable prodigy in their midst. Fleeing rather than facing defeat was no disgrace. It was far better than perishing at the hands of a beast. After leaving the marsh, the monsters ceased their pursuit. Regrettably, a portion of the prodigies had already been driven away by the beasts, resulting in a diminished pool of potential allies. The unforeseen events forced many out of the competition, likely leaving them discontented, especially those with considerable prowess who found themselves inexplicably denied entry into the second round. The outside world had descended into chaos. In a mere few hours, nearly 300 individuals had emerged, and it was clear to all that significant changes had transpired within. These individuals had not chosen to leave of their own volition. No one blamed them for their exit. Even the prodigies of the imperial court could not withstand such pressure, and tales of the events within the secret realm had taken on a mythical quality. At this moment, after Qin Juyo and his companions had crossed the encirclement of beasts, they arrived at the very heart of the marsh. Here, violent tremors shook the ground, causing fissures to form and the soil to flow backward. A sharp point, ensconced in mud, emerged to the surface, obscuring its true nature from view. Qin Juyo could only wait patiently, as numerous noble beasts were also drawn to this phenomenon, eager to keep all humans at bay and claim the discovery for themselves. Upon noticing Qin Juyo's approach, they were momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether to intervene. However, one fifth-tier noble beast was swiftly dispatched, leaving the others to bide their time in silence. Chapter 65. The marsh ruins and the remains of the sage. Some even deliberately distanced themselves from Qin Juyo, fearful that they would be the next to meet a similar fate. In this vicinity, the highest-ranking beasts were fifth tier, and they understood well the formidable prowess of Qin Juyo, recognizing him as an entity to be avoided. Their reluctance to leave stemmed from a lingering covetousness for the treasures hidden beneath the earth, as they were natives of this land, and the allure of potential benefits was too tempting to ignore. Thus, Qin Juyo and his companions occupied one side, while the multitude of noble beasts occupied the other, all eyes fixed on the strange object that was gradually rising. It was not yet the time to act. After 1 or 2 hours, the object beneath the ground finally began to reveal itself, the mud gradually shedding to unveil its true form. It was a colossal underground palace, still bearing the marks of its tumultuous past, with bones strewn across the floor. Upon glimpsing its entirety, one could discern that the ruins spanned several dozen miles, complete with multiple entrances leading further underground, the contents of which remained a mystery. "We should enter," Chinjuyo declared. Standing firm, the beasts dared not move. Yet the glint of desire in their eyes was unmistakable. They yearned to plunge into the depths and claim the inheritance and treasures within. Perhaps this would offer them a chance to break free from their current constraints. As soon as the two vanished from sight, the beasts erupted in excitement and surged toward the entrance of the palace, dismissing the remnants on the surface as mere bones. Contrary to expectations, even after being submerged in the earth's mire for an extended period, the interior of the palace remained dry, albeit permeated by an unpleasant odor. The labyrinthine passages left them guessing what lay ahead. Relying on their strength, they discovered numerous wonders and treasures, though time had rendered many of these artifacts unusable. They also stumbled upon some corpses, whose remains were harder than noble weapons, suggesting their former owners had once been formidable beings. Moreover, the palace's interior appeared even more expansive than the outside suggested, featuring multiple subterranean levels that twisted and turned, leading them back to their original location despite their descent. "System, scan the ruins," Chinjuyo instructed. What secrets lay hidden within this palace that could cause such disorientation? Unable to scan, the palace's level is too high. The findings astonished him. With his current capabilities, he could not directly scan this palace. It was far from the simplicity of a sovereign's secret realm. Otherwise, he would not have encountered such a wealth of treasures in one go. Then destruction it is, Chinjuyo mused, his gaze growing intense. Without hesitation, he collaborated with his companions to dismantle the palace, fortunate that much of its spirit had already waned. The forces that had previously ensnared them in place were no more, and ultimately, the entire palace was laid bare before them, even as the beasts found themselves sharing the same space. They exchanged perplexed glances, clearly aware that dismantling the intricate pathways was essential to reveal the palace's full extent. At the center floated a crystal, surrounded by 8 seats, each occupied by a complete skeleton radiating a golden hue. Such golden bones had never been heard of. Who could have cultivated their bones to such an extraordinary state? Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy in the vicinity was enough to drive Chinjuyo to ecstasy. A single day of cultivation here equated to a month of arduous training. "This place belongs to me," Chinjuyo asserted, naturally addressing the beasts. Once he secured the treasures, he would spend some time cultivating here. This venture into the secret realm would prove worthwhile. Upon hearing this, the beasts erupted in protest, issuing furious roars against Chinjuyo's claim. "This is not a negotiation. Either you leave, or you perish," he declared, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, startling the beasts into retreat. The memory of Chinjuyo's previous might was indelibly etched in their minds. They began to whisper among themselves, uncertain of what to communicate. After a moment, they collectively advanced toward Chinjuyo, clearly intent on banding together to force him away, thus claiming the treasure for themselves. "So eager to court death? Very well. I shall oblige. Celestial King, vanquish the heavens." Chinjuyo unleashed his full power, targeting one beast to eliminate it in a single blow. The battle erupted instantaneously, with blood spilling across the palace floor. Meanwhile, his companions did not remain idle. Though he could not contend with the 5th-tier nobles, he could certainly handle the others. With formidable combat techniques, he met them head-on, each strike soaked in blood, the source of which was indeterminate. "What a thrill," his companion exclaimed, executing a technique that intertwined their fates as they plunged into the throng of beasts. This reckless approach brought them into close quarters, inviting trouble. The 100 noble beasts were driven back step by step. What they had believed to be an advantage quickly revealed itself to be a grave miscalculation, for it was Chinjuyo who posed the true threat. If this continued, their demise was inevitable, while Chinjuyo and his companion might emerge unscathed. After leaving behind 30 or so corpses, the beasts fled in disarray from the palace. Looking back, a lingering sense of dread enveloped him. Was such formidable physicality truly what humanity ought to possess? He dared not linger, swiftly departing the scene. Offending Chinjuyo, the adversary had not pursued him. A gesture of considerable grace. Had they chosen to chase, where could he possibly flee? A sigh of relief mingled with an unmistakable sense of helplessness. Clearly, the treasures belonging to his domain had to be relinquished, a disheartening reality, yet he was simply no match for them. Beneath the earth, the intrusive presence was now absent. Naturally, Qin would not be polite, instructing the twin stars to scavenge the beasts while he himself busied himself with the thrones above. How heavy! Qin countenance shifted dramatically. As he lifted a skeleton, the weight startled him. He could not budge it. He promptly initiated a scan with the system, which revealed startling information. Remains of a sage. Remains of a sage? What level of prowess did these bones belong to? Qin pondered. For he had never heard of such a rank existing within the realms of Shinjo. To his knowledge, the highest tier was the Emperor's domain, one rank above the human sovereign. Chapter 66. Advancing together unbeknownst to him, while he did not comprehend the level of a sage. He understood the significance of these remains. They could refine and enhance the strength of one's corporeal form, augmenting his foundational power. What level could he achieve if he were to refine them all? Qin mused. However, by himself, he could not hope to refine such a vast amount in a short time. Moreover, the twin stars were also practitioners of the physical path. Thus they would surely benefit from this as well. He summoned the twin stars, noting that, in comparison to the sage's remains, the value of the beasts paled in insignificance. Additionally, the crystal in the center, what could it be? It seemed embedded in the void, beyond his grasp. Refine these skeletal remains. This is a royal marquis Dan. It should suffice to elevate you to the 5th tier, Qin instructed. Today, he had signed in for a total of 300 royal marquis Dan. And aside from his own breakthroughs, a portion remained. The twin stars had made significant progress in their cultivation. He wondered if this opportunity would allow them to ascend to the 5th tier. Even if he were at the 6th tier, he doubted that Shangwan Wentian would be his match. The might of the yin-yang divine body was no trifling matter. And who could have foreseen that the twin stars' greatest strength lay in their two bodies, truly in perfect harmony? Together, they could elevate their power to new heights. The previous battle had not even compelled him to reveal his trump cards. "Thank you, Your Highness," the twin stars exclaimed, elated. Having not encountered Fu Xinxian, Qin could not bestow the Tianxiang Dan upon her, opting to wait until nightfall for her breakthrough. There was no pressing urgency. Each of them then settled beside a skeleton, channeling their vital energy to refine the sage's remains. How could such terrifying entities exist here? Qin did not need to delve deeper. He simply relished the benefits he had acquired. Physical strength, 1. The physical attribute was activated and steadily increasing. After a period of refinement, he suddenly heard the system's notification. Yet, he had no time to attend to it, lost in the depths of his cultivation, gradually augmenting his strength. His skin began to glisten, layers of the outer dermis shedding away. The new skin, as smooth as that of an infant, concealed a terrifying power within. If one drew near, they might even hear the thunderous rush of blood coursing through his veins, not merely his skin. But even his blood was growing stronger, vitality surging like a torrential river. Next came the bones, infused with the sanctity of the sage's remains, faintly radiating a golden sheen, embodying a nascent aura of sage-like majesty, endowing both him and the twin stars with an indescribable presence. Yet, the pace of refinement was exceedingly slow. After half a day, they had scarcely refined 1/5 of a single skeleton. A low-grade 4th-tier physicality, equivalent to the 3rd stage of Tianxiang. Qin glanced at his attributes. In the section for physicality, he found only a low-grade 4th tier. Previously, he had focused solely on vital energy, neglecting his physical form, which had not been particularly robust. Now, however, with just the strength of his body, he could crush a Tianxiang warrior. Should he continue refining, even greater heights awaited. In contrast, the twin stars had achieved a physical strength of the 5th tier, equivalent to a royal marquis, a natural consequence of their physical cultivation. Now, Qin himself was developing comprehensively, gradually catching up. "Go fetch Xinxian. We shall be cultivating here for the next few days," Qin instructed. As for the points, with so many corpses nearby, any one of them could easily qualify for the second round. Who would care how one had slain such formidable beasts? Even scavenging would be a stroke of luck. The twin stars acknowledged and departed the underground palace to retrieve Fu Xinxian. The nearby beasts, sensing the twin stars' intensified aura, felt an inexplicable discomfort but dared not approach, fearing the wrath of this formidable entity. Upon their return, they were accompanied by a Tianxiang third-stage warrior, which incited a mix of frustration and helplessness among the observing beasts. Once inside the underground palace, Qin Jiuyo presented Fu Xianxian with the Tianxiang Dan, for she was the only one capable of utilizing such a substance. They could discuss the surplus later. It was a pity, however, that her cultivation level was insufficient to refine the sage's remains. Otherwise, their endeavor would have been even more flawless. We need not venture elsewhere. We can simply focus on our cultivation here, Qin Jiuyo declared. The two were naturally pleased, as the opportunity for uninterrupted advancement was far more significant than any contest among prodigies. The following morning, he successfully signed in before the sage's remains, garnering a minor elevation in both his cultivation and physical prowess, alongside 10 strands of primordial purple qi, a one-time directional teleportation array, several medicinal pills, and a rapid mastery of the 9 styles of slaughtering heaven, doubling the speed of refining the sage's remains. Qin Jiuyo's eyes widened in astonishment. He could confirm that this was indeed the special area capable of radiating throughout the entire secret realm of the Heavenly Book. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time for the relic's opening. His cultivation and physicality ascended directly to the 4th tier of Royal Marquis, with his physical form reaching the pinnacle of the 4th tier. After a night of cultivation, he was now a high-tier 4th stage, drawing closer to the 5th tier. The directional teleportation array was particularly intriguing. It could be placed in a location, and once activated, would facilitate a round trip before vanishing, perfectly tailored to his needs. The sage's remains could not be completely refined in such a short time. When the time was up, everyone would be expelled, and re-entry would be difficult. However, the emergence of the teleportation array alleviated his concerns. The last 2 rewards from signing in were unexpectedly favorable. The 9 styles of slaughtering heaven, which typically required time to master, had been instantly assimilated, allowing for seamless execution and an increase in the speed of refinement. He tested the effects of the medicinal pills, absorbing the primordial purple qi, and found that he could refine the sage's remains concurrently, meaning he could enhance himself from all angles. Such advantages left him utterly astounded. Alas, some benefits could not be conferred upon others. Otherwise, it would have been even more perfect. Under the various enhancements, Qin Jiuyo's cultivation speed soared like a rocket. Even the formidable twin stars found themselves compelled to rise and venture further, as the aura emanating from Qin Jiuyo was overwhelmingly vast, leaving them bewildered. Crucially, Qin Jiuyo, immersed in his cultivation, paid no heed to his surroundings, showing no inclination to restrain his presence. Likely, he would not attend to peripheral matters until he had exhausted his resources. No beast, dauntless or foolish, dared to wander near him, given the formidable aura he exuded. Fu Zuansuan had already arrived at the upper levels of the underground palace. The environment below was disconcerting to her, a realm she felt entirely unfit to inhabit. Fortunately, the circumstances within had not leaked to the outside world. Nonetheless, her cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, supported by abundant spiritual energy, allowing her to break through barriers as effortlessly as one consumes a meal. In a single night, she advanced from the 4th to the 5th level, ultimately reaching the 7th level of the heavenly aspect, spanning 4 realms in one leap. She could not help but smile at the thought of soon ascending to the rank of nobility, realizing she was no longer the one lagging behind. Chapter 67. Significant advancement. Every individual was fervently striving to enhance themselves, sparing no moment in their pursuit of strength. Meanwhile, the likes of Shangwan Wentian and his companions were engaged in the hunt for demonic beasts, directing all their efforts towards other creatures without delving into the marshes to uncover the deeper mysteries. A regrettable oversight. He felt a twinge of concern. Qin Jiuyo was inherently powerful, and if he were to gain significant opportunities in that place, it would render any hope of catching up futile. Even the child beside Qin Jiuyo unsettled him. An inexplicable feeling gnawed at his intuition, suggesting something was amiss. As time flowed, the marsh ruins experienced periodic surges of primordial energy, signifying yet another breakthrough by those within. The nearby demonic beasts had vacated, fully aware that remaining there held no merit. Waiting for those individuals to emerge could lead to their own demise, thus distancing themselves was the wisest choice. One day, the secret realm of the Heavenly Book was shrouded in purple clouds, a spectacle that left countless prodigies in awe. They could sense a slight enhancement in their own talents. Albeit modest, yet undeniably real. Moreover, an ineffable essence lingered, as if some connection had formed with a certain individual. Qin Juyo's Dharma aspect broke through its constraints, achieving the 6th rank. He beamed with joy, realizing that his visit to the secret realm of the heavenly book had elevated his Dharma aspect by a tier, while his cultivation soared to the 1st rank of nobility. However, he had yet to enter the Marquis level, which required a period of consolidation. After a 10-day period of cultivation, he anticipated reaching the Marquis level. That transition was notably challenging, and mere medicinal pills would not suffice. Other forms of enhancement, such as mastery of profound techniques or the strengthening of his physical form, were required. He lacked nothing in these areas. A period of consolidation would naturally lead to a seamless ascent as his primordial energy surged. With his current prowess, he no longer needed to participate in the so-called prodigy battles, as he regarded the rewards as trifling. In the ensuing days, Fu Zuansuan and the twin stars experienced breakthroughs as well. Particularly, Fu Zuansuan found herself but a step away from nobility. An overwhelming power she had never dared to imagine now manifested within her. "Your Highness has broken through," remarked the twin stars, who, with a resigned expression, distanced himself. Following their advancements, Qin Juyo and he collaborated to transport one of the saintly remains to a more secluded area for absorption. Despite nearing the strength of a marquis, the task of moving the saintly remains remained arduous. Witnessing this, Qin Juyo lent his assistance, moving the remains further away. Each breakthrough he achieved sent powerful ripples through the vicinity, leaving no space for another practitioner. The ancient Chaos Sutra was exceedingly domineering. Soon after, they resumed their cultivation. Undisturbed in this place, days passed, and Fu Zuansuan burst into the underground palace, exhilarated to share her joy. Having successfully broken through to the 9th rank of nobility amidst a plethora of medicinal pills, finally aligning herself with her peers. Yet, she could not approach the center. The pressure there was too overwhelming. "Sister, come here. His Highness is still cultivating and will not awaken for the time being," said the twin stars. His refining speed lagged significantly behind Qin Juyo's, but the first saintly remains were nearing completion, expected to be fully refined by day's end. His cultivation had barely reached the 5th rank, yet his physical form had achieved the pinnacle of the 5th rank, drawing near to the 6th. Such formidable physical strength could bring even a marquis to their knees with a single blow. "What a pity that His Highness cannot know of my breakthrough at once," Fu Zuansuan mused, yet she gravitated towards the twin stars, accustomed to Qin Juyo's immersive cultivation. She felt it best not to disturb him and to focus on enhancing her own strength with the resources at hand. Time flew by swiftly during their cultivation, and soon, the 10 days had elapsed. All disciples were to depart the secret realm of the heavenly book within an hour. Qin Juyo awoke abruptly, recognizing the voice of a formidable presence from the divine martial imperial court, likely the one overseeing the secret realm. With a sense of reluctance, he prepared to waste some time once more. "Shall we set up a teleportation array?" Indeed, he installed the teleportation array he had obtained from his previous sign-in, ensuring that even if he left, he could return at will. It was merely a matter of stepping outside to meet those individuals. At that moment, 3 complete saintly remains remained unrefined. Once absorbed, his cultivation could advance further. "Let us proceed. Each of us need only acquire a few noble beast cores. No need for excessive points," Qin Juyo stated. His aim had always been to allow the others to enter the 2nd round without drawing undue attention. He had no desire for ostentation, leaving the superficial rewards for them. Only the final battle would truly reflect the ultimate outcome. In his view, the points from the 1st round were of little consequence. They were merely a mediocre achievement, hardly worthy of concern. He had resolved not to partake in the prodigy battles, deeming them meaningless. Ascending would simply be perceived as bullying. Unless a monarch were to intervene, none could rival him. Unwilling to reveal his true capabilities, he refrained from exposing himself, particularly given the uncertainty surrounding Shangwan Hongyun's background. His 6th rank physical form alone could contend with a monarch, a terrifying power. What if he were captured for research? The Emperor of Humanity possessed the means to do so. Despite some enhancements, he remained aware of his limitations, fully cognizant that he could not contend with Shangwan Hongyun. Thus, he chose to remain low-key. They wasted no time in locating the beast cores and exited the secret realm of the heavenly book, emerging among the first, while others scrambled for final efforts. Pressed by Shangwan Wentian, they had to fight one last time in hopes of surpassing their peers. Once all had emerged, Qin Juyo noticed several individuals with blood still fresh on their garments, evidently just having concluded battles. Please step forward to verify your points. A dedicated official was already present to tally their scores. They merely needed to present their beast cores for assessment, which would be returned post-calculation. Such trifles were not worth the risk of theft. Moreover, this was a grand event overseen by the Emperor of Humanity himself. Who would dare to tamper with such an important matter? Chapter 68. Low scores shine brighter than high scores. Lu Yu, 147 points. Ba Tu, 152 points. The accumulated points caused an unsettling sensation among those nearby, as it was evident that the secret realm teemed with formidable beasts. These exceptional talents were adept at dealing with such creatures. Even the task of slaying a first-tier beast shouldn't take more than 10 days to yield just over 100 points. It seemed they had been exploited once again. How unfortunate for these foreign elites, who were left pondering the purpose behind such actions. Although the divine martial imperial court was indeed powerful, their conduct appeared rather unbecoming. Yet, within the confines of the established rules, their misfortune was undeniably their own. Some expressed sympathy for the talents beneath the imperial court, while others deemed the situation entirely normal. Without competition, what was the purpose of cultivation? Moreover, the accumulation of points through conquest was permissible within the rules, if they failed to secure more points. It was simply a testament to their inadequacy. There were no right or wrong, merely the strong and the weak. If one was weak, that was their fault. Prince Shangguan Wentian, with an astonishing score of 157,649 points, suddenly astonished all present. This was outside the city, where, due to the day's unique circumstances, a multitude had gathered, and they could not allow these elites to slip from their sight. Points were confirmed on the spot. Approaching 160,000 points was indeed intimidating. However, as they observed the ferocious gazes of other elites, it became clear that each of them had contributed to those tens of thousands of points, and Shangguan Wentian himself might not have accrued much. Yet, one could not deny the wealth that could be obtained through plunder. This was likely the highest score. Who else possesses such points? Why not Prince Shangguan Wenkong? Came another announcement. Prince Shangguan Wenkong, with 108,457 points. Another impressive score emerged. Was Wenkong really just shy of 110,000? Standing behind Wentian, it seemed that Wentian was the most concealed among the many elites. The realization struck. Their bet on Wenkong had resulted in a disastrous loss. In their minds, the most anticipated figure had been Shangguan Wenkong. For in the absence of Wentian's revelation, Wenkong was the most formidable talent, incomparable even to those from the 8 great sections. Yet, fate played a cruel jest. Nevertheless, regardless of their high scores, both Shangguan Wentian and Wenkong involuntarily cast their gazes toward a singular direction, where a figure remained unfazed throughout, igniting an inexplicable tension within them. Only those who had ventured inside truly understood the terror of Qin Juyo. They had witnessed him obliterate a 5th-tier beast with a single punch. To him, slaying those beasts was as effortless as slicing through vegetables, and his points would undoubtedly exceed theirs. Congratulations to Prince Wentian for achieving the highest score. Compliments resonated around them, though few noticed the subtle discomfort among the crowd. In response, Shangguan Wentian merely nodded, his eyes never straying from that direction. You may proceed. Do not provoke him, Qin Juyo remarked. The others had modest scores. There was no need to showcase excessive points. Just a little would suffice. A royal crystal nucleus, exclaimed a disciple validating the scores, incredulity evident in their voice. As those words echoed, attention shifted toward the source. A royal crystal nucleus could only be obtained through the slaying of a royal beast. And the scores of other royal talents had already been accounted for. Is she a royal? I have no recollection of her, came a bewildered response. I cannot sense her cultivation. She truly is a royal. What madness is this? Are royals so casually encountered? In an instant, Fu Xinyan became the center of attention. You are also a royal? Came another exclamation from across the room. Another one? The crowd held their breath, their gazes fixed upon a mere 10-year-old child. Is this a dream? This was their first and only thought. Was the world truly so absurd, or were they simply inept? Qin Juyo's subordinates have already reached the royal realm? Wei Long stared in astonishment at Qin Juyo, recognizing him but never suspecting his 2 subordinates possessed such terrifying prowess. The disparity was staggering. Lu Rian could only smile bitterly, aware of Qin Juyo's journey to greatness. In the blink of an eye, Even that little innate talent had surpassed her, while she remained stagnant at the 4th tier. While he had surged forth into the royal realm, royal beasts could only be opposed by royals. It was easy to assume that assistance was involved. But who could command a royal to act as their henchman? Thus, in the minds of many, they were naturally regarded as royals, especially since they indeed were. Fu Xinyan. 1,000 points. Twin stars. 1,000 points. Such scores were exceptionally high. Beyond the imperial court's elites, others could scarcely reach such heights. From that moment, the names of these two became known to all. Unbeknownst to them, they had risen to prominence, destined to echo throughout the divine martial imperial court. And you, talented one, where is your nucleus? Finally, only Qin Jiuyo remained. I have no points, he declared. A brief silence enveloped the area before an uproar erupted. No points? What jest is this? Even if one were to slack off, one should not emerge from the elite battle empty-handed. A disgrace. The first instance of 0 points in the history of the elite battle. I do not wish to know his name. Coward. Perhaps he hid away inside. Useless. Truly a disgrace to us martial artists. In a flash, disparaging remarks poured forth. Does he disdain competing with us? Shangwan Wentian felt his heart trampled. Despite his evident strength, achieving 0 points felt like an admission of inferiority. Yet, he found himself at a loss for rebuttal against someone so formidable. Enough. The first round concludes here. Due to unforeseen circumstances in the secret realm, the early exit of some elites has led them into another realm. They will return in 3 days, at which point rankings will be recalibrated, the Emperor of Humanity announced. The crowd fell silent, none daring to speak. Before departing, Shangwan Hongyun regarded Qin Jiuyo thoughtfully. He could clearly sense the powerful aura resonating from the young man, a stark contrast to his 0 points. Observing the strength of others, it dawned on him that Qin Jiuyo had chosen to disdain the competition. Even the Emperor of Humanity would hesitate to advance Qin Jiuyo to the next round in front of so many eyes. Those in the know would never underestimate Qin Jiuyo. He was a genuine powerhouse, far superior to themselves. Not advancing was not due to fear, but rather disdain. As for those who remained ignorant and indulged in wild speculation, what was the point of explaining? Qin Jiuyo himself had never contemplated offering an explanation. Why should they bother? Upon returning to the imperial capital, he sought out Li Bai, who had now ascended to the 6th tier of the royal realm, merely half a step away from the 5th. For the subsequent rounds, you shall fight on your own. I will not be present to bolster your ranks. Should time allow, perhaps I will observe you, Qin Jiuyo stated. Having arrived at this juncture, he wished not to squander any time, intent on extracting all the benefits from the secret realm. Your Highness, rest assured, we shall not disappoint. The two spoke with unwavering confidence. Indeed, with their current strength, how many could truly be called rivals? Especially the Gemini, who have already reached the 5th rank of nobility. In terms of cultivation level, those others could hardly keep pace. Li Bai, come with me to a certain place. Qin Jiuyo turned to Li Bai. This time, he was the only one unable to enter the secret realm of the heavenly book, lagging behind the others. If all goes well, by the time they emerge, Li Bai's cultivation is certain to ascend several levels. As for Qin Jiuyo himself, he felt little pressure about reaching the rank of Marquis. He would let things unfold naturally. What was most urgent now was to refine the remains of the sage. With no resources provided to them, he had already exhausted his own reserves, and even Li Bai would have to wait until tomorrow. Furthermore, they were scheduled to engage in battles every day, leaving them no time for cultivation. Taking out the teleportation array, the two figures flickered and vanished from the courtyard. When they reappeared, they found themselves within the underground palace. Such a rich aura of power. Li Bai surveyed the surroundings and realized this place was extraordinary. Upon spotting the central bones and crystals, he exclaimed, "The remains of a sage. Your Highness, we have struck it rich." Li Bai laughed heartily. "Since you know about the sage's remains, let us not waste time and begin at once," Qin Jiuyo replied, glad to avoid further explanation. However, he thought it understandable. Li Bai's original cultivation level must have been exceedingly high, though Qin Jiuyo did not inquire further. The two entered a meditative state, immersed in the process of refinement. Additionally, he still had today's primordial purple energy, which he had yet to exhaust, in this place. The possibility of running out was nearly non-existent, as the daily sign-ins yielded more than he could absorb. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, after concluding the first round of score calculations, Shangwan Hongyun promptly summoned his people. "Spirit Lord, I entrust this matter to you. Ensure the secret realm of the heavenly book is thoroughly explored. I suspect the rumors may hold truth, Shang Wanhanyan stated. Prior to his obtaining the secret realm, there had been whispers that it was a hidden domain of ancient powers, containing formidable and terrifying legacies. If one could acquire them, the title of emperor might be within reach. He had been trapped in this realm for thousands of years, yearning to advance further. Although leaving the divine martial imperial court for broader horizons might increase his chances of breaking through, he was reluctant to forsake the power he held, binding himself to this place. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall explore every facet of the secret realm, the Spirit Lord replied. The Spirit Lord appeared to possess a certain sinister charm. His pallid complexion suggested a grave illness, delicate and frail. Yet, within the divine martial imperial court, it was well known that the Spirit Lord was exceedingly ruthless, employing any means necessary to achieve his ends. Go, Shang Wanhanyan commanded. The Spirit Lord accepted the order and swiftly made his way to the secret realm, this time alone. With his level of cultivation, he could easily traverse the secret realm, though it remained uncertain how he would react upon encountering Qin Jiuyu inside. Thunder Lord, investigate the origins of that group, from their birth until now. Shang Wanhanyan immediately called upon another powerful lord. This individual was even stronger than the Spirit Lord. Earlier, outside the secret realm, he had observed Qin Jiuyu's vitality had reached the level of a high-ranking noble, and despite Qin Jiuyu's best efforts to conceal it, it had little effect before the emperor. Such a prodigy could only arise from a vast and powerful force. Even he could not create such a genius, especially one born from the use of medicinal pills. Could they even be termed geniuses? Not everyone could procure immaculate medicinal herbs. With the might of a sovereign, unearthing Qin Jiuyu's background would not pose a challenge. The two sovereigns set out, each performing their duties, while everything else remained unchanged. When the Thunder Lord arrived at the courtyard where Li Bai was residing, he discovered only two auras present. Not here, he remarked, somewhat surprised. Where could Qin Jiuyu have gone? However, the two young ones below piqued his interest. Both were of noble rank. When had such talents begun to emerge in succession? He decided to trace back to the Great Qin. The Thunder Lord withdrew his gaze and promptly dispatched someone to the Great Qin. However, that region was quite isolated, with the teleportation array only reaching the Tianyue dynasty. After that, one would need to travel by flight, which could take considerable time if one was unfamiliar with the route. This time, Qin Jiuyu and his companions did not conceal their origins. They registered under the Great Qin dynasty, the only dynasty participating in the northern region's battle of talents, making it quite memorable. Meanwhile, upon entering the secret realm, the Spirit Lord headed straight for the marsh where the incident had occurred. He was already aware of the location and had previously visited without discovering any anomalies. Yet now something had arisen. Below, countless demonic beasts trembled in fear, sensing a terrifying presence above them capable of annihilating them all. Even the previous human did not possess such overwhelming might. They dared not raise their heads, striving to remain silent. Observing the direction the presence moved, they inexplicably relaxed, as they could not acquire anything from that place, and would prefer if the two parties clashed. Ruins. A formation? The Spirit Lord gazed in astonishment at the ruins appearing before him, covered by a layer of formations. Could this be the reason behind the demonic beasts' uprising? The Spirit Lord pondered. Such immense energy surpassed that of other locations. It was entirely plausible for demonic beasts to gather and drive away humans. He immediately acted, attacking the formation. Boom. A muffled grunt echoed, and the ground trembled. This was the destructive power of a sovereign, unleashing cataclysmic force with a mere gesture. Someone approaches. Qin Jiuyu was roused from his meditation, halting his cultivation and gazing into the heavens, where a powerful figure loomed. Not broken. The Spirit Lord's expression darkened. He had expected his attack to easily shatter the formation, but the outcome was contrary. He immediately struck again, intent on dismantling the formation first. Chapter 70. Suppression of the Sovereign, a Sovereign. In Qin Jiuyu's gaze, a bloodthirsty glint emerged. His physical body had already reached the 6th tier, comparable to that of a sovereign warrior. Even if he could not kill the opponent, with his terrifying body, that person might find it difficult to slay him. The desire to kill surged within him. His unauthorized intrusion into the secret realm posed an extremely perilous situation for the entire Great Qin. Should Shang Wanhanyan learn of this, he would not easily let Qin Jiuyu off, especially since he could directly arrive here without the others' consent. This formation, evidently, could not hinder the opponent. An encounter was inevitable. This is the power of a sovereign. Your Highness, we are in trouble, Li Bai remarked. They could certainly retreat, but doing so would make matters even more complicated. Previously, only Qin Jiuyu and his party had entered. Now, the other side had dispatched a sovereign to investigate. And they would not take it lightly, potentially leading to a direct confrontation with the formidable divine martial imperial court. He needed time to enhance his strength. Without needing to achieve the rank of emperor, he at least required the cultivation of a sovereign to have even a slim chance of survival. Fear not. Since we are here, we shall not leave, Qin Jiuyu declared, unleashing an astonishing aura. Li Bai gazed in shock at Qin Jiuyu, astonished at how his master had attained such formidable cultivation. This was clearly the power of a sovereign. Do not dawdle. Let us prepare for his arrival, said Qin Jiuyu. They set about arranging a lethal formation, for he was a sovereign-level powerhouse. If they failed to kill him, it would only bring endless trouble upon themselves. Thus, it was prudent to act with caution. Before the Spirit Lord entered, the two of them began their preparations, concealing themselves within the surrounding void, awaiting the Spirit Lord's arrival. Boom! The array outside was shattered. Such a lowly formation is utterly unworthy of mention, the Spirit Lord remarked as he strode boldly inside, devoid of any defenses. His confidence in his own strength unwavering. In this mere heaven's book's secret realm, no beast could pose a threat to him. He gazed upon the crystal and bones at the center of the underground palace, poised to investigate when an intense sense of forewarning surged within him. Danger! He hastily retreated, seeking to escape the place. The first stance of the 9 techniques of slaughter, the stunning swan, the azure lotus sword song. 2 attacks silently emerged from behind him. Thud! They immediately shot forth, embedding themselves into the wall. Ah, how dare you ambush me? You shall have no place to rest in death. The Spirit Lord emerged, his furious gaze fixed upon the 2 assailants. He recognized them as the prodigy who had scored a 0 and his servant. Enraged, he no longer cared how Qin Jiuyu had entered. He was intent on exterminating them. At the same time, he felt a flicker of dread regarding Qin Jiuyu's strength. How could a lad barely in his 20s possess power rivaling that of a sovereign? He himself had toiled for nearly 2 millennia to reach this level. And each ascension beyond the rank of Marquis required an interminable amount of time. The second stance, the cascading waves. The cascading waves were exponentially more formidable than the stunning swan. While the stunning swan was an instantaneous strike designed to deliver a fatal blow, the cascading waves theoretically allowed for an infinite series of successive assaults, each growing in intensity, dependent solely on the wielder's abilities. Faced with Qin Jiuyu's thrust, the Spirit Lord dared not underestimate it, and immediately countered. In that instant, he felt an immense pressure. The ferocity of the opponent's attacks was insatiable. He could not allow the onslaught to persist, lest he meet his end. The Spirit Lord stared in horror at Qin Jiuyu, realizing that the latter could threaten his very life. The thought sent a chill of fear coursing through him. After all the effort he had expended to attain his current status, could he truly be slain so easily? He was unwilling to accept such a fate. However, he could not withstand the assault. Just as despair began to engulf him, Qin Jiuyu halted. 7 strikes, what a pity. Should we meet again, you shall perish. Qin Jiuyu shook his head in resignation. 7 strikes were his limit. He was unable to sustain the cascading waves any further. Then you shall die. The Netherworld's demon claw, the Spirit Lord proclaimed, transforming as his hand withered, exuding an aura of malevolence that would turn flesh to blood upon contact. This man was indeed no good. Practicing such techniques, he must have harmed countless innocents. To the side, Li Bai retreated, knowing he could not assist Qin Jiuyu. This was no longer a contest fit for a marquis. He needed to devise an escape plan should one strike fail. Crack! His hand grasped Qin Jiuyu's shoulder, and his garment was instantly corroded. In the next moment, terror struck him as he beheld a faint golden glow emanating from the exposed part of Qin Jiuyu's shoulder. A body cultivator. The Spirit Lord gasped in astonishment. No wonder his Netherworld's demon claw had no effect. The opponent's physique had been elevated to a terrifying degree. It was no wonder he dared to assault a sovereign with the body of a marquis. Then, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Once I have slain you, all that you possess shall be mine. Even the likes of Shangwan Honyun will not intimidate me. The Spirit Lord, exhilarated, charged at Qin Jiuyu. Celestial King S strike against the 9 heavens. Qin Jiuyo suddenly sheathed the destruction spear and unleashed the celestial king's strike against the 9 heavens with his fists. Even with the 9 techniques of slaughter at his disposal, this strike remained his most formidable trump card. As he struck, the clouds stirred, and extraordinary phenomena manifested. What manner of technique is this? The spirit lord felt his scalp tingle. Could this youth truly be only 20 years old? How utterly terrifying. There was no time for further thought as he clashed with Qin Jiuyo. The violent tremor sent the underground palace quaking. Both were hurled apart, crashing to the ground. Unable to move. Ha ha ha. You have exhausted your strength, haven't you? The spirit lord laughed heartily, struggling to rise, only to collapse back down. Likewise. But I still have an ally. Li Bai, incapacitate him, Qin Jiuyo declared. After a single strike, both were drained of their vitality, their bodies pushed to their limits. The spirit lord's laughter abruptly ceased. He had overlooked the fact that his adversary was not alone. Although the other seemed weak, he had underestimated the threat, which now loomed as a mortal danger. TSK, a sovereign should possess many treasures, yet I cannot kill you just yet, Li Bai said with a grin as he approached. To the spirit lord, that smile resembled that of a demon. A wail echoed through the heavens and the earth as Li Bai shattered the spirit lord's dantian with a single kick, his breath plummeting. Minutes later, he transformed into an old man, frail and decrepit. In his current state, he might endure for 10 days or half a month. They refrained from killing him. For such powerful beings typically possessed life tablets. Should he perish, Shangwan Hongyun would undoubtedly dispatch more formidable warriors, creating an endless cycle of trouble. Moreover, their strength would be even more formidable, forcing Qin Jiuyo to abandon the resources here. By keeping him alive, they could buy themselves some time. With this significant nuisance resolved, the two exhaled in relief. They then turned their attention back to the task at hand, focusing intently on refining the remains of the saint. Chapter 71. Ascending to sovereignty. As days passed, the spirit lord bore witness to Qin Jiuyo and Li Bai's rapid ascension in cultivation. In his despair, he found himself feeling a tinge of envy. Such a terrifying rate of advancement was beyond his own capabilities. He now understood why they had chosen to keep him alive, to afford themselves ample time to handle everything here. Once they departed, and Shangwan Hongyun sent others, it would all be in vain. A deposed sovereign like him was destined for a dead end. Days passed, and outside, those who had entered the second secret realm emerged one by one. Compared to the Heaven's Book secret realm, these individuals were luckier, having accumulated higher scores. To ensure fairness, the second round's participants had less time than those in the Heaven's Book secret realm, creating a modest balance. On the same day, the list of those advancing to the second round was announced. Those who did not qualify could compete on other platforms, with the top 74 still holding the opportunity to challenge upwards. Only once, as the competition under the pressure of Shangwan Wentian and other prodigies had forced many peak practitioners to fall outside the 64th rank, inadvertently allowing some later-stage practitioners to progress to the second round. Unexpected circumstances necessitated this adjustment to maintain the credibility of the prodigy battles. The defeated could not compete in the central square of the imperial capital, as only the 64 strongest would battle there. Given the large number of participants and their closely matched strength, each encounter would require considerable time, allowing ample opportunity for recovery. Thus, it was impossible to conclude the second round in a short span. On the inaugural day, neither the Gemini twins nor Fu Xinyuan had the opportunity to take the stage, relegated to the sidelines as spectators. Although merely 32 battles were required to conclude the first match of the second round, certain pairs engaged in prolonged duels that stretched for hours. The closer the cultivators were in strength, the more arduous the contest became. It was uncertain whether it was by design or mere fortune, but the opponents encountered by the noble heirs were relatively weak, allowing them to advance with ease, which seemed inevitable. By the third round, it appeared that only the noble heirs would remain. On the second day of the second round, Fu Xinyuan finally had her turn. Unsurprisingly, her opponent conceded outright, preferring to conserve strength and tactics for the next contender rather than engage in a futile struggle against the noble heirs. After 3 days, the first match ultimately concluded, with 32 victors emerging, who were to continue battling in pairs to determine the top 16 and advance to the second round. By this point, the situation had become abundantly clear. One side comprised 16 noble heirs, while the other included 16 peak celestial figures, making the outcome apparent without the need for combat. Unless the noble heirs were to face each other prematurely, which was nearly impossible, the result was a foregone conclusion. On the fourth day of the second round, the top 16 emerged, and their battles would take place after the rankings of the second round. It was a sheer waste of time. Upon returning, both sighed, lamenting that had it not been for this wretched noble heirs battle, they would have already joined Qin Jiuyo in their secluded training ground to enhance their prowess. Rather than being stuck here, aside from their own combat, they spent their time in the side courtyard, cultivating as much as they could, without undue pressure. Knowing that their current level of cultivation required a lengthy accumulation of time to break through to the next realm. However, if others were to learn of their disdain, they would surely be incensed. To participate in the North Region Noble Heirs battle was considered an honor, a symbol of status, and yet they found it burdensome. Days passed, and after the rankings of the other participants, including the top 10 from the first round, were contested, it was finally their turn. That night, countless individuals were abuzz with excitement, for the much-anticipated battle of the noble heirs was to take place the following day, representing the North Region in the competition in Jingzhou. Predictions had already been made about who would emerge victorious in the third round, leaving the audience eager for the outcome. At the unyielding Heavenly Palace, Chongning, "Do you have confidence for tomorrow's battle?" the palace master inquired. The disciple pledged to give their all. Chongning replied, cautious not to overstate his confidence, as the participants were exceedingly formidable. Even as the strongest noble heir of the unyielding Heavenly Palace, he dared not claim outright victory over the others. Do not feel overly pressured. In your current stature, apart from Shangwan Wentian and Shangwan Wenkong, the threats from others are minimal. However, exercise caution around those two noble heirs from the dynasty. I sense they may be concealing their true capabilities. The disciple shall remember this. Beneath the emperor, discerning their deceptions is no easy feat currently. The Gemini twins are nearly invincible below monarchs, approaching that lofty status. In contrast, Fu Xianyuan, being merely a ninth-tier noble heir, is hardly worth mentioning. A similar scene unfolded across various sects' lodgings. While others' rankings did not concern them, the third round, with its substantial rewards, directly impacted their sect's future resource supply, compelling them to take it seriously. In the Imperial Palace, among fifth-tier noble heirs, who, apart from that individual, could stand as my opponent? Shangwan Wentian declared, an aura of formidable battle intent radiating from him as he returned, stimulated to break through his previous limitations and ascend to the fifth tier. Even so, recalling Qin Jiuyo's strength made him tremble. The disparity was too vast. As for the Gemini twins and Fu Xianyuan, he paid them little mind, having never witnessed their battles and thus unaware of their true capabilities. In the Imperial study, Ling Jun had been absent for 5 days, and his return was overdue. Had there truly been unforeseen events in the Heavenly Book's secret realm? Shangwan Hongyun pondered as he reviewed memorials, reflecting that recent occurrences in this iteration of the North Region Noble Heirs battle had exceeded his control. Before turning 20, Qin Jiuyo was aimless and notorious. Upon reviewing the documents submitted about him, Shangwan Hongyun contemplated extreme measures against Lei Jun. Upon entering Longning City, he had secluded himself, only to emerge within the territory of the Tianyue dynasty, already at the Celestial Realm. Several anomalies had also occurred within Longning City. Could his fortune stem from this? Yet, now that Qin Jiuyo was nowhere to be seen, he dismissed these thoughts, closing the memorials to prepare for the significant events of the morrow. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Book's secret realm, congratulations to the host, for enlightenment has struck, and you have stepped into the kingly realm. Had he truly attained kingship? Qin Jiuyo, immersed in his cultivation, opened his eyes, having achieved this breakthrough solely through the insights granted by the system's sign-in rewards over the past few days. He had ascended to become a noble heir, reaching the final minor stage. The kingly realm is the pinnacle, and the next step leads to the monarch realm, which demands even more time and resources. This place, once the domain of saints, had been entirely refined, no longer a unique area for sign-ins, akin to the imperial capital. Additionally, his had advanced to the third tier, representing boundless potential. Naturally, he could not be content with the status quo and aimed for even greater heights. However, the most significant gains lay in his physical cultivation, now at the sixth tier, nearing its apex. Without the remnants of the saints, he had instead acquired corresponding physical enhancement elixirs through the sign-in process, significantly progressing his cultivation. Despite being only a noble heir and not yet having stepped into the monarch realm, his combat prowess had become exceedingly formidable. Though he could not claim absolute victory over high-tier monarchs, he could contend with those of mid-tier status, marking a clear departure from his former self. A youth devoid of power. Even within the divine martial imperial court, as long as he did not provoke Shangguan Hongyun, no one could challenge him. Among the ranks of monarchs, the imperial court counted 108, with most at the initial and mid-tiers. This realm is divided into initial, mid, high, top, and peak stages. Upon reaching the peak, one may be referred to as a grand monarch, yet the divine martial imperial court lacks such powerful figures, with only a select few high-tier and top-tier monarchs surpassing him. Thus, the expedition to the Heavenly Book's secret realm concluded successfully. Meanwhile, beside him, Li Bai had also made significant progress, dedicating himself to cultivation and benefiting from Qin Jiuyo's continuous support, now standing as a first-tier noble heir with a peak fifth-tier physique. Although both had dramatically enhanced their strength, they had become more reserved. When they chose to act, they did so with astonishing impact. Ling Jun, who had witnessed their rapid growth within 5 days, felt despair. Their journey had covered what took others a millennium. And with the golden bones fully refined and devoid of luster, it felt as though his fate was drawing to a close. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on breaking through to the kingly realm," Li Bai exclaimed. Once, he had been stronger than Qin Jiuyo, yet now it was Qin Jiuyo who needed to protect him. "A minor breakthrough in realms is hardly worthy of celebration," Qin Jiuyo remarked. Until he ascended to emperor, he could never escape the divine martial imperial court's shadow. A monumental obstacle loomed over him. His desire for that coveted prize was overwhelming. Assisting Ling Tianxin in completing the 9 turns of life and death reincarnation would bestow upon him immense benefits, even allowing Li Bai to undergo a transformation, thereby enhancing his strength. He then approached the crystal, guarded by 8 saints, wondering what it could be. Absent the support of the saints' remains, it had already fallen to the ground. In his hand, it felt weightless. As his divine consciousness permeated it, he discovered it resembled a storage space. Yet, there was a distinct difference. This crystal could contain living beings, a rather extraordinary object. Inside lay a peculiar egg, imbued with a terrifying elemental aura. The egg of the sacred beast, the phoenix, upon hatching, could yield a sacred beast phoenix, requiring gradual nurturing. With an estimated incubation period of 3 years and astronomical resource consumption, just a glance left Qin Jiuyo disinterested. The vast resources required could elevate him to a profound realm, perhaps even allowing him to capture a sacred beast as a companion. What use would such an egg serve him? For now, he decided to store it. Qin Jiuyo transferred the beast egg from the crystal core to the system space. Immediately afterward, the crystal shattered as if it had never existed. He had no intention of hatching the sacred beast egg. It would be a thankless endeavor, wasting his cultivation time, akin to raising a child with meticulous care. He was not deranged. In the future, should he encounter a phoenix, he could return the egg in exchange for some benefits. Thus, the secret realm of the Heavenly Book held no further value for him. Li Bai prepared to leave. Qin Jiuyo remarked that since they had already cultivated there was no need to linger, especially with the companion beside him who had been inside for a considerable time. What if Shangguan Hongyun, unable to contain himself, sent someone after them? "My lord, what about him?" Li Bai inquired. "Let him fend for himself. He may be killed," Qin Jiuyo replied. The current spirit lord was in a pitiable state, curled up on the ground, filthy and terrified, gazing at the two, fully aware that he could not escape the fate of death. "I know what to do," Li Bai said, lifting him and carrying him outside, casually tossing him into a location swarming with demonic beasts, where he was instantly torn to shreds. "You cannot die at our hands," Li Bai coldly observed as he followed Qin Jiuyo away, returning to their courtyard to continue their cultivation in peace. Aside from one occasion when the Thunderlord visited, hardly anyone paid attention to his movements. No one knew what he was currently doing. "My lord." Upon Qin Jiuyo's return, the two in the courtyard were immensely relieved. After several days of restlessness, now that Qin Jiuyo was back, they could finally make some improvements to their strength. "Why are you so happy?" "Let's discuss this after the talented warriors battle," Qin Jiuyo stated. Under the current circumstances, it was indeed unsuitable for them to enhance their strength. Their attention had become too conspicuous. If they cultivated every day at different levels, it would inevitably raise suspicions. It was better to accumulate resources and wait until after their victory to elevate their strength. "Oh, we haven't improved in days," the two lamented, their spirits dampened. In the royal palace, news of the spirit lord's death reached Shangwan Honyun, who turned pale. Just as he was about to rest, a guard hurried in with the report that the spirit lord's life token had shattered. This was a grave matter. Each lord was a precious resource for the imperial court, and now one had perished. He had dispatched the spirit lord to the secret realm of the heavenly book for investigation, only to receive the news of his death in return. Curse it! Coughing violently from agitation, he commanded, "Get out." Immediately, once alone, his features contorted, beads of sweat streaming down his face. At this critical juncture, his condition flared up again. After a while, it subsided, but it was becoming increasingly frequent. If it weren't for the perfect 9 turns of life and death reincarnation, I would no longer wish to endure this suffering, Shangwan Honyun lamented, as his features gradually relaxed. Meanwhile, far away, Ling Tianxin also found some relief. It was becoming increasingly unbearable, each wave more intense than the last. He vaguely recalled Qin Zhuyo's admonitions and dared not act recklessly. Chapter 73, The Spirit Lord is Dead in the Dead of Night. Shangwan Honyun summoned all the lords from the royal family to the imperial study. The death of a lord could not be taken lightly. It signified the emergence of a formidable enemy capable of slaying lords within the empire. Even if the spirit lord was merely an initial stage lord, he had cultivated for over 1,000 years. The spirit lord is dead. Once everyone had arrived, Shangwan Honyun spoke slowly, his tone somber. What? A lord exclaimed in shock. They had been summoned in the dead of night due to the news of the spirit lord's death. The divine martial empire had not witnessed a lord's death in nearly 1,000 years. Such a terrifying event occurring now was alarming. Your Majesty, who could be responsible for this? The audacity to kill our lord deserves punishment, they declared with indignation, though it was likely more for their own sake. The emergence of a stranger powerful enough to slay a lord was truly terrifying. If they found themselves on the stranger's list of targets, it would be akin to awaiting death. It remained unclear that the spirit lord perished in the secret realm of the heavenly book, where unknown changes might have occurred, allowing for the emergence of creatures capable of killing lords. Who among you is willing to investigate? Shangwan Honyun asked. This unexpectedly relieved them. Dying in the secret realm was preferable to being slain by another, which posed the greatest threat. However, the existence of such enemies within the secret realm was also quite terrifying. They exchanged glances. Initial stage lords were surely insufficient, as evidenced by the spirit lord's demise within. To venture forth would require stronger individuals, yet the crux lay in their ignorance of the enemy's level. Should they enter and meet the same fate as the spirit lord, it would be a considerable loss. Each sought to shift the responsibility onto others, as their own lives were the most precious. The imperial study soon became a cacophony of voices. Enough! You are all lords and warriors. What sort of decorum is this? This matter shall be entrusted to Xianjun and Jinjuan. With your high-level lordly cultivation, you should be capable of handling the secret realm of the heavenly book. I still have to oversee the talented warriors' battle. Do not create further disturbances, Shangwan Honyun interrupted, somewhat irate. A minor accident had rendered them so fearful. How could they accomplish anything in the future? The dozen or so lords fell silent, not daring to speak. With Shangwan Honyun's anger, it was best for them to remain discreet. Your orders shall be obeyed, Xianjun and Jinjuan replied. Their cultivation levels were among the highest among the lords, making them more than capable of addressing the secret realm's challenges. In the divine martial empire, lords were renowned figures, numbering only in the dozens or hundreds. Excluding the 8 sect leaders who had reached the peak lord level, the others were primarily at the high level. As for peak lords, none existed. With the Emperor Shangwan Honyun reigning, it was difficult for the northern region to produce another top-tier powerhouse. Once matters settled, they felt a sense of relief. Grateful it was not their own misfortune. However, should even Jinjuan and his companions fail to manage the situation, the task of addressing the secret realm would fall solely to Shangwan Honyun. As for the suspicion cast upon Qin Zhuyo, that seems somewhat far-fetched. Firstly, the secret realm of the heavenly codex has been sealed. No one can enter except for them. Secondly, who would believe that a noble could slay a sovereign? If that were the case, why would they bother diligently cultivating? A sovereign and a noble exist on entirely different planes of existence, with a vast chasm between them that is difficult to bridge. Indeed, if it were not for his formidable physique, having already reached the 6th tier, he would have been helpless against the spirit sovereign. One can only say that the spirit sovereign was unfortunate, compelled to enter the secret realm of the heavenly codex and inadvertently cross paths with Qin Zhuyo. to seize the remains of a saint. It seems the only option is to send the spirit sovereign to his demise. Regardless of the turmoil stirring around him, Qin Juyo remained at home, devoted to his cultivation. Undisturbed, waiting for the moment when they might cast suspicion upon him. By then, however, it would likely be too late for them to handle him. In summary, this journey bore abundant rewards, and he even eliminated a sovereign. He held no enmity towards these sovereigns. It was simply that the rewards bestowed by the system were too generous, and thus Shangguan Hongyuan had to die. With these individuals standing in his way, he had no choice but to send them to their deaths. The following morning, he successfully checked in and received the Void Shuttle and the Sovereign Breaking Pill. A new pill emerged, directly aimed at the Sovereign tier. Furthermore, he acquired a powerful artifact, the Void Shuttle, endowed with formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding the attacks of peak emperors and possessing terrifying escape speed. What a treasure, Qin Juyo mused. With the Void Shuttle, even if Shangguan Hongyuan were to target him, he could easily escape, completely unafraid of his opponent. On that day, the central plaza was teeming with people. The final battle was quietly approaching. Today marked the competition for the championship, with every contender being of the noble tier. Qin Juyo chose not to attend. The lower his profile, the better. Having already reached the kingly tier, he could conceal this from others, but it was prudent not to provoke the might of the emperor. It is said that the Prince of Asking Heaven is a 6th-tier noble. I believe he is certain to seize the championship this time. The Holy Son of the Dreaming Celestial Palace is also formidable. Though he is merely a 7th-tier noble, he has slain a 6th-tier noble beast, showcasing his strength. Have you not considered the 2 prodigies from the dynasty? They are indeed surprising, yet they are nobles, and it takes immense resources to cultivate a noble from a dynasty. If they manage to advance further, they could at least become an imperial dynasty. An imperial dynasty? I see them as merely an imperial court, without noble prodigies. One must admit these 2 are extraordinary. When they return, they may very well elevate the Great Qin to an imperial dynasty, at which point the northern region would boast 19 imperial dynasties. In any case, I remain skeptical of the 2 of them. One side is composed of long-established prodigies, who undoubtedly hold significant weight in the eyes of the public, while the other side consists of newly ascended nobles who have already achieved a great deal. Do they really expect to soar even higher? Such idle chatter reached his ears, but he dismissed it as mere noise. If His Highness were to participate, what business would they have? The twin stars thought disdainfully. Even he had already reached the 5th tier, with extraordinary combat prowess. In the 3rd round, the first match featured Fu Xianxian of the Great Qin Dynasty against Nangong Ming of the Undying Celestial Palace. The 3rd round commenced. The Undying Celestial Palace is one of the 8 major sects, possessing 2 noble prodigies. Nangong Ming had just crossed into the 9th tier and was evenly matched with Fu Xianxian. Begin. In an instant, the combat ensued, and energy surged upon the arena. Nangong Ming performed admirably, dominating Fu Xianxian, demonstrating the true might of the Undying Celestial Palace in nurturing such prodigies. However, something seemed amiss. Fu Xianxian began to counterattack. What technique is this? Nangong Ming gazed at Fu Xianxian in horror, as a terrifying sword aura nearly cleaved him in 2. In that moment, he sensed death looming. But fortunately, she retracted her force, causing the sword aura to dissipate. Thank you for your mercy, my lady, Nangong Ming conceded. He sheathed his weapon, unwilling to engage further. It was clear that Fu Xuanxuan's mastery of the sword path surpassed his own, and persisting would only result in humiliation. Initially, he had been the one attacking. And after roughly 100 exchanges, Fu Xianxian began to unleash her strength, which was unstoppable, ultimately forcing him into a defensive stance and leading to his utter defeat. A bitter smile crossed his face. Did she intend to allow him to lose with some semblance of dignity? I concede, Fu Xianxian stated. Defeating Nangong Ming was nothing extraordinary. Only those prodigies surpassing the 9th tier could truly pressure her. With the Tai Wong sword cannon in hand, battling beyond her level was not impossible. How could I have lost? Could it be Nangong Ming was holding back despite such a significant advantage? Yet those nearby were indignant. How could the dominant Nangong Ming concede so easily? Such a result was unacceptable to them. However, no matter how much they complained, the outcome had been sealed. As for the battles involving the native prodigies of the divine martial imperial court, the conclusion appeared predetermined. Everyone was familiar with one another's strengths. And aside from the external nobles, their records were rather unremarkable. By midday, everyone had fought 2 matches. They paused for an hour before resuming in the afternoon. At this pace, it would take roughly 4 days to finalize the rankings. It was not that their speed was slow, rather, some battles were particularly intense. When the two contenders are closely matched, why should one yield to the other? Each participant was an extraordinary prodigy, filled with pride, and how could they easily concede defeat? In the new round, Fu Xinxian faced an even stronger opponent. In light of your previous performance, I shall show mercy, Nangong Han remarked. He was Nangong Ming's elder brother, and now faced Fu Xinxian. Being an 8th-tier noble, he naturally had the right to say such a thing. Nangong Ming had already informed him of the morning's battle. Had Fu Xinxian not held back, he would have been gravely injured. Thus, as the elder brother, he needed to reclaim honor without resorting to bullying. Defeating Fu Xinxian would suffice. Please, enlighten me, Fu Xinxian replied, neither servile nor arrogant. Though he was 8th tier, what of it? Without combat, conclusions could not be drawn. But she was indeed taking this seriously. The disparity within the noble tier, while not an insurmountable gulf, was still significant. You may strike first. I will grant you 3 moves, Nangong Han said. Then you shall witness the first stroke of Taiwan. One could not take it head-on. Nangong Han immediately considered evading Fu Xuanxuan's attack. Her strength was formidable enough to place her on par with him. Boom. The sword strike descended, and the prodigy retreated. You are quite strong. I will allow you 2 more moves, Nangong Han declared, though it was clear he was no longer as relaxed as before. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to uphold his earlier words, even if injured, otherwise he would lose face. Fu Xinxian displayed a peculiar expression. Did he still dare to underestimate her? With such words, she felt no need to hold back. Arrogance demanded a price. Your Highness has taught me that regardless of the enemy's cultivation level, one must exert their utmost effort. Henceforth, I shall unleash my most powerful technique, Fu Xinxian asserted. Upon hearing this, Nangong Han inexplicably felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. A mere girl had managed to instill a sense of threat within him. Law manifestation of the great desolation divine king. A terrifying manifestation of the law emerged behind Fu Xinyuan, with piercing eyes and a commanding presence, wielding a long sword. Clad in battle attire, exuding an air of unrivaled supremacy. At that moment, everyone rose to their feet. She is a second-rank manifestation. Can Nangong Han withstand this? The overwhelming pressure is formidable. Her aura rivals that of an 8th rank, even 7th rank, utterly terrifying. Rising from humble beginnings, she must not be underestimated. It seems she had held back during our previous encounter. What a prodigy! With such strength, what are the Gemini stars? No one dared to belittle them any longer. They are indeed nobility and prodigies worthy of respect. Should I retract my earlier remarks? Nangong Han pondered. He felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon him. The manifestation merely amplified her power. Fu Xinyuan had yet to unleash her full might. Once her techniques coalesce, their potency would be even greater. To confront her barehanded would surely leave him either dead or gravely injured. Whatever, Fu Xinyuan replied nonchalantly. Whether or not her opponent allowed her to fight was of no concern. She would give her all, and even in defeat, she would find peace. Thank you. Nangong Han sprang into action. Unexpectedly, he did not attack, but instead summoned a plethora of defensive techniques. Fu Xinyuan evidently posed a significant threat to him. Perhaps he feared he could not triumph over her. Are all the prodigies of this generation so formidable? It is exhilarating. Xinyuan, you can do it. I shall become your fan from this day forth. While Fu Xinyuan did not feel particularly stunning, she attracted a legion of admirers at that moment. Third style of the great wilderness. From all directions, Fu Xinyuan's figure multiplied, encircling the central Nangong Han. A tremendous roar echoed, collapsing the arena and engulfing the combatants in a cloud of dust, obscuring the outcome of their clash. After a long while, the dust settled. Emerging from the haze were the 2 figures. Thank you for your mercy, milady. I have lost, Nangong Han stated upon his exit, having thought he was surely doomed by that last strike. He also felt regret for his earlier arrogance. Fu Xinyuan said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Fu Xinyuan emerged victorious and proceeded to the next round. From that moment on, the gazes of other prodigies were firmly fixed upon her. They could no longer afford to underestimate her. Among them, Nangong Han stood out as exceptional, yet even he was subdued by Fu Xuanyuan's terrifying techniques. This clearly indicated that this young girl was on par with them, transcending dynasties and imperial courts. Perhaps she was even more powerful than they. Upon returning to face his mentor, Nangang Han felt an indescribable bitterness. That last strike had been Fu Xuanyuan's final reserve of strength. She could not muster a second. Do you understand why you lost? The teacher inquired. Master, I should not have underestimated her. In a rematch, I might not lose, Nangang Han replied. Understanding is the first step. As she said, when facing a worthy opponent, one must give their all. Even in defeat, one can find solace. I hope you remember this in the future. Yes, disciple understands. Chapter 75. A focused audience in the subsequent rounds. No one dared to belittle her again. However, that battle had indeed taken a toll. Just when they thought they might take advantage, Fu Xianyuan revived with renewed vigor, dispelling any notions of easy victories. Her formidable foundation rendered attempts at attrition futile. Recognizing their hopelessness in overcoming her, most opted to forfeit, realizing that further efforts bore little significance. As Fu Xianyuan garnered attention, others began to shift their focus to the Gemini stars from the same origin as her. Upon reflection, they seemed to suspect a sinister outcome. Throughout the battles, the Gemini stars had consistently bested their opponents, be they 9th rank or 8th rank nobles, displaying just enough strength to secure victories, albeit with apparent difficulty. If it were merely a 9th rank, it would be one thing, but upon witnessing their performance against 8th rank opponents, perceptions changed. This individual was equally unfathomable and perhaps even more formidable than Fu Xianyuan. Moreover, they exhibited a control over the matches, seemingly capable of winning effortlessly, yet choosing to engage in back-and-forth exchanges with their adversaries, as if in no rush to secure victory. After several rounds, those who had not focused on them missed these critical details. This Gemini star was equally fearsome. What kind of prodigy could produce such a being? While others could manage the rhythm of the match, this was a contest among the northern region's prodigies, and such mastery was not easily attained. Those who fell short, scoring 0 and eliminated in the first round, were from the same origin, yet could not endure even to the second round. Only 3 among them were imperial prodigies. Easily remembered, perhaps more so than those from the 8 great sects, I suspect that individual may indeed be weak, possessing self-awareness, someone mused. Nonsense. Only you would think that way. Indeed, logically, it should be improbable for 2 individuals from the same place to be so powerful while one remains a weakling. 3 days swiftly passed. On the 4th day, each prodigy faced only one battle. This meant that the victors and vanquished would be determined that morning, with a ceremony to follow immediately afterward. The high platform was already laden with resources, awaiting the declaration of superiority. Let us begin, Shangwan Hanyun declared, summoning Shangwan Wentian to his side. So, do you feel confident? He inquired, referring to the undefeated Gemini star. After several days, this 10-year-old child had become the subject of much discussion. Winning 14 battles without a loss was no mere stroke of luck. It was a testament to his strength. Now, only Shangwan Wentian remained untested against him. Father, I shall do my utmost, Shangwan Wentian replied, his expression heavy with concern. He had observed his opponent for 3 days, but could not discern the depths of his capabilities. Each time he thought he had reached the limit, the child revealed even greater combat prowess. At the very least, he was of 6th rank noble status, possibly on par with Shangwan Wentian as a 5th rank prodigy. The thought sent shivers down his spine, recalling how Qin Jiyo had obliterated a 5th rank noble beast's head in the celestial book's secret realm. He now found himself facing a child who seemed to possess an edge over him. Shangwan Hanyun remained silent, clearly aware of his son's apprehensions. Could it be due to the celestial book's secret realm? He pondered. He struggled to comprehend how his opponent had become so much stronger since their arrival. As he reflected on this, he realized that Xian Jun and the others had entered the realm 3 days prior without any word, causing a knot of anxiety to form in his throat. What if the 2 high-ranking sovereigns had also met their demise within? On the arena, the battle commenced. The stakes were clear. Rankings would be determined in this round. Shen Liuxing, this time, I shall not fail. You must lose. Zhuyu, do not speak too soon. Show me what you possess to defeat me. The first match of the day featured 2 prodigies, each with 14 losses. The defeated shall find themselves at the bottom. One might say this is a battle for dignity. Until the very end, the outcome remains uncertain. Who will triumph and who will falter? For the sake of themselves and their sect, none can afford to lose. They must fight with all their might. How could they not? The stakes have never been higher. This embarrassment could very well extend to their ancestors. The 15th and 16th positions seem hardly distinguishable. Yet, there is a difference. At least one can claim to have defeated an opponent, thus avoiding a score of 0. Can one truly assert that a score of 0 is not formidable? At this juncture, the spectators have conjured various scenarios in their minds, hardly believing that Qin Juyo possesses such limited strength. The reason for his withdrawal from the competition remains a mystery to them. On the stage, when the two combatants met, a fierce battle erupted, casting the world into chaos, verging on a life-and-death struggle, all in a bid to vindicate themselves. It took a full half-hour to determine the victor. Shen Liuxing emerged with a narrow advantage, securing the 15th place, while Zhuo Yu fell short, becoming merely a backdrop. Next came the 13th and 14th rounds, progressing in succession. Ultimately, Fu Xianxian claimed the 8th position, having vanquished 1 or 2 female prodigies of the 8th rank. However, one female prodigy still surpassed her, Dantai Xian, the holy maiden of the Wuqing Dao Palace. Ranked 3rd among the 8 great sections. It was once thought that she could secure the 2nd place, but in her battle against the Gemini, this unexpected prodigy managed to defeat her, leaving the audience utterly astounded. Now, they would witness her true capabilities, Dantai Xian remarked, as only one final battle remained. Her gaze fixated on the child before her, who exerted a pressure greater than that of Shangwan Wentian. In the climactic battle, the royal Shangwan Wentian faced off against the Gemini of the Great Qin dynasty. Countless eyes turned toward the stage, having awaited this moment for an eternity. Who among them would be the invincible prodigy? Do you think this child can perform a miracle? I find it hard to believe, for Prince Wentian is the strongest prodigy of the imperial court, representing the empire. Am I truly expecting him to create a miracle? Is there something wrong with me? This battle, under the gaze of thousands, would determine the champion. While the outcome was uncertain, at this moment, the cheers for the Gemini surpassed those for Shangwan Wentian. After all, he hailed from a humble background and had fought his way up, defeating one opponent after another to reach his current standing. I must win, the Gemini stated calmly. This was the mission entrusted to him by Qin Juyo, a task he must fulfill beautifully, living up to the expectations of his lord. Unleash your full power, Shangwan Wentian commanded. Despite his words, he dared not underestimate the young boy who had made it this far. He could not possibly be the weakling others presumed. He was likely far more formidable than anyone could imagine. The pressure from an unknown opponent weighed heavily upon him. Meanwhile, he had revealed many of his own tactics over the past few days. As he spoke, his aura surged to its peak, unmistakably revealing the prowess of a 5th-rank noble. Facing the Gemini, he displayed all his strength as a sign of respect. A 5th rank, Prince Wentian is exceedingly powerful. Does this not imply that the Gemini is equally formidable? The prince opened with full force. The noble prodigies who had already determined their outcomes nearby could only smile wryly. Shangwan Wentian surpassed them by a significant margin, yet even so, he felt compelled to give his all against this young boy, who had likely concealed many of his abilities during their previous encounters. The Gemini, unperturbed, shed his disguise, revealing the unique aura of a 5th-rank noble that swept across the arena. Another 5th-rank noble. When did nobles become so easily able to break through? The spectators were taken aback by the realization of their true strengths. Indeed, you two are a 5th rank. I will not afford you an opportunity, Shangwan Wentian declared, launching the first strike with a rapid-fire barrage of punches. The earlier defeat of Nangong Han was still fresh in their minds. Who would dare to offer 3 openings? That would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, he resolved to exert all his strength to subdue his opponent. Charging punch. The Gemini countered, advancing boldly. This maneuver was drawn from the tactics of a life-and-death battle. Both combatants primarily honed their physical prowess, and without weapons, their fists became their mightiest arms. In an instant, their speed of combat left behind afterimages. Without sufficient strength, one could hardly discern the action. Each exchange continually redefined the audience's understanding of their capabilities, as if these two had no limits whatsoever. I truly am lagging behind, Fu Xianxian said, shaking her head. She had thought that breaking through to the rank of noble would allow her to keep pace with others, only to realize she remained a hindrance. At this rate, the odds of Wentian losing are rather high, Shangwan Hongyun remarked, his brow furrowed. This was a matter of great consequence for the distribution of fortune in the northern domain. The distinction between 1st and 2nd place was profound. No matter how many prodigies emerged from the divine martial imperial court, it would be of little consequence. Others merely needed to secure the 1st position. Shadow Lord, he subtly summoned someone. Your Majesty, a shadow silently appeared behind Shangwan Hongyun. Should Wentian falter, provide him with assistance from the shadows. The first place must belong to the divine martial imperial court, Shangwan Hongyun declared, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Those from humble origins ought to remain hidden and not contend with him. He harbored no qualms about sending his opponent to perdition. As you command, the Shadow Lord replied, vanishing like flowing water, as if he had never existed. This individual was truly Shangwan Hongyun's most trusted confidant, while he might not surpass others. His abilities could alleviate much of Shangwan Hongyun's burden. He could intervene in the most troublesome matters. At this moment, the two on stage were embroiled in a fierce battle, leaving no room for distractions. Outside the arena, Qin Jiuyo and Li Bai had arrived, choosing a secluded corner to observe quietly, remaining unvoiced. Minutes later, 9 transformations of the Bright King. Shangwan Wentian could no longer contain himself. He realized he was merely a passive recipient of blows, which ignited his anger, prompting him to summon his divine manifestation. That was the Shangwan family's divine manifestation, the 9 transformations of the Bright King. It was overwhelmingly powerful. From such a distance, the intense pressure felt palpable. Given time, Prince Wentian might well ascend to the ranks of sovereigns. Yet, what was the true nature of the Gemini? Under the enhancement of the divine manifestation, Prince Wentian and the Gemini exchanged blows evenly. My goodness, how did I not notice this before? Why is there no sign of his divine manifestation? Could he be concealing it? I find that unlikely. What if his manifestation has already appeared? Perhaps a shadow manifestation. Imperceptible and intangible. After all, they were citizens of the divine martial imperial court, and naturally, they hoped for their own to prevail. Mutually assured destruction. The Gemini suddenly charged at Shangwan Wentian, unleashing explosive force that sent his opponent flying. With a physical body at the pinnacle of the 5th rank, comparable to a sealed king, how could Shangwan Wentian withstand such an impact? Is he about to lose? As they watched Shangwan Wentian being hurled backward, the spectators felt a twinge of discomfort. Should he fall outside the arena, it would result in an automatic loss. However, in the next instant, Shangwan Wentian stabilized himself, and his aura underwent a dramatic transformation, his eyes radiating ferocity. What technique is this? I have never seen such a move. Is there truly such a technique? The current presence of Prince Wentian felt terrifying to them. Unbeknownst to them, Shangwan Wentian was enveloped by a dark shadow, controlling his body in battle. Kill! He roared, charging swiftly towards the Gemini. Upon the elevated platform, the leaders of various factions cast peculiar glances towards the direction of Shangwan Hongyun. The Shadow Lord had made his move. They were aware of the existence of such a remarkable individual within the royal palace. The Shadow Lord, a novice monarch, possessed limited combat prowess. However, his unique ability to possess others rendered him formidable. Those whose strength did not exceed his found it exceedingly difficult to resist his control, becoming mere puppets in his hands. Yet, the body he manipulated was not his own, and thus the combat effectiveness he could wield paled in comparison to that of his true self. At this stage, however, it sufficed to contend with the twin stars. Only the lower-tier individuals, unable to discern the true nature of the situation, were left to speculate blindly. This was an unspoken truth among the gathered, who, as long as the first remained present, were indifferent to playing the role of bystanders. In the distance, Li Bai's eyes blazed with fury. Is this cheating? Can the divine martial imperial court truly not bear to lose? He firmly believed in the strength of the twin stars, which was far from being fully revealed. This battle was crucial for him. Under the pressure of a monarch, perhaps he could advance further, Qin Jiuyo remarked. Yet, Li Bai remained dissatisfied. While he understood the prowess of the twin stars, the blatant bullying was disheartening. Meanwhile, the expression of the twin stars shifted. He is not Shangwan Wentian, they thought. Yet, with the opponent charging toward them, they steeled themselves to engage, only to find themselves retreating under a relentless assault. Nearly being knocked out. He is merely a prince. I still have a chance. After the initial clash, they had formed a rough estimate of Shangwan Wentian's capabilities. The unaware crowd below erupted in fervent cheers. Prince Wentian will surely triumph. Send this interloper back to his dynasty and teach him that there are greater powers beyond him. Victory shall be ours. If he had been born a few years earlier, he might have had a chance. In his current state, Prince Wentian is simply invincible. Chapter 77. The terrifying twin stars, is it over? Now it is my turn. The twin stars declared angrily, creating distance from Shangwan Wentian. Regardless of who the opponent was, they were determined to defeat him. They too possessed their own means. Could there be more to him? The Shadow Lord felt an inexplicable disdain. If he failed to secure victory even when possessing Shangwan Wentian, how terrifying would that make this individual? At such a young age, he was already so formidable. Given another 50 years, he might even achieve monarch status, rendering his true self incapable of contending with the twin stars. No, it must be resolved swiftly. The Shadow Lord resolved to take control of Shangwan Wentian's body and charge forth to utterly vanquish the twin stars. Allow me to demonstrate my strength, clone. Under the gaze of all, a figure identical to the twin stars detached from them, exuding an aura indistinguishable from their own. Cloning technique. Is this truly the extent of his power? I may now understand why he is called the twin stars. At that moment, the crowd gasped, believing they were about to witness the full extent of the twin stars' abilities, only to realize that there were still hidden depths, making it impossible to fathom the full breadth of their potential. However, the spectacle was far from over. Dharma manifestation, demonic duality. A terrifying manifestation rose behind them, causing the onlookers to hold their breath. What is this manifestation? My word, its gaze sends shivers through my very soul. Could he truly hail from the dynasty? Instantly, the crowd's perception of the twin stars shifted, now filled with apprehension and even fear. It was unfathomable that such terrifying combat prowess could belong to a mere child. At that moment, even the pinnacle of noble warriors felt the weight of pressure. In this current state, the twin stars stood shoulder to shoulder with them, nearing the level of a marquee. Yet, was this truly the full extent of the twin stars' capabilities? Each revelation was unexpected. Thunder Lord, conduct a thorough investigation into their background. Shangwan Hongyun's expression changed dramatically. Fearing he had provoked a formidable adversary, he recognized that there were countless martial artists more powerful than himself, especially if the twin stars were not a native of the northern region, but rather from a more prominent place. Even those accompanying him shared this concern, particularly the youth named Qin Jiuyo, who could sway such a prodigy to willingly address him as Your Highness. The situation was undoubtedly more complex than his investigation suggested. Yes, Your Majesty. The Thunder Lord promptly took his leave via the teleportation array, aware that failure to manage this situation could lead to catastrophic consequences, such as the terror wrought by unparalleled prodigies. A single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. While they were undoubtedly superior, who could guarantee that their adversaries did not harbor even more powerful experts? It would be ideal to cultivate a good relationship, but failing that, they must avoid antagonizing the twin stars. Let us hope the situation is not as dire as it seems, Shangwan Hongyun mused, feeling somewhat helpless in the face of such overwhelming talent that had emerged during his period of disinterest in worldly affairs. On the platform, the two sides had already engaged in battle. Even with the Shadow Lord possessing Shangwan Wentian, he could not currently contend with the twin stars. This battle was precarious. The sound of their powerful physical clash tore at their garments. The twin stars bore witness to the glimmers of golden light emanating from the rips in their clothing. Has he cultivated a golden body? This child possessed physical strength that surpassed even his cultivation level. How could one combat such an opponent? Heavens, just how many hidden cards does he possess? Golden bones are rare. However, the shimmering golden aura on his surface indicated that he had traversed far along the path of the golden body. Even if the twin stars had not achieved full coverage, they had made significant progress. No one now held any hope for Shangwan Wentian. He faced a truly terrifying opponent. Continuing the fight would only result in utter defeat. They speculated that Shangwan Wentian's current state could not be sustained for long. Shadow Lord, return. We have lost, Shangwan Hongyun communicated to the Shadow Lord. There was no longer a need to proceed. The one who bore the injuries was still Shangwan Wentian. The longer the battle continued, the more grievous the wounds would become. They had anticipated a swift victory, only to be met with unforeseen circumstances, merely managing to force out a glimpse of the opponent's hidden cards. I concede, the Shadow Lord declared through Shangwan Wentian's voice. He could not allow Shangwan Wentian to regain consciousness. Otherwise, complications would arise, and they needed to exit swiftly. Thank you for your patience, the twin stars replied, not hindering their opponent. Their objective had been achieved. Even with all cards revealed, this would only be temporary, for their strength would only continue to grow. I hereby declare that in this round of the prodigy battle, the twin stars emerged victorious. Shangwan Hongyun proclaimed the outcome of the battle without hesitation. Once the twin stars unveiled their immense power, the battle's outcome had become inevitable. After a brief announcement regarding the afternoon's agenda, he promptly departed, as midday was fast approaching, and the awarding ceremony would naturally take place later. This time, the twin stars had undeniably emerged as the dark horse, sweeping through the competition with no one able to rival them. That being said, I still hoped Prince Wentian would win. I hope so too, but can you not see? The twin stars have become something monstrous. As the crowd dispersed, they lingered in reminiscence. This cohort of the Northern Domain's prodigies is perhaps the most formidable in history, with two exceptional figures emerging as sovereigns among them. Should they cultivate to the level of kings, they might very well contend with monarchs. Such unparalleled talents are like insurmountable mountains, leaving others to admire from afar, unable to surpass them. Congratulations on securing first place, Fu Xinyan remarked. Although she couldn't place among the top ranks, she felt immense satisfaction with her current standing. Sister, you are no less impressive. Let us return swiftly and share this splendid news with His Highness. The Gemini stars chimed in, utterly disregarding their tattered garments, eager only to convey this joyous tidings. Upon learning the results, Qin Jiuyo and the others returned to their residence. Our two prodigies have returned. It seems the results were quite favorable, Qin Jiuyo laughed. Who would have imagined that they not only ascended to such heights, but also claimed the championship of the prodigy battle? Such an outcome is unfathomable, and regrettably, news from this distant land is scarce. However, from this day forth, many are likely to journey to the great Qin dynasty, for it has birthed two formidable prodigies. And perhaps they too might find great fortunes there. Your Highness, I must inform you that during the final battle, there was something amiss with that Shangwan Wentian. Fu Xinyan said. Indeed, we were present as well. Their side had a monarch-level expert skilled in shadow techniques who possessed Shangwan Wentian. However, your display of power instilled fear in them, prompting their concession, Qin Jiuyo replied. Your Highness, I believe they will not easily relent. They will surely seek to uncover our secrets and strike at us, Li Bai warned. Had it not been for the terrifying talent of the Gemini stars, they might have been captured on the spot. This is not a favorable situation for them. Great talent must be accompanied by sufficient strength to safeguard it. Otherwise, one becomes a target for envy, as many covet their fortunes. This is precisely my concern. After you receive your rewards, return immediately. We shall depart from the divine martial imperial court, Qin Jiuyo commanded. At present, he is not yet a match for the emperor realm. Given him another year or so, a mere Shangwan Hanyun would be inconsequential. Alternatively, if he waits 4 more months, he will summon a second attendant, perhaps gaining the strength to contend with the opponent. Understood, the others replied. Even with their victory, they could not find joy, for it signified greater perils ahead, particularly from the Shangwan clan, who are exceedingly fixated on this first place, evidently valuing their fortune. Although the fortunes will be directly allocated by the will of the Northern Domain after the awards ceremony, their presence at the scene is still essential for recognition. Well, let us not be overly anxious. It is not easy for them to harm us. Go rest. We shall prepare to leave in the afternoon, Qin Jiuyo suggested. The journey back to the great Qin dynasty may not be feasible. As for whether Shangwan Hongyun would seek trouble with Qin Xian, that remains uncertain. However, should they dare to act against great Qin, he would retaliate against the strong of the divine martial imperial court. With the void shuttle in hand, who fears whom? If they cannot win, they can only flee, left to contend with their own consequences. It remains to be seen whether it is he who cannot endure or Qin Jiuyo. Just as he concluded his matters, Wei Long and others arrived. Congratulations, young Master Qin, on great Qin securing first place, they greeted with compliments. It was evident they were genuinely pleased, as Qin Jiuyo had accompanied them, lending them prestige. I never expected your growth to be so rapid, Lu Ruyan remarked, implying much. Though unaware that the Gemini stars had already retired to rest after their recent battle, only Qin Jiuyo and Li Bai remained before them. Now, every individual around Qin Jiuyo had surpassed her. If memory serves, only Li Bai had posed a threat to her previously, and now all had surpassed them, becoming unfathomable. This is their achievement, not mine, Qin Jiuyo stated. Indeed, I presume young Master Qin is no longer concerned with the prodigy battle, Wei Long added. After a brief exchange of congratulations, they departed. However, today as battle revealed Fu Xuanyan's deficiencies. Compared to others, she lagged significantly. A perfect spiritual body may be hailed as a prodigy in the remote corners of the great Qin dynasty, but here, she struggled to ascend even a single level, exhausting herself in the process. The disparity compared to those unrivaled prodigies is incalculable. In the future, I shall seek opportunities to elevate Xinyan, Qin Jiuyo mused. Having followed her from the outset, she was barely on the verge of emperor, and the perfect spiritual body was already showing signs of fatigue. The gap would only widen from here. In the ensuing time, visitors arrived in succession, and Qin Jiuyo received them all, engaging in conversation, most coming to offer congratulations. Some, however, harbored ulterior motives, seeking to probe Qin Jiuyo's secrets. Yet, as their divine senses approached her vicinity, they vanished into silence, losing interest immediately. So, you wish to investigate my secrets and then act against me? A commendable thought. Once my strength rises, you shall all pay the price, Qin Jiuyo seethed within. Just as they were about to depart, an unexpected guest arrived, draped in a black robe that concealed their visage. Yet their formidable aura indicated that only one could accomplish such a feat within the imperial court. What brings the emperor to my presence? Qin Jiuyo inquired. What of the emperor? Did he wish to see himself captured? I have investigated your background. You are merely a fortunate recipient of some legacy. Here's the deal. Withdraw from today's fortune allocation, and I shall spare great Qin, Shangwan Honyun declared, no longer concealing his intentions, directly demanding Qin Jiuyo's withdrawal from the contest. Should the Gemini stars not attend, the fortune will remain with the divine martial imperial court. However, there was one critical detail he had not uncovered regarding Qin Jiuyo's background. Lei Jun had yet to return. He merely aimed to intimidate Qin Jiuyo into retreating. Spare great Qin, your majesty, you may not yet be fully awake. What if I were to slay Ling Tianxin? What then? Qin Jiuyo retorted, gripping the void shuttle tightly. The figure before her was a powerful being of the emperor realm. One misstep could lead to dire consequences, and she could hardly afford to be concerned for Li Bai and the others at that moment. Yet, with a trump card in her possession, she felt emboldened against any threat to her companions. In an instant, a chilling intent to kill bore down upon Qin Jiuyo. Do you wish for death? Shangwan Hongyun's tone turned menacing. This time, Qin Jiuyo had encroached upon his fundamental interests. Whether he could break through to the emperor's sovereign realm hinged on Ling Tianxin's fate. Each attempt had brought him to the brink, with only the final step remaining. Should an accident occur, all his efforts over the millennia would be rendered futile. Of course, I do not wish for that, but I shall not be cowed by threats. Should great Qin suffer any harm within 3 years, I shall hold your majesty accountable, Qin Jiuyo asserted. Are you not afraid that I might end your life right now? Shangwan Hongyun's murderous intent surged. You may certainly try, Qin Jiuyo challenged. Qin Jiuyo produced a miniature vessel, the Void Shuttle, capable of whisking him away in an instant. Feeling the terrifying power contained within that object, Shangwan Hongyun ultimately retracted his murderous intent. Fear gripped him. He dreaded the notion of a mutual destruction with Qin Jiuyo. Even if he were to kill Qin Jiuyo, it would be futile if he failed to transcend to the realm of the emperor in his limited lifespan, leaving him to succumb to old age. Very well, remember your words. Within 3 years, I will refrain from making any moves against the great Qin, provided you do not harm Ling Tianxin. Otherwise, even at the cost of my life, I will obliterate the great Qin and everything associated with you. They will perish because of you, Shangwan Hongyun declared. I do not play such reckless games, unlike you, who resorts to underhanded tactics in battle, Qin Jiuyo replied. The conversation continued, but Shangwan Hongyun left with a dark expression, while Qin Jiuyo sighed in relief. With the agreement settled, his fear diminished. He merely sought to depart from the divine martial imperial court swiftly. Chapter 79. The reward. It was not Qin Jiuyo's fault that Shangwan Hongyun sought discomfort. Perhaps he would simply flee when the moment came, yet he insisted on coming to threaten him, ultimately leaving himself displeased. However, before his departure, he needed to keep Ling Tianxin close. Qin Jiuyo pondered. Shangwan Hongyun's fear was not of him, but rather of the Void Shuttle and Ling Tianxin. As long as he kept Ling Tianxin nearby, Shangwan Hongyun would be deterred from making any rash moves. Aware of his secret, Shangwan Hongyun would never allow Ling Tianxin to roam freely, employing absolute force to remove her and eliminate any leverage against him. Alone, he had little to fear. Yet behind him lay the countless citizens of the great Qin dynasty, all of whom were embroiled in the turmoil he had caused and would ultimately face the consequences. Li Bai, you will accompany them to collect the rewards. Once obtained, proceed directly to the Tianyue dynasty to find me. Keep the Void Shuttle secure. Do not use it unless absolutely necessary, Qin Jiuyo instructed. Your Highness, are you suggesting? Li Bai began, having been present during their earlier conversation. Shu, do not let them know of this matter, Qin Jiuyo cautioned. Understood. Time is of the essence, Shangwan Honyun may have already dispatched powerful individuals, he thought. Upon returning, he immediately summoned Ing Jun. You must go to the Tianyue dynasty and bring Ling Tianxin back to me, alive. Do not kill her. Shangwan Honyun's voice was filled with vehemence, loathing the sensation of being threatened. It had been years since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Once he had no lingering concerns. He could devote all his energy to confronting Qin Jiuyo. No one could leave unscathed after threatening him. Yes, Your Majesty, Ing Jun replied, not questioning Shangwan Honyun's motives. As a subordinate, he was tasked solely with executing orders. Hardly had he entered the teleportation array than Qin Jiuyo followed closely behind. They both headed towards the Tianyue dynasty. With Ing Jun's prowess, the Tianyue dynasty posed no obstacle. At that moment, Shangwan Honyun brushed away the shadows on his face, adopting a benevolent demeanor as he made his way to the central plaza to distribute the rewards from the recent talent battle. He had complete confidence in Ing Jun's abilities. Aside from the earlier incident of losing the competition, Ing Jun had always managed matters efficiently, never giving him cause for concern. At this juncture, the central plaza was teeming with people, all eagerly awaiting the culmination of the month-long talent battle. Let us congratulate all the talented individuals, wishing them greater achievements on their future journeys. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, chanting the names of the distinguished participants. Even the twin stars had their names called out, signifying their recognition by the people of other nations. Yet, he remained indifferent to such accolades. The approval of the prince was all that mattered. Having emerged from nothing, he owed his current status solely to the prince. Standing on the platform, he remained unperturbed. I shall not elaborate on the rewards, you are all aware of them. In addition, I must inform you that the top 5 from this talent battle will represent the northern region in the upcoming Jingzhou competition. Furthermore, prior to the competition, each of you will have the opportunity to enter the Howren's secret realm for 3 months of cultivation, which is your well-deserved reward. Wow, His Majesty is exceedingly generous. The Howren's secret realm is the most suitable place for cultivation. Imagine the progress one could make in 3 months. Truly a profitable venture. The Jingzhou competition would take place 6 months after the talent battle, meaning they had over 5 months to prepare. During this period, capable talents would receive unwavering support from various factions, and perhaps by the end of this half year, they would achieve extraordinary breakthroughs. Not to mention the possibility of attaining ranks of nobility, it was not unheard of for similar talents to emerge in past Jingzhou competitions. This is an attempt to retain me, the twin stars mused. If he entered the secret realm, he might not only fail to progress, but also be suppressed. Having already severed ties with the divine martial imperial court, he certainly could not venture into the Howren's secret realm without facing hostility. Moreover, he held no interest in the resources of the Howren's secret realm, as none could compare to the rapid advancement possible beside the prince. Yet, he concealed these thoughts, instead casting wary glances at Shangwan Honyun. Now, twin stars, Shangwan Wentian, Shangwan Mingyue, Wanhua Tian, and Long Qilu, you shall accompany me directly to the Howren's secret realm. Now, let our MC distribute the rewards to all the talented individuals. The faces of twin stars and Fu Xianxian darkened. Being watched by the emperor made it difficult to escape. The rewards were indeed lavish, yet upon a cursory glance, they found little of personal benefit, while the other talented individuals were brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, in the sky, a mass of golden clouds rapidly fractured, dispersing in all directions, with the largest fragment heading unmistakably towards the Great Qin. Far away in the capital of the Great Qin, the former Longning city, Qin Xuanjin looked perplexed. Why has the luck of the Golden Dragon surged so dramatically? It seems they have done nothing, yet their fortune has expanded significantly, overshadowing the golden dragons of surrounding dynasties. Suddenly, he noticed the seal beneath the claws of the luck dragon had ascended a rank, reaching the level of a dynasty seal. This meant that as soon as they produced a noble, they could ascend as a dynasty without any preparations, overpowering all surrounding dynasties. Moreover, with the golden dragon's augmented strength, all beings within the Great Qin would receive protection, leading to a phenomenon of rapid cultivation growth. The advantages were immense, yet he could not fathom their origin. Could it be from Jiuzhen? That is impossible. He left only a few months ago. Unable to deduce the reasons, he did not consider Qin Jiuyo, as the truth of his inability to cultivate was undeniable. In the imperial court of the dynasty, Your Majesty, I will go and inform my elders. I shall be right back, Twin Stars said. Shangwan Honyun glanced at him, then at Li Bai, who was not far off. If anything were to occur, it was within his control. If even this small request were denied, surrounded by so many watchful eyes, trouble would surely ensue, implying he was eager to take someone away for some clandestine purpose. Go quickly and return soon. We are heading to the Howren's secret realm shortly, Shangwan Honyun instructed. Thank you, Your Majesty. To speak frankly, they were quite anxious. The aura of Shangwan Honyun had firmly locked onto them. The difficulty of escape was immense. Yet they could not fall into his hands under any circumstances. Let us depart, Li Bai declared. Remaining here is fraught with peril. We cannot sleep a wink under the gaze of such a formidable adversary. Without hesitation, he turned and made his way towards the teleportation array. Once they departed from the divine martial empire, the vastness of the world would render them unafraid of a mere emperor. The so-called Howren secret realm, or the Jingzhou Grand Tournament, could be forfeit. Material possessions were of little consequence. What mattered was their survival. Think you can escape? Shangwan Hongyun's cruel smile emerged. The adversaries were already ensnared. Where could they possibly flee? The entire imperial capital was rife with his informants. To be cautious, several monarchs were stationed throughout the city, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. Capture them alive, Shangwan Hongyun transmitted to the nearby monarchs. The dead hold no value. Only the living will instill caution in our enemies. Qin Zhuyo, do you truly believe that by going to the Tianyue dynasty you can take away Ling Tianxin? I intend to unearth your secrets. Those who oppose me shall not meet a favorable end. Shangwan Hongyun pondered, aware of many matters, including Qin Zhuyo's departure. He refrained from obstructing them, confident that as long as someone remained, they would return. Moreover, he had dispatched the shadow monarch to that side. With a monarch's cultivation, subduing a prince was a mere task. The unpossessed shadow monarch was a genuine initial stage monarch, and a vast disparity existed between them and the princes. However, unbeknownst to him, Qin Zhuyo had already slain a spirit monarch prior, and his strength had grown even more formidable since then. An initial stage monarch would truly be no match for him. Thus, he allowed Li Bai and the others to depart, as he refrained from acting in the open. Instead, should those individuals be captured elsewhere, no one would be aware of his actions. Furthermore, with one less twin star, he could allow his disciples to enter the Howren secret realm and reap the benefits. This particular realm was specifically prepared for the northern region's prodigies and opened once every 25 years, containing an astonishing amount of energy. It was far more advantageous to grant it to his own rather than outsiders. With this thought, he felt considerably more at ease. The only thing he could not comprehend was how Qin Zhuyo had learned of his 9 transformations of life and death. No one can prevent me from attaining the path of the emperor. On the other side, the three hastened towards the teleportation array, but as the number of powerful figures surrounding them increased, their expressions fell. At this rate, escape was impossible. We are surrounded, Li Bai said. Several terrifying auras had already locked onto them. Once they activated the teleportation array, they would be swiftly captured, rendered utterly at the mercy of their captors. They made a bold decision to seek an area with fewer individuals, preparing to utilize the Void Shuttle for their escape. However, without a teleportation array, they had no idea how long it would take to reach the Tianyue dynasty, or if they could even find Qin Zhuyo. Otherwise, they would all be in trouble. Void Shuttle, Li Bai swiftly produced the artifact, and the three entered it without delay. They needed to flee quickly, sealing off the area. The 5 or 6 monarchs trailing them immediately sprang into action, attempting to block their path. Boom. The terrifying attack struck the surface of the Void Shuttle, causing only a slight tremor. No substantial damage was inflicted. This was a treasure that even an emperor required time to breach. So how could a mere group of monarchs hope to stop the Void Shuttle? Play all you like, but I shall not indulge you further. Spatial leap. Li Bai's laughter echoed from within the shuttle. To the ears of the pursuing monarchs, it was particularly grating. A group of monarchs could not capture 3 princes. What a source of laughter that would be. Moreover, it would be difficult to explain to their sovereign. They exerted every effort to obstruct them, yet it proved futile. Whoosh. The Void Shuttle shattered the spatial blockade and commenced its journey through the void, its destination unknown even to them. In such circumstances, merely escaping was a remarkable feat. There was no time to consider direction. Observing the emptiness before them, they erupted into curses. How infuriating. There exists a treasure capable of tearing through space. Remove it, or it shall become a great threat. Quickly report to His Majesty and issue a pursuit order. The northern region shall harbor no refuge for them. The adversaries had already fled, and remaining here was meaningless. They had no choice but to return and report. When Shangwan Hongyun received this news, He immediately rose from his dragon throne. You allowed them to escape? What are you all doing? Shangwan Honyun exclaimed. As long as we can capture them, I have no fear of Qin Jiuyo coming after us. But now that they have fled, no matter how powerful I am, I cannot retrieve them. At this moment, they stood chastised into silence, only able to respond once Shangwan Honyun had finished his tirade. Your Majesty, that rogue possesses a treasure capable of breaking through space, allowing him to forcefully breach the blockade. We are powerless to pursue him. The rogue is indeed cunning. We implore your Majesty to issue a wanted order. We are willing to pursue the rogue throughout the northern region. Please grant us your favor. Given the circumstances, I cannot wholly blame you. However, a more pressing matter remains. You must proceed to the Tianyue dynasty, collaborating with the Shadow Monarch to retrieve them. Delays may lead to unforeseen complications. Go now, and we shall discuss the wanted order after this matter is resolved, Shangwan Honyun instructed. After scolding them, he felt somewhat relieved. Given the situation, what use was it to berate them? Could he kill them all? Who would then do his bidding? Understood. The six departed the Great Hall, heading straight for the Tianyue dynasty. In a remarkably short span, such significant events transpired. 7 monarchs were set to descend upon the Tianyue dynasty, which was indeed alarming. After leaving, they breathed a sigh of relief. Standing before an enraged emperor, they felt an unprecedented pressure, one they could scarcely withstand. Should Shangwan Honyun truly choose to punish them, they would be unable to bear it. The matter concerning Ling Tianxin was absolutely intolerable. A profound look emerged in Shangwan Honyun's eyes. He had endured for millennia, all for a singular moment to attain the exalted status of the emperor. Otherwise, why would he have concealed himself in the desolate northern region for so many years? Meanwhile, Qin Jiuyo and the Shadow Monarch, who had already journeyed to the Tianyue dynasty, had just arrived in the imperial capital, coincidentally arriving in tandem. Again him. Since I am working for Shangwan Honyun, is it not justifiable to kill him? Sensing the familiar aura of the Shadow Monarch, Qin Jiuyo's murderous intent surged. The Shadow Monarch ahead remained oblivious to the tailing presence behind, hastening towards the palace to swiftly fulfill the emperor's command, ignoring all else. Where is Ling Tianxin? The Shadow Monarch infiltrated a prince's residence, directly subduing the prince, who, compared to a monarch, was far too weak and possessed no ability to resist. The prince gazed in horror at the figure before him, obscured and indistinct, merely a manifestation of darkness. However, the opponent's methods instilled profound despair within him. Silent as a shadow, he approached from behind, and only when a knife pressed against his throat did he realize he had been taken hostage, and the strength of his captor was astonishingly formidable. Though he held the rank of a 7th-tier noble, there existed no one in the entire dynasty capable of stealthily approaching him without arousing suspicion, rendering him utterly defenseless. After all, they were all nobles, with varying degrees of power, and he was well aware of the nature of the Tianyue dynasty. This indicated that the individual before him hailed from an even more powerful faction. 2 improbable words surfaced in his mind. Sovereign. His captor was undoubtedly a ruler of great stature. Otherwise, it was incomprehensible how he had been subdued. Fortunately, this formidable being did not immediately take his life, but sought information about another's whereabouts. My lord, I know the whereabouts of Princess Ling Tianxin and can guide you to her. I implore you, spare my life, Fang Xiang pleaded, humbling himself as much as possible. What other choice did he have? The other party was so powerful that with a mere flick of a finger, his life could be extinguished. He mourned internally for Ling Tianxin, having attracted such a formidable foe. Judging by his captor's intentions, it was clear that his goal was anything but benevolent, and he could only anticipate the dire consequences that might follow. However, with Ling Tianxin's capture, it was preferable to his own demise. All he could do was utter an apology and resign himself to inaction. Enough with the pleasantries. Lead the way, commanded Ing Jun. He was eager to retrieve Ling Tianxin swiftly. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Under Fang Xiang's guidance, they hastily arrived at a palace. My lord, that is the sleeping quarters of the 3rd princess, Fang Xiang indicated. In that case, you have outlived your usefulness. You shall die, Ing Jun declared, unhesitatingly slitting Fang Xiang's throat. This operation was best kept secret to avoid jeopardizing His Majesty's grand designs. Fang Xiang's misfortune lay in his vulnerability and proximity to Ing Jun. In his final moments, Fang Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Ing Jun, as if to ask why he would be killed after leading him here. Alas, the dead do not require answers, and he perished with his unanswered questions. After Jun departed, a corpse was left on the ground, immediately drawing the attention of nearby soldiers. It is Fong Xiang. Who killed him? Quickly report to His Majesty that we are under attack. Such a grave incident sent the palace into chaos, with countless soldiers on high alert. The death of even a noble cast a shadow of dread over them. Jun, however, paid them no mind. He regarded Fong Xiang as a mere lowly noble. He had infiltrated Ling Tianxin's palace, where few individuals were present. Perhaps it was due to Ling Tianxin's exceptional prowess that she required no strong protectors. In the Tianyue dynasty, all nobles were either affiliated with the three major sects or the royal family, and those beneath the noble rank posed little threat to her. Who goes there? Ling Tianxin demanded, weapon in hand, warily eyeing the doorway. A shadow had flickered there for an instant, yet she was certain of its reality. Oh, you must be Ling Tianxin. A piercing voice suddenly echoed from behind her, sending chills down her spine. How could this happen? She was filled with dread. When had her captor arrived at her back, and she dared not turn to confront him. His Majesty wishes to see you. Come with me, Jun stated, a sinister laugh escaping his lips. He had not anticipated this endeavor would go so smoothly. He had easily found Ling Tianxin without any interference. Perhaps due to Fong Xiang's death, most powerful beings had gone to safeguard their sovereign, leaving no time to attend to Ling Tianxin, even if she was a top-tier prodigy. Just as a choice had to be made between protecting Shangwan Hongyun or Shangwan Wentian, they would unhesitatingly choose to guard Shangwan Hongyun. Prodigies are merely prodigies. It is through growth that they become formidable. True strength requires no waiting. As long as one is alive, there remains a chance. You speak too much, Jun retorted, swiftly rendering her unconscious, having no intention to engage further. His purpose was to abduct her, and there was no need to explain himself. A strong individual need not justify their actions to mere ants. He hoisted Ling Tianxin and prepared to leave, intending to use the teleportation array to return to the imperial court with his report. However, just as he was about to depart, he noticed a figure smiling at him from the doorway, sending a wave of unease through Jun. This figure appeared somewhat familiar, and after pondering for a moment, he recalled that this was the individual His Majesty sought to eliminate. His encounters with Qin Jiuyo had been so few that he had momentarily failed to recognize him. You will not be leaving, Qin Jiuyo asserted, exuding an air of confidence. After all, he was merely a low-tier sovereign. Now, having attained a sixth-tier body, he was no longer the same as before. Humph, no matter who you are, anyone who dares to obstruct His Majesty's plans shall not leave here alive. Jun spat fiercely. Come, let me see who is stronger, you or Ling Jun, Qin Jiuyo challenged. Instantly, Jun hesitated. He was well aware of Ling Jun, but he had presumed him dead. It is you. He suddenly looked up at Qin Jiuyo, his eyes filled with horror. Today, you shall be the second ruler to die by my hand. Celestial King strikes the heavens, Qin Jiuyo proclaimed, surging forward as a terrifying aura collapsed the palace around them. Shadowy celestial veil. Jun countered immediately. The two engaged in a cataclysmic battle, sending shockwaves that obliterated numerous structures. Their confrontation quickly attracted attention. Your Majesty, there are two powerful beings clashing near the third princess's quarters. Could they be the true culprits behind Fong Xiang's death? We must provide reinforcement, they relayed. As they approached Ling Tianxin's palace, they found themselves unable to draw near. The residual energy from Qin Jiuyo and Jun's battle was overwhelmingly destructive. Even the strongest noble of the dynasty, a first-tier noble, dared not approach too closely. The sheer power of the two combatants was terrifying, and even a slight misstep could mean death. Unable to intervene while the battle raged on, they could only wait, uncertain of who was ally and who was foe, or if they were all enemies, for friends do not engage in such conflicts. Chapter 82, Slaying Jun Yet. What astonished them most was that while the palace crumbled around them, Ling Tianxin remained unharmed, merely unconscious. A thought flickered in their minds. Perhaps these two were here for Ling Tianxin. I feel as though I have seen that person before, a noble suddenly recalled. Observing the two battling figures, the young man seemed familiar yet elusive. It was understandable. Qin Jiuyo had spent little time in Sangshan City and rarely made appearances. It was a miracle anyone could remember him. At this moment, Jun grew increasingly alarmed. The power of this young man felt boundless, while he, a sovereign, found himself nearing exhaustion. The adversary was merely a noble. Should the battle continue, his fate was sealed. Shadow Legend. As the Shadow Lord surged forth, fierce and menacing, he seemed poised to pounce upon Qin Jiuyo. Yet, in the next instant, he redirected his attention toward the distant peach blossom, seemingly disinterested in engaging with Qin Jiuyu. Shadows indeed possess a tenacious nature, but to flee in such a manner is to underestimate me gravely. With a resounding cry of break the illusion of the heavenly nine styles, the destruction spear launched relentlessly after the Shadow Lord. This technique holds formidable restraint against ethereal entities. Even if he transformed into a two-dimensional being, the moment the destruction spear struck, it would firmly ensnare him. Accompanied by a wretched scream, the Shadow Lord's form was abruptly revealed, unable to revert to his shadowy state. The Shadow Lord gazed at Qin Jiuyu with sheer terror. When one's abilities are countered, death looms ominously close. His eyes, filled with dread, questioned whether this truly was a monarch capable of cornering him into such a desperate plight. With no time for further contemplation, Qin Jiuyu closed the distance. Heavenly King, strike through the 9 heavens. Stand firm against me. Feeling the overwhelming might of Qin Jiuyu's fist, the Shadow Lord's complexion shifted dramatically as he exerted all his strength to defend himself. With a thunderous crash, his corporeal form was shattered into countless pieces, violently obliterated. Blood rained down from the heavens, a monarch's demise casting a chilling aura over the vicinity, deterring any who dared approach. The sheer terror emanating from Qin Jiuyu was palpable. If such a powerful warrior could be vanquished, how could they hope to withstand him? After dispatching the Shadow Lord, Qin Jiuyu turned his gaze toward the slumbering Ling Tian Xian. The cycle of reincarnation, a double-edged sword, had brought her both fortune and misfortune. Fortunate indeed was her encounter with him, as it granted her a chance to balance the scales against her predecessors. Awaken, he murmured, placing a gentle touch upon her forehead, rousing her from her deep slumber. As she blinked awake, she beheld the desolation surrounding her, her expression a mixture of astonishment and confusion. What had transpired? Her last memory was of being struck down by a mysterious figure, and now she found herself in this strange circumstance. Upon raising her gaze, she encountered a visage that stirred complex emotions within her. It is you, Ling Tian Xian remarked, her eyes fixed on Qin Jiuyu. Come with me, he commanded, devoid of any further explanation, recognizing that she had narrowly escaped capture moments before. I must bid farewell to my father, she insisted. With no room for rejection, she understood that such formidable prowess was beyond her capacity to confront. The likelihood of the assailant returning loomed large, and rather than await an inevitable demise, it would be prudent to accompany Qin Jiuyu, as it would only serve the Tianyue dynasty favorably. Allowing the adversary to send more powerful foes would spell disaster for her homeland. Who knew what further destruction might ensue? We have no time. We must depart immediately, Qin Jiuyu urged. Who could say whether Shangwan Hanyun would send more agents? It was a stroke of luck that he had managed to slay a Shadow Lord. Had he been a true monarch, the battle would have been far more arduous. Surrounded by monarchs, his escape would be nearly impossible without Ling Tian Xian, whose presence would deter their pursuers. Very well, she acquiesced. Resigned to her fate, the lament of the weak. Grasped firmly by Qin Jiuyu, they hastened toward the teleportation array. The void shuttle had been activated. As its master, Qin Jiuyu sensed its energy, meaning Li Bai and the others had encountered difficulties and would no longer appear in the Tianyue dynasty. He had no need to linger here for their arrival. Randomly selecting a dynasty for teleportation, he had no time for further contemplation. Just as they departed, 5 or 6 powerful monarchs materialized in the capital, searching for Ling Tian Xian. Where's the young lady? They inquired, trembling with fear. Unable to raise their gazes to meet the overwhelming aura of the individuals before them, which far surpassed even that of the 2 they had previously encountered. Reporting, my lady was just taken by a powerful figure. I know not where she has gone, the Tianyue emperor stammered, his anxiety magnifying as several energies locked onto him, nearly suffocating him. The sheer terror of their might was beyond his comprehension. These individuals were dispatched by Shangwan Hanyun, hastening to provide reinforcements. Fortunately, Qin Jiuyu had left swiftly, avoiding a potentially catastrophic confrontation. Where has she gone? One asked, his voice laced with urgency. I am unaware. That individual was too formidable. We dared not approach, came the honest reply. They could only hope to navigate this perilous situation, though uncertainty loomed in their hearts. Curiously, they pondered why so many powerful figures had gathered today, all for Ling Tian Xian, a mystery that eluded their understanding. Fools, have you encountered a shadowy figure? My lord. That shadowy figure was reportedly slain by a youth. He was the one who took the young lady, they replied. That despicable Qin Jiuyu dares to slay a Shadow Lord. He must be pursued. Turn the northern domain upside down until he is found. Without regard for the Tianyue dynasty's denizens, they surged toward the teleportation array. In truth, only a handful of dynasties had accessible teleportation arrays connected to the Tianyue dynasty. As for the imperial court, it was clear that Qin Jiuyu would not be heading there. Thus, they could only hope to select another dynasty and fortuitously catch up to him. Meanwhile, after Qin Jiuyu's teleportation, he wasted no time in initiating another transfer. Eager to distance himself from the divine martial imperial court, was that figure sent by him? Ling Tian Xian inquired during their journey. Indeed, Qin Jiuyu replied tersely. Continuing onward, Ling Tian Xian refrained from further questioning, her mind swirling with trepidation. What level of superpower must one possess to dispatch such formidable agents? If she wished to survive, her only recourse lay with Qin Jiuyu. Chapter 83. Departure from the northern domain after numerous shifts and turns. And sensing no pursuers behind them, Qin Jiuyu finally paused, intending to rest for a spell in this unfamiliar royal city. He had lost track of where he had arrived after so many chaotic teleports, but the surroundings felt distinctly alien. Finding a secluded corner, he seized a local ruffian. Employing minimal dialogue, a swift display of power compelled the man to divulge information readily. This place is called the Great Dream Dynasty, a realm in the mountain domain. Thus confirming our departure from the northern domain. They had indeed crossed into the neighboring mountain domain, where the royal entities appeared notably more formidable. In his perception, at least 5 marquis-level individuals and 1 king-level entity had been detected. As for those whose auras remained concealed, their presence could very well include monarchs. A stark contrast to the northern domain, which boasted no marquis-level warriors. Does the Great Dream have any monarchs? Qin Jiuyu inquired. Rather than speculate, it was more prudent to ask this individual, for although he was merely at the master level, being from the Great Dream Dynasty, he would possess superior knowledge of the local circumstances. Should there be a monarch present, it would be wise for him to maintain a low profile. Now was not the time for confrontation, especially with Shangwan Honyun likely furious over Ling Tian Xian's abduction. Yet, he held no apprehension that Shangwan Honyun would dare to confront the Qin. Their prior conversation had hinted at such matters. Should he take action, he would meet with relentless retribution from the warriors of the divine martial imperial court. The outcome is likely to be mutually destructive. He certainly cannot return to the Great Qin, for the ramifications would be dire. Engaging in battle within the territory of the Great Qin would only bring calamity upon its innocent populace. One day, he too shall experience the sensation of being relentlessly pursued. Shifting his focus, he gazed at the individual before him, who had yet to respond to his inquiries. Indeed, there are grand ambitions and sovereigns, 3 in total. The ruffian hastily replied. At this moment, his heart was filled solely with trepidation towards Qin Jiuyu. He felt compelled to speak openly, for he dared not play tricks. Despite appearing harmless, when provoked, the consequences were akin to a fate worse than death. What is their strength? He queried, shaking his head. I cannot say. I am merely a master. The prowess of such formidable beings is beyond my comprehension. Thank you for your candor. However, for our safety, you must take your eternal rest. Qin Jiuyu declared, resolutely ending his life, aware that the ruffian might spread rumors that could draw danger upon him. At times, one must be ruthless to secure their position. Any potential threat would be ruthlessly extinguished, and only when he became invincible would such matters seem trivial. O sovereign, I hope your attention does not turn towards me. Qin Jiuyu silently mused. He then took Ling Tianxin to acquire a secluded estate, a temporary sanctuary given the uniqueness of his circumstances, necessitating a tranquil environment. He feared not the opponent, for even with a sovereign, they were merely an imperial dynasty. No one could exist without vulnerabilities. Given time to surpass the sovereign level, he would find such concerns trivial. Their arrival brought no change to the city, merely adding 2 individuals, or rather 1, with no significant difference from before. Moreover, their low profile ensured that no one noticed his presence. Meanwhile, Li Bai and his companions, after much wandering, headed towards the Great Qin. The world is vast, yet they were uncertain of their destination. Previously, Qin Jiuyu had made all the decisions. Now that they were separated, they had to rely on their own judgment. Familiarity with the Great Qin was their only advantage, and with the Void Shuttle in hand, they could simply flee if strong adversaries were dispatched. This journey would not be brief. Lacking the means to utilize the teleportation array implied that they would traverse tens of thousands of miles from the divine martial imperial court to the Great Qin dynasty. The divine martial imperial court seemed shrouded in a veil of despair. The death of Shadow Sovereign and another sovereign was a tremendous blow to them. In my opinion, Spirit Sovereign likely perished at the hands of Qin Jiuyo. He alone entered the area of the Heavenly Book's secret realm, Xian Sovereign remarked. They emerged from the Heavenly Book's secret realm with nothing to show for it. The demise of two sovereigns stirred unprecedented upheaval, raising the question of whether Qin Jiuyo might soon strike against them. Your Majesty, we have pursued him through several dynasties without success. He may have already departed the northern domain, the sovereign pursuing Qin Jiuyo reported. There was no news to satisfy Shangwan Hanyuan since Qin Jiuyo's arrival. It felt as if everything conspired against him, and he was left frustrated, especially with Ling Tianqin still in the adversary's grasp. The distance was great, and he was at a loss as to where to search for Qin Jiuyo. Yet, he believed that Qin Jiuyo would return to find him. Should he not return, Ling Tianqin would surely perish first. It was merely a cycle of rebirth that could not be completed. As long as Qin Jiuyo had ulterior motives, he would return, at which point he could exert all his efforts to eliminate the infuriating youth in his cradle. I understand, Shangwan Hongyan replied, his voice calm, yet sending chills down the spines of the other sovereigns. The more composed he appeared, the more it indicated that the fire of his fury had reached its zenith. You six, go to the periphery of the Great Qin and seal its rise. No one is to step into the realm of lords, nor ascend to sovereignty. Should you discover any trace of Qin Jiuyo, report immediately. Finally, he spoke again. Yet, these measures seemed futile. The Great Qin was inherently weak. Even with the blessings of fortune, it only slightly accelerated their cultivation speed. Achieving the rank of lord and ascending to sovereignty without decades of arduous training was nearly impossible. Not everyone could easily rise to the lord's level without substantial backing. Relying solely on individual effort required an exceedingly long time. By the time that moment arrived, Qin Jiuyo would have long transcended to a far higher realm. What was a mere emperor to him then? Understood. The six responded, their expressions complex. This task distanced them from the center of power. If handled poorly, they would find themselves sidelined, receiving fewer cultivation resources than the other sovereigns present. While there was no punishment, marginalization was the greatest penalty, a consequence of their ineptitude. They felt a profound sense of helplessness, akin to how others felt when faced with their authority. Chapter 84. The floating mountain of the demonic sect. It seemed as though all had settled, without stirring ripples. In the mountain region, one of the more powerful areas within the 9 domains of Jingzhou, there existed 5 imperial courts, 5 sacred grounds, and over 100 dynasties. The number of known emperors reached 15, far surpassing the northern domain. In recent years, the mountain region had experienced considerable upheaval. Perhaps it was stronger than the northern domain. Yet its calamities were numerous. No formidable being had emerged to unify the mountain region, and when foreign enemies invaded, unifying efforts were futile. In the Tsangyun Imperial Court, at the Star Gathering Pavilion, the order was given to alert the sovereign. The demonic sect may soon return. We must prepare for contingencies. The demonic sect was back. Their activity had become increasingly frequent. Upon hearing this news, the faces of all present changed dramatically. The demonic sect was a taboo in the mountain region. No one knew its origins, but each resurgence brought catastrophic devastation, with the most severe instances resulting in the demise of 5 or 6 emperors. The strength of the demonic sect was formidable, often appearing suddenly to wreak havoc upon the strong in the mountain region before vanishing without a trace, leaving their true intentions shrouded in mystery. Occasionally, the demonic sect would emerge once every 1 or 200 years, and the most recent occurrence was roughly 50 years ago, with only 30 years having passed since their last chaos. Time was of the essence. Thus, on that day, a summons was issued from the 5 imperial courts. All lords and above were to gather at the major imperial courts, preparing for a decisive battle against the demonic sect. Although this was not a mandatory order, it was nearly so. The demonic sect did not discriminate based on one's origin. Anyone within the bounds of the mountain region would be ruthlessly slain without reason. I have just broken through to Lord. This cursed demonic sect, lamented a newly ascended lord. I wonder how many strong will fall this time. The summoned warriors felt a mixture of emotions. This order from the imperial court could not be mistaken. They were merely preparing, as no one knew when the demonic sect would arrive. However, it was better to be proactive than reactive. By moving now, they could still benefit from the resources provided by the imperial courts. In a confrontation with the demonic sect, resources must not be spared. Each additional person who breaks through could save lives among the strong, which would benefit them all. In the mountain region, at the northernmost edge of the territory, the biting cold winds sweep through this desolate land, enveloped in a shroud of ice and snow, where human presence is scarcely felt. The harsh environment has rendered this place nearly devoid of inhabitants. Those who do venture here are often ascetics, seeking to unravel the mysteries of existence amidst the tempestuous, snow-capped peaks. Deep within the snowfields stands a towering mountain, known as Floating Mountain, the highest peak in the region and a veritable nightmare for many a seeker. Once one ventures halfway up its slopes, they inexplicably lose all contact, never to be seen again. Thus, no practitioner dares to ascend the Floating Mountain again. At the mountain's waist, a cadre of fierce warriors patrols relentlessly. Behind them lies a cavern. Their charge is to guard it fiercely, permitting no outsiders to trespass. We are running low on blood. Our Lord of Demons grows increasingly powerful. We must instigate war and harvest the nearby creatures, declared a seemingly high-ranking demon cultivator. We have been guarding the Lord's body for nearly 10 millennia. This step is arduous. We have waged numerous invasions, yet the Lord's strength continues to swell. It is a worthy endeavor. Then what are we waiting for? Were it not for a few antiquated figures in the divine dynasty, we would not be holed up here. Once the Lord regains his peak strength, I shall demand blood for blood. Let us commence the invasion. I long to see the mountain realm transformed into a demonic domain. Patience. We must first deliberate on our strategy. What is there to discuss? The barbaric denizens of the mountain realm cannot possibly withstand the might of our Floating Mountain demon sect. Had you not dawdled, our Lord would have already absorbed enough blood to awaken from his slumber. Enough of this clamor. Let us consult the Lord. Upon mentioning the Lord, they ceased their bickering and approached a blood pool, beside which lay a coffin soaked in crimson, exuding an aura of pure malevolence. The blood within was undoubtedly of noble lineage. Lord of Demons, we come with purpose. We are aware of your intentions. Proceed without hesitation. When has our sect ever been timid? In 10 years, I shall break free from this confinement. What is the divine dynasty then? This time, let the beings of the mountain realm serve to forge my immortal demonic form. You must work together without error. By your command, O Lord, your might shall echo through the ages, unrivaled across the world. Very well, go forth. I can hardly wait. This blood has lost its freshness. Emerging from the cavern, their eyes burned with murderous intent. This time, the barbaric denizens of the mountain realm will likely gather their forces to resist us. However, I propose a change in strategy, suggested a senior member of the sect. What do you propose? The others turned to him, for he was the most astute among them. Since the Lord has decreed the sacrifice of the mountain realm's beings, it is evident that he requires a copious amount of blood. Let us begin by targeting the defenseless dynasties, progressively consuming the mountain realm. By the time they realize what is happening, we shall ambush them on their return. They will be unable to muster a significant force, posing little threat to our sect. Though we are ruthless, the Lord's awakening necessitates human offerings. We must minimize our losses this time. Indeed, you are wise. We shall follow your plan. My thought is to send 2 individuals to each dynasty, and for those kingdoms, merely dispatch a noble, as they will be ineffective. For the imperial courts, our 10 members can each go forth, merely to assert dominance. There is no need for combat. With our 10 sovereigns in action, the mountain realm shall surely perish. I wonder if they will gaze upon us with astonished eyes. Who claims that the demon sect lacks wisdom? Let us proceed. On that day, millions of disciples from the demon sect emerged from Floating Mountain, dispersing across the various empires of the mountain realm. Even the weakest kingdoms would witness the presence of noble figures, a striking display of dominance that could not be resisted. They advanced with a voracious appetite, rapidly engulfing the mountain realm. A disaster loomed over the mountain realm, beginning from the extreme north. Who could have anticipated that the might of the demon sect could be so terrifying? Each faction unleashed upon the mountain realm wrought devastation, with none capable of halting their advance. However, their pace was not swift, as the transportation of blood consumed considerable time. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained, leaving no living soul behind. Be they commoners or nobles, those who encountered the disciples of the demon sect were doomed. On the first day, the extreme cold dynasty fell, losing 10 cities, and countless innocents met their untimely demise, their grievances echoing into the heavens. The dynasty's emperor, enraged, ordered a thorough investigation, yet it ultimately yielded no results. In the ensuing days, their advance was relentless, as if entering a realm devoid of opposition, charging straight for the imperial capital. The emperor, terrified, witnessed the swift demise of 90% of his cities within a mere 10 days at the hands of the demon sect, only to discover that the assailants were the long-vanished sect that had re-emerged after 30 years. They had received the news, but never anticipated the speed of the demon sect's assault, which had previously occurred at intervals. Just 3 days after receiving the imperial edict, the demon sect launched their attack, leaving them no time to respond. Most alarmingly, the demon sect had never targeted mortals before. They had not foreseen such cruelty this time. If this trend continued, the mountain realm would face imminent ruin. Should they allow such slaughter to persist, the aftermath of the war could turn the mountain realm into a haunted wasteland. The emperor fled, abandoning the vast dynasty, seeking refuge in a neighboring realm with a cadre of civil and military officials. As for the common folk, who had time to spare for their plight, though it was inhumane, survival was the paramount concern. The powerful departed, leaving the remaining cities vulnerable to the clutches of the demon sect. Linluo City stood as the last bastion of the extreme cold dynasty. Your emperor has forsaken you. Now I offer you an opportunity, declared a lofty noble of the demon sect, his domineering presence silencing the citizens of Linluo City. They had heard tales of the demon sect's atrocities in other cities. Many wished to flee, yet as commoners, escape was futile. Outside the city, the beasts of the wild awaited to claim their lives. In the end, they could only await their fate, resigned to death. Their once dim eyes brightened at the noble's words. Who would willingly embrace death when the chance to live remained? Even if it meant serving the demon sect, the emperor had already betrayed them. If you enter the transformation pool and accept the Lord of Demons' baptism, you shall become one of us. Together, we shall wield unparalleled power. Those who forsook you will pay dearly for their actions, the noble coaxed, placing the transformation pool in the city center. Many were seen wavering, tempted by the prospect. If the righteous path rejects us, what is wrong with embracing the darkness? This world is inherently unfair. If one does not act for oneself, they will be condemned. Do not heed his words. He seeks to lead you into darkness. Have you forgotten how they slaughtered our kin? The wicked must perish. Some were prepared to step into the transformation pool when, at that moment, they were forcibly pulled back. Witnessing this, the noble of the demon sect merely smiled. We are indeed wicked, yet your fates lie in my hands. Will your so-called justice come to your rescue? Shall we wager that only the wicked in your eyes can save you? Do you believe it? Further, to torment the souls of these individuals, when the demon lord emerges, he will undoubtedly require a multitude of demonic cultivators to carry out his bidding. Thus, it is indeed a commendable choice to begin their transformation now. Depart at once. You worthless hindrance preventing my descent into darkness. Justice? To hell with justice. I am on the brink of death, and yet no one comes to my aid. In light of this, what is wrong with my fall into darkness? My lord, I willingly embrace the path of the demon, to serve you faithfully. Demonic cultivators, I come forth. Lacking in talent, will I gain formidable power upon entering the pool of transformation? Certainly, as long as one is a demon. They shall receive the favor of the demon lord. Anyone can wield immense strength. Very well, from this moment forth, I shall stand opposed to the righteous path. What is the way? What is demonic? It is merely a matter of one's thoughts. An increasing number of people have stepped into the pool of transformation. Even those who initially held fervent beliefs have begun to waver. In the face of life and death, one's own existence becomes paramount. Does it matter who is right or wrong? They are acutely aware of this, yet they charge forward without hesitation. It is not merely fear of the demons, but also disappointment in the righteous path. When calamity befalls the world, who can remain unaffected? We are all merely players in this game, differing only in our chosen factions. Present all the pools of transformation to welcome our new disciples of the demon sect, declared the noble of the demon sect. In an instant, dozens of pools of transformation appeared, each one carried by those of celestial stature and above, who were qualified to select disciples for the demon sect. Sometimes, expanding one's forces is as brutish as that. Paint a grand vision, and once the transformation is complete, it shall be beyond their control. Now, do you still wish to cling to your so-called justice? The noble of the demon sect gazed at those who still persisted in their beliefs. Though he smiled, it was evident to keen observers that his smile had grown cold, lacking the warmth it once held. Given that demonic cultivators are inherently bloodthirsty, The mere fact that he could converse calmly with these individuals was commendable. Once his patience waned, it would be time for them to depart. I suddenly find myself appreciating demonic cultivators. By becoming one, we remain brothers. Otherwise, we would be destined for conflict. Only a handful have yet to step into the pool of transformation. Since you await justice, let me see if your justice will come to save you. All shall perish, declared the noble of the demon sect. In an instant, those still struggling turned pale. My lord, wait. I wish to become a demon. I too wish to. I shall not wait for justice to arrive. They grew frantic. Justice may come, but by then, they would have turned to dust. What purpose would it serve? Indeed, in the face of truth, all is but fleeting. Only survival is genuine. It is too late, said the noble of the demon sect. There was no reprieve for these souls. Otherwise, it would suggest that the demon sect, in its eagerness to convert more souls, would grant them numerous chances, repeatedly testing their limits. There must be a price to pay, instilling a sense of fear in those newly transformed. Opportunities are but once, miss it, and you may hope for a better fate in your next life. After half a month, the entire extreme cold dynasty had fallen, save for the last city. With approximately 300,000 to 400,000 souls transformed, while the rest lay silent, a mountain of corpses. If left unattended, a plague would surely arise, and the mountainous region would face even graver challenges. Chapter 86. Turmoil. Their formidable life force was collected and sent to Floating Mountain, necessitating vast quantities of blood to sacrifice, likely elevating the Demon Lord's power to unimaginable heights. Not only the Demon Lord, but even his 10 Imperial Lords could crush the mountainous realm with ease. And now they had unleashed a full-scale war, leaving naught but death in their wake, save for the disciples of the demon sect. They spared only the beasts, not out of principle, but simply because the beasts resided deep within the mountains, making them difficult to hunt, while humans congregated in cities, where killing tens of thousands of vibrant lives was far swifter than hunting beasts. Not only the extreme cold dynasty, but any human realm near Floating Mountain faced the threat. The extreme cold dynasty was merely the first to fall, certainly not the last. The sudden upheaval left those gathered at the 5 great imperial courts momentarily stunned. The anticipated chaos of battle had not come to pass. Prepared for death, they were instead informed that their homes had been invaded. Each day saw billions of lives lost. This was the Floating Mountain Demon Sect, a ruthless force, bolstered by their strength, leaving others powerless to resist, merely awaiting their doom. The Tsungyun Imperial Court. This demon sect cannot possibly possess imperial-level cultivators, fretted the Tsungyun Emperor. He stood at the pinnacle of humanity, a mere step away from the imperial realm. Yet he had been stalled for millennia, the gulf between them insurmountable. The imperial realm was his greatest concern, if it were absent. How could the demon sect dare to wage total war? Such ferocity genuinely startled them. Your Majesty, we must seek aid from the divine dynasty. I have gleaned from the heavens that the demon sect will likely possess imperial-level cultivators, which we cannot withstand. Moreover, I suspect their large-scale hunts have grander designs. Possibly for sacrificial purposes, we must remain vigilant. The divine dynasty is also in tumult. Can they arrive in time? Regardless, we must make the attempt. Then I shall humbly beseech the divine dynasty once more. If it secures peace for my Tsungyun people, what is my pride worth? All were in motion, each seeking to employ their own strength. In the central region of the mountainous realm, the Great Dream Dynasty fared relatively well. After half a month, the demon sect had yet to arrive, and the strong who had ventured to the imperial courts were gradually returning, preparing to fight alongside one another. This was their foundation, and they were unwilling to see their nation fall. Given the current invasion period of the demon sect, the rewards for signing in were amplified. And Qin Jiuyo's mood was exceedingly complex, as this situation had persisted for half a month. He had just escaped the northern region, evading the pursuit of a human emperor, and now found himself ensnared in a far greater vortex, entangled in a war involving several human emperors. Even if he was not the target, should the demon sect reach this place, he could not remain unscathed. It was rumored that a dynasty had already been invaded, and a human emperor-level demonic cultivator was stationed there. He could not possibly match their strength. He sought to use the teleportation array to leave, but it was now under martial law. To prevent the demon sect from infiltrating through other arrays, they had sealed them off entirely, nearly to the extent of isolating the nation, allowing neither entry nor exit, a coexistence of life and death with the dynasty. Young Master Qin, the demon sect's power is overwhelming. Do we still stand a chance? Ling Tianxin gazed at Qin Jiuyo, her face awash with hope, walking through the streets. Each day brought fresh calamities. The enemy had not yet arrived, yet panic had already set in, exacerbated by the national lockdown, nearly leading to conflict. Since time immemorial, human hearts have been thus. In the face of disaster, they wish to scatter. In these times, she could rely solely on Qin fate and destiny. There is no room for haste. There remains some time before the demon's sect arrives. I must strive to achieve a breakthrough, said Qin. There was no choice. His strength was too lacking. Yet, taking the step from noble to monarch was indeed arduous. After half a month of signing in, despite numerous enhancements, he had made no progress, although he had learned many profound techniques. The inability to advance in cultivation holds little significance. Fortunately, today's attendance was satisfactory. In a few days, a breakthrough may be within reach, instilling a modicum of confidence in his ability to survive amidst calamity. As for others, their fates depend on their own fortunes. Regarding Ling Tianxin, it is a matter of taking one step at a time. Due to her outsider status, her attendance lacks the coveted Tianxiang Dan, filled instead with resources aligned with Qin. When she is alone, she reaps the benefits entirely for herself. Not even you have confidence? Ling Tianxin felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Although she was aware of her role as a mere tool, brought along by Qin to counteract Shangguan Honyun, the revelation that another bearer of the 9 transmutations of life and death was the strongest in the northern domain nearly struck her dead with fear. Thankfully, Qin assured her that he would assist in eliminating the threat, granting her a semblance of peace. Yet, whether they could survive this ordeal had become a pressing question. No further inquiries were made. Questioning served no purpose. She withdrew to practice alone, not out of a lack of willingness on Qin part, but rather due to his inability to assist further. The number of companions by his side had already grown substantial, with more powerful allies summoned in the future, leading to a severe scarcity of resources. Only a truly extraordinary individual would be considered for inclusion. Open the door. We are recruiting. A cacophony of voices echoed from outside. During such times, it was imperative for those of high cultivation to head to the battlefield. Reports indicated that this residence had recently been acquired by someone capable, likely a master adept enough to handle some demonic cultivators and contribute to the Empire's glory. Get lost. Tell your emperor to come see me. Qin impatient voice reverberated, a terrifying aura sweeping through the imperial capital. Who is this sovereign that provokes such wrath? The atmosphere startled the citizens, the magnitude of the disturbance rivaling that of a monarch, inevitably drawing comparisons to the rulers of the realm, of which there were only 3. To the palace. There is still a monarch. This development increased their odds of success. I shall meet him. Exercise caution. This situation is precarious. It couldn't be those insignificant soldiers who have offended him, could it? Outside the courtyard, the soldiers remained stunned, momentarily believing they had encountered a divine being. They gazed at one another, realizing they had stumbled upon an extraordinary figure. That they had not lost their lives was already a stroke of good fortune. Let us return and report to His Majesty. They dared not linger, hastily departing the scene, recognizing it was beyond their capacity to manage. Chapter 87. The strong of the great Dream Dynasty have arrived, standing outside Qin door. Without permission from those within, they dared not enter, aware that such a presence could remain undetected for so long, indicating formidable strength. Moreover, they required Qin power to help the great Dream Dynasty through its trials. Come in. After a brief wait, a voice from within finally called out, easing their tension somewhat. They were, after all, monarchs, yet here they were, waiting outside like students. Without hesitation, they entered. Faced with imminent danger, all grievances could be set aside, especially as they had no personal entanglements with the individual within. Upon seeing Qin, an indescribable oddity washed over the 3. He appeared remarkably youthful. Barely in his 20s, Qin exuded an aura that belied his age. While it was true that greater cultivation endowed one with vitality, allowing them to retain their youth, it was hard to believe that his essence matched that of someone so young. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Your age is commendable, yet you've achieved the status of a monarch. We are humbled, Dream Zen remarked. He was the elder of the 3, an ancestor of the great Dream Dynasty, having attained the high ranks of a monarch. I am not a monarch, merely a lord possessing the combat prowess of one. In comparison to you 3, I am insignificant. Qin replied, stating a fact without the need for subterfuge. The 3 felt a pang of discomfort. even if he was not a monarch. Boasting power akin to one was no trivial matter. What, then, did their own achievements amount to at their age? Little brother, you are too modest. Might I inquire your name? We seek your partnership in facing our formidable foe, Dream Zen continued, revealing their true purpose for visiting. Gaining an additional expert would undoubtedly benefit them, potentially ensuring the survival of the Great Dream Dynasty. Rest assured, during this period, all resources you require will be provided by our Great Dream Dynasty. You shall not suffer any loss, Dream Zen promptly offered, fearing Qin Jiuyo might decline. My surname is Qin. When the disciples of the demonic sect arrive, I shall take action without requiring any recompense from the Great Dream Dynasty, Qin Jiuyo stated, withholding his full name to avoid unnecessary entanglements. His intention to intervene was already clear, given the current trajectory. It would not be long before the conflict reached the Great Dream Dynasty. Without a means of retreat, he would have to fight to the death. If he could endure, it would yield significant benefits for him. Because of the emergence of this demonic sect, he had acquired many resources through his attendance. The longer he waited, the more he would gain. However, the system had not issued any tasks, aside from one solitary instance of aiding Ling Tianxin. Everything else depended solely on his abilities to procure resources. The three exchanged glances, revealing signs of displeasure. They had approached with sincerity, only to receive such a response, even lacking knowledge of his name. Yet, they had no choice but to suppress their anger. Qin Jiuyo's strength was undeniable and could provide immense assistance. Thus, we shall take our leave. We hope that when the time comes, Brother Qin will act with righteousness, Dream Zen concluded, as the other showed no inclination to divulge more. Remaining there served no purpose. Do your best, Qin Jiuyo replied, knowing that if he could not contend, he would have to flee. My lord, it seems they are not pleased, Ling Tianxin remarked as she emerged from behind once Dream Zen and the others had departed. And so what? As long as one possesses strength, one can stand tall anywhere. None would dare to oppose, Qin Jiuyo replied. The thoughts of others held no relevance to him. Taking advantage of the time before the demonic sect's arrival, he aimed to break through to monarch status. At that moment, his physical power would be fully unleashed, his combat prowess soaring, allowing him to genuinely rival high-ranking monarchs and beyond. This was his true aspiration. The notion of forming alliances was not a consideration at present. Upon returning, Dream Tingyun expressed her indignation. How dare he treat us so? Not even revealing his name. Does he deem us unworthy of knowing? Her dissatisfaction with Qin Jiuyo's earlier demeanor was palpable. Indeed, he has grown rather arrogant, Dream Tingyu noted. As the current emperor of the Great Dream Dynasty, he had personally sought out a youth, only to be dismissed without even a name. It was impossible not to feel angered. Had it not been for Qin Jiuyo's formidable strength, they might have lost their composure entirely. Such was the advantage of power. Even if one was the exalted ruler of a dynasty, one dared not offend easily, especially in such precarious times. Otherwise, who would protect one from betrayal behind their back? Silence. Do not speak recklessly. I observe that he has reached the pinnacle of kingship, standing but a step away from becoming a sovereign. It is likely that he desires to break through to sovereignty in one fell swoop. Prepare some resources and send them over to assist him, Dream Zen admonished the two, his vision far surpassing theirs. Esteemed ancestor, is this truly wise? It makes us seem overly reliant on him, Dream Tingyun expressed his discontent. At this moment, we desperately require a formidable ally to stabilize the situation. We cannot allow his demeanor to strip us of our decorum. He may harbor his own intentions. Yet I firmly believe that individuals of his caliber will fulfill their words. Go and make arrangements, Dream Zen declared, with the weight of the ancestors' words. They dared not voice dissent. That very day, they dispatched a marshal general laden with resources. Young Master Qin, these are from His Majesty the Emperor, meant to assist you, the envoy stated as he presented the resources. Pondering for a long while, Qin Jiuyo replied, Please convey my message to the current emperor. I am Qin Jiuyo. When the demonic sect arrives, send someone to summon me. He accepted the goodwill extended by the Great Dream Dynasty. I shall surely relay your words and will not disturb you further, the envoy said before departing to report back to Dream Tingyu. Qin Jiuyo, is it? Esteemed ancestor, your foresight surpasses us, Dream Tingyu reflected, filled with myriad emotions. It was now clear that the other party did not seem to require their assistance. After sensing their goodwill, his response indicated that he would seek help only when necessary, a promise of sorts. Qin Jiuyo had little use for these resources, as those capable of aiding his breakthrough were exceedingly scarce. The magnitude of resources he required was vast. Even exhausting the great Dream Dynasty's treasury might not suffice to help him surpass this hurdle. Take these for your cultivation. Your strength is lacking, Qin Jiuyo remarked. Ling Tianxin felt elated upon hearing the first part of his statement, but the latter nearly choked her with disappointment. I am also at the 6th level of the celestial alignment, am I not? Yet, in comparison to Qin Jiuyo, she felt distinctly inferior. Chapter 88. Sovereign Realm. No matter how displeased one might feel, they could not afford to turn away from resources. They diligently accepted them for cultivation. As these provisions far surpassed those from the Heavenly Ascension Dynasty, greatly accelerating their progress, an opportunity not to be wasted. To Qin Jiuyo, such cultivation was merely a hindrance. Should he find himself besieged, he would be trapped in a dire predicament. Thus, it was better to eradicate threats in their infancy. As days turned into weeks, new tidings arrived daily. Various dynasties had fallen, and the demonic sect had slaughtered countless cities. There was not a single piece of good news to be found. Defensive lines continued to be drawn tighter, and many powerful beings had retreated to the central mountain region, uniting the foremost forces to wage a bloody battle against the demonic sect. On one particular day, an individual arrived at Qin Jiuyo's estate. Young Master Qin, the battle situation grows dire. I must head to the Zhanyun Imperial Court. I ask you to look after my two young kin. Should misfortune befall me and the dynasty be trampled by the demonic sect, you are free to depart, Dream Zen stated, bowing respectfully to Qin Jiuyo. A premonition stirred within him. This young man might be the sole opportunity for the great Dream Dynasty. While he might not be able to topple the demonic sect, if he could merely stall a few of their experts during the invasion, it would serve a vital purpose. Is it truly this grave? Qin Jiuyo inquired. Dream Zen had already taken his leave, yet his words struck a chord with Qin Jiuyo, underscoring the gravity of the situation beyond his expectations. He was not yet a sovereign, and the demonic sect surely had individuals at the human emperor level. He could not withstand them. With that thought cast aside, he resolved to focus on enhancing his own power. The year drew nearer, and in 3 months, he would be able to summon a second companion. With his current cultivation level, he might even be able to summon one at the level of an emperor. At that juncture, he would achieve true invincibility, at the very least. He would no longer be threatened by Shangwan Hanyun. However, it would be prudent to first reach sovereignty. The stronger he became, the more formidable the beings he could summon. Yet, he wondered if he could endure until that time. Another month passed. Above the great Dream Dynasty, purple qi descended, and blessings rained down. Dream Tingyu and his brother instinctively gazed in a particular direction, for after more than a month, there was finally movement. Has he broken through? It seems not to be the power of a sovereign, but something else entirely, they speculated, as no one could provide clarity, leaving them to conjecture wildly. With a second-grade Dharma manifestation, he could easily slay initial-stage sovereigns, Qin Jiuyo mused. The difficulty in slaying sovereigns stemmed from their command over the forces of heaven and earth. Even if bested, they could escape with ease unless ensnared. Previously, he had managed to kill Spirit Sovereign and Shadow Sovereign largely due to luck. The so-called forces of heaven and earth were manifestations of power at their zenith, allowing one to harness the energies of the cosmos to temporarily enhance combat capabilities. For instance, a warrior trained in wind attributes could leverage the wind's momentum to gain greater strength. At their current stage, they could only draw upon the power of the grand trend without mastering it. Once one attained the human emperor level and solidified their domain, they would reign supreme within their territory. Nobles exert influence through force, sovereigns command the grand trend, and human emperors rule over domains. It was a gradual amplification of power through the manipulation of earthly forces. Among human emperors, one could transform an expanse into their own domain, rendering those ensnared within it powerless to confront them unless they possessed a domain of their own. Now, with the Dharma manifestation elevated to the second grade, his combat prowess surged, advancing his strength further. The next step was to enter the sovereign realm and become an unparalleled sovereign. The mountains possess no fixed form. The waters no constant force. Where lies my grand trend? Qin Jiuyo contemplated, desiring more time for seclusion. During this period, horrific wars erupted, seemingly orchestrated to methodically dismantle the resolve of the mountain region's various factions, even as they amassed armies to confront the demonic sect at the border. The latter merely feigned engagement before turning to hunt down nations devoid of strong defenders. What instilled fear in the mountain region's powerful beings was the ever-growing number of demonic sect disciples. which had escalated from mere tens of millions to at least over 100 million. They even encountered former friends, now bearing expressions of cold indifference. Resembling puppets as they marched forth to conquer for the demonic sect, their hands stained with the blood of countless victims. Their own strength had become a mystery, escalating daily to alarming levels. It was no wonder so many were drawn to the path of darkness. It offered gains without toil, enabling rapid ascension to lofty realms. As for the scorn it invited, who would care, as long as one remained formidable? Floating mountain. This pace is too slow. Might we expect a powerful being from the divine dynasty to arrive? Merely a mortal spirit fading at sunset. As long as he does not come, what is there to fear? Is this not inviting the divine dynasty to intervene? The demon lord is on the verge of a breakthrough. Splendid. Once the demon lord attains the status of a mortal spirit, this Jingzhou shall transform into a realm of demons, establishing a dominion of darkness. So let us take our time. Soon this place will belong to our demonic realm. Once we have eradicated the humans, where shall we find our next targets? It can be said that over the past 2 months, the mountain domain has suffered a loss of more than 1/5 of its population, a direct obliteration. Except for the first month, the pace has slowed considerably, as if they were being raised in the wild, gradually consumed by their own fears. Who claims that demon cultivators lack intelligence? Their ambitions are substantial. On a certain day in the Dream Dynasty, I shall step into the sovereign realm, gathering momentum. A terrifying aura swept through the dream capital, leaving onlookers in awe. They were astonished to hear the sound of someone entering the sovereign realm. In an instant, the wind surged, and an abundance of celestial energy rushed into one place. Qin Jiuyo's body resembled an abyss, voraciously absorbing the energy. He aimed to break through to a higher tier of sovereign, having been trapped in this realm for an extended period, his pent-up energy now unstoppable. Moments later, a tremendous roar reverberated. A sovereign, indeed a sovereign. We pay our respects to your excellency, sovereign. Countless citizens knelt, recognizing that a living sovereign was far more effective than an emperor. They dared not rise, continuing to await what was to come. The momentum of the breakthrough was far from over, pressing onward relentlessly. In a fleeting moment, he stepped into the intermediate sovereign realm. Within the palace, the dreaming Tingyu brothers were utterly astonished by this overwhelming aura. They had spent half a lifetime cultivating to barely reach the initial sovereign stage, while this individual had ascended to the intermediate stage in one fell swoop, far surpassing them. With a sigh, they continued to observe, eager to discover the limits of Qin Jiuyo. Chapter 89. The Ascendant Divine Dynasty. While he was breaking through, in a realm far away, atop a towering divine mountain. This was the sacred mountain of the Ascendant Divine Dynasty, where no one was allowed to ascend without grave matters. Atop the mountain, a dozen figures waited respectfully at the summit, where an elder remained in slumber. No one knew when the ancestor would awaken. The request for aid from the mountain domain, coupled with the demon sect's behavior, resembled the machinations of the demon lord. Speaking of the demon lord, everyone present felt an undeniable pressure. The demon lord was once a prodigious genius and a pillar of the Ascendant Divine Dynasty. However, for reasons unknown, he fell into madness, completely succumbing to the demonic path, causing calamity in the world. The ancestor captured him, and out of respect for his past contributions, did not execute him but instead sealed him in the harshest regions of the mountain domain, hoping he might repent and return to the embrace of the dynasty. For the demon lord was the only one who could potentially ascend to divinity among mortals, capable of contending with the ancestor, who was of the divine realm, unmatched in power. Yet, even the mightiest must eventually face the end of their lifespan. No matter how powerful one may be, they must ultimately yield to time. And it was not desired that the Ascendant Divine Dynasty's standing diminish to that of an imperial court. An imperial court without a sovereign-level expert is not recognized. Some peak emperors, taking advantage of certain weaknesses, forcibly elevated their dynasties to the level of imperial courts, albeit without anyone taking notice. Otherwise, most nations in Jingzhou would face demotion. The divine dynasty must have a divine being among mortals, while the imperial court requires at least one sovereign-level practitioner. A dynasty is established only by emperors, while a kingdom, if led by lords, may be considered superior. Without lords, it is a transient kingdom devoid of strength. The Ascendant Divine Dynasty is the sole divine dynasty in Jingzhou, possessing only one divine being among mortals. Should he perish, this world would lose its strength to transcend such realms, and Jingzhou would then face invasions from other vast territories without the means to defend itself. Given the current trend, Ji Wushuang is nearing the threshold of becoming a divine being among mortals. Ultimately, I was mistaken. This child's roots run deep, and redemption is impossible. Even if I must expend my very life to suppress him, it must be done. You must prepare swiftly, dispatching a great army to the mountain domain to eliminate this scourge before the enemy arrives. The elder at the summit spoke. Ancestor, we must act as I advise. Ji Wushuang cannot be allowed to remain. The Ji family's ancestors' eyes flashed with unwavering determination. Some matters, if not addressed promptly, will leave no opportunity for resolution. The consequences of my compassionate thoughts will be borne by myself. After all these years, a conclusion is due. Indeed, they spoke no more. For the malignant growth must be completely excised. The ascendant divine dynasty's awareness of the demon lord was often a matter of turning a blind eye, as he was once one of their own. However, the outcome fell short of expectations, necessitating an alternative method to conclude this millennia-long conflict. That day, 1,000,000 elite warriors surged towards the mountain domain, accompanied by over 100 sovereign-level experts. Almost all sovereign-level practitioners in Jingzhou congregated within the ascendant divine dynasty, which alone could support such a multitude. Each sovereign-level warrior possessed the power to devastate worlds. Thus, no one paid attention to the nominal imperial courts. There was no need, and it did not impede their cultivation. You may prefer whatever title you wish. However, with the passage of time, people began to forget what constituted an imperial court and what constituted a dynasty. The Mountain Domain Imperial Court Alliance responded, stating that the Elder would personally arrive to engage the Demon Lord in a decisive battle. With the Elder present, what could the Demon Lord possibly be? Their anxieties were finally alleviated, yet before the Divine Army's arrival, they still needed to fend off the Demon Sect, which posed a significant threat, capable of annihilating them all with their current strength. On Floating Mountain, Ji Ruhui could no longer contain himself. However, the Demon Lord is about to awaken. Your Ji family cannot withstand this. Members of the Ji family had come here to convey this message, issuing a warning to Ji Wushuang and declaring war. Should he surrender, all would be well, and he could once again become a general of the ascendant divine dynasty, representing it in the struggle for supremacy over the land of Shenzhou. Should he refuse, the ancestor would personally intervene, and a victor would emerge. Perhaps the Demon Lord possesses strength comparable to the ancestor, but his subordinates, the sovereign-level demon cultivators, do not match the numbers of the ascendant divine dynasty, making annihilation merely a matter of time. The power of the Ji family must not be underestimated. It is best left for the Demon Lord to decide. Indeed, the Ji family boasts several sovereigns, which are beyond our capacity to confront. However, without their presence, they seek to negotiate with us. Do they not regard us with sufficient respect? They proceeded directly to the blood demon pool, awaiting the Demon Lord's response. Demon Lord, how should we proceed? They conveyed the events in detail to the Demon Lord, who was, after all, of the Ji family. That old ghost Ji Ruhui still cannot contain himself. Go ahead and act. From the Jing domain to the mountain domain, it is roughly a month's journey. During this time, feel free to slaughter in the mountain domain. Utilize the transformation pools as necessary. As the Demon Lord spoke, the blood coffin erupted with terrifying power. A divine being among mortals. The 10 sovereign lords gazed at the blood coffin in astonishment. Just from this aura, they understood what was to be done. The Demon Lord deliberately showcased his strength at this moment, making his intentions unmistakably clear, to battle the Ji family to the bitter end. What hesitation could they have left? Enact the Demon Lord's decree. A sinister smile spread across each face. The Ji family has arrived. Let the slaughter commence. No need for bloodshed. For those insignificant ants, it is either submission or death. The struggle for Jingzhou shall commence from the mountain domain. In just a few short days, a dynasty has fallen. When the forces of the demonic sect grow serious, a mere mountain domain, devoid of even a single imperial warrior, stands no chance against them. The defensive line continues to shrink, and the Great Dream Dynasty has now become the front line. Not long ago, Qin Jiuyo broke through to the sovereign realm, ascending to a high-level sovereign, garnering immense attention, only to subsequently vanish as if he had never existed. His power still proves insufficient. Young Master Qin, the enemy has reached the borders, came the voice of Meng Tingyu from outside, necessitating a personal summons for Qin Jiuyo. So soon? What level of cultivation do they possess? Qin Jiuyo sighed softly, wishing for just a bit more time. In over a month, he would be able to summon a second companion. Yet the forces of the demonic sect grant him no such opportunity. There are 10 sovereigns, one of whom is high-level, Meng Tingyu gravely reported. This information was relayed from the front lines. Fortunately, no emperor was involved. Perhaps they deemed it unworthy to mobilize such a powerful force against the Great Dream Dynasty. A mere low-tier dynasty. Go forth. I shall be present, Qin Jiuyo declared. With both his cultivation and physical prowess reaching high-level sovereign status, he was nearly invincible among his peers. It was unfortunate that Li Bai and the others had not yet arrived, for together they could have enhanced their strengths. Given Li Bai's capabilities, it was not impossible for him to have made significant progress during this time. There was no need to overly concern himself for them, as their innate talents surpassed even his. Presently, the pressing matter was to resolve the crisis posed by the demonic sect. Very well. I shall await young Master Qin at the border city, Meng Tingyu replied. He needed to rush to the front lines. Unwilling to let his soldiers fight valiantly while he remained comfortably in the imperial capital, doing nothing. Moreover, if he did not take action himself, what reason would Qin Jiuyo have to assist them in fending off external threats? The vast imperial capital lay nearly desolate. Anyone with any measure of cultivation had already departed for the borders, while the common folk remained behind, their only recourse to prey. The war would not touch them directly. Yet should the front lines falter, their doom would be certain. Just days prior, one could still see figures bustling in the streets. Now, as Qin Jiuyo gazed outside, only a few scattered souls remained. A once thriving city now lay in desolation overnight due to the invasion. Young Master Qin, what about me? Ling Tianxin inquired. Though her prowess was modest and she had seen some improvement, she was still merely at the celestial alignment realm. The invading foes included not only those at the celestial alignment level, but also nobles and sovereigns. Her current strength would create barely a ripple in the tide of battle. Perhaps at this juncture, Ling Tianxin's role was minimal. She could not restrain Shangwan Hongyun nor assist him in enhancing his abilities. However, having her by his side, he could only strive to ensure her survival. After securing his own benefits, they would part ways. Stay here. If I do not return within half a month, leave the Great Dream Dynasty and do not return to the northern region, Qin Jiuyo instructed. He was uncertain when he would return from this journey. Of course, he would not foolishly wait for death. Should circumstances become dire, he would not hesitate to abandon everyone and flee alone. Very well, return swiftly, Ling Tianxin responded. Their bond was not deeply rooted, but in this foreign land, she felt a sense of familiarity. Qin Jiuyo remained silent, casting one last glance at the imperial capital before soaring into the clouds, following in the footsteps of Meng Tingyu to confront the demonic sect. Today, the demonic sect has reached the borders of the Great Dream Dynasty. In merely a few hours, they had slaughtered several cities, and the outcries of the citizens echoed in the air. Fortunately, the dynasty had not abandoned them. They promptly dispatched a great army to confront the demonic sect, which brought some measure of comfort. At least in the face of calamity, the nation had not forsaken them. Even if survival proved impossible in the end, the nation had done its utmost. The enemy was simply too formidable, sweeping across the entire mountain domain without a refuge in sight. In their first engagement, Meng Tingyu personally led the charge, plunging into the enemy ranks. Alongside him was Meng Tingyun. They had only 2 sovereigns on their side, while their adversaries boasted 10. Now encircled by their foes, the brothers faced mocking gazes, appearing as mere jesters in the fray. Yet, despite the odds, they fought valiantly, refusing to retreat. Surrender to the demon lord, and you shall be spared, the sovereign of the demonic sect declared. This high-level sovereign was immensely powerful, capable of easily dispatching both Meng Tingyu brothers with little effort. In all his journeys, he had encountered no king willing to face them head-on, fearlessly leading his people into battle. Such valor intrigued him, and he wished to recruit them. The disciples of the demonic sect need not be further persuaded. If you wish to slay my people, you must first step over my broken body, Meng Tingyu retorted. Submit to darkness? He was not mad. If surrender could resolve conflicts, he would have embraced it long ago. Even if he capitulated now, the lands behind him would still be mercilessly ravaged by the demonic sect. The truly fortunate few who might survive would be few and far between. Given this reality, why ally with the demonic sect and tarnish the honor of his ancestors? Standing and dying was far preferable to kneeling and living. Your Majesty, you cannot fight alone. Brothers, slay these wretched fiends. They roared. With their king insulted, They could not merely stand by. One by one, they surged forward, entangled with the enemy. Even if their efforts were futile, the adversaries outnumbered them and were stronger. This was a battle devoid of suspense, one destined for failure, yet they pressed on with unwavering resolve. Stubborn fools. The sovereign of the demonic sect scoffed. He had merely seen some potential in the Meng brothers, granting them a fleeting chance. Since they refused to recognize their good fortune, he would not hold back. They were to be eliminated. From this point forward, only one voice would be needed in the mountain domain. Young Master Qin, why are you still not here? The people of the Great Dream cannot wait any longer, Meng Tingyu despaired. His own demise was not what he feared. What of the fate of the hundreds of thousands of warriors and citizens? Die, and no one will come to save you, the sovereign of the demonic sect proclaimed. Immediately launching an attack, the suffocating power rendering the brothers unable to resist. They truly felt the chasm between them. I have arrived. Just as the sovereign of the demonic sect prepared to strike down the brothers, a figure emerged, standing before them and dissipating the opponent's assault. Who is he? How powerful? They wondered. Whoever he is, he has come to aid us. Our sovereign is saved. Brothers, rally your strength and shred these vile wretches. Their spirits reignited. They launched a counteroffensive. Young Master Qin, Meng Tingyu exclaimed, relief washing over him. He has finally arrived. You all assist the other warriors. I shall handle this. Qin Juyo commanded. Who are you? The sovereign of the demonic sect inquired, his tone menacing. Earlier, he had refrained from attacking due to the evident strength of Qin Juyo, who had evidently arrived in haste and effortlessly neutralized the assault. He was undoubtedly a formidable figure, yet the intelligence at his disposal had not included Qin Juyo, marking him as an unexpected adversary. Dead men need not possess knowledge. Celestial Annihilation 9 Styles. Qin Juyo refrained from engaging in idle chatter. At such a close range, he struck unexpectedly, and in the midst of his opponent's astonishment, he swiftly pierced through the heart of a monarch with a single thrust. His current prowess was formidable, annihilating warriors beneath his level with alarming ease. You are doomed. Everyone, attack together and slay him, commanded the demon faction's monarch. There was no need for notions of fairness. They were demons, and even the most underhanded tactics became justifiable in their hands. After all, it was merely a matter of numbers, which was hardly significant. Chapter 91. A resounding victory nearby. Meng Tingyu's brother, who had not yet retreated, attempted to assist but was reprimanded by Qin Juyo. Get away quickly. Do you wish to die? Qin Juyo scolded. He could not afford to let loose his own power, for even a stray attack could be disastrous. Moreover, the adversaries were far too potent for them to contend with. Their presence would only serve as an encumbrance. They departed, chastised. Since Qin Juyo intended to face the enemy alone, it was evident he had his own strategy. Their involvement would only complicate matters, especially with the enemy's nobles on the battlefield. If Qin Juyo triumphed, the opposing forces would crumble without further assault. With the addition of their two forces, the tide of battle turned decisively against the demons, leaving no mercy. Every foe was to be vanquished without exception. Armed with an unwavering resolve, they charged into the fray. Side by side with the king, the warriors unleashed an unprecedented morale, sweeping through the enemy ranks. The ongoing combat, however, displeased several demon monarchs. If the battle continued in this manner, even a victory would bring them disgrace, mocked by others for losing so many troops against a mere dynasty. You too, intercept them. The rest, join me in eliminating this one. Yet, they failed to consider that previously, 9 of them had barely managed to suppress Qin Juyo. Without 1 or 2 of their number, could they truly contend with him? Lord Xiaokong, we can hold our ground, declared a high-ranking monarch named Xiaokong. In any case, they could not afford too many casualties. Even under the immense pressure of Qin Juyo, they had to fight. You 9 combined could only match me. Do you truly believe I cannot slay you? Celestial King strikes down the heavens, Qin Juyo proclaimed, abruptly retracting his weapon and swiftly launching an assault with terrifying force toward the nearest monarch. Boom. To the astonishment of all, he obliterated the individual before him. What? The remaining combatants were stunned, bewildered as to why Qin Juyo had sheathed his weapon, only to reveal a more potent means of attack that could instantly terminate a monarch. With 10 monarchs, only 8 remained. Xiaokong's expression darkened significantly, as one poor decision had cost them another powerful ally, a burden he would have to bear. Regroup and strike together. Do not give him a moment to breathe. This time, their attacks intensified, surrounding Qin Juyo. It was practically certain that he too was a high-ranking monarch, but his explosive power surpassed theirs. If they could persevere until he exhausted his strength, they could extinguish him. Such reasoning was understandable. After all, Qin Jiuyo was exceedingly youthful and lacked the stamina to cultivate other skills. They naturally assumed that relentless assault would force him into a passive state. You wish to wear me down? Qin Jiuyo chuckled, delight sparkling in his eyes. Even if they exhausted themselves, it would not shake him. Apart from Shao Kong, the rest were inconsequential. He resisted rather than allowing them to attack. As he had no inclination for self-harm, a mid-tier monarch, exerting all his might, struck Qin Jiuyo's back with a powerful punch. Elated, he saw that Qin Jiuyo had not dodged. This would surely inflict a minor wound. Should he succeed in killing the lad, he would claim credit for the victory. And in the years to come, even Shao Kong would have to show him respect. Perhaps, in a few hundred years, with the demon lord's favor, he could ascend to the emperor's realm. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned a bright future, rising to prominence with an unstoppable force, looking down upon the world. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Instead, the monarch who had attempted to ambush Qin Jiuyo howled in agony. "Ah, my hand," he cried. In a clash of strength, it was revealed who was truly more resilient. His hand had shattered. The more powerful the warrior, the deeper the pain of broken bones. And the longer the healing process. That blow had caused Qin Jiuyo's physical prowess to rebound the force back upon him, the ferocity of the impact surpassing his own. His arm's small bones fractured under the strain. The mightiest right hand was rendered useless. The ensuing battle saw his effectiveness severely diminished. They gazed at Qin Jiuyo in shock. What manner of monster was he? With no apparent effort, he had broken the bones of a mid-tier monarch. "Wear me down? You dare?" Qin Jiuyo retorted, swiftly turning to obliterate the one who had attacked him, seizing the opportunity before the adversary could recover from his pain. In that instant, as he turned, his physical form, radiant and golden, was revealed, nearly blinding them with its brilliance. Golden body. He had achieved the golden body technique. Panic gripped them. This young prodigy possessed the strength to rival all 10 of them. If the battle continued, they were undeniably doomed, having already lost 3. The remaining few could not hope to contain this monstrous force. In a heartbeat, they began to contemplate retreat. They could not win. They needed a more powerful warrior to subdue this prodigy. Otherwise, their own lives would be forfeit. "Find an opportunity to withdraw," Shao Kong ordered. Qin Jiuyo was far too powerful. They had no choice but to evade his brilliance. Yet, at this juncture, would their departure be so easily permitted? Another monarch fell, tipping the scales of victory in their favor. He was overwhelmingly strong, matching 10 foes without faltering. Pursue them relentlessly. Today, let no demon escape. Annihilate them all. The great dream's frontier shall not be violated. With each monarch Qin Jiuyo dispatched, the morale of the great dream soldiers surged. Those were monarchs, formidable figures looming over them. Without such adversaries, what threat could mere demons pose? The combatants were consumed by bloodlust, neither side yielding an inch. Blood stained the land, and the air was thick with the scent of death. At every moment, warriors fell, and the brutality of the conflict escalated. Mere minutes later, another corpse plummeted to the ground, deepening the despair among the demons. The opposing champion was no mere mortal. Even under the onslaught of formidable foes, he moved with ease. Dispatching yet another monarch, these were not trivial opponents, yet they fell with alarming regularity. Retreat. Shao Kong could no longer maintain his composure and immediately signaled for withdrawal. If they pressed on, defeat was inevitable and none would escape, including the hundreds of thousands of demons below. "If you think you can leave, you are sorely mistaken." Spatial lockdown. Qin Jiuyo spoke as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, using formidable power to seal off the surrounding space. This ability bore a striking resemblance to the domain of an emperor, yet it merely confined his enemies, preventing their escape without suppressing their cultivation. It was a technique acquired through his sign-in, and now he had the perfect opportunity to test his skills on these individuals. An invisible wall obstructed their retreat. Their laughter faded into silence, for the demons behind them surged forward, brandishing blood-soaked spears, glaring instruments of death that sent chills down their spines. 2 sovereigns had already perished by these weapons. Those lacking sovereign-level strength were unworthy of shedding blood in this place. In desperation, they fought back, but chaos reigned. Their attacks were disorganized and devoid of purpose. In mere moments, Qin Jiuyo felled another foe. Initially, they had relied on their numerical superiority to overwhelm him, but as their ranks dwindled, They could no longer contain his might, merely exhausting themselves in the process. Within 10 minutes, another sovereign's corpse would thud to the ground, a testament to their defeat. The battlefield was awash in blood, the ground a quagmire beneath their feet. Countless bodies lay mangled and unrecognizable. After half an hour, only Qin Jiuyo and Xiaokong remained, the latter gazing at the young prodigy before him with a grim smile. Realizing he was on the brink of being slain by a junior, it was ironic, for he had just mocked Meng Tingyu, only to find himself the fool. To oppose the demon lord is to invite ruin, Xiaokong uttered, his eyes fixed on Qin Jiuyo, as if he wished to etch his image into his very soul. You cannot see, Qin Jiuyo replied, his movements unhurried as he charged toward Xiaokong. Already battered, he succumbed swiftly to Qin Jiuyo's spear. With the last sovereign fallen, the outcome of the battle was clear. Congratulations to the host for slaying the harbinger of slaughter, contributing to the world. From tomorrow onwards, your sign-in rewards will increase. Such fortune? Qin Jiuyo mused, bewildered. Was this realm recognizing him? Would the rewards truly multiply? He sheathed his spear, landing beside Meng Tingyu. Young Master Qin, they exclaimed, their eyes shining with admiration, astounded that such an unassuming youth had dispatched 10 sovereigns. If memory served, Qin Jiuyo had only recently ascended to their ranks. His combat prowess was beyond their expectations. They knew he was powerful, but had not anticipated such strength. Your Majesty, the demon cultivators are in retreat. What should we do? A military general approached. Meng Tingyu instinctively turned to Qin Jiuyo, realizing that he, not the sovereign, held the authority to decide. Chase them down, eliminate them all without mercy. I will assist you, for if they return, they will surely bring more formidable foes, Qin Jiuyo declared. They may have been stopped this time, but who knows what horrors await next. If any emperor remains, we must stall for time. I need time. Chapter 92. Traversing the battlefield, they pursued for miles, slaying every enemy in their path without sparing a single life. It was a fight to the death. Allowing them to breach their defenses would spell doom for the Dream Dynasty. Even if many demon cultivators were newly transformed, they were still demons at heart. Qin Jiuyo need not concern himself with the aftermath of the battlefield. A great fire raged outside the city for 5 days and nights, smoke obscuring the sky and filling the air with a foul stench. Fortunately, they had disposed of the corpses, or a horrific catastrophe would have emerged, turning this place into a forbidden zone, since the demon cultivators fought in a multi-threaded manner and with none escaping. It would take time for others to learn of the events here, rendering them relatively safe for now. The front lines are in your hands, Qin Jiuyo instructed. With this matter concluded, he would proceed to the next location without revealing his intentions. He aimed to assist other nations in the mountain domain to weather their crises. He discovered that as long as he remained embroiled in war, his cultivation surged rapidly, and every demon sovereign he dispatched enhanced his rewards the following day. Over several days, he found his strength growing. Furthermore, he even acquired body-refining elixirs that could directly bolster his physical prowess. Priceless treasures indeed. Perhaps this invasion by the demon sect was not as dire as it seemed. At the very least, it allowed him to augment his strength. This battle owes much to young Master Qin's righteous intervention. Once I return to court, I shall sing your praises and express my gratitude, Meng Tingyu remarked. Were it not for Qin Jiuyo's timely arrival, the Dream Dynasty would be in dire straits. Such gratitude is unnecessary, Qin Jiuyo replied before taking to the skies. During the war, aside from a few imperial courts, other nations lacked the capability to activate protective teleportation arrays, which had all been deactivated. He could only rely on his own flight. This was not a significant issue. He had no intention of visiting the imperial courts, where the battles were far more intense and his presence would serve little purpose. He was merely a sovereign and could not intervene in their conflicts. In the days that followed, news spread from the smaller nations of a young warrior who had forcefully repelled the invaders and obliterated their entire might. Just as hope blossomed, a grim tidings arrived. The Tianxiong Imperial Court, one of the 5 great courts, had fallen to the demon cultivators. Inside, rivers of blood flowed, and mountains of corpses lay strewn about, with even the emperor unable to escape. Reports suggested that a powerful figure had emerged, ruthlessly dismantling the Tianxiong Imperial Court. An imperial realm. Qin Jiuyo inhaled deeply. Such power was beyond his reach. The worst fears had materialized. The enemy possessed such terrifying strength. How could he contend with them? He felt a flicker of relief in that he had remained detached from the larger battles between dynasties and empires. As time passed, The demon cultivators began to take notice of him. Even in the dynasties, sovereigns began to appear, making his battles increasingly arduous. The strength of the dynasties was formidable, leaving him to eliminate only those demon cultivators of noble rank or higher. Despite this, their efforts to eradicate the remaining demon forces still resulted in heavy losses. Having resolved yet another dynasty's crisis, he vanished from the battlefield, continuing his unrecognized struggle. Countless lives had perished at his hands during this period. By night, in just a few days, I shall break through to the pinnacle of sovereign rank. Qin Juyo gazed at the starry sky, feeling his power grow. Yet he knew more terrifying foes lay ahead. He could only hide discreetly within the smaller nations. In the Dream Dynasty, Ling Tian pondered, must he truly leave? Though some had returned with news of victories from the front lines, Qin Juyo was notably absent. She had inquired about him, but no one seemed to know who he was. They only spoke of a peerless youth who single-handedly vanquished 10 sovereigns, securing their victory. After pursuing the enemy, they never saw Qin Juyo again. Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps he is merely preoccupied with urgent matters, Ling Tian remarked. He closed the courtyard door, turning his back on the outside world. The Tsangyun Imperial Court was a gathering place for numerous formidable warriors, each bearing a solemn demeanor. The fall of an imperial court revealed the might of the demon sect. It could not withstand even a single day, despite the presence of over 100 emperors here. This was only after the imperial court's demise, as all strong warriors gathered at the most powerful Tsangyun Imperial Court, abandoning other regions. They resolved to muster all their strength for a bloody confrontation with the demonic cultivators. The Divine Dynasty would take another half-month to arrive. Would they be able to endure until then? Even if they could not, they must hold their ground. Even in death, they would never yield. Those of lower realms might surrender without much thought, but the people here could not afford such a luxury. Surrender for them often led not to favorable treatment, but to enslavement and transformation into war puppets. The demonic cultivators would dare to enact such fates and would certainly follow through. They were all too aware of the fate that befell those emperors who had surrendered in the past. Moreover, once the Divine Dynasty arrived, a reckoning was inevitable. Rather than being driven like pawns, it was better to fight with honor. Days passed, and reinforcements from the north arrived, along with powerful beings from the stellar domain. This time, an Emperor Realm cultivator had come from the stellar domain, proving their status as the foremost beneath the capital, sending even Emperor Realm warriors. There was still hope. As more powerful warriors arrived, the previously subdued spirits reignited with fervor. Within the mountain domain's ranks, they had finally left the north. Yet the dangers in this mountainous region seemed even greater. What does it matter? As long as we find the prince, who cares about the dangers? The sycophants of the Shangwan family were closely monitoring their movements, but it was fortunate that they had broken through to the monarch realm, allowing them to escape. Among the crowd, 3 individuals with shifty eyes were furtively observing their surroundings. It was none other than Li Bai and his companions, who had also toiled to leave the north. Upon their return to the Great Qin, they found themselves under constant scrutiny, although no direct confrontation ensued. Their overwhelming energy would eventually draw attention. Just when they felt helpless, a messenger from the imperial court arrived in the Great Qin, stating that the mountain domain was under threat and required the assistance of northern warriors who could volunteer to join the cause. They seized the opportunity and joined the ranks, successfully reaching the mountain domain. Here, however, awaited them an even more daunting challenge.